Ring ring ring, the morning alarm woke Mo Ching-chuan. He reluctantly fumbled around, found his phone, and silenced the alarm. Opening his bleary eyes, he felt something was off. Why did the ringtone sound different from usual? He scanned the room, his gaze frozen. Who am I? Where am I? He had been sleeping well lately, no plain sleep method, so he couldn't have died in bed and transmigrated right. Thinking this, Mo Ching-chuan quickly sat up. This room looked exactly like a girl's room. Blue sheets and pillowcases with cute bear patterns. The room carried a faint, subtle fragrance. On a nearby drying rack hung various clothes and skirts. Mo Ching-chuan realized something, and his heart sank. He reached under the blanket and fumbled around. Where's my dick? Woke up and it was gone. Heartbreaking. Soon he turned grief into strength, moving his hand upward to check the development of this body. Small but cute indeed. GG. A sudden phone call startled Mo Ching-chuan. He picked up the phone with his left hand, looked at the number. No contact name, but he knew it all too well. That was his own. What's going on? Not transmigration. Or coincidence. He hesitated, then answered. Hello, are you The cold voice on the other end stunned Mo Ching-chuan. It was his own voice, and the number was his too. Could it be? He had swapped bodies with an acquaintance. Yes. Who are you? Haven't you looked in the mirror yet? What are you doing? The voice on the other end grew colder. Mo Ching-chuan looked at his right hand. Dribbling what? Mo Ching-chuan, you better explain how this happened. Why did we swap bodies? You could tell from the tone that she was furious. Mo Ching-chuan quickly scrambled up. There was a full-length mirror in the room. He wanted to see who this acquaintance was. Who had he swapped bodies with? Among the familiar girls. Was there an A-cup? The answer was revealed when Mo Ching-chuan stood before the mirror. The #1 school beauty of Shanghai, one high school Yi Shui, also his classmate. Looking at his own stunning face in the mirror like a fairy stepping out of a painting. Though her hair was a bit messy, now it added a lazy charm. Her pajama top hung loosely on one shoulder, the other side slipped off, revealing a creamy, smooth shoulder. Her neck was like an ink painting line, exquisitely beautiful. He gently placed his right hand on his cheek, eyes filled with admiration. I'm so beautiful. I could charm any guy into an idiot. This exclamation also reached Yi Yishui's ears through the phone. She raised her head proudly. Of course she was beautiful, look at whose body that was. But then she remembered something and got even angrier. Mo Ching-chuan, are you even listening to me? Mo Ching-chuan snapped back to reality, too busy admiring his new body, forgetting about Yi Yishui. I heard you, but I don't know what's going on either. This is completely beyond my understanding. Two people swapping bodies. Ridiculous. But there could be far-fetched explanations. For example, Earth-on, or maybe quantum mechanics. Compared to the latter, Mo Ching-chuan thought the former was more reasonable. Aliens fixed the bug quickly. Losing a dick is too big a blow for a man. Yi Yishui was silent on the other end. She also knew this was ridiculous, but it happened to them. Call the police. The police would probably warn them not to waste public resources, and then lecture them. Even if they believed the two of them would definitely be taken in for research. Yi Yishui was suspicious, but she believed Mo Ching-chuan didn't have such ability. Otherwise the swap body would be another girl. A girl she hated. Forget it, it's not clear over the phone. Let's go to school first, and talk there. And don't look at my... Yi Yishui warned in a serious tone. Mo Ching-chuan quickly said, I won't, but I don't know the route from your home to school, so you'll probably need navigation. Yi Yishui paused. Navigation is fine, but if I find you peeking at my messages, you're dead. The call ended. Mo Ching-chuan glanced at the time. He needed to hurry up, wash up, get dressed, and head out. He opened the bedroom door and looked around, searching for the bathroom. As he searched, he realized this house seemed quite big. Much bigger than his home. Probably around 300 square meters. I didn't know Yi School Beauty was so rich, but it seems she's alone. Maybe her parents had gone to work. So early. It was only 6 o'clock. Could Yi School Beauty be living alone? He walked around, found the bathroom sink, and started washing up quickly. 2 minutes later, he dried his face with a towel. Then he tried to tie his hair, but found he couldn't. Forget it, he'll bring a comb and hair tie and deal with it at school. No time to wash hair, he quickly changed into the school uniform and put on his small backpack. He also looked for keys, but found Yi Yishui's home had a combination lock. After going downstairs, he picked up his phone, unlocked it with fingerprint, opened navigation, and found the school was only 1 kilometer away. At that moment, WeChat messages kept popping up on his phone. To be honest, Mo Ching-chuan had a strong urge to tap. Whether from curiosity or the desire to pry into someone else's privacy, the urge to tap grew stronger. 2 little figures seemed to appear in his ears, an angel and a demon. Tap it, what's the harm in looking? No, peeking at others' privacy is immoral. Mo Ching-chuan shook his head, and the angel and demon vanished. He chose not to check, only occasionally glancing at the navigation. Soon he saw familiar roads, so he simply put the phone. He was still in a daze, wondering if this was all a dream. I wake up and become the #1 school beauty. He murmured softly. This feeling was so strange. He had heard that Yi Yishui received many love letters every semester, but no one had ever succeeded. Since freshman year, there had been no rumor of Yi Yishui dating any boy. She was known as the Ice Queen. Of course, everyone usually called her Master Yi. It seems someone once spread a rumor, and Yi Yishui beat him up. Later the dean called the boy in, and he was sent home. After that no one dared to mess with Master Yi. But confessions still came in droves. Yi Ishui couldn't stop. I wonder how long this Earth Online bug will last. It should be fixed after a while, right? I can't be Master Yi for Mo Qingchuan daydreamed. He thought it must be temporary. After a while things would go back to normal. For now being a school beauty for a while seemed pretty cool. Just then a stammering voice came from behind him. Excuse me. Is that Senior Yi? Mo Qingchuan turned around and saw a stranger, a boy's face he had never seen before. I am Lu Jiwei from Class 3, Grade 10. The young man's face flushed red as he stammered, unable to finish his sentences. Mo Qingchuan looked at him and already understood what he wanted to say. He never expected to receive an admirer just on his way to school. A Grade 10 boy no less. Such was the charm of being the top school beauty. Can I add your WeChat? The boy finally shouted out his inner thoughts. He knew that confessing outright would never. If he got her WeChat and chatted often, there might still be a slim chance. Mo Qingchuan scratched his cheek. He had thought the kid would confess directly, but all he wanted was WeChat. TSK. This kid is quite clever. If his request was rejected, at least it wouldn't be too embarrassing. Better than a failed confession. What are you doing? Just as Mo Qingchuan was about to refuse, a voice came from behind. He turned to see his own body standing right in front of him, making him feel somewhat dazed. He never imagined that one day he would see himself from a passerby's perspective. His appearance and figure were still top-notch, but inside that body dwelled the soul of Yi Ishui, the school's #1 beauty. Who are you? Lu Jiwei asked with confusion. Come with me. Yi Ishui only glanced at Lu Jiwei before fixing her eyes on Mo Qingchuan. Oh, Mo Qingchuan followed her. He wasn't surprised she arrived so quickly. His home was near the school, and he often walked this main road before. Lu Jiwei watched the two walk away feeling dazed. Even if the school beauty rejected him, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, she was the unattainable flower no one had successfully courted. But now a boy called her name, and the school beauty obediently followed him. Damn, who is that guy? In shock, he quickly pulled out his phone to take a picture. He believed that once this got out, it would be explosive news at Shana High School. Mo Qingchuan looked at the silent Yi Ishui in front of him and decided to speak first. That boy just now was Lu Jiwei from Class 3, Grade 10. He wanted to add you on WeChat. Yi Ishui stopped walking. Did you agree? No. Hearing the reply, Yi Ishui turned and reached out her hand. Phone. Oh. Mo Qingchuan handed her the phone that originally belonged to Yi Ishui, then opened his palm. Where's my phone? Not giving it. Huh. What does that mean? I need to check first. Yi Ishui took the phone, but did not open WeChat or other apps. Instead, she opened settings, tapped battery power, and checked the app usage time. She found that only app had been used for a few minutes today. Seeing this, she looked at Mo Qingchuan with surprise. She hadn't expected this person to be so trustworthy. If she had found usage time on WeChat or other apps, she would have checked his privacy for the same duration. Done checking. Mo Qingchuan asked. Here. Yi Ishui returned the phone. Mo Qingchuan took it and also checked. Only map app usage found. Mo Qingchuan, are you sure you don't know how this happened? Yi Ishui questioned. Although she thought it impossible for a person to have such ability, she couldn't help asking. Mo Qingchuan helplessly shrugged. If only I knew. Yi Ishui had many more questions, but it was almost time for morning exercises. They couldn't delay any longer. Let's go to school first. We can talk later when there's time. Mo Qingchuan nodded and was about to step forward when Yi Ishui turned around again. By the way, when I called you this morning, what did you mean by dribbling? I remember there's no ball at home. Mo Qingchuan's body stiffened. He hadn't been fully awake at the time, so his mind hadn't caught up, and he blurted out. His expression turned unnatural as he forced a stiff smile. Haha, I was dreaming about playing basketball, when you called, still a bit dazed. Oh. Yi Ishui finished listening, feeling something was off, but unable to pinpoint it. Then one after another they entered the school and arrived at their respective classrooms. Because grade 12 students were busy with studies, many held textbooks reciting words. Qingchuan. A shout made both of them look over. This was Mo Qingchuan's best buddy Zhang Xiang, nicknamed Big Head. Mo Qingchuan was about to respond, then realized he was now in Yi Ishui's body. Qingchuan, I want to cry. Yi Ishui watched Zhang Xiang run up to her expression calm. She knew that Mo Qingchuan and Zhang Xiang were best friends, so she didn't tell him to get lost. What's wrong? Zhang Xiang looked around, then lowered his voice. Last night I dreamed that two girls wanted to kiss me. I thought I'd kiss the ugly one first, and save the pretty one for later. But right after I kissed the ugly one, the dream ended. I regret it so much. Whoa. Yi Ishui. Mo Qingchuan. What a talent, this friend. Yi Ishui looked at Mo Qingchuan expressionlessly. Mo Qingchuan tried to suppress a laugh, looking away into the distance. Yi Ishui didn't want to talk originally, but now realizing this body belonged to Mo Qingchuan, it seemed not impossible to ask. What did it feel like to kiss in the dream? Mo Qingchuan lost his composure instantly. Was this really a question Yi Ishui would ask? He turned back to see a flicker of slyness in her eyes. Soft, fragrant, sticky sweet. Ahem. Mo Qingchuan coughed lightly. Dude, that's enough. Don't let Yi Yishui laugh at us anymore. But Big Head didn't notice, still earnestly expressing his feelings, eyes full of fantasy. Whatever the one losing face was, Big Head not him, Imo Qingchuan. Qingchuan, do you think I still have a chance to dream about that pretty one? Zhang Xiang sighed and asked. Thinking about how he didn't get to kiss the pretty one in the dream made him beat his chest and stomp his feet. Maybe. Yi Yishui replied flatly. Hey Qingchuan, what's up with you today? You seem so cold. In a bad mood. No. Zhang Xiang scratched his head. Imo Qingchuan, and Zhang Xiang usually laughed and chatted never like this. If something made Imo Qingchuan upset, it could only be one thing. You meow meow. Did you confess to you meow meow and get rejected? Is that why you're in a bad mood? Yi Yishui frowned. You meow meow didn't have a good relationship with her. She had even slandered her before, which the class monitor told her about. No. Then. Don't ask. Imo Qingchuan couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to speak. Zhang Xiang was completely stunned. What was going on? The iceberg school beauty actually spoke to him, and from her expression, she seemed a bit angry. Could there be something between Imo Qingchuan and the iceberg school beauty? Suddenly Zhang Xiang's gossip hunger exploded. He looked at his good buddy with hopeful eyes, hoping for an explanation. But Yi Yishui's expression remained blank, clearly not planning to continue speaking. Zhang Xiang's heart sank. It seemed his good buddy didn't want to tell him. Just as he was about to give up, a figure walked up to Yi. Hey, what did you bring me for lunch today? Hiss. Zhang Xiang sucked in a sharp breath and stepped back a few steps. Yu Miao Miao was here. Yu Miao Miao's appearance was not as striking as Yi Yishui's. However, she could rank among the top 3 in the class, and she was adept at applying makeup. Of course, heavy makeup was not allowed at school, so she always wore light makeup. And the one Imo Qingchuan had been pursuing was none other than Yu Miao Miao. Confronted by the accusation, Yi Yishui turned her gaze toward Imo Qingchuan. He had long forgotten about this matter, still reeling from the shock of waking up as the school beauty that morning. Who would remember to bring breakfast? I didn't bring it, Yi Yishui replied, directly seeing Imo Qingchuan's empty hands. Her voice, however, was rather cold and distant. This caused Yu Miao Miao to furrow her brows. What kind of attitude is that? Didn't we agree you'd bring me breakfast every day? The food in the cafeteria is terrible. Oh, I simply can't eat it. If you don't bring me food, I'll have to go hungry in the morning. This willful and arrogant attitude only deepened Yi Yishui's aversion to Yu Miao Miao. Who was she? The top school beauty of Shanano. One high school from a well-off family with grades consistently ranking first in her grade. Though not afflicted with the princess syndrome, she surpassed Yu Miao Miao in every aspect. When had she ever needed to tolerate a petty scheming girl's criticisms? If you don't want to eat, then go hungry. Skipping one meal won't kill you. Yi Yishui's voice grew even colder. Imo Qingchuan, standing nearby, wished he could just die. What are you doing with my body? Come with me for a moment. Unable to hold back any longer, Imo Qingchuan grabbed Yi Yishui's arm and pulled her toward an empty space. Yi Yishui frowned, but did not resist allowing herself to be dragged along. This scene drew the attention of the entire class, their faces filled with astonishment. The school beauty was pulling Imo Qingchuan's arm. What the hell? What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Zhang Xiang blurted out a curse. Yu Miao Miao was even more dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. That aloof, icy school beauty had grabbed Imo Qingchuan's arm. When they reached the empty space, Imo Qingchuan finally stopped. Though countless eyes were fixed on him, there were things. He looked into Yi Yishui's eyes, which seemed cold enough to make him shiver. Could you please act a bit more normal? I think even though our bodies have swapped, we should try to maintain our original lives as much as possible. Yi Yishui simply stared coldly at Imo Qingchuan. Imo Qingchuan felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze. The top school bowtie stare was indeed terrifying. Even though the face was his own, he had never made such an expression. Why don't you tell me to go after you, Miao Miao? Yi Yishui spoke. Imo Qingchuan was startled. Forget it. Don't make things worse. I meant keep things as they were. If you actually succeeded, I'd be the one with a headache. Suddenly the surroundings seemed to quiet down. A look of confusion appeared on Yi Yishui's face. Based on what she knew, wasn't Imo Qingchuan Yu Miao Miao's devoted lackey. He had been licking her boots since freshman year without a single complaint. Now seeing Imo Qingchuan's expression, it seemed there was an untold story behind it. If you explain things clearly, Imo Qingchuan hesitated. This secret was something he hadn't even told his best friend Wang Xiang. As for Yu Miao Miao, he naturally knew exactly what kind of person she was. She was a player toying with multiple people's affections simultaneously. To those who wanted to take things further, she would say their relationship was more than friends, but less than lovers. Tsk. Imo Qingchuan felt nothing but contempt for Yu Miao Miao in his heart. So why did he pursue her? Looking into Yi Yishui's eyes, he sighed. Anyway, senior year was almost over. Talking about it wouldn't hurt. Besides, given Yi Yishui's personality, she wouldn't spread it around. The story can be traced back to the military training in freshman year. At that time, full of anticipation for high school life, I received a love letter. Naturally, I was incredibly excited. After all, it was the first love letter I had ever received, so I took it seriously. At the appointed time and place, I met the person who had given me the letter. Yi Yishui's curiosity was piqued. Although others called her an iceberg, she was actually quite interested in gossip. Listening to others' gossip was one of the things she found most amusing. Who was it? Sigh. Zhou Yingying. Huh. Yi Yishui tilted her head. Wasn't that a girl from their class? They saw each other every day. You don't like her. Suddenly, Mo Qingchuan felt as if something was stuck in his throat. First, I have to admit I'm someone who likes good-looking girls. Second, I don't mean to discriminate. But I really can't feel a thing for a dark-skinned girl who's 1 meter and weighs 80 kilos. I simply can't betray my body and soul. I deeply apologize for this feeling, but I cannot accept it. If I did, I would be betraying myself, and am very selfish. But after that rejection, she still clung to me. In desperation, I had no choice but to resort to this tactic, pursuing Yu Miao Miao. Yi Yishui understood. So Mo Qingchuan's pursuit of Yu Miao Miao was just a facade. He was actually using her as a shield to cover himself. To make Zhou Yingying stop pestering him. She couldn't help but laugh, and the corners of her mouth curled up, refusing to go down no matter how hard she tried. This gave her a very strange expression. But inside she was genuinely elated, as if the gloomy sky had been cleared away, welcoming the bright sunshine. You're quite honest, much better than those hypocritical people. Ahaha, thanks for the compliment. Now you understand why, right? So can you. Mo Qingchuan rubbed his hands together. I still need to think about it, Yi Yishui replied. Yu Miao Miao hated her, and she hated Yu Miao Miao too. So she was supposed to suck up to Yu Miao Miao. Dream on. Speaking of which, you're living in my body now. What are you worried about? Who knows when we'll swap back? You're having fun, but you'll leave a mess that'll give me a headache. Yi Yishui stroked her chin. That made sense. She also didn't know if their body swap was temporary or permanent. If it was temporary, she didn't want it to be too short, but permanent wouldn't work either. It was a bit of a dilemma. However, she now found Mo Qingchuan much more agreeable. Alright, time for morning exercises. Let's go back to our spots. Oh. Mo Qingchuan walked into the girls' queue, and Yi Yishui passed by him. But at that moment, Yu Miao Miao came looking for them. Well, Mo Qingchuan. Explain yourself. Didn't you say? Now you're messing around with this person. You jerk. Yi Yishui frowned. Just because Mo Qingchuan had said a few words to her, Yu Miao Miao was already slapping such a big label on him. Not far away, a teacher was watching. If this escalated, it would be bad for everyone. Parents would be called. Scram. Yi Yishui said coldly. This attitude directly stunned Yu Miao Miao. In the past, Mo Qingchuan had always been fawning and would never dare to speak to her like this. What had gotten into him today, giving him such audacity? However, the real Mo Qingchuan's face was already ashen. Great. School beauty, you go ahead and have your fun. If you don't care about my fate, then I won't care about yours either. Stop the noise. Go to your spots immediately. Get ready for morning exercises. At that moment, their homeroom teacher approached with a stern expression. He was a middle-aged man with a classic receding hairline, teaching Chinese language. Though his speech lacked wit, he was earnest in his teaching and class management. Most students held him in high regard. Yi Yishui ceased her conversation with Yu Miao Miao and walked toward the back of the boys' line. After all, Mo Qingchuan stood at 1.8 meters, quite tall among the boys. The morning exercises were brief. Afterward, they returned to class for a self-study session before breakfast. Back in the classroom, Mo Qingchuan sat in what was originally Yi Yishui's seat. He picked up her notes and began reading. Her handwriting was truly exquisite, every stroke forceful and elegant, a delight to behold. Moreover, each problem's key points were meticulously listed, offering such clarity that Mo Qingchuan found himself lost in thought, gaining fresh insights into the questions. In contrast, Yi Yishui wore a look of disdain. The pen was cumbersome, and Mo Qingchuan's handwriting resembled a dog's scrawl, chaotic and illegible. One glance at a problem nearly left her dizzy. No wonder he never scores above 600, she muttered, though it was merely a complaint. Despite the poor handwriting, scoring around 580 required some intelligence. Hey Qingchuan, what happened this morning? What did the school beauty pull you aside to say? Zhang Xiang had been eyeing his deskmate, curiosity burning within him, and finally couldn't resist asking. His gossip-hungry heart was overflowing. He longed to unearth every secret between Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui. Yi Yishui cast a glance at Zhang Xiang. Take a guess. Zhang Xiang grew frustrated. Nothing annoyed him more than guessing games. Why couldn't he just get a straight answer? It only fueled his curiosity, making it itch even more. You don't treat me like a brother at all. You know she's that untouchable high flower, yet countless people covet her. Today, teacher, Yi held your hand, and many saw it. Once this spreads, you'll be in for trouble. As your good brother, I could at least take some heat for you. Yi Yishui glanced at Zhang Xiang again. Thin arms and legs, as if a strong gust could blow him over. You? Forget it. What do you mean? Looking down on your brother? Yes. Then I'm done talking to you. Feeling humiliated, Zhang Xiang picked up a book and began reading. Yi Yishui finally felt some peace and quiet, picking up her 5 years of high school, 3 years of simulation, to start working on problems. Mo Qingchuan, on the other hand, felt refreshed, his pen twirling more smoothly in his hand. Many puzzling points from before became clear after reading Yi Yishui's notes. He believed his next physics exam score would see a modest improvement. Pushing towards 600 wasn't impossible. The bell rang. Instantly several figures dashed out of the classroom, leaving faint trails, their hurried footsteps echoing in the hallway. Their sole target food. Mo Qingchuan was long accustomed to this sight. A mandatory lesson in high. He felt reluctant to stop wanting to read more notes, but the hunger in his stomach prevented full concentration. It seemed he had to fill his belly first. Mo Qingchuan. A brash voice rang out in the classroom. A figure stormed up to Yi Yishui, gritting her. You'd better explain what happened during morning exercises. Mo Qingchuan was startled, still being interrogated. As far as he knew, Yu Miao Miao only saw him as a fish in her pond. With so many fish in the pond, losing one insignificant one shouldn't matter, right? And given Yu Miao Miao's attitude toward him, he wouldn't resort to fists, but Teacher Yi was a different story. Teacher, yes, martial skills were formidable. Taking on 10 might not be a problem. I have nothing to explain to you. Please stay away from me from now on. Yi Yishui's voice was icy, her expression blank as she spoke to Yu Miao Miao. She remained composed, but Mo Qingchuan grew restless. Yu Miao Miao clenched her teeth. Fine. Mo Qingchuan. Don't regret this. From now on we're not even friends. She stormed off, thinking he was just one fish after all. He wasn't worth her trouble. There were plenty of other fish in the pond. Zhang Xiang's mouth hung wide open. Was this still Mo Qingchuan? He wondered if he had been replaced. Even if had given up on Yu Miao Miao, why make things so tense? What are you looking at? Yi Yishui asked. Cough. Bro, did you finally realize you're a fish in the pond? Zhang Xiang cleared his throat. I figured it out long ago. Yi Yishui stood up and walked toward Mo Qingchuan's seat. Zhang Xiang's eyes widened in shock. He had doubted the morning hand-holding, given it was the scandal-free school beauty. But if they kept interacting, he saw no need for doubt. No boy had ever gotten close to Teacher Yi. Yi Yishui stopped before Mo Qingchuan. They locked eyes. Oh, I have no appetite. Mo Qingchuan wore a troubled expression. Enough talk, breakfast's on me. Yi Yishui reached into her bag, pulling out her meal card adorned with a firefly sticker. Though she was a day student, she still had a meal card. All right. A free meal was some consolation. But Mo Qingchuan felt odd. It seemed he was now the one acting like Yi Yishui. Mo Qingchuan, how can you bully a girl? Saying you'll treat, but using Yi Yishui's card. A girl stepped in, seemingly unable to stand by. Mo Qingchuan looked at his deskmate. This was their class monitor, Tang Wenk, one of Yi Yishui's few friends. She was a righteous girl who loved reading novels and anime, often critiquing the villains. She would intervene in class injustices, if unable to resolve them, she'd resort to her trump card, the homeroom teacher. Exactly how can you bully a girl? The front desk chimed in. Fine, I'll use mine. Yi Yishui put down her card and turned to fetch Mo Qingchuan's. Hey, stop it. Stop it. Mo Qingchuan felt like crying. Not only was he missing out on a free meal, but had have to pay for one. Hey, Yishui, what's going on between you and Mo Qingchuan? Tang Wenk asked quietly, her eyes gleaming. The question drew the front and back desks closer. Mo Qingchuan fell silent. What was going on? Was this something he could share? Their eyes sparkled with curiosity. Still, given Yi Yishui's behavior, he felt he must drag her down with him. Well, to put it simply, she and I, for now, can't be apart from each other's bodies. Tang Wenk. Front desk. Back desk. Tang Wenk and the others were utterly stunned, their minds blank. They were filled with disbelief. What had Yi Yishui just said? How could those words have come from her mouth? In all the years they had known her, they had never heard Yi Yishui utter a single curse word, let alone something like this. Mo Qingchuan, observing their expressions, knew his goal had been achieved. Though his words were ambiguous, he wasn't exactly wrong, was he? As for the explanation, that would be up to school beauty, Yi to handle later. Tang Wenk's face began to flush rapidly, a rosy hue creeping up to her ears. What are you all talking about? Yi Yishui approached, holding Mo Qingchuan's meal card. Nothing. Let's go eat. Mo Qingchuan stood up and led the way. Yi Yishui looked puzzled. In the short time it took to fetch the meal card, why did it feel like Mo Qingchuan's mood had shifted? Despite her confusion, she didn't press for answers. Right now she was hungry. Food came first. They headed straight to the second floor of the cafeteria, as the food on the first floor was terrible. Mo Qingchuan, meanwhile, was experiencing the allure of this new body. Wherever he went, he became the center of attention. He had already noticed many stolen glances, which made him deeply uncomfortable. Yi Yishui, on the other hand, felt much more at ease. She simply followed Mo Qingchuan. I want wontons and half a basket of soup dumplings. Mo Qingchuan shook his head. You won't be full with that. A whole basket maybe. He knew his own appetite well. Half a basket would leave his stomach growling before 11 p.m. In the end, they ordered 1.5 baskets of soup dumplings, 2 bowls of wontons, and 2 eggs costing 22 yuan. They found an empty table and sat down. Huh, wait, am I seeing this right? Who's sitting with the school beauty? A guy. Damn, what's so special about him? What's his talent? I'm going to. Dude, you haven't even washed your hair. You'll just get snubbed. Instantly, the two of them became the focal point of nearly everyone in the cafeteria. As Mo Qingchuan ate, he felt utterly out of place. Being stared at by so many people was extremely uncomfortable. Now he truly understood the immense power of the top school bowtie's charm. He had never experienced such a scene during meals before. Is it always like this for you in the cafeteria? Mo Qingchuan asked helplessly. Yi Yishui's mouth was stuffed full. She could finally eat without a care forgetting about her weight and her image. She was going to eat everything she had never dared to eat before. Gulp. After swallowing the dumpling, Yi Yishui scrutinized Mo Qingchuan. You can't handle it already. It's so awkward. Who likes being stared at constantly? Mo Qingchuan sped up his eating, eager to escape. I think it's better if we eat separately. It's not good for either of us. With that, Yi Yishui picked up her dumplings and wontons and moved to another table. Her attention was entirely on her food, oblivious to the stares around her. Her departure brought a sigh of relief to most of the boys in the cafeteria. Scared me to death. I thought the school beauty was really in a relationship. Haha, I knew it. He's just a clown daring to get close to Yi Shifu. He was chased away in less than a minute. It's a miracle Yi Shifu didn't lose her temper. If you ask me, Yi Shifu should have kicked him. Humiliate him thoroughly. Why reward him? Amidst the chatter, the cafeteria buzzed with noise. After finishing his meal feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles, Mo Qingchuan felt he had forgotten something. What was it? Oh right. His good buddy Zhang Xiang. They always used to eat together, but now they really couldn't share meals anymore. Big head, enjoy your solitude in these final days of senior year. He patted his stomach. It was slightly fuller than before breakfast, but he already felt very full. He took the steamer baskets and bowls to the counter by the door for the cafeteria lady to clean up. Then Mo Qingchuan quickly left the cafeteria. Free from the weight of so many stares, he felt much more at ease. There are still 2 months until the college entrance exam. Maybe I can improve my grades significantly. He thought this way since Yi Yishui usually scored around 670. With her notes he could learn a lot. Now that their bodies had swapped, maybe they wouldn't switch back by the time of the exam. Would they end up taking the exam for each other? Did he even need to work hard? He swallowed that thought. Slacking off would feel good, but wouldn't that ruin Yi Shifu? A good degree still holds great value in society. Don't say that degrees are worthless now. Open any job hunting app and good positions all have educational requirements. Without the right degree, you don't even qualify for an interview. In the end, everyone might end up as corporate slaves, but the pay gap is enormous. Still, Yi Yishui's family seemed wealthy. A 300 square meter house near the school couldn't be cheap. Sigh, I wish I were a super rich second generation. When will my dad ever say $1 billion is just a small goal? Mo Qingchuan occasionally fantasized about his father being successful. It wasn't a fantasy, he truly wished for it. Maybe he could guilt-trip his old man a bit. Ask him if he's been working hard these years, if his salary has gone up, and to look for the reason in himself. Back in the classroom, he picked up Yi Yishui's notes and continued studying. With the energy boost from the meal, his mind was working noticeably faster. The morning's classes were math, physics. These damn classes again. Who scheduled this? My CPU is overloaded. I can't keep up today. The student in front began to complain. The teacher no longer explained concepts in detail, but went over problems from the test papers that students had asked about. If you hadn't built a solid foundation in the first 2 years, you were basically done for by senior year. You can ask Yishui, she explains things very thoroughly. Sometimes a single hint from her is enough for me. Tang Wenk said. Huh? Who? Me? Mo Qingchuan looked up, his eyes remarkably clear after being bathed in knowledge. To Tang Wenk and the others he seemed a bit adorably dazed. He was about to refuse, but then he remembered that the best way to learn is to teach others, so he changed his mind. Ask away. If I know it, I won't hold back. Great. Love you, Yishui. Yi Yishui, leaning back in her chair with a full stomach, suddenly heard this and couldn't help but glance at Mo Qingchuan. She saw that this guy was actually explaining problems. Someone who couldn't even score 600, leading others astray. She stood up and walked over. Bang. Her knuckle cracked against Mo Qingchuan's head. Do you even know what you're talking about? Mo Qingchuan rubbed his head. It hurt. Didn't this girl even care about her own body? What are you doing, Mo Qingchuan? Don't you know your own limits? How dare you question Yishui? Tang Wenk rubbed Mo Qingchuan's head. Yi Yishui crossed her arms. I'm afraid he'll mislead you. Let me explain instead. You... Tang Wenk looked Yi Yishui up and down. Forget about explaining problems. How about you explain? You and Yishui. When did you get together? The two fell silent instantly. Together? When had they ever been together? Class monitor, you've misunderstood. We're just friends. Mo Qingchuan forced a smile. Oh, I get it. Pure friendship. Tang Wenk adjusted his glasses, the corners of his mouth curling upward. The others also wore knowing expressions. This made the two of them feel a bit awkward, their faces flushing slightly. Mo Qingchuan quickly changed the subject and began explaining the problem. Yi Yishui was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Mo Qingchuan to grasp the problem just from reading the notes. It seemed he had a solid foundation, needing only to connect the dots. After finishing the problem, the bell rang for class. Meet at the school gate at noon, Yi Yishui said, leaving those words behind as she returned to her seat. Hey, Yishui, what do you like about Mo Qingchuan? He doesn't seem worthy of you at all. He's so foolish it took him ages to realize he was just one of you Mayo's pawns. Did you tell him? Mo Qingchuan tilted his head and glanced at Tang Wenk. You're the fool. What do you know, woman? I've been enduring humiliation, studying hard, and avoiding romance, all to get into a good university and start a new chapter. And you call me stupid? Wait until you're pestered by a short fat guy, then you'll know how wise I am. Creating a worry-free learning environment for myself, free from emotional entanglements. That's what matters. Class is starting, he said, avoiding the question. Tang Wenk didn't press further. Aside from being a bit foolish, Mo Qingchuan had good character and decent grades. But were they doing some things too early? Thinking of this, Tang Wenk's ears reddened again as scenes from anime flashed through her mind, leaving her thoughts in disarray. Just then a female teacher stepped onto the podium. All right, class, let's begin. Mo Qingchuan adjusted his mindset and began to listen attentively. He had to make a final sprint in these last 2 months. Yi Yishui spun her pen idly in her seat. She had already mastered these problems and didn't need to listen again. But her gaze kept drifting to Mo Qingchuan, watching his serious expression, her eyes gradually softening from their usual indifference. The teacher's voice faded into the distance. After an unknown time, Zhang Xiang nudged him. The teacher's called you. What are you daydreaming about? Yi Yishui snapped back to reality, having gotten lost in watching him and recalling past events. She stood up and looked at the problem on the screen. But then the teacher's voice came through sharp with disappointment. The college entrance exam is almost here, and you're still not focusing on your studies. Do you know how important the exam is? You think scoring over 120 in math leaves no room for improvement? Mo Qingchuan, can't you get your act together? Do you know how many people you could surpass with just 10 more points in math? 3 years of hard work. Can't you hold on for this last bit of time? Everyone has had a crush at this age, but long-distance relationships never work out. However, if you're in the same university, anything is possible. Mo Qingchuan, do you understand? At that moment, Mo Qingchuan, still seated, was drenched in sweat, while Yi Yishui, who had stood up, remained perfectly composed. Wait, Yi Yishui was the one daydreaming, yet he was the one getting scolded. When the teacher calls on me, I'll daydream too. Seriously. Yi Yishui's eyes flickered. She had been in too good a mood today and overlooked some practical issues. Mo Qingchuan's grades were nearly 100 points behind hers, making it nearly impossible for them to end up at the same school. The teacher's words had served as a reminder to her as well. Teacher, I understand, but I already know how to solve this problem. Oh, the math teacher frowned. She remembered that during the exam, Mo Qingchuan had only written the word solution for this problem. Since you say you know it, come up and explain it to everyone. All right. Yi Yishui walked up to the board, picked up the chalk, and began solving the problem. She explained each step and reasoning in meticulous detail. The math teacher was somewhat astonished, never expecting him to actually know it. It seemed she had misjudged him. He hadn't been lying earlier. After Yi Yishui finished, she returned to her seat. Mo Qingchuan listened and had an epiphany. So that's how it worked. Strange, why hadn't he understood before? Could it be that after entering Yi Yishui's body, his comprehension had improved? Then his mind wandered, drifting into fanciful thoughts. The teacher was quite pleased with Yi Yishui's explanation and felt a sense of relief. All right, Mo Qingchuan's explanation was excellent. Let's look at the next problem. Only one person in the class got it right. Yi Yishui, would you like to explain it to everyone too? Her gaze fell on Mo Qingchuan, noticing that the girl was also daydreaming. What's going on? Hey Yishui. Tang Wenk nudged Mo Qingchuan. Huh. Mo Qingchuan looked up. What happened? The teacher wants you to explain the problem. Huh. The math teacher saw his expression and felt even more gratified. Yishui is clearly thinking about the problem. Take your time, I'll explain it. Huh. Mo Qingchuan couldn't hold it in anymore. Teacher, don't be so biased. Unfair. I was just daydreaming. You should be scolding Yi Yishui. But the teacher had already started explaining on her own. Sigh. Prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. The morning classes were painfully dull for most. Some had even fallen asleep. Finally noon arrived, and Mo Qingchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Class was over. He could go home, have a good meal, and take a nap. He packed up, slung his small backpack over his shoulder, and the boarding students had already dashed out. As he stepped out, Yi Yishui followed right behind. They kept a certain distance, as some teachers also went home this way. To avoid any misunderstandings, they didn't walk side by side. Yu Miao Miao sat in the back of the classroom, watching Mo Qingchuan's retreating figure, gritting her teeth. She couldn't believe that the person who had pursued her for nearly 3 years would give up on her now. Feelings aren't so easily cut off. Miao Miao, are Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui really together? Lulu asked. She was Yu Miao Miao's close friend, and they were always together. Yu Miao Miao's expression darkened. Impossible. He probably thinks this will make me panic and agree to be with him. I never thought he'd stoop to such tactics. I'm sure in a few days, when I don't react, he'll come crawling back begging for my forgiveness. Lulu chuckled, thinking the same. Then we'll make him treat us to a meal at that Yuzhen restaurant. It's so expensive, I'd love to eat there again. Don't worry, it won't be long. Well, order the most expensive items. Yu Miao Miao gave a cold laugh. At the same time, her hostility toward Yi Yishui grew stronger. In her eyes, it was definitely Yi Yishui who had initiated contact with Mo Qingchuan, trying to steal him away. That bitch. She wouldn't let her get away with it. After a moment's thought, she recalled that among her admirers there was one who could be useful. Outside the school gate, Imo Qingchuan walked a distance, and then waited. Yi Yishui caught up and touched her stomach. She was still a bit surprised. She had eaten so much in the morning, yet by noon she was this hungry. This stomach is really big. You must have suffered a lot following Imo Qingchuan before, right? Don't worry, as long as I Yi Yishui am in this body, I won't let you suffer anymore. There's no one at my home, and I can't cook. I used your meal card this morning, so let me treat you to lunch. How about going to a restaurant? That Yuzhen restaurant. The food there is decent. Yuzhen restaurant. It sounded familiar. Imo Qingchuan thought for a moment. His family had eaten there once before, and the four of them spent over 1,000. Truly expensive. But the taste of the dishes there was indeed good. You're really rich, sugar mommy. Yi Yishui rolled her eyes and at least this money goes into my stomach, unlike someone who brings breakfast for others every day, throwing money away. Stop, let me clarify first. I charge you Meow Meow for bringing breakfast. It's already good that I didn't charge her a delivery fee. Do you really think I'm fawning over her? Imo Qingchuan interrupted hastily. He wouldn't spend a cent on someone who plays with people's hearts. A single egg-filled pancake in the morning costs 7 yuan. Small amounts add up. How much would that be in a year? If it weren't for her being a good shield, he wouldn't bother with this effort. Yi Yishui's mouth formed an O shape. So that was it. Then she looked at Imo Qingchuan. Yuzhen restaurant can do takeout. You can bring some for your sister. At that, Imo Qingchuan hesitated a little. Who wouldn't want to eat something good? Going home, he could only make something quick and simple like egg fried rice. It wasn't that Imo Qingchuan couldn't cook, but after preparing and eating, the lunch break would be over. Don't look at me, I'm just a sheep. At that moment, Imo Qingchuan's phone rang. He opened it and saw it was his sister calling. Brother, what's for lunch? My stomach is about to growl. Can we not have egg fried rice again? Even though your egg fried rice is delicious, we can't have it every day, dear brother. Imo Qingchuan remained calm, completely unfazed. He was long accustomed to this and knew his sister was faking it. Sweet little sister. Huh. Speak properly, or I think you want to go hungry. Huh. Who are you? Imo Qingchuan's body stiffened. Damn. He forgot he was now in Yi Yishui's body. This was going to be a big headache. That little girl would definitely chatter endlessly. She never stopped talking as it was, and now even a good meal probably wouldn't shut her up. Imo Qingchuan quickly sought help from Yi Yishui, hurriedly handing her the phone. Quick, cover for me. Yi Yishui took the phone. She had seen the girl in the morning, but by then she was already ready to leave. So the two hadn't spoken, and since she still didn't know much about the girl's personality, she wasn't sure how to handle this. Are you my sister-in-law? One sentence made Yi Yishui freeze as well. She pursed her lips, even less able to speak. Imo Qingchuan was frantic. Say something, will you? How are you just frozen? Hello? Still no response from. Fine. I get it. I'm the only one left at home, lonely and miserable, but I still wish my sister-in-law and brother a baby soon. I'll just go buy myself a meal. Beep. The call ended. The two looked at each other in silence, both a bit. Ahem. My sister is a bit naughty. She's usually a big mouth, so don't mind what she says. If you're angry, go back and teach her a lesson. Yi Yishui returned the phone to Imo Qingchuan and shook her head slightly. I'm not angry. Let's go to Yuzhen restaurant. Tell your sister not to buy food. She instinctively reached to tuck her hair, only then realizing she was no longer in her own body. Both of them still had some habits from before the body swap that hadn't been shed. Imo Qingchuan no longer refused. A breakfast in exchange for a meal at Yuzhen restaurant was a great deal, but he didn't want to take advantage like that. He would treat her back when he got the chance. It just hurt a bit to think of his little savings. Yuzhen restaurant wasn't far, so each of them scanned a shared bike and set off. The weather in early April wasn't hot, and the breath of spring had arrived. 2 swallows flew in the sky carrying twigs in their beaks. They seemed to be a couple building a new nest. But some people online were complaining that swallows' nest building skills were getting worse. They built, and it collapsed. Others said that when little swallows couldn't build a nest, they called their mother to do it. Truly a decline with each generation. Imo Qingchuan watched the road. Yi Yishui reminded from the side. Oh, what are you thinking about? Online comments. I think you should focus on how to swap our bodies back, Yi Yishui said as she stopped the bike and parked it. They had arrived in front of Yuzhen restaurant. If I could figure that out, would I still be in high school? Imo Qingchuan parked his bike and followed Yi Yishui into Yuzhen restaurant. The restaurant's architecture was steeped in Chinese style, making one feel as if they had stepped away from the modern world. At the entrance there were young ladies in hanfu, their figures graceful. Honored guests have arrived, gracing our humble abode. Please follow me. The young lady led the way, and the two followed. What does your sister like to eat? Yi Yishui asked. She likes anything delicious. No dietary restrictions, but like me, she doesn't like cilantro or green onions. Got it. Yi Yishui came here often, and the restaurant suited her taste. She then ordered a few dishes. Golden crispy belt fish, poached 9-section prawns, abalone sauce, with 5-grain, sea cucumber supreme crab meat, and sea yellow soup, and cumin garlic roasted lamb chops. Imo Qingchuan wiped his sweat. Miss, how much would this cost? But living in a 300 square meter house, she probably didn't care about the money. Little sis, you're in for a treat. Yi Shui was still flipping through the menu, and Mo Qingchuan quickly stopped her. Alright, that's enough. The three of us might not even finish this. Okay, that's it then. Yi Shui put down the menu. Honored guests, please wait a moment. We'll arrange it as soon as possible. Feel free to call us if you need anything. After the hanfa-clad young lady left, Mo Qingchuan sat in his chair and picked up the menu to check the prices. Golden crispy belt fish, 268. Poached 9-section prawns, 350. It seemed that last time his family hadn't ordered the expensive items. Yi Shui, are you some kind of heiress? Mo Qingchuan was a bit shocked. This one meal could drain his allowance of over 1,000. Holy cow. Can't afford it, can't afford it. Huh, what are you talking about? I'm just an ordinary person. Yi Shui fiddled with her phone. Is that so? Mo Qingchuan's tone was still laced with doubt. Who from an ordinary family could eat? In less than 15 minutes of waiting, the hanfa-clad young lady brought over the packed meals. Everything is packed. Enjoy your meal. Okay, thank you. Yi Shui took the items and led Mo Qingchuan out. Huh, no need to pay. Mo Qingchuan paused. Yi Shui, didn't we forget to pay? Pay. No need. I always eat. Mo Qingchuan was momentarily taken aback. Eating and drinking for free. Wouldn't they get caught? Was this so blatant? Yet it seemed no one stopped them. What are you daydreaming about? Relax, as long as I flash this face, no one will ask for money if we eat here. Yi Shui waved her hand in front of Mo Qingchuan. Mo Qingchuan roughly understood the situation. So you're not a pampered miss after all. Your family is really wealthy. This restaurant is kind of ours, but my aunt mainly runs it. Yi Shui didn't care about wealth, as she only cared about two things: good food and freeloading. Those two were enough. Mo Qingchuan opened his mouth, then closed it. A family business. What could he do but feel envious? Dad, step it up. I'm waiting for you to transcend and become a dragon. I want to be a rich second generation too. You've been hiding it deep. Before this, I thought your family was ordinary. Mo Qingchuan said as he walked. Why would you think that? Yi Shui glanced sideways at him. Look, those rich kids in class flaunt all the time. Either shoes worth 1,000 or how much they've spent on games, how many skins they bought reaching VIP level 10. But you're too low-key. Yi Shui yawned. What's there to show off? They don't study well, and just show off to vain people who can't afford it. Mo Qingchuan scratched his head. Come to think of it, that was true. Those who could focus on studying didn't care about such things, they looked toward the future. The present was just a stretch of the road in their lives. You're not thinking of showing off too, are you? Yi Shui asked. Me? Mo Qingchuan pointed at himself. I don't even date, just to study well. Do I look like that kind of person? You just want to shake off someone's pestering, right? Say what you will. The two arrived at Mo Qingchuan's residential complex. It was quite large with good landscaping and even a kindergarten inside, convenient for families with young children. They reached Unit 601 in one building and knocked on the door. Who goes there? State your name. A sharp female voice came from inside. Yi Shui looked at Mo Qingchuan and blinked. She had already gotten a sense of his sister's personality, a bit too lively. Inside, Mo Qingyao peered through the peephole at the two outside. Her brother wasn't worth a second glance. She was tired of seeing him except for his handsomeness. But the girl beside him made her eyes light up. She had never seen such a beautiful girl before. Even the female celebrities on variety shows seemed far inferior. Who knew her brother had such skills? Had actually found her such a gorgeous sister-in-law. Just as Mo Qingchuan was about to respond, the door swung open. Hello, sister-in-law. Please come in. She held the door wide and stood obediently to the side. Yi Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. We're just friends. Oh, I spoke out of turn. Come on in. Bro, what goodies did you bring? I'm starving. Mo Qingyao grinned. Dishes from Yuzhen restaurant. Mo Qingchuan said. Wow. Mo Qingyao jumped up in delight. She had been craving that restaurant's food for ages, never imagining she'd get to taste it. Long live sister-in-law. Mo Qingchuan's mouth twitched. If not for his current body, he'd have given her a chop to the head. This little girl was like a fearless little demon at home. Sometimes endearing, sometimes infuriating enough to make his teeth itch. Some without siblings envied those with sisters, imagining they'd be well behaved. But in reality, most with sisters found them a real bother. Speak properly, or you'll skip lunch today. Suddenly Yi Shui's tone turned firm. Mo Qingchuan was a bit surprised. It was the first time he'd seen her like this. She had some of his own flair for managing his sister. Mo Qingyao pouted and suddenly grabbed Mo Qingchuan's arm. Sis, let me tell you, my brother is so stingy. He wouldn't take me to Yuzhen restaurant several times, like a miser, tight-fisted, and always bullying me. You've got to keep him in line. If you do, maybe one day I can ride on his head. Mo Qingchuan stared at his sister. Do you even know who you're talking to? Ride on my head. What utter insolence. You think I can't handle you? Your sister seems full of energy. Oh, I bet she's not hungry. How about we eat in your room? Just the two of us can finish it all. Yi Shui nodded after hearing this. No. I'm sorry. I was wrong, okay? Why are you as mean as my brother? Ooh-hoo. Mo Qingyao was on the verge of tears. She had thought this pretty girl would side with her against her. Instead, she stood with him. How infuriating. What charm did her brother possess? She couldn't accept it. Stop fooling around. Eat quickly and take a nap. If you dawdle, there'll be no time for a nap. Yi Yishui placed the packed food on the table and opened the containers. The aroma wafted out, and Mo Qingyao swallowed hard. She craved it so much. Her taste buds couldn't resist. After washing their hands, the three began to eat. Mo Qinchuan had to admit eating Yuzhen restaurant's food again was an exquisite delight, truly the taste in the capital at a restaurant. Mo Zhu tiredly rubbed his brow, the scent of alcohol clinging to him. He had drunk heavily to secure a project deal. Fortunately, the contract in the capital was finalized, ensuring a good bonus. In a few days, he could go home to see his son and daughter. Traveling all year round, and each time I'm back only briefly. Maybe I should change jobs and focus on my wife, and he murmured softly. Sigh old Mo, in this environment, quitting is easy, but finding a job is tough. It's not something you can just switch. You're a manager, now earning well. We travel, but the family doesn't worry about expenses. Mo Zhu thought it made. While he could still work hard, he should earn more. His son was taking the college entrance exams this year, and would soon enter university. Tuition wasn't a concern. But he worried if he could afford to buy his son a house, a car, and the bride price outright when he got married. He hadn't enjoyed much luxury in his own life, but if he could let his descendants enjoy some, that would be enough. A life not lived in vain. How I wonder when that brat of mine will bring home a daughter-in-law. Mo Zhu couldn't help but smile. Your kid's just taking the exams this year, why rush? Young folks date plenty, but few end up together. Let them take their time. As parents, we can't push through, just be their support. Mo Zhu nodded in agreement. Over these decades, he could clearly feel society changing, growing more restless. It was nothing like before. That's true. Speaking of which, old Zhu, isn't your daughter graduating from college this year? Bring her by to meet us sometime. Zhu Kai glanced at Mo Zhu. You're rattling your abacus beads all the way to my daughter. Hey, the age gap is only 4 years, not bad. Meeting won't hurt. Even if we don't become in-laws, they can be friends. We'll see. My daughter's not on one. Mo Zhu smiled and said nothing. Just a joke. Old Zhu was getting worked up. It seemed he was a bit anxious about his daughter getting married. That was normal. Most of their generation weren't as open-minded as the young and worried about everything. Taking a break, he pulled out his phone to check the home surveillance. Chuan and Yao Yao should be eating now or making a ruckus in the living room. Huh. Mo Zhu froze. Why were 3 people eating at home? Had his wife returned? But after all these years, wouldn't he recognize his wife's back? And that girl was wearing the same school uniform as his son. Damn, that kid's got game. Mo Zhu burst into a grin. He had worried that dull boy wouldn't find a girlfriend, but here was a big surprise. Sneaking her home when he wasn't around, huh? Beside him, Zhu Kai watched Mo Zhu's smile bloom like a chrysanthemum and couldn't resist teasing. What are you grinning about? The sun's not as bright as your face. Old Zhu, your daughter can wait a bit. Get lost. Mo Zhu was ecstatic and stopped bickering with Zhu Kai. He quickly took a screenshot and opened WeChat to send it. Honey, look. Our son has made something of himself. He's brought home a wife. Meanwhile, Fong Mei was resting in her office. She was an elementary school teacher currently teaching 3rd grade. Seeing her husband's message, she opened it and looked. At first she was delighted, but then a hint of doubt crept in and she began typing a reply. Did our son tell you that? Mo Zhu saw the message and replied, no, but isn't it obvious? Enough. Stop your nonsense. Maybe he just brought a female classmate home for a meal. It's far from certain. She's already come home. Isn't that proof enough of a relationship? That's not necessarily true. Have you been drinking again? Mo Zhu was stunned. How did she know had been drinking without a video call? How did you know? I'm in the capital now. Can you still spy on me? Fong Mei rolled her eyes after reading. With that lousy job of yours, business trips are just excuses to drink. What else can you do? Get a foot massage. Fong Mei's fingers paused and anger flared within her. Oh, how impressive of you. Did the young ladies serve you well? Mo Zhu slapped his forehead. Head drunk too much, his mind was clouded. What had he just said? Honey, don't misunderstand. I was taken there by others, I didn't go myself. I swear to heaven. TCH, words are cheap. Who knows if you're telling the truth? When are you coming back? In a couple of days soon. Alright, just in time for me to buy a wooden foot bath bucket. After typing, Fong Mei opened an online shopping app and started browsing. Hey, wait, why are you buying that? To serve you. Let's see if my service is more comfortable or the young lattice. Mo Zhu clutched his head upon reading this. Oh heavens. Had accidentally made his wife jealous. This was a mess. They were talking about their son and daughter-in-law. How did it end up on foot massages? I was wrong. Honey, my heart is true as the heavens. You don't want a foot bath? No. Then he'll buy you a washboard. Mo Zhu was full of regret. Why had he been so quick to send those 2 words, foot massage? Honey, we have a washing machine at home. What's the use of that? For you to kneel on, what else? Maybe we can keep it for our son to kneel on someday, and maybe even our grandson. He'll buy a good quality one. It'll be a family heirloom for the Mo family. Mo Zhu broke out in a cold sweat. That really couldn't be a family heirloom. If future generations talked about this heirloom, Mo Zhu would be remembered as a henpecked coward. Honey, I take it back. I want the foot bath. Dream on. Darling, we're an old married couple. You can't let me become the center of the Mo family. Fine, I'll save you some face. He'll buy the wooden bucket, but you'll be the one serving me when you get back. Sure. He'll make sure you're comfortable, honey. Less of the sweet talk. Just come back early, that's all that matters. No problem. But keep an eye on our son bringing that girl home. Alright, I know. He'll ask him tonight. Be careful out there and drink less. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Wait for me to come back. Heart gesture. A smile couldn't help but tug at Fong Mai's lips. She saved the picture Mo Zhu had sent to her phone and studied it closely. Although she couldn't see the girl's face, clearly her figure from behind looked decent. She hoped her son would find a good wife. At Mo Qingchuan's home, the three of them finished eating and lay back in their chairs. Woo, that was so delicious. The best thing I've ever eaten in my life. Sister, when are you going to marry my brother? If you think my brother isn't good enough for you, he'll marry you instead. Yi Yishui's expression froze. Now she understood why Mo Qingchuan was so exasperated with his sister. This girl said whatever came to mind without any filter. She felt like sewing Mo Qingjiu's mouth shut. Apart from when she was eating, her mouth never stopped. Say that again when mom gets back, Yi Yishui said. But when mom gets back, sister won't be here anymore. Good sister, can you come see me once a week? Mo Qingyao pitifully tugged on Mo Qingchuan's arm. Mo Qingchuan was completely unmoved. He was long immune to Mo Qingjiu's antics. If I have the chance, I'll come. But I can't bring you good food every time. Oh sister, what are you saying? I like you for who you are, the food is nothing. Sister, you smell so nice. Let's take a nap together at noon. Yi Yishui stood up and said, little sis, you sleep by yourself. He's coming back to the room with me. Oomph. Mo Qingyao reluctantly stood up and went back to her room. Then Yi Yishui and Mo Qingchuan exchanged a glance. Without a word, they both went to Mo Qingchuan's room. Yi Yishui let out a sigh of relief and laid down on the bed. Luckily, Mo Qingchuan was usually clean and kept his room tidy, so he hadn't ruined his image in front of the campus belle. Your sister is a real little devil. Experiencing it firsthand. Mo Qingchuan smiled. Yeah, but I have ways to deal with her. Still, she's your sister, so I can't be too harsh. As long as it's not too much, it's fine. That girl has been spoiled by our parents. Even they find her a handful sometimes. Mo Qingchuan said. Mo Qingyao. Yi Yishui murmured softly. It's a nice name. I think she'd get along great with my aunt. They're both little devils. Your aunt? Yeah, my aunt was living with me, but she had to go out for a few days. She'll be back in a couple of days. Mo Qingchuan opened his mouth to speak. Another little devil. One was already making him sweat too would be. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. Yi Yishui lay face down on the bed and closed her eyes. Seeing this, Mo Qingchuan lay down on the other side. The room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. They could even hear each other's breathing. Both of them felt a subtle sensation. It wasn't nervousness, but rather a strange sense of ease because of their body swap. Mo Qingchuan slowly closed his eyes. Although he didn't know why they had swapped bodies, he felt as if something had changed in the unseen, as if it was the trajectory of their fate. Two meteors originally flying along their own paths after meeting began to orbit each other, heading in a single direction. After a few minutes, their breathing steadied, and each fell asleep. However, it wasn't quiet outside the door. Mo Qingyao had taken off her shoes and crept stealthily towards Mo Qingchuan's bedroom door. She then pressed her ear against the door, straining to listen. But after a long while, there wasn't a single sound. No way. So quiet. She, Mo Qingyao, didn't believe they weren't up to something. So she gently grasped the doorknob and began to push it open slowly. Peering through the crack, she looked at the two people sleeping on the bed. A look of shock spread across her face. She couldn't believe her eyes. What? After all her anticipation, they were just taking a nap. She closed the door and crept back to her room, where she found her phone ringing. Hello, Dad. Go take your nap. If I catch you sneaking to open your brother's door again, it'll take away all your allowance. Dad, you can't do this. I'm your precious daughter. How can you be so cruel? Boo-hoo. Even if you're my daughter, you can't go sneaking around like a thief. Go to sleep now. I know, Dad. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Mo Qingchuan was unaware of Mo Zhu's reprimand of Mo Qingyao. He slept soundly through the afternoon, and if not for the ringing of a bell waking him, he felt he could have slept straight through till evening. Upon waking, he found that Mo Qingyao had already left. That girl, she didn't even say a word before leaving. The two of them washed up, tidied themselves, and prepared to set off. However, they still entered the school one after the other. Sometimes the grade director would be at the gate specifically on the lookout for boys and girls walking together, so it was necessary to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Mo Qingchuan sat in his seat listening to Tang Wank and the others chatter beside him, seemingly discussing gossip from other classes. He listened with great relish to other people's scandals were indeed interesting. Yu Miao Miao arrived at the classroom not long after, her gaze filled with provocation as she looked at Mo Qingchuan. She even deliberately walked past him, letting out a cold snort. Mo Qingchuan really wanted to ask for a mere insignificant fish. Was there such a need for this level of animosity? He himself hadn't even taken it to heart. If it was about breakfast, there were so many fish in her pond, she could just pick any other to replace it. Anyway, if he didn't do it, there were plenty others who would. Then as Yu Miao Miao passed by Yi Yishui, she snorted again. Yi Yishui merely glanced at her and paid no mind. She could roughly guess why Yu Miao Miao was acting this way. Hey. At that moment Zhang Xiang sat down in his chair, his face full of worry, his eyes vacant. Qingchuan, I can't dream about that pretty girl anymore. What? Why didn't I kiss the pretty one first in my dream? Yi Yishui rolled her eyes. Ridiculous. I regret it. Yi Yishui ignored him, flipping open her exercise book to start doing problems. I say, Qingchuan, why aren't you talking? You're making this really awkward for me. Zhang Xiang scratched his head. Although one was a day student and the other a boarder, it didn't affect their good relationship. They had never had a falling out before, and he didn't know what was up today. Talk on WeChat tonight, if there's anything. I need to study hard. Huh. Zhang Xiang was astonished. With your grades, you're guaranteed a good first-year university, and you might even snag a 211 by luck. Why do you still want to improve? In Zhang Xiang's view, these grades were already what he dreamed of. If he could consistently score around 580, his parents would practically worship him. His dad even had a saying, if you can score 580, I'll even catch the shit you drop on my head, and won't hesitate to taste it to check the saltiness. Though crudely put, it was far too vulgar. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Oh, I get it. Are you trying to get into the same university as Master Yi? Not to put too fine a point on it, but a 100-point gap isn't easy to close. There are only 2 months left. Master Yi might push for 700, but with all your effort and a stellar performance, topping out at around 650 in the college entrance exam is your limit. Yi Yishui thought about it. What Zhang Xiang said wasn't without reason. The higher the score, the harder it is to improve. Those big questions in math, physics, and chemistry. If you don't know, you don't know, and writing nonsense gets you 0 points. People might do anything when desperate, but they truly can't solve those problems. Mo Qingchuan was now studying on his own using her notes, and it seemed to be going well. But if she tutored him personally, wouldn't it be more efficient? Well, that's not certain. By the way, your score is still under 500. Where are you planning to go? All my grades are what they are. I can't catch up to you. He'll just find a school in the same city as you. Zhang Xiang was quite open-minded, putting no pressure on himself to study. But still, I kind of wish I had the same grades as you. That way I might have a chance. His gaze slowly drifted toward a silhouette carrying a hint of disappointment. Yi Yishui followed his gaze. She hadn't expected Zhang Xiang to have a crush, and on her of all people. The afternoon classes were somewhat dull. Those who hadn't rested well at noon could barely hold on, and had already closed their eyes. Mo Qingchuan felt as if his meridians had been unblocked today, how he could understand everything the teacher taught. He couldn't help but marvel at how sharp Master Yi's mind was. Good grades, and she could fight too, both literary and martial arts. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave school. Boarders had evening self-study, but day students could leave directly. See you tomorrow, Yishui Tang Wank waved. See you tomorrow. Mo Qingchuan nodded, then left the classroom. Yu Miao Miao watched his retreating figure and sneered. Lulu, seeing this, whispered. Miao Miao, won't there be problems? Those guys are gangsters. If things blow up, relax, just a little bullying. They know their limits. Yu Miao Miao naturally didn't dare to make a big scene, so she only instructed them to issue a threat. All to make Yi Yishui stay away from Mo Qingchuan. That evening, she would also send Yi Yishui a message telling her that if it wasn't her fish, she shouldn't touch it. Otherwise, she would be harassed every day after school. She believed that a girl like Yi Yishui, who had never mingled with society, would definitely be scared. Then Mo Qingchuan would be abandoned and come crawling back to her. But if he jumped out of the fish pond and wanted to come back, he would have to pay a price. Walking on the road, Mo Qingchuan thought that tonight, he probably couldn't go home and would have to stay alone in a 300 square meter room. He really didn't want to live in such a big house. Come to think of it, where were Yi Yishui's parents? They didn't even show up for the parent-teacher meeting. Was it because the family business kept them too busy? Well, that was understandable. His own dad, even as a department manager, was out running around every day. Hey, beautiful, no need to rush off. Before he had gone far from the school gate, he was surrounded by a few people. These guys were all as skinny as monkeys, some with dyed yellow hair, and wearing cropped pants, exuding the aura of a bunch of delinquents. They lifted their clothes, exposing their stomachs, and some even patted them. Something wrong. Mo Qingchuan knew he was in trouble, but there were plenty of people on the street, so he wasn't afraid. With just one shout, the school security could hear him. Just as Miao Miao said, a real beauty. Want to go out with me? Coming straight out with that. Even as a guy, he found it a bit speechless. Where did their confidence come from? And these people were arranged by Yu Miao Miao. What was she up to? No. Mo Qingchuan replied coldly. No. Who do you think you are, acting all high and mighty? Just because you have some looks and are popular at school, you look down on everyone. Out in the real world, you're nothing. Miao Miao told us all about you. You're a flirt who likes to seduce men, so don't pretend in front of us. The group wore mocking smiles. Mo Qingchuan's face darkened. He had thought Yu Miao Miao was just a player, but he didn't expect her to associate with people like this. If you keep bothering me, you'll call the police. Who go ahead, think we're scared of you. We haven't touched you, or we're just having a chat. Is that against the law? If you don't agree, we'll be waiting for you at the school gate every day. Mo Qingchuan couldn't take it anymore. This was too much. He was now in control of Master Yi's body. He put down his backpack, ready to use some martial arts. He had learned boxing before. But then his arm was pulled, and a towering figure stood in front of him. A bunch of you bullying a young girl like this. Have you no shame? A young girl? Me. Mo Qingchuan felt a bit awkward. He was clearly a man, but now having swapped bodies he was without that part. Yet he rather liked this overwhelming sense of security. What struck him as strange was that he had never before felt his own silhouette was so imposing. Could it be that after swapping souls his entire demeanor had changed? Oh, there's a bodyguard after all. I think he's just a simp trying to play the hero now. Get him. What's he pretending for? Several people instantly surrounded them. Yi Yishui swept her gaze over them. Each one was as thin as a monkey. Even if they all ganged up, she was not flustered. A guy with dyed yellow hair stepped forward and threw a punch at her face. She directly blocked with her left arm and struck his jaw with her right fist. Bang! The punch landed solidly, stunning the yellow-haired man. He staggered back 2 steps and fell to the ground. His jaw was already a large patch of purple. Mo Qingchuan was startled. Truly worthy of being Master Yi, her reaction speed and punching power definitely made her a promising boxer. The others wanted to attack, but then someone ran over from behind carrying a police steel fork. Leading the charge was the head of the security department from their Shanano. One high school. Though stout and broad, he moved swiftly and with a ferocious momentum. Damn it, which little brats are these? Dare to bully the students of our school. It was clear he was furious. Someone was brazenly blocking their students just dozens of meters from the school gate. So he directly brought his men and charged over with weapons. Now seeing that the person being blocked was actually the school's top beauty, he was even angrier. She was not just a school beauty, she was someone the school leaders valued. Her grades were consistently in the top 3 of her grade. How dare they block such a good student? Seeing this, the young thugs scattered. The one lying on the ground scrambled to his feet in a panic. They got on their electric scooters and sped off in an instant. The yellow-haired man, unable to get a ride, could only sprint away desperately. Pa, they run fast. Damn it, if I see those guys again, I'll beat the crap out of them. The security chief cursed, holding the steel fork, looking majestic. Looking at him, Mo Qingchuan felt that in ancient times he would have been a great general. Thank you, chief. He breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude to the chief. Although Master Yi was skilled in martial arts, and he could fight too, he felt that 4 fists were no match for a dozen hands, and they might get hurt. The college entrance exam was only 2 months away. Getting a broken hand bone or something at this critical juncture would be a huge problem. It's nothing. It's nothing. Protecting you is our duty. I'm glad you're not hurt. The security chief looked at Yi Yishui. You're a pretty good kid. Having the guts to step forward makes you better than those bystanders. Just doing what I should, Yi Yishui replied. Haha, alright. Be careful on your way back. If things look bad, call the police immediately and protect yourselves. The security chief warned. He feared those street thugs would cause them trouble again. Don't worry, my fists are very— Yi Yishui completely ignored the idea of calling the police if she felt her fists could handle it. Haha, not bad, not bad. The security chief looked at Yi Yishui more and more satisfied. This kid had a bit of his own style from back in the day. Thinking back to his school days, a girl in his class was being bullied, her nice dress covered in mud. He was furious and without a word jumped into fight. Though he was injured too, that girl was never bullied again. Later that girl became his wife, gave him a son and a daughter, and taught at Shanano. One high school. And he became the head of the security department at Shanano. One high school, protecting the students. Mo Qingchuan was a bit speechless, marveling at Master Yi's skill. After the security chief left, Yi Yishui walked over to Mo Qingchuan, pulled up his arm, and examined it carefully. What are you doing? Checking my body, she said seriously. Don't worry, I'm fine. Mo Qingchuan spread his arms and let her inspect. Good'll walk you home and grab some stuff. Oh, okay. The 300 square meter mansion, here I come again. He hadn't had time to check out the big house this morning. Tonight he could finally see what it was like to live in a 300 square meter mansion compared to his own 100 square meter home. If he could live in that mansion forever, he'd even marry the school beauty and drive a luxury car. The 10-minute walk was quite quick, but the sky had already darkened. The two arrived at the door and exchanged glances. What are you standing there for? Open the door. I don't know the password, Mo Qingchuan said, scratching his head. Upon hearing this, Yi Yishui pointed to a spot above the lock. See this? You can unlock it with your fingerprint here. Place your index finger on it. Mo Qingchuan leaned in, curious. So high-tech. He extended his slender jade-like finger and touched the spot Yi Yishui indicated. Beep. Verification successful. Click. The door opened automatically. Mo Qingchuan thought the smart lock was indeed convenient, completely eliminating the steps of taking out keys and unlocking. Please, Miss Yi, Mo Qingchuan said, pushing the door open. Miss Yi? Yi Yishui tilted her head. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just the first time someone's called me that. Yi Yishui walked straight in. She was too familiar with this place. She went directly to the fridge and took out a carton of yogurt. Want some? Mo Qingchuan shook his head. He never really liked drinks or yogurt, he usually just drank water. The only beverage he drank was huiyuan juice. Though it was a bit pricey, it didn't have any nasty additives. Then let's go to my room first. Okay. Mo Qingchuan walked from the living room to the door of Yi Yishui's room. When he opened it, a faint fragrance greeted him. He walked in and sat on the edge of the bed, feeling a bit restrained. On a nearby rack hung many beautiful dresses. If he and Yi Yishui never swapped bodies again, would he one day wear these? Yi Yishui came and grabbed headphones, a charger, and some other items and stuffed them into her backpack. She saw Mo Qingchuan staring blankly at the dresses and couldn't help but speak. Want to try one on? Huh? Mo Qingchuan snapped back to reality and quickly waved his hands. No, of course not. He was a grown man, why would he wear a dress? Even though he was now in a woman's body. You can try if you want. No. Mo Qingchuan's face turned bright red and his heartbeat inexplicably quickened. For some reason, while his mouth refused, his heart was excited. There was a subtle feeling. Well, there's nothing else to take. Should I head to your place early? To keep your parents from worrying, Yi Yishui asked. Yeah. My mom should be home from work by now. My dad is on a business trip out of town and might not be back for a few days. Mo Qingchuan explained the situation. Got it. Let's swap our homework too. You do yours and I'll do mine, so we don't get caught. Okay. Then they opened their backpacks and swapped their homework and textbooks. However, Yi Yishui left some notes for Mo Qingchuan. If there's anything you don't understand, you can message me on WeChat. They'll head to your place now. Alright. Mo Qingchuan stood up to see Yi Yishui off. But after just 2 steps, Yi Yishui stopped. Her face, for some reason, also turned red, and she fidgeted with her fingers. There's one more question. What question? Mo Qingchuan asked, confused. This. Yours. When you wake up in the morning. It feels really weird. Mo Qingchuan looked over and suddenly understood. It was the male's morning physiological response. This couldn't be helped in its youthful state, it was at its most vigorous. It's a normal phenomenon. Try to ignore it. It'll go down after you brush your teeth and wash your face in the morning. Oh, okay. After saying this, Yi Yishui practically ran out. It was too embarrassing. She just didn't understand and thought something was wrong. So she mentioned it. Mo Qingchuan was also a bit awkward, but after swapping bodies, this kind of understanding seemed to be a necessary process. Suddenly he thought of a question. Women have their periods, and he heard it was quite painful and lasted several days. Mo Qingchuan slapped his forehead and stopped his wild thoughts. Perhaps when they woke up tomorrow morning, they would have swapped back. After Yi Yishui left, Mo Qingchuan suddenly found himself feeling quite lonely in this 300 square meter house. With no one to talk to and his boisterous sister absent, the sudden silence was strangely unsettling. So this was how she had been living all along. Mo Qingchuan stood up, placing his textbooks on the study desk, intending to complete the homework assigned by his teacher today. But now his stomach was growling again. How was he going to handle dinner? He had never really thought about this before. When he came home in the evening, his mother always had the meal ready. Forget it, self-reliance was the way. He decided to check what was in the fridge and the kitchen. After searching around, he found the kitchen was immaculately clean, as if it had never been used. As for the fridge, it was stocked with fruit, milk, juice, and wine, but there wasn't a single vegetable in sight. What? Does Yi Yishui even eat for dinner? She can't just live on fruit, can she? Ding dong. Just then a notification sounded on his phone. It was a message from Yi Yishui. Forgot to tell you, don't worry about dinner. Someone will deliver it later. If you don't like it, you can tell the lady who brings it. Also take good care of my body. Mo Qingchuan scratched his head. So this was the life of a young lady, huh? Well, he supposed he was getting a taste of it too. He replied with a simple got it, then sat down at the desk to start working on his problems. After sending the message, Yi Yishui thought for a moment. Had she forgotten anything? If she had, she would deal with it. Standing before the door, she hesitated for a moment before knocking. Thump, thump, thump. Who is it? Came the voice of the little imp, Mo Qingyao. She ran to the door, peered through the peephole, then opened it directly. Bro, have you lost your mind? Did that vixen bewitch you into an idiot? Coming home and knocking. We only locked the door before bed. Mo Qingyao said, hands on her hips. Vixen. Yi Yishui's expression turned odd. Was she talking about her? And she had even brought Mo Qingyao that delicious lunch. Bro, focus on your studies. That vixen you can't, Mo Qingyao said with a mischievous grin, patting Yi Yishui on the shoulder. Why don't you give me her WeChat? Let your little sister take care of her. Yi Yishui opened her mouth, having already experienced the little imp's nature at lunch. But hearing such words still caught her off guard. This girl had no filter. Mo Qingyao? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I'm deaf? Fang Mei stormed out of the kitchen looking furious. Even with the dual authority of mother and teacher, it was still a challenge to suppress this little demon. Mom, it's deaf, not deaf. You slipped up. Mo Qingyao stuck out her tongue. It's you who's making me mad. You never act properly. Listen to what you just said. Fang Mei brandished her spatula, attempted to bring it down on Mo Qingyou's head. It was all Mo Zhu's fault for spoiling her. Look what she had become. Absolutely lawless. Mom, what are you thinking? I said I'd help bro win her over. Mo Qingyao protested her innocence. That won't be necessary, Yi Yishui replied. Her situation with Mo Qingchuan was special, and she didn't want anyone else meddling. Come in first, son. The rice is ready, serve yourself. I have one more dish to finish, you and your sister eat first. Yi Yishui nodded. She felt a subtle sensation. So this was the care from Mo Qingchuan's mother. It was different from her own mother. Her mother was always away on business trips, consumed by corporate affairs, unable to be in two places at once, and naturally couldn't take care of her. Still, her mother called her a few times each month and gave her tens of thousands to spend on whatever she wanted. She understood her mother was busy, so she had been mature since childhood and never asked for anything. Her mother felt sorry for her, but was helpless, so she could only ask her own sister Yishui's aunt to spend more time with her. As for her father, hey, bro, when are you bringing that sister over again? Mo Qingyao whispered while scooping the rice. I thought you called her a vixen, Yishui said with displeasure. Oh bro, don't be mad. Calling her a vixen is a compliment to her beauty. Not everyone deserves to be called a vixen. Bro, I really like this sister. When are you going to trick her into coming home and being my sister-in-law? Trick her into coming home. Yishui's expression turned strange. Trick her? No way. But did Mo Qingyao just say she liked her? You? What do you like about her? Everything. She's so beautiful and generous. She feels familiar somehow. Even though it's our first meeting, there's a sense of closeness. But bro, I'm really worried you can't pull this off. You've got nothing going for you, you're a bit beneath her. At this point, Mo Qingyao looked a bit worried. The corners of Yishui's mouth couldn't help but curl up. This little sister could be quite endearing sometimes. Why haven't you two finished scooping the rice yet? I've finished cooking the dishes. Fang Mei came over and rapped Mo Qingyao on the head. Mom, why do you only hit my head? It was bro who didn't scoop the rice. I'm sure you were distracting your brother. Boo-hoo, I can't stay in this house anymore. Everyone bullies me. Good. We'll send you off to Uncle Erden's house. We could use a few quiet days. Oh, no. As Yishui scooped the rice, she felt the warmth of this family. It was truly wonderful. Wasn't this the family she had always dreamed of? She had never wished for great wealth or status. She only wanted her family to spend more time with her. If their bodies were bound to switch back, she hoped it would happen later. Just give her some time to experience this a little longer. At the dinner table with 4 dishes and a soup, the family began to eat. While eating, Fang Mei's eyes glanced at Yishui's lips and neck. How strange. Were boys and girls this reserved nowadays? Or were they interested in each other, but not there yet? They had both gone into the same room at noon, but it felt like nothing had happened. Had they really just taken a nap? That girl you brought home today, who is she? Fang Mei asked softly. She didn't want to interfere too much in young people's romantic affairs, but she was also worried her son might get hurt, so she wanted to know more. She's my classmate, Yishui replied. Oh, so what? Is your relationship classmates? It wasn't what Fang Mei wanted to hear. Looking at her son's stiff expression, he wouldn't even meet her eyes. It seemed it was still too early to ask. Her son had never been in love before, she needed to give him more time. Mom, you shouldn't ask it that way. You should ask, is that female classmate your one true love? Do you want to marry her? Is there anything we can do to help you win her over? Mo Qingyao said with a giggle. Fang Mei looked at her daughter. You make a good point. For once you've offered something useful. So son, what are your thoughts? Both of their gazes fixed on Yishui, full of expectation. Yishui felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She had no idea if she was Mo Qingchuan's one true love, and whether Mo Qingchuan wanted to marry her was even more unknown. Faced with the mother and daughter's relentless questioning, her mind was in a whirl. I don't know if he likes me either. At 9:30 in the evening, the sky was as dark as ink. Mo Qingchuan lay sprawled on the soft, comfortable bed, gently swaying his delicate fair legs that gleamed like polished ivory. His feet resembled meticulously carved jade with soles tinged a tender pink. After dinner, he finished his homework and finally, dragging his weary body, he flopped onto the bed to scroll through his phone. So exhausting. Senior year is truly not for humans, he grumbled. With a sigh, he opened his phone and scrolled through Douyin, planning to relax before washing up and going to sleep. Usually he would boot up his computer and play a couple of games to ease the day's fatigue. Balancing work and leisure had always been Mo Qingchuan's creed. He refused to study mechanically lest he become a mere bookworm. Speaking of which, he was eager to play the explosively popular domestic 3A game Black Myth. But then he recalled his computer might not be able to run it smoothly. A soft ding sounded and a notification popped up at the top of his screen. It was a message from Yishui. Did you finish tonight's homework smoothly? All easy peasy. That's good. Want to play a couple of games? So Yishui played games too. He had thought she never touched them. What games? Honor of Kings. Alright, but I don't think I have you as a friend yet. Let's add each other. My ID is Yi Tiandi. Quite the name. He wondered how skilled she was at the game. Mo Qingchuan logged and searched for Yi Tiandi and saw her rank was Supreme King. Well, impressive. But she had fewer stars than him. Slightly ahead. After adding each other as friends, they created a room and turned on voice chat. Hello, can you hear me? Mo Qingchuan asked. Loud and clear. Start the game, it'll carry you to rank up, Yishui said confidently. So confident. Sure you won't drag us down. I'm strong. Just sit back and relax. Wait. How are you Honor V10? Mo Qingchuan was stunned when he saw the V10 badge. She had quietly spent that much on the game. Throwing so much money at 10 cent, what a fool. Yeah, what's the matter? My aunt plays too, and sometimes she recharges on my account. I add a bit occasionally, and before I knew it I hit V10. Yi Yishui's tone was indifferent to the money. Before I knew it. Darn rich people. Can you give me a skin sharing slot? Mo Qingchuan asked quietly. There were many skins he wanted to try, but although he could afford them, he held himself back. Sure, I still have a slot open, but the intimacy level needs to be above 15. Damn, there was such a restriction. He had never played with Yi Yishui before. It seemed he wouldn't enjoy those skins anytime soon. Then the game began. With a faint vibration, they entered the confirmation screen. When all the icons lit up, they moved to the hero selection interface. Mo Qingchuan checked. He didn't need to ban heroes. How about you support me? I want to play consort you. Yi Yishui said, tapping on a few heroes. Then he'll pick Ming. Those two together can deal insane damage. Yi Yishui grew serious on her bed, determined to showcase her skills and earn Mo Qingchuan's approval. Her rank wasn't just a fluke. As the game started, Mo Qingchuan moved straight through their jungle to observe the enemy jungler's movements. Spotting him in the blue area, he quickly retreated to the mid lane. The enemy support was also in mid lane, aiming to secure lane priority. Whoever cleared the wave first could rotate faster. However, Ming's hero could only provide interference, not much help in pushing. Mo Qingchuan was there just to keep their mid laner healthy, preventing him from being worn down by the enemy mid and support. After securing the mid lane, Mo Qingchuan maneuvered Ming to quickly reach Yi Yishui's side. Both marksmen were at half health, having just clashed without gaining an advantage. But Mo Qingchuan arrived first. As soon as he linked his chain, Yi Yishui controlled Consort Yu to relentlessly attack, leveraging her superior range. The enemy Ho Yi, seeing his health drop, critically flashed back to heal. But Yi Yishui was aggressive. She flashed under the tower to continue attacking. After 2 hits secured the kill, she was about to be slain by the tower when Mo Qingchuan's heal saved her. The belated Kai Yenji could only watch helplessly. Impressive, right? Impressive. Mo Qingchuan didn't hold back his praise. He hadn't expected Yi Yishui to play such an aggressive marksman. The enemy support bore the blame for arriving too late, otherwise they would have been the ones in danger from the tower dive. With first blood secured, the marksman's economy began to snowball. They claimed the river crab and small jungle creeps. Mid lane, an enemy jungler are missing vision. Be careful, Mo Qingchuan warned. No worries, let's recall. Not worth the risk. Yi Yishui's thinking was clear. Even though they would miss a wave, such a sacrifice was necessary. Otherwise, the small advantage they had built in the bottom lane would vanish, turning into a major disadvantage. When they recalled, the enemy mid laner and jungler indeed appeared in the bottom lane, only to find it empty. As the match progressed, a team fight erupted over the dragon. Yi Yishui, leveraging her range advantage, attacked relentlessly, while Mo Qingchuan guarded her, using his body to block Ho Yi's ultimate and create space for her. Although he died, Yi Yishui secured a quadra kill in that fight, giving her a 2,000 gold lead over the enemy marksman. As long as they didn't make any mistakes, the game was already won. You're pretty good at support. Keep it quiet. We're unstoppable, wreaking havoc. Mo Qingchuan lifted his head with pride. He loved being acknowledged, especially by the school's top beauty. In the end, there were no surprises. Yi Yishui claimed the MVP with a crushing score of 1205. "Oh, looks like I can't play anymore," she said regretfully. She had thoroughly enjoyed that match. Playing marksman with a good support was pure bliss. Mo Qingchuan had blocked many skills for her, and his ultimate's healing came through at critical moments. "What's wrong?" Mo Qingchuan asked, puzzled. They were having a great time. "Why stop now? Your mother is urging me to shower and sleep." Oh, Mo Qingchuan understood. Shower. His mother did mention it every evening, but he usually ignored it. "I'll go shower first," Yi Yishui said softly. Her face flushed. Showering meant getting completely undressed. Although she was controlling Mo Qingchuan's body, she had never seen it naked. Now she was also curious about Mo Qingchuan's nude form. Ahem, well, I want to shower too. Mo Qingchuan, you? Yi Yishui felt her CPU was about to overheat and crash. No. She then wondered if refusing was unfair, a bit hypocritical. But she was torn. If Mo Qingchuan showered, she felt embarrassed, but if he didn't, she felt oddly disappointed. Oh, so annoying. Why was there such a contradiction? Yi Yishui felt her thoughts couldn't keep up, overwhelmed by embarrassment, as if steam were rising from her head. Do as you please. After all, it's your body now. With that, Yi Yishui hung up the phone, buried her face in the pillow, her whole body burning hot. What had she just said? How could she face Mo Qingchuan tomorrow? Qingchuan, stop playing and go shower. Okay. Yi Yishui propped herself up, hesitated for 2 seconds, then resolutely got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. In the bathtub, ripples danced upon the water, reflecting a delicate and flawless form. A droplet slid down Mo Qingchuan's slender and elegant neck, landing upon her collarbone, where a tiny puddle had already formed. A faint mist permeated the bathroom, adding a touch of hazy obscurity. Mo Qingchuan stared blankly at her own legs. In the past, I would have definitely taken a couple of drinks. Alas, now was not the past, as she was the master of this body. She slowly tilted her head back, her hair cascading down, revealing the pristine white of her jade-like neck. Her thin red lips pressed together gently. This body was far too perfect. If one had to find a flaw, it was that it lacked curves in the front and back. Yet this body was only 18 years old with ample room for growth. Ding dong. At that moment the phone buzzed again with a message. Mo Qingchuan reached for the phone on the counter and saw a WeChat message from big head Zhang Xiang. It was the time when Zhang Xiang returned to the dorm after evening self-study. Qingchuan, wish me luck that tonight in my dreams I can kiss that pretty girl. Mo Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. If you truly want to kiss a girl, go find one in real life. It wasn't like there were no pretty single girls in the class. Why fixate on a pretty girl in a dream? With that thought she began typing. Big head, you're not young anymore. Stop fantasizing in your dreams. Senior year is almost over. Is there really no one you like? Confess at the end so you have no regrets in your youth. Zhang Xiang's expression twisted as he read it. But he dared not confess. He felt it would lead nowhere, so it was better to bury these feelings and let them fade with. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. Mo Qingchuan curled her lips in exasperation. He didn't understand. Stop pretending. Fine, go dream your dreams. If you're going to dream, don't be timid. Dream of kissing 10. That would be amazing. You're hopeless. Mo Qingchuan was speechless. Big head, you'll never get a girlfriend like this. You're too timid. Youthful love untainted by too much materialism should be bravely pursued. He wasn't dating because he wanted to focus on his studies for a good future. In college he would definitely date. But if this body swap continued, how would he date? It seemed there was only one possibility. Other men. Sorry, psychologically unacceptable. A woman. Wasn't that absurd? But Qingchuan, I do have a crush. Sigh, if only my grades were as good as yours. Huh. I never would have guessed. Big head actually had a crush. Even his best friend didn't know. He was hiding it well. Who is it? Who? Mo Qingchuan was intrigued. Which girl was it? A strong sense of gossip had taken hold. I'm not telling. Trying to keep me in suspense, huh? Think about it. If you tell me, I can help you scope out the situation. This offer won't. In the dormitory, Zhang Xiang was suddenly conflicted. He didn't dare to say it because he didn't know her feelings. They had talked, but it was very mundane. Really? You won't just tell her I like her, right? Do I look like a fool? Mo Qingchuan was genuinely trying to help his good friend this time. And his good friend was doubting his intelligence. Let me think. Tomorrow we only have half a day of school before the break. How about we grab a meal after school? We can talk slowly. Fine, but I'm bringing someone. Who? Yi Shui. Zhang Xiang's hand trembled. Holy cow, you two actually got together. Just like that. That's the untouchable lofty flower. If word got out that you two were a couple, countless people at school would be wailing. Not a good idea. I only wanted to tell you. Who do you think can help you find out the situation? If Yi Shui doesn't come, how are we going to find out? With your big butt. Seeing this message, Zhang Xiang fell into a dilemma. He didn't want to reveal the information, fearing the whole class would eventually know. But if the girl didn't like him in the end, had become a laughingstock. This fear, like a shackle, prevented him from telling that girl he liked her. I understand, but can you guarantee Yi Shui won't tell anyone? Naturally. With Mo Qingchuan's assurance, Zhang Xiang hesitated no more. Alright, it's settled then. Tisk'll have to wait until after school tomorrow to find out. Putting down the phone, Mo Qingchuan enjoyed a rare moment of peace. She soaked in the tub, relaxing. Half an hour later she finished washing, dried her hair, and slowly brushed it in bed. She wasn't very skilled, but she knew enough to get her hair smooth. Yi Shui had already washed up and complained that Mo Qingchuan's only bathing item was a piece of tallow soap. Mo Qingchuan told her not to use other things, or a piece of tallow soap was enough, and his skin was already good. For a guy there wasn't much fuss. As long as it cleans, it's fine. Turning off the light, Mo Qingchuan prepared to sleep. Lying on the soft, fragrant bed brought her inner peace. Maybe when she woke up tomorrow their souls would swap back. However, the fact that Yu Miao Miao had arranged people to ambush him would not be let go so easily. A few minutes later her consciousness sank and her breathing steadied. Don't underestimate me, I'm just a sheep. At that moment her phone rang again. She reached out, saw it was an unknown number, and hung up directly. Lately even spam calls were targeting students. How annoying. Don't underestimate me, I'm just a... Hung up. Don't. Mo Qingchuan was fed up. 3 calls from the same number. What's wrong with this person? Can't a person get some sleep? Hello? Do you know what time it is? Are you crazy? On the other end of the line there was silence. Not a sound was made. Hello? Anyone there? Speak. Don't make me curse you. Mo Qingchuan's temper flared instantly. He was usually good-natured, but this was too much. As the Taoist said, don't hold back your anger, or your heart will become dirty. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses to vent, a gentle voice came through. The voice was like rain after a long drought, soothing the soul, but Mo Qingchuan's gaze turned cold. Isn't this Mo Qingchuan's phone number? Who are you? Huh. So it was this woman. She still hadn't given up, and it had been so long. Does that calling at this hour, is there something? There is something I need to ask. He's not here. I hope you won't call him again. After Mo Qingchuan spoke, there was a moment of silence on the other end. He snorted coldly, and was about to hang up when the voice came again. Sorry, I didn't recognize you earlier. You're Yi Shui, right? I didn't expect you two to actually be together. Sharing a room so early, do your parents approve? Does that concern you? You're overstepping. And who said anything about sharing a room? What are you imagining? I'm sorry. Stop pretending. Even the gentlest voice can't hide the depravity of your character. He told you everything. Mo Qingchuan sneered. Told. He was Mo Qingchuan. The incident back then had disgusted him so much that he had distanced himself like this. He didn't even want to be friends. Sorry I won't disturb you. Mo Qingchuan hung up the phone, his thoughts drifting back to that incident, leaving him thoroughly unsettled. He could only hope that this woman wouldn't stir up any trouble just before the college entrance exams. Zhou Yingying, you really are something. The reason Mo Qingchuan detested her so much wasn't the confession during the military training. Rather, it was her actions after his clear rejection. He shook his head, casting all those vexing matters aside. Time to sleep. There's still half a day of class tomorrow. In the early morning, Mo Qingchuan tidied himself up. On the counter beside him lay an array of skincare products and conditioners. He couldn't make sense of them, so he simply opted for the simplest method, washing his face with water. After all, Yi Yishui's skin was naturally clear and balanced, neither oily nor dry. He figured using a facial cleanser once in a while at night was sufficient. After combing his hair and tying it up simply, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed out. Another day of being the school beauty, yay, joyful. He still possessed one good skill that hadn't vanished with the body swap. No matter how terrible his mood, a good night's sleep would make it better. If not, 2 nights would do. And so what if he'd lost certain parts? Being the school beauty was far better. Walking down the street, many couldn't help but turn back for another look at his face. Even the school uniform couldn't suppress the charm of this body. What are you looking at? Don't want those eyes anymore. Ahead, a couple suddenly erupted into a quarrel. The woman twisted the man's ear, her voice laced with anger. Ouch. I'm wrong. I wasn't looking. I saw your eyes go straight. You like looking, do you? Break up. Hey. I really wasn't looking, Xiaoli. Give me one more chance. Mo Qingchuan broke into a cold sweat. If they really broke up, he couldn't be blamed, could he? He was just on his way to school. A beautiful face spells disaster. Those words weren't just empty talk. Still, it made him inwardly vigilant. Being attractive was an advantage, but it was a double-edged sword, and he had to be wary of others' covetousness. When a girl goes out, when a boy goes out, he must protect himself. With yesterday's experience, Mo Qingchuan slowed his pace today. He pondered whether to buy an egg pancake to take along or eat at the cafeteria. After all, so many people stared at him in the cafeteria, making him feel uneasy. I've been waiting for you for a while. If you hadn't shown up, I would have called. A voice came from ahead. Morning, Yi. Mo Qingchuan smiled. He hadn't expected Yi Yishui to wait for him today. Morning. You seem in a good mood today, she said, walking alongside him. You could tell, eh? Yeah. Was I good as Galio yesterday? Excellent. Mo Qingchuan gave a thumbs up. Yi Yishui smiled softly. She too enjoyed being acknowledged, especially by someone with whom she shared a special bond. As for where those feelings began, that was her little secret. By the way, there's something after school at noon. I hope you can come, Mo Qingchuan said, rubbing. What is it? She tilted her head. It's about my good buddy Big Head. He likes a girl in our class. He wouldn't tell me on WeChat. He insisted on doing it in person. I was thinking, since this is the last bit of high school, let my brother charge for love and leave no regrets, Mo Qingchuan said slowly. He truly had his buddy's best interest at heart. Zhang Xiang, one of his few friends, was reliable and honest in his deal. Oh, leave no regrets. A subtle expression flickered across Yi Yishui's face. I don't want to leave regret. Huh. Mo Qingchuan was puzzled. Yi Yishui's voice had dropped too low for him to catch. What did you say? Ahem. Yi Yishui cleared her throat. I already know who Zhang Xiang likes. How do you know? I observed it yesterday. A huge question mark popped up over Mo Qingchuan's head. Had hung out with Zhang Xiang for so long without figuring out who he liked, and Shed deduced it in just one day. Was he not being a good enough buddy? So, who is it? Yi Yishui looked at his curious expression, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of her mouth as a wicked idea sparked within her. Zhang Xiang likes. Her voice trailed off. Huh. Mo Qingchuan felt an urge to claw at his ears in frustration. Oh, come on. You're all such teases. Tell me. I can't stand it. Mo Qingchuan wailed. What's the rush? You'll find out at noon. Yi Yishui was thoroughly pleased with his reaction, unable to resist teasing him. No, tell me now. Mo Qingchuan grabbed her arm, refusing to let her go. Yi Yishui blinked, looking at his face, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Beg me. Mo Qingchuan stiffened. Wait. Things seemed to be heading in a strange direction. This wasn't right. Yi Yishui had blurted it out in that moment of inspiration, and now her ears were the first to turn red. What had she just said? Thump, thump, thump. Her heart pounded harder, as if it might leap out of her chest. Her gaze toward Mo Qingchuan became evasive, yet carried a hint of anticipation. Mo Qingchuan glanced around to see if anyone was near, then gritted his teeth. The itch of curiosity was unbearable. Fine head, beg. Yishui. He was about to say it when a voice interrupted. Yi Yishui's anger flared instantly. So close, just that close. Who was it? Who was so clueless? She glared fiercely at the boy running toward them, her fury blazing even hotter. Yishui heading to school. Let's go together. The approaching boy exuded an air of arrogance and confidence, though faint red marks lingered on his neck, not yet fully faded. Ignore him. Let's go. Yi Yishui suppressed her rage and directly grabbed Mo Qingchuan's wrist. Wang Zikai's brows furrowed. Who was this guy? Had actually grabbed Yi Yishui's wrist. Unbelievable. He had pursued her for so long, without even touching a single strand of her hair. And now some stranger had taken her away. Had been absent from school for the past 2 days. What had happened? Wait. He dashed forward, blocking their path. Whoever you are, stay away from Yi Yishui. She's not someone a low-class family like yours contained. Just look at you, what a disgrace. This is the first and last time I'll speak to you politely. If I see you again, don't expect a friendly face. Wang Zikai's face darkened as he fixed his glare on Yi Yishui. Mo Qingchuan was taken aback. Did you know who you were threatening? And what did he mean by low-class family? What had migrant workers ever done to you? Another arrogant, ill-mannered fool. Let go. Get lost now. Wang Zikai bellowed. Can't you see I'm not? Mo Qingchuan said. Wang Zikai's breath caught. Indeed, no one could force Yi Yishui, especially not in a physical contact. He could see that, but so what? What could this guy possibly have that she valued? A despicable low-class family. He could crush them with a flick of his foot. Yet this lowlife he looked down upon was being so intimate with the one he couldn't have. Jealousy turned to fury as he glared at Yi Yishui. Still not leaving? You want me to resort to force? Yi Yishui's expression soured. Her good mood was ruined. She looked at Wang Zikai as if he were trash, then slowly opened her mouth to utter a curse. Idiot. Yi Yishui couldn't remember the last time she had uttered a curse word, certainly not during high school. But this time she was genuinely furious. Having their peaceful time for 2 interrupted was one thing, but to belittle and threaten Mo Qingchuan was unforgivable. Who did he think he was? Did he take them for fools blind to the hickey on his neck? And this wretch still dared to approach. Disgusting. Mo Qingchuan was somewhat surprised that Yi Yishui had used profanity, yet what she said was exactly what he had been thinking. You? How dare you insult me? You lowly creature. Wang Zikai decided he wouldn't hold back any longer and threw a punch at Yi Yishui. But he had picked the wrong opponent. Miss Yes' martial skills were formidable. She reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping the punch. Grasping his arm, she used her waist's momentum to execute a flawless shoulder throw. Thud. Wang Zikai's backpack contained not a single book, so he took the full brunt of the fall. He lay there dazed, writhing in pain, unable to rise. Yi Yishui dusted off her hands with a flourish and turned her gaze to Mo Qingchuan. Let's go. Don't be late for school. All right. Mo Qingchuan obediently followed behind Yi Yishui. Well, picking a fight with anyone but Miss Yi. He had it coming. That was awesome. Mo Qingchuan chuckled. Yi Yishui's mood improved slightly, though she regretted not having heard Mo Qingchuan beg her just moments before. But there was plenty of time, opportunities would come again. When they reached the school gate, they didn't deliberately part ways. The head of the security department saw them, but chose to turn a blind eye. He had found himself quite charmed by this couple yesterday and had told his wife about them. However, his wife hadn't quite agreed and had shared her own thoughts. Youngsters nowadays aren't as innocent as we were. They know everything at such a young age. If he's as reliable as you think, then that girl is lucky. But Yi Yishui is so beautiful, he's probably after her looks. You need to be cautious about that boy and keep... Besides, the college entrance exam is coming soon. They need to focus. Wang Jun, the department head, thought she had a point, but deep down, he still trusted Yi Yishui. The way she spoke to him, her tone and expression didn't seem fake. After all these years as department head, could he not? When they reached their class formation, Zhang Xiang came scurrying over. Mo Qingchuan looked at him with a knowing smirk. Did you get to kiss that pretty girl last night? Zhang Xiang scratched his head, not expecting Miss Yi to ask that. No, I didn't even dream about her. Sigh. That final sigh conveyed his helplessness, disappointment, and lingering hope. Mo Qingchuan was speechless. Just how pretty was this girl? To have you so infatuated. Qingchuan, Yi Yishui, what do you want for lunch? Yuzhen restaurant, Yi Yishui blurted out. Zhang Xiang was startled, feeling his wallet tremble. Bro, are you trying to drain me dry? That place is so expensive. I'm not even sure my money can cover 2 dishes. Yi Yishui was a bit puzzled. So for a student, that restaurant was indeed very costly. She didn't have to pay when she ate there, so she had never really noticed. As for her school meal card, she hadn't topped it up in 3 years, and there was still nearly 1,000 yuan left. The money in her bank card was even more, as she never paid attention. Her mother would transfer tens of thousands every month. Let's just grab something simple. Mo Qingchuan said slowly. See, Yi Yishui is considerate. Enough talk, time for morning exercises. Zhang Xiang sighed in relief, his little savings narrowly saved. He was also planning to buy a gift. After all, her birthday seemed to be approaching. We only have half a day of classes, but don't slack off. Yi Yishui said one last thing before leaving. Don't worry, I won't. Lately I feel like my meridians have opened up. I guarantee you'll score over 610 on the next mock exam, Mo Qingchuan promised. Oh, so confident. If you score over 610, I can give you a reward. Mo Qingchuan was stunned. A reward? That sounded like something between lovers, didn't it? Like a kiss, a hug, or a pair of black stockings. But he was the one in control of Yi Yishui's body now. What kind of reward could he give? As he pondered, a sense of anticipation began to build. The second mock exam was in early April next week. Time was a bit tight, but he had confidence. However, before that there was another problem to solve. After morning exercises and the first self-study session, Imo Qingchuan put down his textbook and walked straight to the back of the classroom. His target was clear: Yu Miao Miao. Yu Miao Miao saw Yi Yishui approaching, a flicker of panic in her eyes, but she forced herself to stay calm. Aren't you going to explain what happened last night? Imo Qingchuan's voice was cold. What happened? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't play dumb. When those thugs cornered me, they said you sent them. Yu Miao's brow furrowed and she shouted, evidence. What proof do you have that I sent them? Her yell caught the attention of everyone still in the classroom who hadn't had breakfast. Curious eyes turned their way. Yesterday rumors had started that Imo Qingchuan had stopped fawning over Yu Miao Miao and was instead getting close to Yi Yishui. Now it seemed there was indeed some drama. Yi Yishui also stood up and walked over. How about we call the security chief over and have a confrontation? Or we can report this to the teacher and have our parents come in to discuss it. Yu Miao's face paled. She had been afraid ever since those thugs failed last night and were spotted by security. If the school investigated, she could face serious consequences, even expulsion. The prospect of having her parents called in terrified her even more. Her family background wasn't good. Her mother had an affair, and after the divorce, she went to live with her father. But her father had changed drastically after the divorce. He drank and gambled, leaving her to her own devices. As long as she didn't cause trouble, it was fine, but if she did, she'd get a severe beating. The conflicts in her family had also made her distrustful of emotions. Yet losing a fish she had kept for so long was hard to accept, especially since Imo Qingchuan was the finest catch of them all. Imo Qingchuan looked puzzled. Was Yu Miao Miao so afraid of her parents? Then why was she the way she was mixed up with? But you were the one who poached him. You stole what was mine. Stole what was yours. Yi Yishui's tone was accusatory. Your love seems to be spread quite thin. With so many fish in your pond, is there enough to go around? Faced with Yi Yishui's interrogation, Yu Miao's expression turned ugly. Had she been found out? She had hidden it so well. Only her best friend Lu might have known. How is it? Let's end this here. I want to pursue this matter further, but don't cause us any more trouble. Otherwise I will see last night's incident through to the end. Yi Yishui said calmly. Yu Miao clenched her teeth and nodded. Escalating things would be bad for her too. But she was not convinced that she would never accept defeat from Yi Yishui. The morning hours slipped by swiftly. Some had reaped a bountiful harvest, while others merely dozed off at their desks. Alright, that concludes today's lesson. There won't be a second mock exam until next Wednesday, so I won't assign any homework. Go home and relax a bit, but don't let your guard down completely. This is the final stretch of high school. Persevere and victory isn't far off. Class dismissed. Oh, goodbye teacher. Time to go home and play Black Myth. The students in the classroom looked as if they had been liberated, their faces beaming with excitement. The boarding students in particular dashed out in a flurry. Qingchuan, you guys head to the school gate first. I'll go to the dorm to grab my suitcase. Zhang Xiang's home was quite far from school, which was why he chose to board. Yet this guy never handed in his phone when returning to school and had never been caught. Quite impressive, really. Yishui, bye-bye, see you next week. Tang Wenk waved her little hand and bid farewell to Imo Qingchuan. Bye. Imo Qingchuan responded curtly, then turned his gaze to Yi Yishui. He caught her rummaging through his desk drawer. What are you doing? Yi Yishui shot him a glance before rolling her eyes. Tidying up for you. Look at the mess in here. Imo Qingchuan was well aware of the state of his desk. The problem was that tests were handed out daily without pause, and sometimes there was simply no time to organize. Let's go for now. They'll clean it up when we get back next week. All right. Yi Yishui slung her little backpack over her shoulder, and the two began to walk side by side. A few classmates stayed behind to clean the classroom. Seeing the two of them so close, they found it astonishing. Once the pair had left the room, they started discussing it. No way, Master Yi, has Imo Qingchuan really won you over? I'd say it's almost certain. Who's ever been able to get this close to Yi, the school beauty, before? Damn it. I was planning to confess my feelings after the college entrance exam. How could this happen? Forget it. You had no chance during school, and after the exam it'll be even more impossible. There have been more and more rumors about those two lately. The group sighed, their tones laced with envy. In the class there was hardly a boy who didn't admire Yi Yishui. After all, she was a girl blessed with beauty, intelligence, and an untainted romantic history. She was the moonlight of so many hearts. Perhaps they're closer than you think, like sleeping in the same bed. An unexpected remark made the boys turn to look at the speaker. She had dark, plump skin, and her bangs covered half her eyes, giving her a somewhat gloomy appearance. Zizhou Yingying, isn't it wrong to say things like that? Yeah, aren't you slandering her reputation? Slander? Zhou Yingying shook her head with a wry smile. In her eyes, these boys were all the same. They adored and defended the pretty ones. As for the unattractive, they either ignored them or mocked them. In this world, while looks aren't everything, they are an inherent. You can't judge people by appearances. There are many who seem aloof on the surface but engage in shady deeds behind the scenes. Her words left the boys silent, lost in thought. Seeing this, Zhou Yingying calmly took a sip of water. Her goal had been achieved, now she just needed to wait and see the outcome. If it didn't work, she would stoke the fire a little more. Outside the school, Mo Qingchuan opened his phone and scrolled through Douyin. Out of 5 videos, 3 were of beautiful women dancing, which made him break out in a cold sweat, and he quickly closed the app. This phone is a bit crazy. It's not usually like this. Who paid for the promotion? Mo Qingchuan, I have some good news. Do you want to hear it? Yi Yishui was typing on her phone, apparently chatting with someone. What good news? My aunt is coming back tonight. Aunt? Mo Qingchuan pondered. This might not necessarily be good news, right? He felt that the more he talked, the more likely he was to slip up. After all, he knew nothing about Yi Yishui's family. All he knew so far was that they were wealthy. How is Yi Yishui looked down at him? Of course, so you won't be lonely. There'll be someone to chat with you. Don't worry, my aunt is a nice person. Mo Qingchuan felt conflicted. This feeling was like living with a stranger and having to act as if they were familiar. It was a bit beyond him. He wasn't the type to warm up to people easily. Is there anything I should be careful about? Yi Yishui thought for a moment and said, don't sleep with my aunt. She's restless in her sleep. She might kick you or slap you in the middle of the night. Is that the reason they can't sleep together? Isn't it because his soul is male? What are you thinking? Even if my aunt insists on sleeping together, you mustn't agree. Got it. Mo Qingchuan nodded solemnly. Also, it's best not to mention men in front of my aunt. Why? It's a family matter hard to explain. Just don't bring it up, or you'll hear her curse all men. What did men do to her? Mo Qingchuan hesitated, then ventured tentatively, was she cheated on by a man? No? What are you thinking? Just stop guessing. All right. Mo Qingchuan didn't press further. Pressing further would be impolite. Just then Zhang Xiang came running over with his suitcase. Let's go. I'm taking you guys for a feast. What feast? Yi Yishui asked. You'll see when we get there. Zhang Xiang rubbed his hands together. 20 minutes later they stopped and looked up at the sign. Zhang Xiang Malatang. That name. Mo Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. Is this your family's place? No, just a coincidence. Zhang Xiang waved his hand. Come on, the Malatang here is pretty good. This is a feast. Yi Yishui, don't complain when it's free. Mo Qingchuan picked up a tray and tongs and handed them to her. Yi Yishui nodded, then looked at him seriously. Meatballs and stuff aren't healthy, so don't eat too much. You too. I'm going to eat a lot. Why? I've never really had them before. Forget it, let her be. Eating it once in a while won't hurt. The ingredients looked fresh enough, but it's not like the Malatang would be laced with diarrhea medicine, right? After picking their ingredients, the 3 sat down in a less crowded spot. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui both stared at Zhang Xiang, waiting for him to speak. But the guy just looked back and forth between them, showing no sign of starting. What are you staring at? Shouldn't you confess who you? Mo Qingchuan asked. If you're too shy to say it, I'll say it for you. Yi Yishui chimed in. Zhang Xiang's face suddenly flushed. You already know? He looked at Yi Yishui in surprise. As expected. Of my good buddy you already knew. Mo Qingchuan blinked. Your so-called good buddy knows absolutely nothing. When did you start liking her? Yi Yishui asked. Zhang Xiang hesitated, then spoke slowly. The time can be traced back to the military training in freshman year. During the military training in freshman year of high school. Why does this sound so familiar? He felt like he had just said this yesterday. But who exactly is Zhang Xiang in love with? Back then I was full of anticipation for high school life. Even though military training was exhausting, every day my heart was brimming with passion. And then, during military training, I accidentally injured my leg. The instructor and teacher, worried about infection in the heat, let me sit on a small stool in the shade every day. Though spared the sun and drills, sitting idle each day was incredibly boring, and I felt my passion waning. But then she got injured too, sprained her ankle, swollen, and couldn't continue training. So the two of us, both injured, sat together in the shade. At first I didn't dare to speak first. Every moment she was there my heart raced and my hands trembled with nervousness. But she took the initiative to talk to me. She asked my name, what I liked, and if I had any favorite anime. Though I stammered from nervousness, we still clicked. We had many shared interests, added each other on WeChat, and chatted a lot every day. That was when I realized I had fallen for her. As Zhang Xiang spoke, a hint of reminiscence glimmered in his eyes. For him, naive in matters of the heart, and with little experience with girls, she was his true first love. Perhaps she wasn't the school beauty or exceptionally gorgeous. But every time he saw her, it was as if some force plucked at his heartstrings, leaving his soul unsettled for a long time. Yet he never expressed his feelings. Instead, he chose to hide them. He felt unworthy of her, daring only to tread carefully in their interactions. True love seemed etched with inferiority. And so in the blink of an eye, it was nearly time for high school graduation. Mo Qingchuan scratched his head. Can you just say the name? So you just pined for 3 years and did nothing? Yi Yishui asked. Zhang Xiang nodded silently. He dared not do anything more. He feared that even their friendship would be lost. Number 27, oh, please pick up your order at the counter. Oh, that's mine. He'll go get it. Zhang Xiang rose and walked to the table near the kitchen. After he left him, Qingchuan quickly asked Yi Shui, a crush for nearly 3 years. That's love to the bone. Can you tell me who it is? Yi Shui propped her chin and slowly uttered 3 words, Tang Wink. Oh. Qingchuan's mouth fell open, frozen on the spot. His CPU seemed to crash for 3 seconds. It wasn't shock over liking Tang Wink or any major issue with her, but rather, Big Head's chances seemed. What's up? Yi Shui asked, puzzled by Qingchuan's expression. She had spent considerable time with Tang Wink and thought highly of her. She didn't understand why Qingchuan reacted so strongly. Do you know who Tang Wink likes? Qingchuan's question left Yi Shui stunned. After all this time, Tang Wink had never confided in her. She only knew that Tang Wink was deeply into anime characters and novels, often recommending them. It seemed as if she had no interest in real men. Who? Yi Shui asked quickly, seeing Zhang Xiang hadn't returned yet. Qingchuan looked at her, a smirk curling on his lips. Beg me, how the tables have turned. Haha, tch. Yi Shui clicked her tongue, a blush creeping across her cheeks. She never expected Qingchuan to be such a rascal. Number 5, please pick up your order at the counter. Number 2, please pick up your order at the counter. The voice announcement interrupted their stare. Let's get the food first. Yi Shui stood up and quickly walked to the counter. Qingchuan coughed lightly. Why was his own heart racing too? As a former innocent young lad, he still couldn't utter such words calmly. Heart pounding. Phew. Stay calm. Stay calm. The 3 got their food, mixed the sauces, and sat back down. So, Qingchuan, actually, it's better not to ask. I don't think I have a chance. Zhang Xiang sighed softly. Qingchuan nodded after hearing this. Indeed. Huh. Yi School Beauty, don't be like that. Zhang Xiang's heart sank instantly. He felt that Yi School Beauty must know something to say that. Yi Shui kicked Qingchuan. Don't listen to his nonsense. You'll have to go back and ask to find out. Yi Shui offered some comfort. Yi School Beauty, sorry for the trouble, but please don't expose me. Zhang Xiang said with a serious expression. Qingchuan nodded helplessly. Don't worry, I'll ask Tang Wink. Though Big Head had no chance, better to end the pain quickly and let him focus on exams. There's still hope in college. Speaking of which, you two got close so suddenly. I remember the day before yesterday, Qingchuan, you brought a pancake for you. Meow meow. Yi Shui ate her spicy hot pot, but found it less appetizing. Though Qingchuan had explained, thinking about how long he had brought breakfast for you, meow meow, made her uncomfortable. Don't drag us into this. Qingchuan quickly said. He gritted his teeth. Big Head, where's your emotional intelligence? Is this the time to bring up you, meow meow? Oh, sorry, I was just curious of him. Zhang Xiang realized his mistake and quickly apologized. Better think before I speak from now on. By the way, Qingchuan, do you know where Jingbai went? He hasn't been to school for a week, and he's not replying to me. To break the awkward silence, Zhang Xiang quickly changed the subject. No idea, Yi Shui replied. Qingchuan chewed on some enoki mushrooms, thinking. Jingbai hadn't contacted him lately either. At school, besides Big Head, Jingbai was his closest friend. Compared to Big Head, Jingbai was more dazzling. The school heartthrob of Shanhano. One high school with excellent grades, a wealthy family, an only child, and one of the strong contenders for the future head of the Jing group. But this guy had a hobby known only to Qingchuan and Zhang Xiang. That was cosplay and cross-dressing. He had even sent Qingchuan photos of himself in women's clothing, nearly giving him a heart attack and a critical blow. He was just a hair's breadth away from being captivated by Jingbai. That damn cross-dressing boy. Thankfully, Yi School Beauty in the class held the fort, or else Jingbai in women's clothing would have claimed the title of Shanhano, one high school's beauty. But speaking of Jingbai, Tang Wink couldn't be ignored either. She glanced at Zhang Xiang again. Sigh. What a tangled fate. The 3 of you might as well stay single. After all, this love triangle couldn't form a closed loop. He was just curious who Jingbai, this cross-dressing boy, liked. Would it spiral into a 4-way or 5-way relationship? Too complicated. Too complicated. Better just watch the drama. Hello, beautiful, can I get to know you? A man with a buzz cut and tattoos approached to strike up a conversation, car keys dangling from his hand. The woman wore sunglasses, carried a handbag with her hair loose, and an off-white coat that exuded understated luxury. In her hand was a Huawei P70 Pro. Her aura made it clear at a glance that she was nurtured by wealth. Amidst the crowd, she seemed like a natural protagonist, effortlessly standing out. She tilted her head, lifting her fair chin slightly as she glanced at the man. Through her sunglasses, a look of disdain was evident. Do you own a house? The man looked her up and down, chuckled. Already booked one. The woman frowned and turned to leave. What a nuisance, running into another man. The man tossed his Baojun car keys in his hand, feeling a hint of contempt. Another woman who didn't recognize true value. Dressed decently with a passable demeanor, TSK. A fake socialite putting on a good act, but doesn't even know a car worth over $500,000. Boring. Yawning, the man prepared to find his next target. But then he saw the woman open the door of a Rolls-Royce Phantom and take the driver's seat. Holy crap. A real socialite. The man was dumbfounded, breaking out in a cold sweat. Good thing he hadn't gone over to get handsy, or had be done for. Someone who could drive a car like that could ruin him with ease. He turned and walked away without looking back. Yi Qingru sat in the driver's seat, tossing her sunglasses and bag onto the passenger seat. With the sunglasses removed, her flawless features were revealed, a delicate face set in an icy expression. Men are all the same, utterly disgusting. In over 20 years of life, I've never met a single normal man. She started the car and glanced at her phone. Still, Yi is adorable. Wait for me. He'll be there to cuddle soon. If not for unavoidable matters, she'd already be in Yi's bed. With the roar of the engine, the Rolls-Royce Phantom sped away, leaving a trail of exhaust. At Yi Yishui's home, Imo Qingchuan lounged on the sofa, stuffed from eating too much malatang. Her stomach felt so small now, she could only eat a little more than half of what she used to. Yi Yishui poured her a glass of water, looking at Imo Qingchuan with hopeful anticipation. Imo Qingchuan felt uneasy under her gaze and couldn't help but speak. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Don't play dumb. Tell me who Tang Wink likes. I've known her for so long and never knew. I thought she only liked anime characters. Yi Yishui pouted. You haven't begged me yet, Imo Qingchuan said with a wink. TCH. Yi Yishui turned her face away. For some reason, Imo Qingchuan found the expression on that body adorable. It unsettled him. Even though it looked like his former self, the one speaking was a different soul. And indeed, the body changed with the soul. At least he could never have made that face before. It's actually Jingbai, known as the school heartthrob of our Shanha no. One hot. Imo Qingchuan calmly took a sip of water. Him. Doesn't he have an engagement? Engagement? Imo Qingchuan nearly spat out his water, but choked instead. Cough, cough, cough. Did you just say engagement? Yeah, Yishui nodded. Damn, him his best bro, and I didn't even know. How infuriating. I'm going to By the way, how do you know? Yi Yishui tilted her head, a smirk playing on her lips. Haha. Imo Qingchuan's hand froze, and he set down his glass. Don't tell me. I have to beg you again. Yi Yishui shook her head. No need for that. My legs are a bit sore now. How about giving me a massage? She lifted her legs onto the sofa. Imo Qingchuan hesitated, reluctant. He'd rather massage his own legs. Weren't his current legs better than the old ones? But he was too curious about Jingbei's engagement, so compromising once in a while wasn't a big deal. Finding it troublesome, he simply pulled Yi Yishui's calves onto his lap and began applying his technique. How is it? Comfortable? Imo Qingchuan asked. Not bad, not bad. Since you asked so sincerely, I'll graciously tell you. Yi Yishui said, her face slightly flushed as she enjoyed the massage. Jingbei's engagement was arranged long ago, though I heard he's quite resistant to it. And it's not just a simple business merger. Back then, the Jing Corporation suffered a massive blow, drowning in debt. The higher-ups schemed to flee with the money, nearly draining the already crippled company. At that time, everyone was watching this crumbling edifice, ready to devour it the moment it collapsed. But in that crisis, a girl arrived at headquarters with a few people, not long after she left. And then the Jing Corporation rose like a revived lion, swiftly reclaiming lost markets and stabilizing the situation. A major purge followed, having management and increasing grassroots positions. That's how the Jing Corporation stood tall again. Many sought marriage alliances with them, then knowing the reborn company would be stronger than ever. But surprisingly, the Jing Corporation turned them all down, announcing publicly that Jingbai was already engaged. That's the gist of it. I heard it secondhand. The engagement is real, but to this day, they've never revealed who Jingbai is betrothed to. Yi Yishui finished speaking and closed her eyes, leaning back. Having her legs massaged felt wonderful. Her whole body relaxed. Bliss. Imo Qingchuan listened in a daze. He knew nothing about corporations, the competition, or the interests involved. Who is this girl? To accomplish something like that, Jingbai is pretty lucky, isn't he? He found it all quite surreal, with many questions. Could a girl really wield such power? Or was it the will of her elders? Was it all just for a marriage alliance? Damn, was Jingbai some kind of novel protagonist? So envious. The last real-life novel protagonist was that guy who at his lowest had only a cold 4 billion in his account. I don't know. I don't know much about Jingbai. I only know because it caused quite a stir in business circles. So, do you know he cross-dresses? Imo Qingchuan asked. Yi Yishui opened her eyes. Cross-dressing? Really? First time hearing that a young master of some corporation actually cross-dressed. How do you know he cross-dresses? He sent me plenty of pictures. Let me see. No, that's his privacy. Without his consent, I can't show you. Imo Qingchuan refused outright. He absolutely couldn't let Yi Yishui know he had over a dozen of Jingbei's cross-dressing photos on his phone. TCH, like I even want to see. Is his cross-dressing prettier than me? No, he falls a bit short. Oomph. Yi Yishui lifted her chin haughtily. Imo Qingchuan found Yi Yishui's hum strange. If she had used her own body to hum, it would certainly have sounded better. By the way, Big Head probably has no chance. Tang Wink doesn't like him. Should I tell him now? Imo Qingchuan asked Yi Yishui. That's your good brother, so it's your call. Imo Qingchuan thought for a moment and decided to tell him in the evening, comforting him and redirecting his focus to the college entrance exam. If that didn't work, he could use the allure of university senior girls to tempt Big Head. It might work wonders. After all, who could resist the charm of a university senior? But I need to verify whether Tang Wenk really likes Jingbai. If it's true as you say, I think we could play matchmaker. Yi Yishui picked up her phone. Huh. Jingbai told me this, so it's mostly true. But doesn't Jingbai have an engagement? Is that okay? I already told you Jingbai resists that engagement. So the key is whether Jingbai likes her or not. Mo Qingchuan fell silent. As a good brother, his intuition told him Jingbai was unlikely to like Tang. Exaggerating a bit, even if Jingbai liked men, he wouldn't like Tang Wenk. This intuition came from their discussions about girls in the class. His assessment of Tang Wenk was that she would make a good woman in the future, but her possessiveness and tendency to be a nagging wife were traits he disliked. Meanwhile, Yi Yishui was already chatting away. Yi the Heavenly Emperor, Wenk you there? Tong Tong here. What's up? Yi the Heavenly Emperor, do you have a crush on anyone? Tong Tong cough. Tong Tong, why ask that all of a sudden? Yi the Heavenly Emperor, just curious. Besides, we're in the final stretch of senior year. Don't you want to leave no regrets in your youth? Tong Tong, I do, but I can't even see the person and messages go unanswered. Yi, I envy you for being able to be with the one you like. Yi the Heavenly Emperor, we're not together yet, just temporarily inseparable. Tong Tong, I get it. Don't end up with a life on your hands. Yi Yishui's body trembled. She wasn't an innocent girl, and she immediately caught the innuendo. That wretched Wenk teasing her like that. She and Mo Qingchuan were still perfectly innocent. Don't look at me, I'm just a sheep. Suddenly, Mo Qingchuan's phone rang. He picked it up and was surprised. Holy crap, Jingbei's alive. The guy had vanished for a week like had evaporated. Now out of the blue, he was calling. Answer it for me. Mo Qingchuan handed the phone to Yi Yishui. She took it and put it on speaker. Hello, Chuan. My adorable Chuan. Miss me. I'm coming back tomorrow. Are you ready to welcome me? Jingbei's excited voice came through. Yi Yishui's face darkened, her eyes and expression showed clear disgust. Mo Qingchuan's mouth twitched. Privately, Jingbai was like this. Of course it was because they were close that he acted this way. Others never saw this side of Jingbai. No. Yi Yishui replied flatly. Don't you miss me even a little? How can you be so heartless? Jingbei's voice suddenly turned into a woman's, sweet and coy. Yi Yishui was baffled. This voice. It was a woman's. Cough. Voice acting. Mo Qingchuan explained awkwardly in a low voice. Yi Yishui's expression grew even more disdainful. She never expected the young master of the Jingshi group to have such a side, truly peculiar. Cross-dressing and voice acting. Was that befitting a young master? Strange, isn't my voice acting good anymore? You used to ask me to do it more. Yi Yishui glanced at Mo Qingchuan stiffened. No way. He's lying. Not my fault. Hello? Still there? Why do you seem so cold? Are you mad because I disappeared for a week? Jingbai asked, puzzled. No. Oh. Fine, don't be mad. Tomorrow I'll treat you and Big Head to dinner at Yuzhen restaurant. Order whatever you want, and he'll give you a surprise. Surprise? Yeah, a huge surprise. Can I bring a few more people? From class. Sure, I don't mind. Tomorrow at noon, 12 o'clock, be there, or be square. I've got stuff to do, gotta go. Bye. Beep. Jingbai hung up, and Yi Yishui put down the phone. She stared at Mo Qingchuan for a long time before speaking slowly. How is he so flamboyant? And he can do voice acting. Mo Qingchuan coughed lightly. He's been flamboyant for a while, you just found out. He's like that with Big Head in private too. Oh, what a privilege to see this side of the Jingshi group's young master. Yi Yishui found it fascinating. Mo Qingchuan had no idea Jingbai was a young master, he only knew the guy was rich and had good character, so they got along. Their usual discussions were about exercises, games, or social gossip. You said you'd bring more people. Are you going to bring Tang Wenk too? I'll ask Wenk. This is an opportunity, but it's up to her whether she wants to go. Yi Yishui picked up her phone and continued chatting with Tang Wenk. Mo Qingchuan took the chance to pull out his 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of mock tests. With Yi Yishui nearby, he could ask more questions and aim for over 620 on the second mock exam. A studious child deserves rewards. But he also had a worry. Last mock exam, Yi Yishui scored over 670. If she dropped 50 points, would the teacher call him in for a talk? Moreover, he wasn't sure he could definitely score above 620 given the time constraints. After an hour of Yi Yishui's guidance, Mo Qingchuan thoroughly understood a complex math problem, though he still needed more practice on similar types. So this is what it feels like to have a master's guidance. Mo Qingchuan's eyes lit up. It reminded him of the importance of the old man in the ring in those fantasy novels. Look who's guiding you. If you Meow were here, she'd be scratching her head. Yi Yishui had a bit of a thunderous streak, Mo Qingchuan realized. But after these 2 days together, the so-called Ice Queen wasn't as cold as rumored. That surprised him. Why bring her up again? That matter's over. Mo Qingchuan scratched his head. Fine, I won't mention her. Wenk will come tomorrow, and is pretty happy. Whether it works out depends on Jingbai. What do you think the chances are? Mo Qingchuan looked up at Yi Yishui. He wasn't optimistic, but even if it failed it was better to end the hope. Short-term pain is better than long-term suffering. Hard to say, but it's up to them. Mo Qingchuan yawned. Feeling drowsy in the afternoon, he wanted to nap. Beep. Verification successful. This successful verification sent a cold shiver down Mo Qingchuan's spine. He knew that Yi Yishui's aunt would be returning home tonight, and now. Could she be early? No. He was Yi Yishui now, why should he be afraid? Immediately after, a graceful figure pushed the door open and froze upon seeing the boy on the sofa. How had a boy intruded into the house? In an instant her eyes filled with disgust along with intense confusion and doubt. Would Yi Yishui voluntarily bring a boy home? She found this utterly unbelievable. Because of her sister's affairs, Yi Yishui should have little interest in the male species. Given Yi Yishui's presence, she didn't explode immediately. Yi, who is this? Her tone was cold and interrogative. Mo Qingchuan quickly said, he's my classmate. Oh, a classmate. If there's nothing important, you should head back now. Yi Yishui opened her mouth wanting to say, and I'm your real niece. You've got the wrong person. However, her current identity made it hard to speak up. Mo Qingchuan, you're on your own though, my aunt won't be too harsh. Yi Yishui left swiftly without hesitation. She didn't even glance at Mo Qingchuan's repeated pleas for help. He sat on the sofa like a needle in a cushion, enduring Yi Qingris' contemptuous gaze. A fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Seriously, was it necessary to stare like that? Well done, Yi. In my absence, you've brought a man home. Yi Qingru stepped closer, placing a hand on Mo Qingchuan's shoulder, her stunning face leaning in. Mo Qingchuan trembled slightly. Was Yi Yishui's aunt always this intimidating? How should he handle this? A wrong move might leave a bad impression. Swallowing lightly, he finally spoke. Just a classmate. Yi Qingris' mood soured instantly, her expression turning icy. A classmate? Yi, don't you see the danger? Alone with a man with me, and your mother away, who knows what beastly things he might do. How many good men are there? You haven't entered society yet. You don't know how disgusting some men can be, stopping at nothing to satisfy their desires. If that male classmate has improper intentions, he might have slipped something into this glass of water. Mo Qingchuan dared not interrupt, knowing her words held some truth. But he wasn't a bad person. And Yi Yishui certainly wouldn't do such beastly things to her own body. Their situation was special, but they couldn't explain it. No one would believe them anyway. Seeing Mo Qingchuan silent, Yi Qingru frowned. Yi, do you like that boy? Mo Qingchuan didn't know how to answer. He had been close to Yi Yishui lately, but how was he to know if she liked him? He couldn't answer that question. Aunt, I can assure you nothing will go wrong. Mo Qingchuan said. Hearing Yi Yishui's words, Yi Qingru sighed inwardly. She had heard something very similar before, back when Yi Yishui's mother was young, when her sister was with her first love. Back then, Yi Qingru had noticed some issues and tried to dissuade her sister, but received a similar reply. Sister, I can assure you nothing will go wrong. People's hearts can change. The fervent love back then didn't prevent the betrayal that followed. She reached out and gently ruffled Mo Qingchuan's hair. Yi, I'm not trying to restrict you, but your aunt needs to vet him. Otherwise, he'll tell your mother directly and let her talk. Yi Yishui's mother. Mo Qingchuan wasn't ready to meet her, but he was curious. What kind of person was Yi? And you can vet him. I trust you. Mo Qingchuan didn't refuse, even feeling relieved. This was already he could tell from Yi Qingris' expression that she deeply despised men. That she was handling it this way showed she was considering Yi Yishui's feelings, otherwise she might have demanded they cut ties immediately. Oh good girl. Aunt won't harm you. We'll test whether he's a man worth trusting. Yi Qingru said softly. How? Do we test him? Mo Qingchuan asked. I have my ways. Give me his QQ or WeChat. We'll start with online chatting. I'm free these days. Yi Qingru crossed her arms, already brimming with ideas. Aunt, we're just classmates. Is this Mo Qingchuan said helplessly. Yi, you're stammering, now clearly nervous. If a girl shows such emotions, I won't believe your relationship is ordinary. So don't cover for him. Let's see what he's really like. Yi Qingris' tone left no room for refusal. Mo Qingchuan opened his mouth, then thought fine. This was better than telling Yi Yishui's mother directly. Now he just had to handle the aunt. If Yi Yishui's mother came too, he feared he couldn't manage both. Besides, he needed to focus most of his energy on studying. And I'll go do my homework in my room. He'll give you the contact. Mo Qingchuan stood up, grabbing his backpack. Don't rush. Haven't seen your aunt in so long. Don't you miss me? Yi Qingru blocked him, feeling displeased. Out of sight, out of mind with a man. Damn it. She would expose that boy's true colors and reveal his shameless nature. Of course I miss you, aunt, but I have a lot of homework and the college entrance exam is coming. Mo Qingchuan said hurriedly. College entrance exam, huh? Fine, go study. He'll make you a fruit salad. Don't you dare tell him about my test. It's for your own good. Yi Qingru warned. Don't worry, aunt. I won't tell him a thing. Mo Qingchuan nodded seriously. Good, your aunt trusts you. Go on. Yi Qingru waved her hand, her mood lifting. Mo Qingchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had made it through safely. His tense nerves relaxed slightly. Entering Yi Yishui's room, he threw himself onto the bed and took a deep breath. Only this faint fragrance could soothe his mind and body. After a few seconds, he got up, grabbed his exercise books, and headed to the study desk. Time to study. Without effort, he would merely become a rich woman's plaything. During Mo Kingchuan's studies, his aunt kindly brought him a fruit platter and asked if there was anything else he needed. Naturally, he dared not ask for anything more. As for the test Yi Qingru wished to administer, he had already informed Yi Shui. After all, it was not he who was forbidden from telling her. And he already knew everything. Yi Shui stated that if he added her, she would need to see the chat records to help him come up with. After all, with their bodies swapped, maintaining the relationship was essential. They could not afford to be separated by his aunt. Mo Qingchuan agreed, for he was already prepared. Just 2 words, not adding her. You want to test me? What can you do if I refuse to add you? Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Night soon descended, and he stretched his waist before lying down on the bed. He opened his phone to browse recent game reviews. The Black Myth game had taken the world by storm, and he longed to play it, but alas, he could not. As the nation's first college student, I must claim victory. Pigsy, you can't even bear to acknowledge your own daughter. It makes me weep. The Bull Demon King's family is so tragic, never making the right choice, and in the end his son commits suicide right before his eyes. Woo. Old man Jade Emperor. He'll grab my chopsticks, mix cement with chili powder and wasabi, and shove it right up your angry knot. Are people online really bullying the Jade Emperor? Reading the comments and understanding the full story, Mo Qingchuan felt the bullying was justified. Damn that Jade Emperor. As he scrolled, he started chatting with Yi Shui again. It seemed Yi Shui was doing well at her home. I want to go straight to sleep without showering, Mo Qingchuan typed. No way. What if you get smelly? You must change your underwear and everything else. Yi Shui pursed her lips. This guy had no regard for her body. The weather was getting warmer, so showering daily was a must. Fine, I'll wash then. Wash thoroughly. I've seen your body. Doesn't it bother you? Mo Qingchuan asked curiously. It doesn't matter. Ooh, I've seen yours too. What are you shy? Impossible. I'm a grown man. What's there to be shy about? After sending the message, Mo Qingchuan grabbed a set of clothes and blue underwear, then headed to the bathroom. He intended to lock the bathroom door, but halfway there, Yi Qingru intercepted him. Yi, off to shower. Let's shower together. It's been ages since we last did. Humph. Mo Qingchuan was startled. No, that wouldn't do. He feared his nose might start bleeding. And I can manage on my own. He quickly refused. You never used to refuse when we showered together. Why the reluctance now? Are you tired of your aunt? Yi Qingru frowned, clearly displeased. And I'm an adult now. Showering together isn't quite appropriate, Mo Qingchuan said stiffly. Oh fine. Found a man and forgotten your aunt. Suit yourself. Yi Qingru let out a soft sigh. The women of the Yi family were truly ill-fated. Youthful infatuation could one day turn into a boomerang aimed straight at their hearts. Her sister was like that, and she herself had experienced it too. But she was better off than her sister, not having fallen too deeply. Mo Qingchuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was clear that Yi Qingru still respected Yi Shui and would not force her into anything. After locking the bathroom door, he slowly shed his clothes, revealing fair, delicate skin. His flat belly had not an ounce of fat, his hips widened slightly, and his rounded legs were straight and slender. Though Yi Shui's body was slim, it was not like a beanpole. Only her chest development lagged somewhat behind. But Mo Qingchuan felt it was fine, at least since taking over this body he had not encountered any major discomfort. He lifted a pink foot and slowly sank into the bathtub. Heavens, can we really not swap back? Mo Qingchuan murmured softly. Although this body was not bad, he still wished to return to his original male form. What kind of man was he without his man? A man without a manhood. A sissy. Sigh. He wondered when this Earth Online bug would finally be patched. The night was fairly quiet, with no one sending him messages except Yi Shui. After showering, he lay in bed. He had planned to play some games to unwind, but before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. The past 2 weeks of classes had truly exhausted him. An hour later, the door to his room opened. Yi Qingru wanted to call out to him, but upon seeing Mo Qingchuan asleep, she remained silent. In Mo Qingchuan's room, Yi Shui read some web novels for a while before yawning. She swiped the screen and switched to WeChat. Aside from the group chats, there were no messages, a quiet stillness. Bang. Big bro, can I sleep with you? Mo Qingyao had already arrived, hugging a pillow. Huh. At this age, sleeping together. Yi Shui frowned slightly. Did Mo Qingchuan still sometimes sleep with his sister at this age? Seeing her brother frown, Mo Qingyao stuck out her little pink tongue. It's been 7 or 8 years since you last slept with me. Humph. Don't make such a disgusted face. I just want to chat with my big bro for a bit, then I'll go back to my own room to sleep. Chatting is fine, Yi Shui said, rolling over to make room for Mo Qingyao. Woo. Mo Qingyao bounced directly onto the bed, causing the bedboard to let out a strained creak. She adjusted her pillow, climbed up, and even grabbed one of Mo Qingchuan's dinosaur plushies to toss at her feet as a cushion. Big bro, let me tell you something explosive happened in our class. What happened? Yi Shui asked. You know how we got a new math teacher this semester, right? That math teacher is so handsome, wears glasses, and teaches really well. He said we were the first class he's ever taught, and though he lacks experience, he would give it his all. Turns out a girl in our class has a crush on the math teacher. Mo Qingyao exclaimed in astonishment. Handsome as he was still a teacher. How could she tread that forbidden path? At first none of us knew, but that girl told her best friend, and eventually everyone found out. Now the class is buzzing with gossip, and that girl seems pretty withdrawn. Yi Yishui opened her mouth in surprise. This gossip was quite intense. She would tell Mo Qingchuan tomorrow. Does the teacher know? She asked. Of course he does. Even the school director knows. The next day that math teacher stopped grooming himself, didn't wash his hair leaving it a mess, wore a yellowed shirt, and carried a chipped shabby water bottle head found somewhere. He suddenly looked so sloppy. It's made me lose interest in math. Yi Yishui glanced at Mo Qingyao. Do you have a crush on that math teacher too? No way. I just found him more pleasant to look at, so I enjoyed his lessons. The one I love most is only my brother. Mo Qingyao said quickly, but she drew out the word brother with a long, playful tone. It reminded her of that woman riding an electric scooter while eating a lollipop. Little devil, Yi Yishui said. Actually, big bro, I want to help that girl. She's a nice person and had no intention of confessing. Now that her best friend has exposed her secret, if things aren't handled, well, she might have to transfer schools. Mo Qingyao felt sorry for that girl, especially since she ranked first in the class in math. If she can't handle the psychological pressure, she might even jump off a building, Yi Yishui mused. Is it that serious? Mo Qingyao propped her chin on her hands, frowning. Then I'll go find her tomorrow. Bring her a little gift to comfort her. What do you think? If she's a good person, I think it's fine. Alright, that's settled. Mo Qingyao made up her mind. Yao, don't linger in your brother's room. Even on break, you need to get some rest early. Got it, Mom. Mo Qingyao grabbed her pillow and hopped off the bed, dashing for the door. Good night, big bro. Mo Qingyao closed the door behind her, and the room fell silent. But soon her voice rang out again from outside. Mommy, I want to sleep with you. What's wrong? Suddenly wanting to sleep. It's just been a while since I slept with Mom. Anyway, Dad won't be back for 2 more days. Alright, get in bed first. He'll mop the floor. Okay. In bed, Yi Yishui rolled over again, staring at the ceiling. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. She was really starting to love this family. This atmosphere was something she had never experienced before. She looked at her phone, opened the chat with Mo Qingchuan, and typed goodnight Mo Qingchuan. With a swoosh, the curtains were drawn, and harsh light flooded the room. Ugh. Mo Qingchuan let out a soft moan, forcing his eyes open. Standing by the window, Yi Qingru was opening it to let in some air. You went to bed so early last night, and you're still not awake yet, she murmured to herself. Aunt. Mo Qingchuan lifted his head slightly, his mind slowly regaining the ability to think. Awake. Hungry. I saved you some breakfast. Mo Qingchuan's mind wasn't fully clear, yet he only felt that this sleep had been incredibly satisfying. Although his school routine was usually regular, he never got enough sleep, having to get up at 6 in the morning, sometimes still groggy, even after washing his face. Today was a day off, so he finally caught up on sleep. 10 o'clock. Yeah. He'll get up and freshen up first, Mo Qingchuan said, sitting up. He had a lunch appointment at Yuzhen restaurant. And I finished all my homework. I'm going out to eat with classmates at noon, Mo Qingchuan said, throwing off the covers to reveal his fair legs. Yi Qingru immediately became alert. Classmates again. It's not that boy from yesterday again, is it? She inquired. Mo Qingchuan cleared his throat. And it's not just him, there are other classmates too. Don't worry, Aunt, we're eating at Yuzhen restaurant, so nothing will happen. But the more he said that, the more uneasy Yi Qingru felt. That boy again. She now suspected the two of them had already planned something. Because ever since the friend request was sent yesterday, it still hadn't been accepted. She wouldn't believe there was no trickery. However, since they were going to Yuzhen restaurant, that made things easier. Yi Qingru thought for a moment, but didn't restrict Yi Yishui. Alright, go ahead then. Be careful on the road. Mo Qingchuan momentarily doubted if he had heard correctly. Yi Qingru hadn't tried to stop him. But this was fine, saving him the trouble. He got out of bed and began to wash up, looking at his strikingly beautiful reflection in the mirror, feeling a surge of delight. I look great today too. Ditching the plain school uniform for his own clothes made a world of difference. Maybe I could try a JK uniform. Mo Qingchuan looked left and right, quite satisfied. But it seemed Yi Yishui didn't have a JK uniform. He would buy one when he had time. After wearing it, let Yi Yishui see if it looked good. Haha. He wolfed down a quick breakfast, then opened WeChat to contact Yi Yishui. Hello, are you awake? I'm awake. I slept so well last night. Yeah, me too. By the way, if Big Head is coming, did you tell him that Tang Wenk likes Jingbai? Mo Qingchuan's hand froze. Damn, he forgot. Yesterday afternoon he was too preoccupied with how to face Yi Yishui's aunt, and after his shower last night, he was so tired, he fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. Should he tell him now to give Big Head a heads up? I forgot. He replied to Yi Yishui. It's okay, it's just a matter of knowing sooner or later. Let's play a few rounds of games first. Log on. Coming. When it came to gaming, his motivation was at its peak. Mo Qingchuan returned to his room, kicked off his slippers, jumped onto the bed, and opened a familiar icon. As the music started, the two of them once again dominated the canyon. One support and one marksman, they drove the opponents to the brink of quitting the game. Winning 3 in a row, Yi Yishui got 2 pentakills. In one match, his damage output accounted for a staggering 51 of the team's total. Mo Qingchuan had a blast. They coordinated perfectly even without too many words. Ranking up was so much more enjoyable than before. By the time it was past 11, they changed clothes and headed out. After Mo Qingchuan left, Yi Qingru also got dressed. She picked up her phone, her pearly white manicure gleaming with a soft luster. Hey Xiaolu, keep an eye on them for me. Got it, boss. Mission guaranteed. The meeting point Yi Yishui and Mo Qingchuan had agreed on was the same road they took to school. It was only a few minutes away. Haven't you seen enough? Hey, it's a misunderstanding. I just glanced. Go on. If you like looking, then look. Mo Qingchuan heard a vaguely familiar voice and turned his head to look. Seemed like it was that couple from yesterday. What a coincidence. Where are you looking now? Yi Yishui had somehow already approached him. Just watching the show? No wonder you're the school bowtie spotty. It has a beauty that could topple cities and nations. Even without makeup, I feel like I'm about to break up that couple. Mo Qingchuan sighed. Tisk. Yi Yishui's face flushed slightly. It wasn't that exaggerated. Really. It was clearly the guy who couldn't keep his eyes to himself. Let's go to Yuzhen restaurant and see if anything's changed about Master Jing Bai during his disappearance. Alright, but someone's going to be heartbroken over this meal. Mo Qingchuan nodded. Big Head's mental fortitude isn't too bad. If he really gets hurt, well, comfort him properly. Yeah, if you need my help, just say the word, Yi Yishui said. Mo Qingchuan paused for a moment, then smiled. Thank you. He knew Yi Yishui's family was very wealthy and could accomplish many things, far more than a high school student like him could. Although he was now in control of Yi Yishui's body and could command many people and resources with a single word, it didn't sit right with him. And compared to Yi Yishui, those resources seemed insignificant. Don't mention it. I've experienced something very precious at your place. Maybe it seems ordinary to you, but to me I really love it. Yi Yishui touched his own heart, a faint smile playing on his lips. Really? That's great. I'm glad you like it. He had been worried Yi Yishui might not adapt. They walked side by side, not moving very fast. The weather in early April was a bit cool, but wearing a jacket made the temperature feel just right. They chatted as they walked until they entered Yuzhen restaurant and stepped into the private room Jing Bai had reserved. Oh my, Chuan, I missed you so, huh? Yi Yishui. Jing Bai shot up from his chair, a look of astonishment. What the hell? What's going on? Yi Yishui was here. Yesterday when he said he was bringing a classmate, Jing Bai thought it was a guy. He squinted, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Curious. Too curious. The eldest daughter of the Yi family was this close to his best bro. This was huge. Can I come? Mo Qingchuan asked. Of course you can. Of course. Sit. Jing Bai quickly replied. He had been planning to announce something to show, but it seemed his best bro, Mo Qingchuan, was showing off even more than he was. His eyes darted between the two. TSK. There was definitely something going on between them. But Big Head hadn't arrived yet. When he did, he would definitely grill these two. If his best bro got together with Yi Yishui, he wondered what the Yi family's stance would be. Hey, Wink, you came too. A voice from outside, Big Head's. Yi Yishui invited me. Said Jing. Right. This guy's been gone so long. I wonder what he's been up to. We need to get the full story. The two of them said as they walked in. Zhang Xiang saw Jing Bai and excitedly stepped forward to slap him on the butt. Spill it. What have you been up to? After the slap, he even rubbed his hip against Jing Bai's. Tang Wenk's eyes lit up at the sight of Jing Bai, but a red mark on his neck was glaringly obvious. Her heart tightened. Could it be? Hey, is everyone here? Jing Bai looked at Yi Yishui. Yi Yishui nodded, indicating they were all present. Good. I have something to say. He lifted his chin, exposing his neck. His finger pointed precisely at a red mark. I'm sure you've all seen this. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings or speculation, I want to clarify something up front. Tang Wenk breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't what she had thought. She had been afraid Jing Bai had another woman. As her mind wandered, Jing Bai spoke again. This isn't an insect bite, nor a bump or a bruise. It's a hickey. Yi Yishui, Zhang Xiang, Mo Qingchuan, and Zhang Xiang were both stunned. A hickey? What? You disappeared for a few days and came back with a hickey? Crack. Tang Wenk felt her heart shatter like glass crashing to the ground, breaking into countless fragments. Her mind went blank, completely shutting down. Her heart felt as if it were being pierced repeatedly by a sharp blade, bringing waves of piercing pain. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui exchanged a glance. Who could have imagined it would come to this? Holy hickey. No, seriously, what have you been up to these past few days? Zhang Xiang stared at the hickey utterly in. He wished he could have a hickey too, something to show off. Because of a family cooperation, my parents took me along to meet my fiancée. It had been a while since we last saw each other. And when we met, we spent an unforgettable and wonderful time together. Strolling through the woods, watching the sunset, having a barbecue, lying on the grass under the night sky, playing It Takes Two together, cuddling, before sleep, pouring out our longing for each other. Stop. Yi Yishui cut him off immediately. They hadn't come here to be fed dog food. Besides, Tang Wenk beside him seemed about to shatter. He couldn't say any more. You bastard, you're engaged already. Since when? Zhang Xiang was dying of envy. He wanted that so badly. How could the gap between people be so vast? The engagement happened long ago, back when I was just a little kid. Jingbai took a sip of water, his expression lively, as if he was quite satisfied with the betrothal. What? Engaged when you were a little kid? All these years you've kept me in the dark. Zhang Xiang wailed. Had been engaged since childhood. Why didn't he have that? He wanted a childhood sweetheart too. The kind that's clingy and Sundara wanting to cuddle every day. Don't rush, don't rush. A fool has his fortune, you'll find your other half too. Jingbai patted Zhang Xiang's head. Get lost, what do you take me for? Patting my head. Zhang Xiang pushed his hand away, looking disgusted. As the two joked around, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui both looked at Tang Wenk. The class monitor's face was pale, her lips a little white, her gaze unfocused. If you looked closely, you could see tears glistening in her eyes. They were both worried about Tang Wenk's state. They had thought Jingbai came back to talk about something, but instead he had gotten together with his fiancée. Mo Qingchuan nudged Yi Yishui, and they exchanged a look. He raised an eyebrow, questioning. What's going on? Didn't Jingbai dislike this engagement? Yi Yishui rolled her eyes. I've heard the rumors too, but who knows what's true and what's not. Jingbai coming back with a hickey caught them both off guard. They had fallen for the unreliable rumors. From now on, every rumor they heard would have to come with a question mark. Actually, compared to me, I'm more curious. When did you two get so close? Chuan weren't you Mao's loyal simp before? Jingbai rested his chin on his hand, a hint of allure in his eyes, but more than that, curiosity. He used to often advise Mo Qingchuan not to simp over you Miao, but the guy never listened. How had he changed his mind in the time he was away? Had he just switched to simping for someone else? Or had he become a little rich girl's plaything? If it was the latter, he needed to warn Mo Qingchuan. Who's his loyal simp? I had my reasons for doing that. And now I just don't need to anymore. Yi Yishui. So whenever someone mentioned Mo Qingchuan simping over you Miao, it stung her heart. She knew her emotions were easily stirred by matters concerning Mo Qingchuan, and she needed to stay calm, but every time she thought about it, she still got so angry. If Mo Qingchuan weren't inside her body right now, she would have wanted to punch him a couple of times. Reasons? Could it be? Because of Zhou Yingying? Jingbai raised an eyebrow. Huh, you know? Yi Yishui asked. Mo Qingchuan had only told her about this, hadn't he? I guessed it. Zhou Yingying really disgusted you back, then didn't she? Jingbai chuckled. He had seen everything Zhou Yingying did after Mo Qingchuan rejected her confession during their first-year military training. Yi Yishui glanced at Mo Qingchuan. It seemed the guy hadn't told her everything back then and had hidden some parts. This left her puzzled. Rejection after a confession was normal, but what exactly had Zhou Yingying done to make Mo Qingchuan willing to become a simp? Thinking about it, a chill ran through her heart. All the trouble started with Zhou Yingying. She hadn't paid much attention to her before, but it seemed she'd need to be wary from now on. Now that she and Mo Qingchuan were so close, if Zhou Yingying hadn't given up, the chances of her causing trouble weren't small. Mo Qingchuan sighed softly. It being handsome came with its own troubles. Hello, here are your dishes. At that moment, the waiter came over with the dishes, glancing at Mo Qingchuan and surveying the situation. Then she set down the dishes and left. No one paid much attention to the waiter. Come on, dig it. Jingbai picked up his chopsticks, first his gaze inadvertently flicking toward Tang Wenk. He could tell the class monitor wasn't in a good state, but he wouldn't say much. Whether she could move on was up to her, saying more would be useless. The rumors about the engagement weren't necessarily false. He hadn't told his good buddies before because he hadn't fully accepted it. He had resisted and wanted to call off the engagement. But in the end, he faced reality. He couldn't change it. The Jing group and the other family were like two mountains, and he had no say. As time passed, he gradually came to terms with it and compromised. Even as he matured, he felt there was nothing wrong with it. Everything was fine. After all, the other party liked him, was beautiful, the engagement was already set, and they were well matched. What more could he ask for? Now he couldn't even understand what he had been resisting before. Was it because his family had arranged everything without asking him? A bit ridiculous. His family had given him the best, and he was still ungrateful. He felt he had been a bit of a fool before even arguing with his parents. Now he wished he could go back a few years and slap himself twice. Hey, Wankied Up. This is Yuzhen Restaurant. Every dish is super expensive. Try this crab. Zhang Xiang noticed Tang Wenk was spacing out and handed her the biggest crab. Want me to peel it for you? He asked. No. No need, thank you. Tang Wenk shook her head, her hands still. Because of the piercing pain in her heart, she felt completely weak. Even though there were tools nearby, she didn't want to eat crab. She wanted to eat white rabbit candy. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui exchanged a glance, letting out a sigh. This city had gained another heartbroken. Tang Wenk barely spoke throughout the meal. Zhang Xiang grew quiet toward the end, but Jingbai appeared to be in. He even brought 2 version figurines for Mo Qingchuan and Zhang Xiang, who tossed wobbling ornaments about 10 centimeters tall, exquisitely cute. They could serve as table decorations or be played with when bored. Yi Yishui glanced at Tang Wenk several times, wanting to offer comfort, but she was currently inhabiting Mo Qingchuan's body and felt it inappropriate. I'll take my leave now. There are some matters to attend to at home. You two enjoy your meal, Jingbai said, waving his hand. Bye. Take care. Zhang Xiang stood up. Hey, they'll send you both photos tonight. Jingbai winked with his right eye, flashing a row of white teeth, then pushed open the private room door and left. Zhang Xiang and Mo Qingchuan instantly understood what photos he meant. Cross-dressing, of course. Well, I should go too. You too. Enjoy. Tang Wenk rose to her feet. The dishes before her had barely been touched. Though delicious, everything tasted bitter in her mouth. She felt she could no longer hold back, wanting to hide in a corner and cry. Seeing this, Yi Yishui quickly nudged Mo Qingchuan and leaned close to his ear. Go comfort her. Mo Qingchuan nodded, got up, and went out to pursue Tang Wenk. In the private room, only Zhang Xiang and Mo Qingchuan remained. Sigh. Zhang Xiang let out a heavy sigh, drained the juice from his glass, and spoke in a muffled tone. Qingchuan Wenk. Does she like Jingbai? Yi Yishui looked at him. Yes. I thought you hadn't noticed with you always serving her dishes. How could I not notice? I'm not an idiot. Zhang Xiang sighed again, his heart aching. Tang Wenk liked Jingbai. She had never revealed it to him, but he had figured it out from her behavior just now. To think that the person he loved was in love with his own best friend, and that friend was already engaged. What a cruel twist of fate. If only he had a fair, handsome face like Jingbei's, he might be popular with girls too. This feeling is worse than failing to kiss that pretty girl in my dream. Zhang Xiang clasped his hands behind his head and leaned back, his heart aching too. His affection would now have to remain buried forever. Was that pretty girl similar to Tang Wenk? Yi Yishui asked. Not really. I don't recall clearly. She looked a bit like Li Shishir, the second-ranked school beauty. Yi Yishui fell silent. She felt Zhang Xiang didn't need comforting. Once he kissed a pretty girl in his dreams, he'd probably feel better. Comfort might be superfluous. Qingchuan, do you think? After I go back, should I chat with Tang Wenk and comfort? Zhang Xiang asked. I think so, but only if you know how to comfort. How would I know? I can't even soothe. Zhang Xiang knew he was a straightforward guy, inept at sweet talk. He had wanted to learn, but found such flattery too hypocritical, so he gave up. Now he wondered if he should have learned a little. By the way, if I go to her and offer comfort, wouldn't it feel like I'm taking advantage of her vulnerability? Zhang Xiang asked again. Yi Yishui nodded. Definitely. But I think for Wenk it's unlikely she'll fall for anyone else in the short term. Hearing Yi Yishui's words, Zhang Xiang slumped completely into his chair, as if ready to give up. Sigh. Maybe I never had a chance at all. It's just my unrequited love. Focus on your studies. You're still young. The future holds promise, Yi Yishui replied. As if you're so old. I think I need some quiet time at home, then buckle down and prepare for the college entrance exam. It's a turning point in life. A turning point. Yi Yishui never saw the college entrance exam as a turning point, merely a stepping stone. But speaking of turning points, she had already experienced one. Fortunately, he was there back then. Mo Qingchuan hurriedly caught up with Tang Wenk, seeing the usually strong and kind-hearted girl sobbing uncontrollably. She truly loved Jingbai from the depths of her heart, but alas, things didn't go as she wished. Wenk. Yishui, you don't need to. Comfort me. Sob. They'll cry it out at home and be fine. Tang Wenk choked out. I'm sorry. I never expected that during his absence Jingbai was doing this. Mo Qingchuan felt apologetic. It's not your fault. You were trying to create opportunities for me. Just be happy with Mo Qingchuan. You don't need to comfort me. I can. Go back on my own. You should go back. Tang Wenk was now a tearful mess, tears streaming down her face. He wondered if this incident would have a profound impact on her. If she became despondent, it could affect her college entrance exams. Wenk. Tang Wenk ran off directly, as if she needed a good cry to vent her emotions. Love was too complicated, even Mo Qingchuan couldn't quite grasp it. For instance, Jingbai was handsome and many people liked him, but most were drawn to his face, desired his body, or coveted his family's wealth. If it were Big Head, the number of people who liked him would be close to zero. Probably. Does love begin with appearance? Mo Qingchuan asked himself, then shook his head. He couldn't figure it out. Since he couldn't make sense of it, he might as well. Inside the private room, the two had become three. A beautiful waitress in a cheongsam walked in. Her figure accentuated a faint smile on her face. Hello there, handsome. May I have a moment of your time? Her voice was soft and gentle. If it were Big Head, he'd probably have fallen for it instantly. Yi Yishui looked surprised. She hadn't seen this waitress before. Was she new? Is there something you need? She asked. Well, nothing major. I just wanted to ask. Can I add you on WeChat? The waitress flicked her hair aside, a hint of allure in her gesture. Yi Yishui frowned slightly. Add her on WeChat. That seemed a bit abrupt, didn't it? You? Want to hit on me? The waitress froze, her lips twitching, a blush rapidly spreading across her face. Big Head was stunned. What was happening? They were just having a meal, and someone was asking for his buddy's WeChat. Why wasn't anyone asking for his? Was he really that unattractive? He was about to break down, sob. Ahem. I just want to get to know you. Is that not allowed? The waitress put on a pitiful expression tinged with pleading. An average guy would have caved. Imagine a mature beauty looking at you with such vulnerability, asking for your contact info. Could you refuse? But Yi Yishui was unmoved. I decline. Besides, I'm a student. She refused without hesitation, leaving Big Head bewildered. Had she really turned that down? Was it because he was there afraid had spilled the beans? Thinking that he spoke up. Hey Qingchuan, even if you didn't refuse, I wouldn't rat you out. Rest assured, as a good buddy, I won't mess up your chances. Zhang Xiang patted his chest, making a vow. Yi Yishui was speechless. What did he mean? What a good buddy, covering for him like that. Well, you see, the waitress had already pulled out her phone displaying a personal QR code. I said no. I want to add you. At another private room in Yuzhen restaurant, Yi Qingru frowned, her fingers tapping on the table. Are you saying he refused without hesitation? A hint of doubt flickered in her eyes. Could it be that the waitress she sent wasn't attractive enough? Or perhaps she simply didn't appeal to Mo Qingchuan's aesthetic sensibilities? That couldn't be right. Most people shared a similar consensus when it came to beauty. The disparity couldn't be that vast. Yes, he refused quite decisively. The waitress brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, a trace of displeasure evident. Firstly, she had failed to carry out her boss instructions and would miss out on the bonus. Secondly, that young man had actually rejected her with such cold indifference. Though she worked part-time at the restaurant and wasn't highly educated, her looks and figure were certainly above average. What was she lacking? How infuriating. Men are all heartless pigs. Unexpected, Yi Qingru murmured softly. She had assumed she could at least obtain his contact information, yet she had failed once more. He's not a man, he's like a eunuch. The waitress said indignantly, her pride wounded that she couldn't even win over a eunuch. Yi Qingru shook her head with a wry smile, then glanced at the slender waitress. Though her appearance was quite good in every aspect, she still fell considerably short compared to Yi Shui. A suspicion formed in her mind. Mo Qingchuan most likely looked down on this waitress. But those who could rival Yi Yishui's beauty were few and far between. Would she have to make a personal appearance? No way. How could she possibly beg a boy to add her on WeChat? Especially after being rejected before. Yet without adding him, she couldn't execute her plans. How infuriating. She hadn't even taken the first step. Who would have thought that her illustrious reputation would stumble here? After all, she was a member of the Yi family in her prime at over 20 years old. Countless people desired her contact information, yet now she was repeatedly rejected by a high school student. WeChat, phone number, TikTok. There are so many ways to reach out. Suddenly adding him does seem abrupt. Phone number. Oh, I've got it. The corners of Yi Qingru's mouth curled into a mischievous grin, her eyes sparkling. Since his WeChat ID was also his phone number, that made things much easier. Just you wait. Did he really think a little boy could escape my clutches? When the time comes, I'll let Yi Yishui see the true face of this scoundrel. Trample him underfoot, grind him down. Meanwhile, when Mo Qingchuan returned to the private room, he found Yi Yishui sprawled peacefully in her chair, eyes closed, resting. Clearly she was full and drowsy. Big Head was fiddling with his phone, doing heaven knows what. Yishui, you're back. I'll take my leave too. I think I need to go home and cry for a while. After suffering 3 consecutive blows, my heart feels ice cold. Zhang Xiang clutched his chest, wearing a pained expression. Mo Qingchuan opened his mouth to speak. 3 blows. How were those 3 blows calculated? Not dreaming of that beautiful girl. Tang Wink not liking him. That only made 2. Qingchuan, no need to send me comforting messages. He'll just be quiet when I get back. With that, Zhang Xiang walked out of the private room. Take care. Mo Qingchuan uttered these words and let out a soft sigh. He hadn't expected it to end this way. He liked her, but she didn't like him. She liked him, but he didn't like her. He glanced at the stuffed Yi Yishui. Did she really need to eat that much? Hey, are you treating my body like a rice bucket? Don't ruin it for me. Yi Yishui patted her stomach. No, I know my limits. I want to go back and lie down. Let's go then. I want to lie down for a while too. Mo Qingchuan was also missing Yi Yishui's bed. When we get back, want to play some games? Yi Yishui asked. Honor of Kings. Yes. The mock exam is coming up soon. Is this okay? Studying requires balance and rhythm. Isn't the time at school enough? If you ask me, we shouldn't even do homework. When we get home, we should play. Play until we're satisfied. Yi Yishui stood up and lifted her chin. Mo Qingchuan could see the unruliness of a top student on her face. All right. You score around 670, top 3 in the grade. Whatever you say goes. Even if you said you were never interested in money, I'd believe you. Afterwards, the two also left the private room, walking slowly along the road. Oh, by the way, I just remembered something. Tomorrow evening, my dad is coming home. He'll probably bring out his baijiu and invite you for a small drink. Mo Qingchuan said slowly. That's how it always was when the old man came back. A few dishes to go with the drinks, and the family would chat. Mo Zhu was also a great conversationalist, perhaps from constantly interacting with clients. Every time he returned, he'd bring some small gifts. Nothing expensive, but thoughtful. I don't drink baijiu. Yi Yishui had tried it before. It was horribly bitter, a spicy sensation, filling her mouth with nothing but the strong taste of alcohol. She couldn't understand why anyone would enjoy something like that. Mo Qingchuan knew he couldn't force this because he didn't like it either. If it weren't for his dad clinking glasses with him, he wouldn't take a single sip more. Then you can have juice instead of wine. That works. Yi Yishui nodded. There was also a hint of anticipation in her heart. She loved the family atmosphere of Mo Kingchuan's home. To have such a harmonious family environment, Mo Kingchuan's father, whom she had never met, must be a kind and responsible person. After the gathering at Mo Kingchuan's side dispersed at another cafe, two people sat down. Yu Miao Miao crossed her arms, looking at Zhou Yingying across from her with confusion. Hey, why did you call me here? What's so important that it needs to be said in person? Yu Miao Miao wasn't familiar with Zhou Yingying. They had barely spoken. This time Zhou Yingying insisted on dragging her out, claiming she had something important, so she came. Nothing particularly special. I just heard recently that Mo Qingchuan isn't chasing you anymore, and instead he's getting close to Yi Yishui. The corners of Zhou Yingying's mouth curled. Yu Miao Miao raised an eyebrow, instantly enraged. This was something she didn't want to hear, and Zhou Yingying had called her out just to throw it in her face. What do you mean? Did you call me here just to mock me? Believe me, I'll hit you. Zhou Yingying wore a faint smile. Yu Miao Miao's agitation was all part of her plan. Don't be so hasty. We're on the same side now. And I can tell you an astonishing secret about Yi Yishui and Mo Qingchuan. Who's on the same side as you? Yu Miao Miao's face darkened, but she quickly changed the subject. What's the secret? Spit it out. Zhou Yingying unhurriedly scanned the QR code beside her with her phone and started ordering coffee on the mini program. Take it easy. First, let me ask you, what's your take on Yi Yishui? Yu Miao Miao crossed her arms, a defiant expression on her face. I just can't stand her. What else? Zhou Yingying chuckled lightly, ordered a coffee for herself, then handed her phone to Yu Miao Miao. Order whatever you want to drink. They also have desserts here. I think Yi Yishui stole your man. Can't you see she's someone who pretends to be aloof at school, but is a loose woman in private? Yu Miao Miao nodded and said, of course I can see that. She's a bitch. Wow, this coffee is over $30. That's way too expensive. Yu Miao Miao exclaimed. She had never had such expensive coffee before. Her father barely gave her any money, and she had to rely on her grandparents' meager pension. Though she had sycophants back then, Mo Qingchuan never gave her a single cent, like a miser. As for the others, those flashy young men could barely feed themselves. There were a few at school who weren't too wealthy, and she only occasionally had them gift her cheap cosmetics. The only time she went to Yuzhen restaurant was when one of those flashy guys' older brother organized a gathering. In the end, they found themselves short on cash, emptied their pockets and WeChat balances, and paid with Huabei. Don't worry about the price. It's on me. Zhou Yingying smiled. All right then, I won't hold back. You didn't just call me here for coffee. Spill it. Do you have something you want me to do? Yu Miao Miao scrolled through her phone, directly selecting the most expensive item. I do have something I'd like you to do, but before that let me tell you their secret. Zhou Yingying stood up, leaned in close to Yu Miao Miao's ear, and whispered a few sentences. Then she sat back down, waiting for the reaction from across the table. Yu Miao Miao was stunned for a moment, then opened her mouth. Are you saying they've already done it? Yu Miao Miao was shocked. Though she played the field, she hadn't dared to cross that line. Who would have thought that Yi Yishui, hailed as the #1 school beauty of Shanano, one high school, had already done such a thing? Exactly. She went to great lengths to steal Mo Qingchuan away from you. Zhou Yingying deliberately provoked. Bam! Yu Miao Miao slammed her hand on the table, her face turning an unnatural shade of red. And she's supposed to be the #1 school beauty. So many people say she's pure and chaste. Huh, shameless. Mo Qingchuan is an idiot too, seduced by her beauty. That despicable Yi Yishui using such filthy tactics to steal Mo Qingchuan away. Don't you find people like that insufferable? Zhou Yingying asked. Of course. Don't you want to fight back? At the very least, don't let her have it so easy. Yu Miao Miao frowned slightly. Actually, when Yi Yishui and Mo Qingchuan had confronted her in the classroom and cleared the air, she had already given up on Mo Qingchuan as one of her catches. But she refused to accept Yi Yishui. Absolutely not. Do you have a good plan? Yu Miao Miao asked. Naturally. Aren't you well connected? Chat with these people and casually spread the word about Yi Yishui's indiscreet behavior. Word will spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Rumors sow confusion, and they'll mutate and spiral out of control as they spread. In just a few days, the reputation of this #1 school beauty will be ruined. Zhou Yingying's eyes gleamed with malice and coldness. The moment Yu Miao Miao saw her, she shuddered. This woman was terrifying. I could do it, but what will you do? Yu Miao Miao asked in return. Me? They'll do something similar. Once the rumors pick up, they'll post on forums and discuss in group chats, leaving her no room to clear her name. Zhou Yingying lowered her eyelids slightly. She would drag this lofty beauty Yi Yishui down into the abyss. Surely the taste of that wouldn't be pleasant. Mo Qingchuan, you may not like me, but if I can't have you, no one else will. I will use every means to separate you from the women you get close to. Until in the end you realize that I am your only choice. Fine, I understand. They'll do it. I can't stand Yi Yishui anyway. I've finished ordering. Hey, race your phone back. Yu Miao Miao handed the phone to Zhou Yingying. Then hey, race to a successful cooperation. Zhou Yingying smiled and tapped to pay. After a second, a pop-up appeared, insufficient balance. She was taken aback. How could it not be enough? Returning to the mini program, she saw the total was over 150. She had only ordered a coffee for over 20, but how much had Yu Miao Miao ordered? Checking her balance, she gritted her teeth, removed her own coffee, and then paid. What was a little money compared to ensuring the plan went smoothly? Oh, so tired, so tired. The project is finally signed. I can't stand this lousy job for another day. Emoju lay on the hotel bed, his expression weary. To secure the project, he had brought 5 people along, negotiating for days and drinking for days. It had utterly, but once the deal was closed, his bonus wouldn't be small. Quit? Jukai asked. Quit my ass. Quit, and live on air. Emoju complained, but quitting was out of the question. Jobs were hard to come by these days, especially since he had already climbed to the position of manager. Though the benefits were a mess, he could still earn a decent commission. Besides, at his age with parents to support and children to raise, how could he dare to quit? Creak. Brother Mo, I got some tea from the front desk. Just then a young man in his 20s walked in carrying a cup. The two looked at the young man. Xiao Fong may be fresh out of school, but he's got sharp eyes, Emoju praised. I just saw you two leaders had a lot to drink, and worried you might feel unwell, so I grabbed some tea, Fong Yang said with a grin, setting the tea on the table. I can see you're quite clever. Got a girlfriend? Jukai asked. No. Who dares to date these days? Fong Yang stammered. Seeing the two leaders still staring at him, he steeled himself and spoke, actually. I don't want to get married at all. Not get married. Emoju was surprised. That's right, boss. Forget the bride price, house and car. Just think about middle age. You work a long, tiring day, get scolded by your boss in a meeting after work, come home full of frustration, and find your little son playing games answering 2 + 2 is 1. At dinner, your elderly parents call saying they want to buy health supplements. You've been saving up to buy a new phone, but you have no choice but to give the money to them. Then your wife wants you to buy cosmetics and spend tens of thousands on medical aesthetics. Your head immediately pounds. After you painstakingly persuade her not to buy, she asks you as you're falling asleep, if I and your mother fall into a river, who would you save first? Fuming with anger, you go to the balcony for a smoke, only to find your lighter has been stolen. You open your social feed and see your eldest daughter has posted, just because he gave birth to me doesn't make him my father. Silently putting away your phone, you return to the bedroom and hear a noise under the bed. You bend down to look and find a man. No, several men, and one of them is black. Stop, stop, stop. Don't say any more. Emoju quickly interrupted. His head already ached from drinking, and after hearing Fong Yang's rant, it throbbed even more. Were young people these days so pessimistic about marriage? But with society growing more restless, it did breed many problems. Huh. Old Emo still want your son to get married. Jukai couldn't help but laugh, recalling how Emoju had teased him not long ago. Of course. My son is outstanding. How could he fail to find a good woman? Emoju blustered, though inwardly he felt a pang of fear. He hoped his son would find a worthy wife, not the kind of woman Fong Yang described. Tell me, Xiao Fong, what happened to make you so pessimistic about marriage? He couldn't help but ask. As they say, deep affection never holds. Once I thought having her was like having the whole world. I carved her deep into my heart. In the end, someone uglier than me with no money and less capable stole her away with a few sweet words. Isn't that ridiculous? Fong Yang didn't hide it. He spoke directly. He didn't believe in marriage, and even less in women these days. So he poured all his energy into his career. That experience had led to his current state. Actually, her leaving you early is a good thing, Emoju said. Fong Yang nodded, not denying it. Later, after she had her fun and was dumped, she wanted to come back to me. I blocked her on every channel and moved to a different city. I'll focus all my energy on work. Once I've saved enough money, he'll go to a quiet place and slowly savor the rest. His goal was clear: make money, then retire. Emoju and Jukai could see that. If that was truly the case, mainly having Fong Yang as a subordinate was genuinely more comfortable. He didn't grovel obsequiously, but did things that, like just now, without being asked, he had brought tea. Exactly what they needed. Given time, Fong Yang would certainly thrive in the workplace. Fong Yang, society may be restless, but I need to remind you, don't be too extreme. It's fine to focus on your career, but if you meet a good woman, keep an open mind. Life without marriage will always feel like something's missing, Emoju advised. He was a fine young man. He didn't want him to dismiss all women because of one bad experience. That was too extreme. Having been through it once should make it easier for him to judge a person's character. Fong Yang nodded silently, taking it. Get a good rest today. There's nothing left to do. Pack up tomorrow morning. The high-speed train tickets for the afternoon are already booked. Emoju patted Fong Yang on the shoulder. Yes, got it, brother Emo. Just call if you need anything. Pentakill. In bed, Emo Qingchuan swiped his screen with passion. This time Yi Shui was supporting him, and he lived up to expectations, wiping out the enemy team and securing a pentakill. Following the super minions, they pushed from the base to the Nexus and claimed victory. Another star earned. Can't do it anymore. I'm exhausted. Emo Qingchuan sighed. Playing ADC was too tiring. He had to watch his positioning, avoid ganks, and dodge assassins' dives. One slip, and he was dead, and losing a teammate had huge consequences. Support was much easier. Sacrifice yourself to protect the team, just don't screw up. Tired already. You're weak. Came Yi Yishui's taunt from the other side. I'm using your body. If it's weak, it's your body that's weak. Don't blame my body. I used to play all day without it, Yi Yishui retorted. Forget it. If you're tired, rest. They'll watch some short videos. They had climbed enough ranks for today anyway. These matches required intense focus. Short videos were more relaxing. Sure. Mo Qingchuan exited the room and closed the game. Then he opened a free novel app and started reading a story about body swapping. But before long he hit that annoying yellow button. So short. He grumbled, then switched to short videos. Suddenly a notification popped up at the top of his screen. Recharge confirmation, dear customer, at 162935 on April 6, 2024. You have successfully recharged 1000 yuan via mobile internet recharge service. 00 yuan. Huh. Mo Qingchuan rubbed his eyes, suspecting he was seeing things. After rubbing them again, his expression froze instantly. How much? 10,000. What? Unbelievable. Whose prank text was this? 10,086. It actually arrived. He quickly opened the app to check his phone balance and saw that 10,000 had indeed been credited. What the heck? Who topped it up? Damn it. Mo Qingchuan was stunned. His monthly phone bill was only 29. With 10,000 plus his original balance, it would last him 29 years. 29 years. Holy cow. Who the hell did this? A giant question mark popped up over Mo Qingchuan. It couldn't be his sister. She didn't have that much money. Nor his parents, who would dump that much into a phone bill. Just then another text arrived. Hello, I accidentally topped up the wrong number. The 10,000 must have gone to you. Dear brother, could you return it to me? Mo Qingchuan's expression stiffened. 10,000. How could he pay that back? Where would he get that much money? Can't return it. He edited the text and sent it. Soon the other side replied. You don't want to return it. Come on, bro, who tops up 10,000 for a phone bill? If it were 100 or 200 ID, give it back. I'm just a student. I don't have 10,000 on me right now. How can I pay you back? Mo Qingchuan was helpless. This person was so careless. How could they mess up 10,000? I'm not a bro, I'm a girl. But this 10,000 phone credit really matters to me. You can pay me back bit by bit, please. Mo Qingchuan looked at the text with disdain. Who were they calling dear brother? Someone who could top up 10,000 at once couldn't be younger than him, right? How about this? Let's add each other on WeChat and discuss it slowly, okay? Dear brother. Mo Qingchuan hesitated. Adding WeChat might make it easier to sort things out, and texting costs money anyway. Find my WeChat is this phone number. After replying, he considered whether to tell Yi Yishui and then talk to his. After all, 10,000 was no small sum, and he couldn't handle it alone. Soon a friend request came through on WeChat. Strawberry Tart Jam requests to add you as a friend, accept, decline. Mo Qingchuan clicked accept, and the other party immediately sent a message. Thank you, dear brother. What should we do about this 10,000? I'd like to hear your thoughts. At Yuzhen restaurant, Yi Qingru was so embarrassed her toes curled. When had she ever sent such cringy messages? Damn it, to lure Mo Qingchuan, and she had to endure this humiliation. But it was all for her niece and for her sister. And for the women of the Yi family. First contact customer service and see if they can reverse it. Mo Qingchuan replied. If they could reverse it, great. If not, they'd figure it out. Okay, I'll ask. Dear brother, don't delete me, okay? Mo Qingchuan was speechless. Why did they have to type like that? Couldn't they just be normal? Thinking about the phone bill gave him a headache. If it couldn't be reversed, how would he handle this 10,000? Maybe he should call Yi Yishui first. With that, he video called her. G-Bond. Huh. Was she that into Zhu Xia? Hey, what's up? Yi Yishui was lying in bed looking at Mo Qingchuan on the screen. Just now a stranger topped up 10,000 on my phone. I told them to contact customer service. If it can't be reversed, I might need you to talk to my mom. 10,000. Yi Yishui tilted her head. Yeah, 10,000. It's a headache. I can't believe someone could mess up like that. Is 10,000 a lot? Yi Yishui asked back. Huh. Mo Qingchuan was at a loss for words. Wasn't 10,000 a lot? His family was just ordinary. If you need, I can just transfer it to you. This shouldn't be a big deal for your mom. Yi Yishui said softly. My bank account probably has a few hundred K. Mo Qingchuan was on the verge of tears. What kind of talk was this? What were you saying? How could a high schooler be so rich? Well, she lived in a 300 square meter mansion. He really couldn't compare. Dad, when will you strike it rich and be? He wanted to be a rich kid too. No need for you to give it. Keep your money. They'll handle this with my parents. Mo Qingchuan refused. He couldn't take her money. Even if it seemed trivial to Yi Yishui, he felt it was wrong. Alright, if you need to talk to your mom, just let me know. Okay. He'll chat with that fool who topped up the wrong number and see how to resolve this. Mo Qingchuan called the other person a fool. He couldn't imagine someone who messed up 10,000 could be very smart. Wouldn't a normal person check the number twice? After hanging up, he changed the nickname of Strawberry Tart Jam to Fool. Then he continued scrolling through short videos. Soon the other party messaged again. I asked, and they said there's no way to reverse it. What should we do? In truth, Yi Qingru hadn't even asked. She didn't care about the money. Now that she had his contact info, the 10,000 was worth it. It had served its purpose. No way to reverse it. That was indeed a bit troublesome. Mo Qingchuan pursed his lips and thought for a moment, then started typing. I have an idea, but I'm not sure you'll accept it. Dear brother, what is it? Installments. Okay, how much per month? 29. Mo Qingchuan typed it out, not expecting the other to agree. He was just suggesting installments to negotiate the amount. After all, paying $29 a month would take forever. The other party probably needed the credit urgently and wouldn't agree to such a small amount. Okay, thank you, dear brother. Huh. Mo Kingchuan's mouth fell open. What was happening? Was this for real? They just agreed so easily, but it didn't hurt him. It was like paying his monthly bill. Thanks for understanding, handshake. Then he exited the chat and changed the nickname again. From fool to even cured, still drooling. After that, he ignored it, planning to nap, eat dinner, and then review some exercises. At Yujin restaurant, Yi Qingru happily swung her jade-like feet. Just you wait, little fish, playing games with your big sis. Next, shed chat with him, share daily life, and get him interested. Even if he replied coldly, she was confident she could slowly change that. Once they were chatting passionately, her next step would succeed. Yi, your aunt has sacrificed so much this time. They'll definitely expose that guy's true colors. Zhang Xiang lay weakly on the bed, the curtains tightly drawn, plunging the room into pitch darkness. His eyes were slightly moist. 3 blows had left him deeply wounded. Almost 3 years of unrequited love. It's over, he murmured softly. He wanted to chat with Tang Wenk to comfort her, but his own mood was equally low. With his clumsy tongue, how could he console another heartbroken soul? He had picked up his phone and put it down several times, even typed a message to send, but he pressed the delete key to erase the words. Oh, it's better this way. At least I can let go. Perhaps he should make good use of this final time, give it his all, and raise his grades. If love was unattainable, at least he could achieve something in his studies. He forced down his sorrow, picked up the tablet, sat at his study desk, opened a saved video, and began to listen to the lesson. If his fated other half had not yet appeared, he would focus on improving himself. Strive on, young man. Tang Wenk's eyes were swollen from crying. After returning home, she had stayed in her bedroom the entire time. She had harbored a secret crush for so long, only to end up with nothing. She clutched her phone, hesitated for a moment, and felt that if she didn't speak out, she would suffocate. Since things were already like this, she might as well vent boldly. With that thought, she opened the chat window, her fingers flying over the 26-key keyboard, sending message after message to Jingbai. I know you already have someone you like, but there's something I must say. You know I've liked you for a long time, dating back to the military training in freshman year of high school. Back then, because I didn't eat well, I was weak. The training was too much for me. As expected, after a class meeting, as I was going down the stairs, my legs gave way, and I fell. At that moment, I only felt a sharp pain in my ankle. It went numb, and I couldn't stand up. My classmates were concerned, but helpless. Only you stepped forward, checked my ankle, and found it was already swollen. Then you actually picked me up and ran straight to the infirmary. I thought, oh my God, how can someone be so handsome? Have I finally met my Prince Charming? At that moment, in your arms, seeing your profile, my heart was about to burst. But you, even though we added each other, you were always so indifferent to me. I couldn't understand why you carried me without hesitation, but were so cold in our chats. Now I realize you were already engaged, so it made sense you wouldn't get too close to other girls. But you're such a jerk. You made me fall for you back, then buried those feelings for nearly 3 years, and then today you stabbed me hard. I hate you. After sending the messages, Tang Wenk's tears flowed uncontrollably again. It was over. She felt a little relieved after venting, but the pain still lingered. About a minute later, Jingbai replied, I never expected that gesture to have such an impact. At the time, I just thought the swelling was severe and needed prompt treatment. I didn't think about anything else. After all, I'm already engaged, and we love each other now. I can't do anything to betray that trust. There are plenty of good men in the world. Maybe you should look around you. Your Prince Charming might have been by your side all along. Tang Wenk pursed her lips after reading. So he had never felt anything for her from the very beginning. Perhaps this was for the best. Jingbai hadn't strung her along. Lingering attachments would only cause more pain. I know what you're trying to say. You want me to notice Zhang Xiang, right? I really don't have any feelings for him. I only see him. This time Jingbai replied quickly. Well, look ahead then. Adjust your mindset and prepare for the college entrance exams. You might meet the one at university. Tang Wenk wiped her tears. I know that, no need to remind me. But you'll be the one I resent for a lifetime. Jingbai replied with 6 dots and said no more. She waited for a long time, then flung her phone aside. So infuriating. Cold-hearted man. From now on, you're out of my life. He'll never bother with you again. After saying that, she felt a pang of grievance. When dinner time came, she had no appetite at all, as if she had reverted to her former state. My youth is far from. Night fell. At a little past 10, Mo Qingchuan finished studying, took a shower, and laid back on the bed. The day had passed so quickly. He picked up his phone to chat with Yi Shui. Ever since they swapped bodies, they had talked every night before sleep. I see you have a computer. I want to play on it. What's the password? Yi Shui asked. No, you don't. Mo Qingchuan refused. I do. You don't. What do I have to do to get to play? Yi Shui had already brought the computer to her bed, but the password kept her from entering the Windows desktop. She had been eyeing this computer for a long time. Today she couldn't resist anymore and wanted to play a hybrid version of Plants vs. Zombies. That wretched Mo Qingchuan guarding such a shabby computer like a treasure, refusing to let her play. What's so fun about a computer? He'll play a couple rounds of Honor of Kings with you. Mo Kingchuan's mouth twitched. This computer held a huge secret. How could he let anyone else open it? Even his sister didn't know the password. I don't want to play Honor of Kings, I'm tired of it. I want to play on the computer. I want to play on the computer. I want to play on the computer. Yi Yishui started spamming the chat. Mo Qingchuan remained unmoved. A secret was a secret. To reveal it, he would rather die. If she wanted to see the secret, she would have to walk over his dead body. Don't even think about it. Get some rest, Miss Yi. Yi Yishui pouted. What the heck? He wouldn't even let her play on the computer. Who cared? But thinking about it, normally anyone would agree to a little computer time. Unless there was something unspeakable hidden inside. Her eyes sparkled. Could there be something of that nature? Yi Yishui picked up her phone and began to probe. Mo Qingchuan, is there something indecent on your computer? What indecent thing? No. No need to explain. I already know. You'd better come clean. My computer is perfectly clean. Mo Qingchuan's words were stubborn. Really? Then tomorrow I'll have someone crack the password. Don't doubt me, my family has many tech enterprises with... Suddenly, Mo Qingchuan fell silent. Is that appropriate? That's my computer. How can you do that? But if you just tell me what's on your computer, I won't send it over. Yi Yishui didn't insist on Mo Qingchuan giving her the password. She just wanted him to admit there was something indecent on the computer to stop his stubbornness. Mo Qingchuan thought for a moment and then gave up. Although he didn't know much about Yi Yishui's family, the fact that a high school student had hundreds of thousands in her bank account spoke volumes. Since you ask sincerely, I'll mercifully tell you. Yi Yishui's eyes lit up. Was he about to confess? There are indeed some indecent things on my computer, but they were all given to me by Dad Uam. Just that. Give me the details. Yi Yishui couldn't help but smile. That's more like it. All right. Those indecent things all have names. They are called sister-in-laws, insistence sisters, fantasy sister-in-laws, plea cousins, lament eldest sisters, struggle wives, demand teachers, instruction CEOs, bullying little aunts, tenderness. Ha! Lecture. Yi Yishui's face flushed crimson as she saw the names Mo Qingchuan had sent. This guy usually seemed so proper, yet secretly he was looking at this kind of stuff. Unforgivable. Must be cleaned out. She held the computer, hesitated for a long while, and finally placed it back on the study desk. It wasn't right to mess with someone else's study materials. She got into bed, picked up her phone, and replied to Mo Qingchuan. Lecture. Go to sleep. After sending the message, she turned off her phone and curled up under the covers. On the other side, Mo Qingchuan was somewhat embarrassed. You were the one who forced me to say it. Don't blame me. Seeing Yi Yishui's message, he sent a good night, then also turned off his phone and slipped under the covers. Yet neither of them fell asleep immediately. Instead, their minds wandered. The more they thought, the more lewd thoughts filled their heads. They only drifted off when exhaustion finally overcame them. The next day, Sunday. Today, boarding students needed to return to school for 2 evening self-study sessions. Day students, however, did not have to attend. Classes would resume as usual on Monday. Mo Qingchuan had no particular plans today. He studied a bit, played a game with Yi Yishui, chatted with his buddies, and admired the cross-dressing photos Jing Bai had sent. The day passed quite pleasantly. In between, cured but still drools sent him a message to which he gave a perfunctory. Staying home all day was bliss. Yi Yishui felt the same, though Mo Qingyao, that girl, had gone out to play again. At dinner time, Yi Yishui, Fong Mei, and Mo Qingyao sat at the dining table. Come, let's eat first, your dad will be back soon. Fong Mei served the rice and placed it before the two of them. Today's meal was quite lavish. 6 dishes and a soup, including 2 appetizers for drinks presumably prepared for Mo Zhu. Mom, what gifts did Dad bring us this time? Mo Qingyou's eyes sparkled. Always thinking about gifts, why don't you think about your father? Fong Mei rolled her eyes. How could I not miss him? But I don't know what the gift is, I'm curious, Mo Qingyao said in a... Stop that. Talk normally, or I'll hit you. Even Fong Mei was fed up with Mo Qingyou's coquettish tone, wondering where she had picked it up. The girl refused to change despite being told, acting that way every now and then. Yi Yishui chuckled softly, saying nothing, simply savoring the warmth of this family atmosphere. Oh, big brother, save me. Mom's hitting me. She's going to kill me. Mo Qingyao shouted, clinging to Yi. All right, settle down and eat. Yi Yishui tapped Mo Qingyou's head with her chopsticks. After these 2 days together, she had come to understand Mo Qingyou's personality. Outwardly boisterous, a little devil, but mostly just mischievous, as she always listened when spoken to. Whoa, who dares lay a hand on my precious daughter? Bang. A figure pushed the door open, dressed in a suit, holding a bouquet of flowers. He moved with an agility unbefitting a middle-aged man, taking 2 strides before dropping to one knee and sliding before Fong Mei. Ah, it's my beloved wife. Mo Zhu presented the flowers to Fong Mei with both hands. The entire motion was smooth as flowing water without a hint of clumsiness. Yi Yishui was stunned, then burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Indeed, the father of this family was no ordinary man either. It was the first time she had seen anyone execute such a move so flawlessly. Not even the variety shows or TV dramas she had watched could compare. He must have done it many times. At our age, still pulling this kind of stunt. Fong Mei's words were dismissive, but a smile graced her face. She took the flowers, inhaled their fragrance, and felt a surge of joy inside. Go wash your hands and eat, you still reek of alcohol. Emoju scratched his head. Dealing with those clients these past few days has worn me out. Every contract negotiation requires drinking, I can't help it. In his line of work, many deals were sealed over dinner. But the prerequisite was knowing how to talk and keep the clients happy. This inevitably involved alcohol. With that, he patted both Yi Ishui and Imo Qingyao on the shoulders. Guess what I brought for you? Imo Qingyou's eyes lit up. Something delicious. No. Imo Zhu raised a finger and wagged it. Guess again. Something fun. Imo Zhu shook his head once more. Imo Qingyao racked her brain, but couldn't figure out what her dad had brought. She decided to resort to coaxing. Daddy, your daughter is dumb, can't guess, just show us. She tugged at her father's arm. Since my daughter pleads, I won't hold back any longer. Imo Zhu then pulled a backpack charm from his bag. The charm had pink hair, a dazed expression, and wore a school uniform. Wow, Anya, so cute. Imo Qingyao jumped up, taking the charm in her hands, her eyes sparkling. She loved this gift. Seeing his daughter happy, Imo Zhu smiled. He had stumbled upon it while shopping at the mall and thought his daughter would like it, so he bought it. Fortunately, he knew what his daughter liked. Next for my son. This time he didn't make them guess, but directly took here goji berries to nourish the body. Yi Ishui. Was he serious? Did she need this? You old rascal. Does our son need this? Feng Mei slapped Imo Zhu, then gave him a kick. I think you're the one who needs a good tonic. Go wash your hands and eat. Ahem. Imo Zhu coughed lightly, offering no resistance, and obediently went to wash his hands. Yi Ishui stared at the box of goji berries, dumbfounded. Did she need to drink this? She decided to ask Imo Qinchuan later. Son, you're still young, you don't need this stuff. He'll take it, and he'll send you a red envelope later. Feng Mei took the goji berries away. Okay. Yi Ishui agreed, also feeling she didn't need them. Who drinks? Brother, isn't it pretty? Imo Qingyao held up the charm, showing it off to Yi Ishui. Looks a bit silly, like it lacks intelligence. Yi Ishui commented on the anime character on the charm. Cute is enough. Imo Qingyao smiled, then ran to her room and attached the charm to her backpack zipper. The four of them then gathered at the table to eat. Having drunk too much on his business trip, Imo Zhu switched to juice and began boasting about how he had handled the clients. Yi Ishui felt deeply content to be able to enjoy such an atmosphere. In the luxurious room of the Lisang Hotel, Wang Zikai lay on the bed, his upper body bare and the lower half covered by a blanket. A woman nestled in his arms, the scene suggesting they had just finished their intimate encounter. A cigarette dangled from his lips as he exhaled, smoke, his eyes half closed. Kai Xiao, when will you take me traveling? I've been waiting so long. The woman in his arms cooed softly. Wang Zikai blew out a stream of smoke, gazing at her as he licked his lips. Several red marks adorned his neck. Don't rush. I'm still in school, and I can't be running around these days. If my old man catches me, he'll be in. He chuckled, looking at the woman, desire stirring within him again. She let out a soft moan, and his body trembled with arousal. He stubbed out the cigarette and flipped her beneath him. Oh, you're so annoying, still bothering me, she exclaimed softly. Come on, my darling. Wang Zikai pulled up the blanket, ready to make his move. Ring, ring, ring. The shrill sound of a phone rang out, startling him. His body jolted, and a wave of irritation flooded his chest. Damn it. Who the hell is calling? He grabbed the phone, and upon seeing the caller, his anger subsided by half. It was an old butler from home, a man of his father's generation. Hello, Uncle Lee, why are you calling at this hour? Though not furious, his tone carried displeasure. I apologize for disturbing you, young master. The matter you asked me to investigate last time has some leads. Based on your description and the school's surveillance footage, we've identified the student who hit you. His name is Imo Qinchuan. His family background is ordinary. His mother is a primary school teacher. As for his father, things get interesting. Wang Zikai raised an eyebrow. An ordinary background was good news, but what did interesting mean? He glanced at the woman waiting beside him, struggling to contain his burning desire. He was tempted to hang up immediately. Uncle Lee, get to the point. I have things to do here, Wang Zikai urged. Nothing annoyed him more than being interrupted during important matters, and now the man was dragging his words. If it weren't for the fact that this butler managed the household affairs and his backup, he would have already started cursing. Imo Qingchuan's father is named Imo Zhu. He has worked as a department head at our branch company for 8 years. Over the years, Imo Zhu has been outstanding. He secured half of the branch's contracts, earning high prestige internally. Many senior executives at the branch dare not offend him. After all, without the contracts he brings in, the branch's drones wouldn't sell, leading to losses. Young master, I suggest we avoid confrontation and instead negotiate over a dinner table, having him apologize. Harmony brings wealth, and we must consider the bigger picture. If Imo Zhu leaves, it will greatly impact the branch, causing losses and potentially forcing its closure. Wang Zikai's face twitched, veins bulging on his forehead. He had been hit, and it infuriated him. How dare a lowly commoner lay a hand on him? Now the butler was telling him to just let the other party apologize. So he was supposed to suffer the beating for nothing. Even if he called the police, it would be futile. First, he had no connections. Second, he had struck first. Third, he had no external or internal injuries, only the pain at the time. Uncle Lee'll be direct. I want to destroy him. He's just a wage slave. What does his position matter? In my family's company, everyone listens to me. I want the company to fire him immediately. Wang Zikai roared. There was a silence on the other end of the line. After a few seconds, the voice spoke again. Young master, this is merely for momentary gratification and does not benefit the company's development. I hope you will remain calm, Uncle Lee advised. I am calm. What? Can I call the shots in my own company? He's just a minor department head. Can he turn the world upside down? What are they worth? I refuse to believe that such a large company can't function without him. Uncle Lee was deeply troubled. The company had been facing issues recently, leaving him overwhelmed. The main office had already delayed salaries by a month. The branch, however, was thriving. In fact, they had considered scaling down or even shutting down the main office's operations to focus on the branch. Otherwise, the company would eventually go bankrupt. Change was necessary. Young Master Mo Zhu has worked at the branch for 8 years. If we fire him, the severance pay won't be small. I'm afraid. What? Severance pay for firing him? And if we don't pay, what then? I've heard the company did this before and got away with it. Why can't we do the same to him? This isn't a big deal, is it, Uncle Lee? You can't even handle this for me. Remember, this company will eventually be mine. When I speak, you just need to carry it out. Even if Mo Zhu is capable, what does it matter? This world is full of capable workhorses. Just hire another one. I don't want to repeat myself, Uncle Lee. After Wang Zikai finished his angry tirade, there was another brief silence. He said nothing more, waiting for Uncle Lee's concession. Uncle Lee had served his father for a long time, but in the end, he was just a butler. Uncle Lee's descendants wanted to enter the family business, so they couldn't afford to offend him, as they were meant to become his personal butlers. I understand, young master. He'll take care of it. Just wait for the news. Click. The call ended. Humph. Wang Zikai tossed his phone aside. What a hassle. Do you even know who your master is? Telling me to consider the bigger picture. Seek harmony and wealth. You're nothing but an old dog my father keeps by his side. How dare you teach me what to do? Damn cur. The woman beside him was used to it. She knew Wang Zikai had a bad temper and often flew into rages. But she had experience with such matters. Gently, she placed her left hand on Wang Zikai's chest, her fingertips lightly tracing his skin, teasing his heart. Kai Shao, calm down. An old dog like that isn't worth your anger. If you get upset and harm your health, what will I do? Her voice was seductive, laced with allure. She pressed her chest against him, her breath fragrant. Instantly, Wang Zikai felt aroused, his anger vanishing as he stared at her with infatuated eyes. You truly ignite an unquenchable desire. I could devour you down to the bone. He embraced her tightly. Oh no, I'm still young. How can you eat me? I want to live a few more years to keep you company, Kai Shao. Without me, could you manage? Whether I can or not, we can find out right now. No. What are you doing? Yi Yishui lay on the bed, swinging her feet, sending a message on her phone. It was Sunday, and after today, school would resume tomorrow. Watching short videos. Why aren't you asleep yet? Mo Qingxuan replied. You're not asleep, so why tell me to sleep? Jida Lida Liba da Jida Lida Liba G by Lida Liba by Jida. Mo Qingxuan had found this tongue twister from somewhere and hadn't tried it himself. Send me this as a voice message. Yi Yishui glanced at it and snorted coldly. You go first. Jida Lida da G. Mo Qingxuan attempted it, felt something was off, and stopped abruptly. Good grief, he was almost there. This tongue twister was truly impossible to read aloud without practicing it a couple of times first. Then the next second he saw that Yi Yishui had sent him a voice message. He opened it, and Yi Yishui's voice came through. Every word was enunciated clearly, not tripped up at all. Damn it. Was this the gap between him and a genius girl? Mo Qingxuan silently grieved. Impressive. After listening, he praised her. A piece of cake, no challenge. By the way, could Wenku being so heartbroken affect her studies, or anything? She's the class monitor and has responsibilities. Would she ask the teacher to resign from the position? Yi Yishui asked, a little worried. She had sent messages to Tang Wang today, but got barely any replies. She still seemed shattered. If this continued, the monitor role might become a burden for her. Don't worry, it won't happen. Your concern is unnecessary. You know, once you've tasted power, it's hard to give it up. Mo Qingxuan told Yi Yishui to relax. How do you know? I was the hygiene monitor in elementary school. My, what a grand official you are, Commissioner Mo. Keep a low profile. All right, let's sleep. Good night. After sending the message, Mo Qingxuan planned to turn off his phone and sleep. But the phone's notification sound rang out again. He picked it up and saw that he whose cured still drools had sent him a picture. He opened it to reveal a pair of long, straight legs tightly encased in black stockings. The texture of the stockings was delicate and elastic, perfectly conforming to the skin and outlining the slenderness and sensuality of the legs. He didn't know if the picture had been edited, but after seeing it, Mo Qingxuan sent a question mark. What was this guy doing? Trying to seduce him to ensure he kept up with the installment payments. Does it look good, oi? He whose cured still drools asked. If you're worried I won't make the installment payments, you're overthinking it. That's it, I'm going to sleep. Mo Qingxuan sent that and turned off his phone. After switching off the light, the entire room fell silent. Soon his breathing became steady. Next door, Yi Qingru stamped her feet. Damn it, damn it. What does he mean? I ask if it looks good, and you say you're going to sleep. She was a bit exasperated mainly because she hadn't even edited this picture and sent it confidently. And all she got was a very cold reply. Calm down, calm down. She patted her chest and began to analyze coolly. Was there really a guy who didn't like looking? Impossible. Was he even a man? Playing hard to get with me, huh? Yi Qingru sat on the bed, crossing her legs. With the black stockings, she exuded a hint of allure. No rush, I have plenty of time. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. Monday. Day students began returning to school one after another. However, many people on the road looked at Imo Qingchuan with strange expressions. He was inwardly surprised. Was it just because he had gotten a bit close to Yi Shui? They weren't even dating, so why all these looks? Strange. Hey, did you hear? The guy who's been getting close to Master Yi recently was chasing another girl before. You saw that news too? Yeah. I heard Master Yi was the one pursuing that guy, stealing him away. In the end, she even used seduction to get him into bed and steal him. I just heard this news. It's so explosive. I never thought Master Yi would do something like that. That guy's name seems to be Imo Qingchuan. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. I heard they didn't even use protection. What if she gets pregnant before the college entrance exam? Imo Qingchuan's face darkened upon hearing this. What the hell was this? Where did these rumors come from? If it was just about them getting close lately, that was one thing, but the rest was utter nonsense. Hey, what are you guys talking about? His tone was angry as he walked towards the group of boys. Damn, it's your fault. Too loud. He heard us. Ahem, Master Yi, we heard it from someone else too. Don't you know? One of the boys said awkwardly. The two boys looked at Imo Qingchuan's face, their hearts beating a little faster. His looks were flawless, exactly the kind of white moonlight they dreamed of. Even his every move unconsciously drew their gaze. Imo Qingchuan frowned. He really didn't know about this. He hadn't received any news at all. That meant the rumor hadn't fully spread yet. I really don't know. Tell me what happened. He checked the time. There were still over 10 minutes until morning exercises. Enough time to briefly explain the situation. Well, if we tell you, Master Yi, please don't get angry and hit us. One of the boys was a bit afraid of getting beaten. I won't resort to violence, Imo Qingchuan replied. Ahem, good. It's strange though. A guy in our class suddenly said in the class group chat that had heard something earth-shattering. He said that you, Master Yi, would stoop to any level to get a man. Right? He said that Imo Qingchuan from your class 6 had been chasing you Miao Miao for almost 3 years, but recently he suddenly got very close to you. A guy who chased a girl for 3 years must be pretty devoted. How could he suddenly get so close to another girl? Then he started saying that you, Master Yi, had actually always liked Imo Qingchuan. To get him, you've been planning for a long time. He said, you two, we're together. That. The boy couldn't bring himself to say the rest in front of Imo Qingchuan. Otherwise, he would definitely get beaten badly. What's that guy's name? Wang Chong. I see. You two go to school first. Imo Qingchuan's voice turned cold. Oh, okay. The two boys quickly walked away. He could feel Imo Qingchuan's anger. In fact, seeing the school bowtie's expression, they knew the rumor was mostly fabricated. It couldn't be more false. But once a rumor starts, it's hard to quell. Everyone has a gossipy heart. With a few words from their mouths, countless people could know, and the rumor could even mutate. Especially since this was a rumor about the #1 school beauty of Shanano. One high school. With that identity, it would be even harder to suppress. Wang Chong. One of you Mio Mios kept fish. His gaze darkened. He had already warned you Miao Miao not to cause trouble last time, yet she dared to jump out again now. The second mock exam was coming up. He didn't expect such an annoying thing to happen at this time. Why are you standing there? A voice came from behind. It was Yi Shui. Imo Qingchuan let out a light breath and turned to look at Yi Shui. Miss Yi, we might have trouble. Imo Qingchuan took a minute to explain the situation to Yi Shui. After hearing it, she understood that someone must be fueling the fire behind this incident. Perhaps only our class group hasn't been infected with the rumors. As for the other groups, it's hard to say. Yi Shui appeared surprisingly calm, though her eyes were icy cold. It was impossible to feel nothing. The one lurking in the shadows, deliberately spreading such vile rumors, was utterly despicable. No one wanted their reputation tarnished by slander, especially when it mattered so much to a girl. Although she harbored different feelings for Imo Qingchuan, their relationship had not progressed to that point. They weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Before that, they needed to maintain a pure friendship. Such rumors could easily create a rift between them. When one is slandered and defamed, they bear immense pressure. Driven by self-protection, one might even entertain thoughts of escape. Once such thoughts emerge, a crack in their relationship is almost inevitable. It's almost certain that Yu Miao Miao is involved. I can't believe she still dares to stir up trouble after last time's warning. Imo Qingchuan clenched his fists. But she is definitely not the mastermind behind this. Yi Shui looked at Imo Qingchuan and asked, is there someone else? Imo Qingchuan took a deep breath to ease his mind. Remember when I told you about Zhou Yingying? I know. Has she still not given up? She's really persistent with you. Yi Shui hadn't expected that this person who had made no move for nearly 3 years would suddenly emerge now. It seemed she had been waiting for the right moment all along. It was my carelessness. On the night we swapped bodies, a call came from an unfamiliar number. I hung up a few times, but it kept ringing. I got a bit angry and cursed after answering, not expecting it to be Zhou Yingying. She recognized your voice and then guessed we were sleeping together, Imo Qingchuan said slowly. He had never mentioned this incident, thinking that after he made it clear Zhou Yingying would give up and just watch from the shadows, as after all she had already been watching for 3 years. But just before graduation she could no longer hold back. His mood was indeed sour now, because Zhou Yingying had a real knack for being disgusting. So she's the one behind it all. I thought Yu Miao Miao didn't have the guts last time, as she was probably instigated by Zhou. Yi Yishui guessed the gist of it. We can be sure that Yu Miao Miao had her other fish in other classes spread this in the group chats. Those two are truly birds of a feather. Yi Yishui nodded, and then checked the time. Let's talk as we walk. We can. By the way, what exactly did Zhou Yingying do that made you so repulsed by her? This was something she had wanted to ask for a long time, but was waiting for the right moment. But now she had to ask. Only by understanding the full story between Zhou Yingying and Imo Qingchuan could she counterattack more effectively. Indeed, she would not sit idly by. The rumor monger wanted to ruin her reputation, a truly malicious intent. And she was no saint. Forgiveness was for God. What she needed to do was emerge victorious from this slander. Alas! Imo Qingchuan let out a heavy sigh and began, after I rejected her, I thought it was over. But later she sent another letter saying I was her first love, and she just wanted to leave a small gift as a memento. Something to remind her that a girl once liked me. I was too naive back then. I didn't overthink it, nor did I expect her to set a trap, so I went. When I got there it was deserted. The gift was in a bag. I couldn't tell what it was, only that it felt very light. She told me to close my eyes and reach into the bag. I did as she said. But when I pulled it out I found it was a piece of I was dumbfounded. What kind of girl gives something like that? The next second Zhou Yingying snatched the lingerie from me. She said to me, your fingerprints are now on this lingerie. If you don't want me to call the police, you'll be my boyfriend. Otherwise it'll ruin your reputation, and you won't even be able to continue your studies. I was completely stunned at that moment. Being framed with such a huge accusation, there was no way I could explain myself under those circumstances. I even looked around and saw no surveillance cameras. I truly had no idea what to do. If I didn't agree, my life would be ruined. She would accuse me of stealing the lingerie, and she would likely succeed because I had no evidence to prove my innocence. But if I agreed, I felt my life would be completely destroyed. Living in a cage she built. So after thinking it through I still refused. She sneered at me and said, I never thought you'd still reject me even after this. How much do you dislike me? But it doesn't matter. If you don't agree, get ready to face the consequences. Luckily, heaven never seals off all. Just then that guy Jing Bai stood up from behind the wall, which was covered by greenery. He said, what a malicious woman. Don't worry, brother. Don't be afraid. Let her yell. He'll be your witness. With Jing Bai coming forward as a witness, I had some room to maneuver. Zhou Yingying hadn't expected anyone to be hiding nearby. She glared at Jing Bai viciously before leaving, and that was the end of it. After that incident, I blocked all her contact information. But she didn't give up and kept trying to find me. To avoid further harassment, I started looking for a suitable shield. Soon after I noticed Yu Miao Miao. She was flirting with several guys at the same time, so I was sure she wouldn't agree if I pursued her. Later I shifted most of my focus to studying. But every time I think about that incident it makes me sick, so I never wanted to bring it up. Yi Yishui listened carefully and added 2 more words to her assessment of Zhou Yingying. Malicious. Stopping at nothing to achieve her goals. Her heart was as black as her appearance. Why was Yi Yishui asked. Imo Qingchuan looked puzzled. Was that the important part? Later, after Jing Bai and I got to know each other, I asked him. He said girls kept bothering him, so he would find a quiet, secluded spot during breaks to squat and play on his phone. He just happened to witness the scene. After all, he was the school heartthrob. Quite a few people wanted to hit on him. As they talked, they had already reached. Day students from various high school grades were gathering and filing into the school. The head of security stood there watching Yi Yishui and Imo Qingchuan walking close together and smiled at them. He was rooting for this couple. They smiled back, grateful for the security team's timely arrival that day. As they headed toward their class formation, whispers of discussion rose around them. Many people stared at them with strange looks. Imo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui both hated this kind of gaze, but they didn't lower their heads. The innocent are clear, the guilty are stained. The two walked to their class formation and set down their backpacks. Most of the class hadn't yet heard the rumor, so everything seemed normal. Jing Bai and Big Head approached. Chuan, I accidentally overheard something about you and Yi Yishui. It's just, Jing Bai asked. He couldn't believe the two would have done something like that so early. It's definitely a rumor. Damn it, which bastard spread that nonsense? This ruins Yes' reputation as the school beauty, and Qing Chuan's too. Zhang Xiang had never believed the rumor from the start. He had known Imo Qingchuan for so long, how could he not understand him? At most they might hold hands. They definitely haven't even kissed. Had bet a pack of spicy sticks on it. It is indeed a rumor, and I already know who started it. Yi Yishui replied. Could it be that girl? Jing Bai's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Zhou Yingying, who was reciting a text not far away. No one else seemed malicious enough to spread such a rumor. It's her Mo Qingchuan replied. Should we tell the teacher? Or call the police? Jingbai asked. This matter couldn't be allowed to fester, otherwise it would greatly impact both of them. Mo Qingchuan shook his head. It's useless. The root of the matter can't be quelled, and the rumor will only become more twisted. We know who the mastermind is, but we have no evidence against her. She even had Yu Miao Miao do the spreading, who then had her lackeys spread it in other class groups. At this point, Jing Bai and Zhang Xiang understood the gist of the situation. This was troublesome, hard to resolve. With her status as the top school beauty, it would only attract more attention and discussion. Some people love to see those at the peak fall into the abyss. So have you figured out how to handle it? How can we help? Yi Yishui thought for a moment. We do need your help. Whether on the school forum or in the group chats, we hope you can speak up for us. We need some dissenting voices, or this will be hard to turn around. She frowned deeply. They were in a very different voices might help a little, but overturning the entire rumor seemed far from enough. Yet time was tight. At least they had to stop the rumor from getting more twisted. Time for morning exercises. Everyone to your spots. The homeroom teacher Jean Mingyao called out sternly. All right, leave this to Big Head and me. Jingbai nodded and headed to the back of the line with Big Head. Mo Qingchuan turned to Yi Yishui. You go too. Don't stress too much. I'm here for you. Yi Yishui was momentarily stunned, then smiled. I'm here for you. She hadn't heard those words in a long time. She never expected to hear them again at a time like this. Okay. Yi Yishui acknowledged and walked toward the back of the line. Mo Qingchuan also moved toward the girls' formation. His gaze was cold, shifting from Zhou Yingying to Yu Miao Miao. The former smiled faintly at him, revealing nothing. The latter avoided his eyes, flustered. As he passed Yu Miao Miao, he spoke. People often have to pay for what they do. I hope you're ready. Yu Miao Miao's body trembled, and she gritted her teeth. How dare he speak in that tone? Now most of the school knew about her indecent behavior. Yi should be ruined. She didn't believe Yi Yishui could clear her name now. Once a rumor spreads, it's terrifying. In another class, Wang Zikai's face darkened. Since morning he had heard the rumor, and it burned with rage inside him. Yi Yishui had actually given herself to a commoner. Unbelievable. Who would have thought the eldest daughter of the Yi family would debase herself like this, huh? Interesting. I wonder how the Yi family will react when they hear about this. As for Mo Qingchuan, just wait. The pillar of your family is about to fall. At 9 o'clock, Mo Zhu arrived at the company. Hey, Brother Mo. Brother Mo is finally back. Yeah, I'm back. Landed a big deal this time. Dinner's on me tonight. Mo Zhu smiled as he spoke to his colleagues. These were all people under his leadership. About 50 of them, many who started as interns under him. He had mentored many. The atmosphere was naturally harmonious and relaxed. However, the work itself wasn't easy. The company's system was designed to squeeze employees. But no one wanted to leave such a good atmosphere and a good leader, so they stayed on. Everyone quiet down. At that moment, a greasy fat man waddled out, his large belly swaying. He was the company's director, the superior of Mo Zhu and the other managers. Today, a big shot from headquarters is coming. He's someone close to the chairman, a founding member, and a veteran. He'll be inspecting today. Work hard and hold your bathroom breaks until lunch. Many were displeased upon hearing, damn, another damn leader coming to inspect, and now we can't even take a piss. Stupid director, he'll piss in your line. There's no need to restrict bathroom breaks, is there? Mo Zhu frowned. Worry about yourself instead of them. The director snorted and walked away. His conflict with Mo Zhu was no secret. If it weren't for Mo Zhu's strong work performance, he would have been gone long ago. The arrival of the headquarters big shot played right into his wishes. Damn, who does he think he is? Does nothing all day, but comes here throwing his weight around. Zhu Kai couldn't help cursing after the director left. Calm down, Brother Zhu. Haven't had breakfast yet. Fang Yang approached. Zhu Kai was surprised he hadn't eaten yet. This kid. How much? He'll transfer it to you. No need. Fang Yang waved his hand. Hey, let's keep things separate. I have to pay. Don't refuse. Zhu Kai insisted and directly transferred 20 yuan to Fang Yang. That's too much. Fang Yang said, surprised. Zhu Kai waved it off. Keep the change for your trouble. Go back to work. Okay, thanks, Brother Zhu. After Fang Yang left, Zhu Kai frowned at Mo Zhu. What's that pig up to? There's something behind his words. Mo Zhu frowned. It's probably related to the big shot from headquarters. It's fine, a headquarters is losing money, but our branch is profitable. They might transfer me and some others over, but that pig's tone doesn't match that. He can't be trying to screw me over. Mo Zhu sat at his desk, restless and uneasy, his computer screen frozen for a long time. His right eyelid kept twitching. Something felt off. The words the director had said when he first arrived at the company were definitely not casual. Setting me up. That makes no sense. Mo Zhu couldn't figure it out. With the company in its current state, could it even survive without him? There were far too many drone manufacturers. It was only through his years of experience, eloquence, and accumulated client base that he had managed to help this failing company stand out among the crowd. The quality wasn't particularly impressive. He had compared the data, and it lagged far behind the major corporations. Without him, whether this branch would collapse was uncertain, but turning a profit would be a struggle. Add to that the headquarters' financial crisis and business contraction. Were the top executives all brain dead? Why would they target him now? I can't wrap my head around it. They'll have to wait until the person from headquarters arrives to find out what's going on. Emoju muttered softly, taking a sip of water. Even if he were truly fired, he wasn't afraid. The severance package alone would be a substantial sum. Besides, many companies had tried to poach him, but he had turned them all down because this one was close to home. He didn't lack job opportunities, and he had even entertained the idea of starting his own business. Unfortunately, everything at home was going smoothly, and the risks of entrepreneurship were too great for him to gamble. By the time it was past 11, a middle-aged man in a suit arrived at the company entrance. His hair was graying, and he appeared to be in his early 50s. His demeanor was refined, his gaze calm. "President Lee, you're here. It's almost noon. Shall we grab a meal first?" Several senior managers had been waiting, including the greasy-faced, overweight director. Their faces were plastered with ingratiating smiles, fully aware of this man's status at headquarters. "No need." Li Xingzhou raised a hand to decline. "I'm on a tight schedule and have no time for the formalities of a dining table. Take me to the office now. Prepare a meeting room. I need to speak with Emoju." At that moment, the director stepped forward. "The office is ready. Please follow me, President Lee." The senior executives already knew the purpose of Li Xingzhou's visit. Though they felt a twinge of regret at losing a cash cow, they didn't care. As long as it didn't affect them, it was harmless. In today's society, talent was abundant. Finding a replacement for a manager position was all too easy. The group headed upstairs. Meanwhile, a young woman from the administrative department approached Emoju's desk. "Brother Emo, someone is looking for you. They want to discuss something with you." Emoju closed his laptop and looked at her. "Discuss what?" The admin shook her head. "I don't know. The director asked me to call you." Emoju nodded without another word, stood up, and followed the admin. Zhu Kai also rose from his seat across from Emoju, his brow furrowed. "I hope nothing goes wrong." He had been with Emoju at this company for 8 years. They had joined together. Over the years, they had forged a deep bond. If Emoju left this company, he wouldn't want to stay either. In a tidy meeting room, Li Xingzhou casually took a seat. "President Lee, is there anything else you need?" someone asked. "No, everyone out." Li Xingzhou closed his eyes slowly. He was exhausted. Over the years, his face had grown more weathered. The affairs at headquarters had left him overwhelmed, and despite his desperate efforts to salvage things, problems kept piling up. The chairman had not only abandoned the company, but was also draining its resources. Creak. At that moment, the meeting room door opened, and Emoju walked in. "Don't you knock." Li Xingzhou opened his eyes slowly. Emoju remained impassive, pulling out a chair and sitting down. "Is it necessary? Is this the kind of nonsense people from headquarters like to pull?" Emoju retorted. It was just him being called and not a meeting in progress. Why bother knocking? Bringing up such a trivial matter was clearly an attempt to assert dominance. Moju was a veteran in the workplace. He even crossed his legs, trying to intimidate him. No way. He had the leverage to do as he pleased. Even if he propped his feet on the table, so what? "You're right, it's not necessary. I'm here to discuss a few things with you." Li Xingzhou remained composed. "The main company is in turmoil, and we need to restructure operations. We're pleased with the branch's profitability, and soon this might become the new headquarters. But we have too many employees, and the company can't afford them. We need to downsize to cut costs and improve efficiency. And you are on the list. I know you've been here for 8 years, and you might resent this, but there's no room for negotiation. The company's survival is what matters most. After all these years, you must have some attachment to the place." "Stop. Let me correct one thing." Emoju cut him off. "I come to work to make money. I have no attachment to the company." Bringing up emotions would only hurt the wallet. He had already guessed what Li Xingzhou was about to say, a guilt trip to manipulate him. Then had claimed the company was in crisis and couldn't afford the N1 severance. Damn old fox, did he think Emoju was a rookie, trying to fire him without proper compensation? Dream on. Li Xingzhou sighed and nodded slowly. "I didn't expect Manager Emo to be so sharp at your age. It would be foolish of me to keep rambling. But the severance amount is indeed too high. Based on your monthly salary over the years, we simply can't afford it. However, we will offer you a satisfactory compensation package." With that, Li Xingzhou pulled a termination agreement from his briefcase and flipped to the compensation page. The figure was already filled in, exactly 150,000. It was certainly no small sum. Most people would accept an extra 150,000. Emoju squinted, picked up the contract, and examined it carefully, skipping the compensation amount to scrutinize the fine print line by line. After spending some time reading it through, his once serious expression broke into a sneer. "Setting aside the fact that I wouldn't accept this amount, you've even included a non-compete clause. Are you kidding me? Is the company really trying to destroy my livelihood?" Li Xingzhou shook his head slightly. "For 2 years, we'll provide a monthly allowance, and we won't interfere with other work you take on. This should be a good deal for you. With your skills, finding a decent job elsewhere shouldn't be hard. I hope you'll be sensible and not waste both our time. Otherwise, you might end up with nothing. The company has its ways. Think it over and give me your answer." Emoju's eyes narrowed, turning cold. He leaned back, a look of contempt on his face, and flicked the contract across the table to Li Xingzhou. "Then let me make it clear to you, I refuse." "Refuse?" Li Xingzhou furrowed his brows. To be honest, Emoju's rejection caught him off guard. 1500 was no small sum. The non-compete agreement was only because Mo Zhu's abilities were too formidable. If he went to another company, their drone products might struggle to secure orders. As for online sales, how many could they sell? Most people only recognized the drones of major corporations. This left Li Xingzhou feeling helpless. Now he felt even more weary at heart. With the company's future in the hands of a spoiled brat like Wang Zikai, was there any hope? His original intention was to pay nothing in compensation, but it was never that simple. Mo Zhu was no fool. If the compensation isn't satisfactory, I want sign especially with a non-compete clause in it. I'm just curious. Are the brains of you executives filled with nothing but crap? The parent company is in the red while the subsidiary turns a profit. The company still has a future, but over here it's my team that's making money and landing deals. Yet you want to fire me. The parent company collapsed, and now you want to bring down the subsidiary too. Mo Zhu's tone dripped with sarcasm. Since they wanted to dismiss him, he saw no reason to be courteous. What did it matter if bridges were burned? Getting the compensation was all that counted. If he gave them face, they'd only take advantage. I'm not here to debate this with you. Under what conditions would you sign the contract? Li Xingzhou asked. 300 in severance, and drop the non-compete clause. Are you dreaming? Then there's nothing to discuss. Mo Zhu stood up, intending to leave the meeting room. If he didn't sign, the company might make things difficult for him in various ways, but he was prepared. He was indifferent, but if orders were lost as a result, the company would bear the greatest losses. Wait. Li Xingzhou called Mo Zhu back. We can do it your way. Let's sign a contract. Li Xingzhou produced another brand new labor dissolution agreement. Mo Zhu picked it up and examined it. The compensation amount was blank and the non-compete clause had been removed. He glanced at Li Xingzhou. This old fox, he must have prepared this in advance. Fill in the amount yourself, sign your name. I've brought the company's seal. Li Xingzhou placed the seal and another copy of the contract on the table. Such contracts were always in duplicate. Mo Zhu slowly sat down and asked, when will the compensation be paid? It's not stated in this contract. On the 15th of the same day as payday. Too late. I want sign. Mo Zhu put down the contract. Li Xingzhou grew irritated. Even after all this, he still wasn't satisfied. You need to understand 300 is no small amount. The company's finances need time to transfer the funds. What's that got to do with me? You know 300 is a big sum. Why should I trust you'll pay by the 15th? Mo Zhu countered. The company had a track record of such incidents, so Mo Zhu was wary. Did they think signing a contract would guarantee compensation? The cost for the company to breach such contracts was too low, while the cost for employees to seek arbitration or sue was too high. In the ensuing tug-of war, many workers couldn't bear the burden, especially given the myriad maneuvers the company could pull. So when do you want the money? Li Xingzhou was unsettled. He hadn't expected to find a single person so difficult to handle at his age. The man was like a rock in a latrine, stubborn and foul, and worst of all, he wouldn't fall for your traps, leaving you utterly helpless. Now, pay me now and he'll sign and leave immediately. Mo Zhu replied. Against these old foxes there was no need for politeness. Securing what was rightfully his was paramount. Li Xingzhou took a deep breath. He was now caught between a rock and a hard place. He gave Mo Zhu a long hard look. If only this man were among the parent company's top brass, could he turn the company's decline around? Alas, they were destined to be adversaries. The company can't come up with the 300. Mo Zhu remained calm, as if he had anticipated this. But I can pay it out of my own pocket. Li Xingzhou said. Mo Zhu frowned. What did he mean? The company wouldn't pay, but he would personally. What kind of new trick was this? I only ask that after you leave the company, you don't undermine it. For the sake of these 8 years, give the company a chance to. If the company falls, the people you mentored will lose their jobs. Mo Zhu felt bewildered. Was he the kind of, if the severance was fair, he wouldn't cause trouble? As for those he had trained, they were trying to play the emotional card again. Enough. Since you say you'll pay personally, go ahead and transfer. My bank account number is. After that, the two exchanged no further words. Li Xingzhou didn't hesitate this time, and actually transferred 300 to the account. Mo Zhu signed the contract without a fuss. He even felt it was surreal. They didn't even give him time for a handover. Were they that eager? I'm truly surprised. I'm curious. What's the real reason for firing me? Don't tell me it's layoffs. Who lays off their key asset? Li Xingzhou sighed. It's not convenient to say. Mo Zhu found it odd. This man seemed steeped in helplessness. How strange. Sign the contract and leave. Fine. Mo Zhu pulled out his phone and pressed the pause. Li Xingzhou glanced at it and sensed something amiss. Did you record this? At noon, classes ended at Shanano. One high school. Wang Zikai stepped out of the school gate and answered a call from Li Xingzhou. Hello. Young Master Mo Zhu, father of Mo Qingchuan, has been dismissed. Haha, great news. Finally something to cheer about. The father's fired, the son's caught in a rumor storm. Young Master, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Is my daughter doing well at school? Very well. Thank you for looking at. It's nothing. After hanging up, Wang Zikai smiled, a rare occurrence. He had been furious that morning over the rumors about Yi Yishui, but now his mindset had shifted. Women were plentiful, yet watching one fall into the abyss was exhilarating. Now I just sit back and watch the show. Haha, you wretched pair, your day has come. Yi Shui was on her phone browsing the school forum. Under the posts discussing them, she demanded to know the motive behind spreading such rumors. But soon someone retaliated against her going by the name, in full control. Every time Yi Shui posted, this person immediately countered with accusations and smear campaigns. In truth, most people were just watching the drama unfold, though some responded with mockery, pity, or insults. That in full control is probably Zhou Yingying. Yi Shui fumed. She really wanted to find this person and give them a beating. How disgusting. It likely is her. Mo Qingxuan replied, looking at the forum, which also had screenshots of group chats from Zhangxiang and Jingbei's other classes. The rumor was now spiraling out of control, with countless people discussing it. Voices of all kinds emerged, but as long as the discussion continued, it fueled the fire. With this blowing up, probably quite a few teachers already know. Mo Qingxuan put down his phone. He had a clear picture now. Most of the senior year students were aware of the matter. However, the rumor hadn't yet spread to the junior and sophomore years. Tang Wenk and the others are speaking up for us, but it's not working. Many people think our sudden closeness must mean something's going on. Yi Shui took a deep breath. Trying to counter the rumor seemed like fighting a losing battle. Zhou Yingying had chosen the perfect moment to spread it, making it nearly impossible to reverse. Mo Qingxuan also realized that the rumor had spread too fast for them to do much. I think I need to post, Yi Shui said. Don't. Mo Qingxuan stopped her. A long post won't help. ITLL, just add fuel to the fire. Do you? Believe me? Huh. Of course I believe you. Yi Shui replied firmly. Then let's not rush this. Let's focus on preparing for the second mock exam and do what we should as students. If we stay calm, she'll be the one in a hurry. In the school cafeteria, the two of them carried their trays and chose a secluded corner to sit down. It was sparsely populated here, offering a semblance of tranquility. Zhou Yingying wore a smile on her face. The plan had been executed smoothly. The rumors about the #1 school beauty only needed a little embellishment to spread like wildfire. It spread faster than she had anticipated. Perhaps that was the popularity of the top school beauty. Yet it could also become a weapon against her. Yu Miao Miao ate her meal absent-mindedly, her heart racing with anxiety. She hadn't expected this matter to escalate so dramatically. She had been restless all morning. She was terrified of retribution falling upon her. If it was discovered that she was behind the rumors, could the school possibly expel her? That was truly uncertain. Thus her heart was filled with panic, and she deeply regretted her actions. Zhou Yingying glanced at Yu Miao Miao and spoke. Why do you look so unhappy? Isn't our plan going smoothly? Yu Miao Miao shrank back with a bitter expression. If the school investigates this, we'll both be finished. Also, that's what you're worried about. Don't be afraid, your concerns are completely unnecessary. What evidence does she have to prove we did this? We just need to play dumb and say I never thought the school beauty would be such a person when asked by others. Zhou Yingying reminded her. She firmly believed the school couldn't find any evidence to implicate them. After all, the source of this matter was spread online. The posts on the forum were all made by Zhou Yingying at an internet cafe using a phone number not linked to any ID. Such numbers could be discarded after use. The goal had been achieved anyway. I understand, but there's something I don't get, Yu Miao Miao sighed. What don't you get? I hate Yi Shui and resent her, so I did this. But what's your motive? Yu Miao Miao had initially only thought about taking down Yi Shui without considering the consequences. Now that things had blown up, she was deeply unsettled. She and Zhou Yingying had previously existed in entirely different worlds, barely exchanging a word. How could Zhou Yingying help her without reason? Zhou Yingying definitely had an agenda. Me? I might as well tell you. It's already a foregone conclusion that the top school Bowtie's reputation is ruined. I cannot allow any girl to get close to Mo Qingxuan. Zhou Yingying's voice shifted from gentle to icy and venomous, laced with malice and hatred. It was unimaginable how drastically a person's voice could change. It was like biting into a sweet candy only to find it mixed with wasabi and cow dung. Yu Miao Miao felt a twinge of fear. What had Mo Qingxuan done to incite such resentment in Zhou Yingying? She silently vowed never to eat with Zhou Yingying again, and preferably to cut off all contact. Being around such a person made her feel as though she was constantly in the presence of a dangerous individual, especially since she herself had once been close to Mo Qingxuan. Why aren't you talking? Zhou Yingying looked at Yu Miao Miao. Nothing. Good luck. With that, Yu Miao Miao hastily shoveled her food, eager to escape. You don't need to tell me. He'll naturally see to it. He'll make him realize that he can only choose me, that I'm the only one who can walk with him to the end. He'll use my methods to make him utterly infatuated with me. Then he'll never escape my grasp. Zhou Yingying's smile was terrifying, her voice turning hoarse like a villainous witch from a movie. Yu Miao Miao nearly jumped up and fled at the sight of her expression. It was too frightening. She felt that continuing like this would leave her psychologically scarred. Nevertheless, she believed Zhou Yingying had no hope. If she couldn't even capture a man's gaze, how could she capture? But she dared not voice this thought, afraid that Zhou Yingying would devour her if she did. Luoqing was a megacity. It housed a vast concentration of university talents and the headquarters of many major domestic corporations. At the top floor of a high-end office building, a woman was continuously processing documents. Her pen danced across the paper, the side of her slender middle finger reddened and slightly swollen. Yet this minor flaw could not conceal her beauty. Her long, elegant hair cascaded down, exuding poise and grace. Time had imbued her with a mature charm. Her eyes were deep and spirited, yet they concealed tenderness and wisdom. A hint of heroic resolve between her brows made her appear strong, reliable, and endowed with a resilient character. The phone rang with a sharp tone. Yi Qingwan picked it up and glanced at the caller ID. "Teacher Jean. Would you like me to answer it?" inquired the secretary beside her. "No need." Yi Qingwan put the phone to her ear. "Hello, Teacher Jean. Is something the matter?" She had once asked Yi Yishui's homeroom teacher to keep an extra eye on her daughter. Calls were rare. The last one had been about someone slandering her daughter, leading to a fight. A call at this hour suggested something had gone wrong. Indeed, something has come up. For some reason, students at school have suddenly started widespread discussions about your daughter and a boy. They're saying your daughter poached that boy using her body to seduce him. And there are even rumors that she's pregnant. Yi Qingwan's heart tightened. She gripped her pen tightly, her palm turning white. After a brief silence, she finally spoke. "My daughter would never do such a thing. Yes, I also believe Yi Yishui wouldn't. She excels academically, never shows off, and has a reserved personality. A student like that couldn't possibly act so irrationally." Everything was normal last week, but suddenly on Monday there was widespread discussion. Someone must be fanning the flames. "Rest assured, I've already spoken to the head of discipline. We'll get to the bottom of this as soon as possible," Teacher Jean assured. Yi Qingwan responded, her beautiful eyes shifting slightly. "Who is this boy? Can you tell me more about the situation?" "Oh, the boy's name is Mo Qingchuan. He's in the same class as Yi Shui. He's a good student and usually behaves well. I find it hard to believe he'd be involved in this. However, they do seem to have been spending quite a bit of time together lately, often coming to and leaving school together." Yi Qingwan fell into deep thought. Her daughter getting so close to a boy. Was this the daughter she used to know? Or did her daughter truly have feelings for this boy? Why else would she be so close? But how many men could be trusted? "I understand, Teacher Jean. Thank you for keeping an eye on things." With that, Yi Qingwan ended the call. She felt a pang of worry, but was uncertain whether she should intervene. Experiencing storms could toughen one's character, enabling calm and composed handling of future adversities. Yet she feared the blow might be too much for her daughter, causing her to collapse, just like that time when she sobbed alone with no one by her side, gradually closing herself off. She never knew how her daughter had recovered, but she dreaded a repeat of history. "Xiao Yun," Yi Qingwan called softly. "Yes. Look into someone for me. He's my daughter's classmate named Mo Qingchuan. I need all the detailed information, including his family members. If you can dig up any past history, that would be ideal." "Understood, Miss Yi." "Damn it. It's all rumors. I say, brothers, you actually believe this?" In Zhang Xiang's dormitory, all 8 of them were already lying in bed. "I don't believe such things come from nowhere, and those two have indeed been getting quite close lately." "What is Yi Yishui, your moonlight Zhang Xiang? Defending her like that? Exactly why are you so agitated? We're just watching the show. What's the use of yelling at us?" By noon, the whole of Class 6 had already learned of this matter. Many were initially surprised, but considering how close those two had been recently, it seemed rather plausible. Besides, everyone knew that Mo Qingchuan had been pining after Yu Miao Miao before. Under the influence of these various factors, they were more inclined to believe the rumor. When Zhang Xiang heard this, he was furious. These people usually got along well with him, so why were they now singing a different tune? He sat up in silence, growing angrier the more he thought about it. His good brother getting close to the #1 school beauty was clearly a good thing, and he was happy about it, but this rumor was going too far. Just then the breathing light on his phone flashed. He quickly picked it up to check. "Mo Qingchuan, don't worry about this for now. Focus on preparing for the second mock exam." Zhang Xiang was puzzled after reading it, and opened the message to reply. "Zhang Xiang, ignore it. Just let the rumor spread and public opinion ferment." "Mo Qingchuan, yes." "Zhang Xiang, yes. Not cool, bro, don't give up. If not, we'll call the police." "Mo Qingchuan, I haven't given up, but even if we call the police, the rumor won't die down quickly. I know what I'm doing. You focus on your exam and try to score over 500 this time. Good luck." "Zhang Xiang, alright, I trust you. Just say the word if you need anything. You're my one and only son." Mo Qingchuan, get lost. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui were now walking on the street with their food. They planned to go see Mo Qingyao together. He hadn't seen her for a few days and was beginning to miss her. "I've already told Zhang Xiang and Jing Bai. They don't need to worry about this for now." Mo Qingchuan said, holding his phone. "Actually, I'm more curious. What exactly is your plan? The rumor can't be stopped now." Yi Yishui asked. "Even with the school or police involved, we can't stop them from gossiping privately. That would be very disadvantageous for us." Mo Qingchuan smiled and said, "Everything is a double-edged sword. The key lies in how you use it. The process of a rumor spreading inevitably involves hearsay becoming more and more outrageous as it goes, which also makes it spread even more wildly. In just a few days, people's views on this matter will align with the rumor, and they will believe it firmly. Only a few will look at the rumor with a skeptical eye. And that's when we can use this double-edged sword. We might not win, but we will definitely not lose. A glimmer of understanding lit up Yishui's eyes. She grasped what Mo Qingchuan meant. This rumor was targeted at them. From the start they had been passive. It was too hard for them to win on their own. Moreover, they didn't have the energy to deal with it extensively. But they couldn't let the rumormonger go either. Simply put, they had to drag them down too. So we just need to wait for the right moment. Yi Yishui murmured softly. Mo Qingchuan nodded. That's right, but before that I have a question to ask. What question? Yi Yishui's mood had already lifted. You? What do you think of me? Oh, feast. Feast. I love feasts. Mo Qingyao bounced on the sofa. Just now she had received a message that they were going out for a nice lunch. Is that big sister coming again? This time I must get her contact info. For my big brother's happiness as his little sister, I have to be the perfect wingman. Creak. Just then the door was pushed open and a figure walked in. Big brother. Big. Old man. Mo Zhu stiffened. What did you say? Ahem. My esteemed father, why are you back from the company? Mo Qingyao hopped off the sofa and went to greet him. Mo Zhu was about to say he had been fired, but would this matter affect his children? It was hard to say. They might. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I took half a day off. Here I brought your favorite fried noodles. Mo Zhu extended his hand, offering them to Mo Qingyao. Mo Qingyao looked at it with a face full of disdain. Dad, you eat it. I don't want any. Huh? What? Mo Zhu was taken aback. He had even added extra ham and bacon when he bought it. What was up with this girl? Had she become this picky? I'm not hungry right now. He'll eat it later. Mo Qingyou's eyes darted around slyly. She was definitely going to have a feast later. Who would eat fried noodles then? Have you been eating too many snacks? Mo Zhu placed 3 portions of fried noodles on the table along with some peach juice. No way. I'm innocent. Mo Qingyao protested her innocence. She really hadn't been eating snacks. Although she had a sweet tooth, she knew eating too much was unhealthy, so she limited her intake each week. She remembered her big brother telling her that eating 1 pack of spicy strips would leave harmful substances in her body for 3 days. She didn't know if it was true, but it was probably just to trick her into eating fewer snacks. Creak. Just then the door was pushed open again. The first person to enter was Yi Yishui. Seeing Mo Zhu by the dining table, she stopped in her tracks and froze in place. What now? Why was Mo Qingchuan's father home at noon? Mo Zhu turned to look at Mo Qingchuan a little puzzled. Why was he standing at the door? Just as he was about to speak, a female voice came from outside. Why did you stop? Did you get an electric shock? Huh. His son had brought that girl home again. Mo Zhu's eyes lit up. Attaboy son. Bringing her home once was uncertain, but twice. If he said there was nothing going on, he wouldn't believe it, even if he were beaten to death. Mo Qingchuan was puzzled. What had Yi Yishui seen that made her freeze like that? He pushed the door fully open and looked inside. A mature, handsome face appeared before him. Mo Qingchuan. Oh, old man. Why was this old man at home at this hour? Confusion, bewilderment. What are you standing there for? Come in. Mo Zhu beckoned with a smile. The bad mood from losing his job was completely gone. His son had done well. He sized up the girl who might be his future daughter-in-law and was quite satisfied. Her beauty was even more stunning than his wife's in her youth. Oh. Mo Qingchuan carried the food and walked in silently. In this situation, he felt nervous instead. Damn old man ambushing me, huh? Yi Yishui didn't dare say much either and followed him in. Hey, am I making you two feel too constrained? Mo Zhu could tell. How about I leave? Yes, old man, take your fried noodles and go. Don't disturb our 3-person world. Mo Qingyao said with a grin. A world of 3? What kind of talk is that? Mo Zhu's face darkened. He was the head of the household. Was she trying to kick him out? This girl was getting more audacious by the day. He had to discipline her. Too bad she wasn't a son or head have a whip and iodine. Whip and disinfect at the same time. Old man, can't you read the room? Go find a park and eat some fried noodles. Mo Qingyao stood with her hands on her hips looking haughty. Her little demoness nature was on full display. Mo Zhu looked at his daughter. You weren't like this before. You used to say you were my little cotton-padded jacket. Now it's leaking wind. Fine, your allowance for next week is cancelled. No way. Mo Qingyao instantly lost her fierce demeanor, turning pitiful. The 50 yuan weekly allowance was her lifeline. Without it, no milk tea, no snacks. What was the point of living? How can a mouth as warm as 36 degrees speak such icy words? You started the leak, and I feel the bone-chilling cold. Yi Yishui wanted to laugh, but held it in. Kicking Mo Zhu out was out of the question. Awkward as it was, sharing a meal wasn't a big deal. Well, let's eat first. I brought plenty of food, enough for 4. It'll get cold soon, Yi Yishui said. There was one more dish than last time. Mo Qingchuan thought it was enough, but Yi Yishui wanted to bring more for the younger sister. Okay, save these 3 portions of fried noodles for your mom tonight. He'll try what you brought. Mo Zhu tossed the fried noodles aside with slight disdain. Whoever wanted those greasy noodles could have them. He was eating the meal his son and future daughter-in-law brought. At that moment, Mo Zhu felt deeply gratified, thinking the years of hard work had been worth it. Young lady, I don't know your name yet. Mo Zhu asked after sitting down. Mo Qingchuan's lips twitched. Why did this feel so weird? His own father asking his name, he almost blurted out, Mo Qingchuan. My name is Yi Shui. I'm in the same class as Mo Qingchuan. But he didn't say it. Better to leave a normal impression for this body. Oh, I won't ask too much. Let's eat first, Mo Zhu said with a smile. Seeing how nervous the young lady was, he didn't want to pressure her. There would be plenty of time to ask once they got familiar. She looked about 18 too. He wondered whose daughter she was. If her parents knew their daughter had been lured away, they'd probably panic. Thinking about it, his son seemed to have a bit of a bad... Come to think of it, Mo Zhu felt a strange twinge. Yi Yishui's face seemed vaguely familiar, as if he'd seen her before. But he couldn't recall where. My favorite shrimp. Mo Qingjiu's eyes lit up as the box opened, saliva pooling in her mouth. Compared to ordinary home cooking, the flavors from Yuzhen restaurant were indeed several notches higher. Mo Zhu's heart skipped a beat as the dishes were opened one by one. Every dish looked expensive, especially with the Yuzhen restaurant logo on the boxes. His brow furrowed. Last time he checked the surveillance, the bags looked the same. He gasped inwardly. At this rate, his family could barely afford. He estimated this meal cost over 1,000 yuan. His hand trembled as he held the chopsticks. Son, your father's pockets aren't deep enough for this. Buying you a house for millions and a car would drain me dry. How much did this meal cost? He'll transfer the money. Mo Zhu picked up his phone. Expensive as it was, he had to support his son's romance. His plan to rest for a week or two was scrapped. He needed to find a job fast, or he couldn't afford it. No need. This meal wasn't calculated, and there's no charge. Yi Yishui refused. What? Mo Zhu frowned. Son, did you dine and dash? How could you eat without paying? That's no different from stealing. No, uncle. Uncle. Mo Qingchuan's lips twitched as he said the last two words. Never thought he'd have to call his own father uncle. Well, Yuzhen restaurant is one of my family's businesses, so we don't have to pay. Hearing Mo Qingchuan's explanation, Mo Zhu finally understood. So she's from a wealthy family. He had misjudged his son, but we can't freeload forever. He'll transfer the money to you, Mo Zhu said. Mo Qingchuan glanced at Yi Yishui with a hint of inquiry. Yi Yishui shook her head slightly. No need. I often freeload anyway, so it's fine. Mo Zhu thought about it. Talking money could hurt feelings. Giving cash directly would be pointless, as she probably didn't lack it. The best approach was to give her gifts. He'd have to advise his son later. Since you say so, I won't insist. Son, take good care of Yi Yishui at school. Help her with any questions she doesn't understand. Offer help when she's in trouble. Get her water when she's thirsty, bring her clothes home to wash if they're dirty, buy whatever she wants to eat. Mo Qingchuan had just taken a bite when he was flooded with question marks. Seriously, old man, am I your own son? Why are you siding with an outsider? You haven't even been won over yet. And the first point doesn't apply? Yi Yishui's grades are way better than his. Ahem, uncle. We're just pure friendship, not what you're thinking, Mo Qingchuan said. Oh, I see. True, how you two get along is your business. I spoke out of turn, Mo Zhu said awkwardly. He realized he was still stuck in old ways. Times had changed and his methods were outdated. Back in the 2000s, that approach might have worked for chasing girls. But he hadn't used it. He was the one being chased. Had never practiced that theory. When he was clueless about love, he fell into Fong Mai's grasp. A shiver ran through him. That triggered some memory. Back then, several girls had pursued him. Before he knew it, Fong Mei had succeeded and had forgotten the details. After he started dating Fong Mei, the others faded from his life, their names forgotten. In the end, it turned out well. They got married and now have a son and a daughter. Life seemed perfect. Old man, what ya thinking about? So zoned out. Mo Qingjiu's mouth was stuffed, her words slurred. Thinking about your mom and me when we were young. Old man, gross. That's not for you to ask. Eat. Mo Qingyao tilted her head after hearing this. Why couldn't she ask about it? Could it be that even parents found such matters hard to discuss? Mo Zhu, seeing Mo Qingjiu's curiosity, couldn't help but tap her lightly. What are you staring at? I don't even want to mention your exam results. If you do poorly again, no allowance for a month. Mo Qingjiu's face instantly fell. She usually appeared clever and quick-witted, but she simply didn't enjoy studying, barely managing to stay at an average level in her class. Her mind seemed to wander elsewhere every day. Yi Yishui chuckled softly. In her opinion, there was no need to worry too much about Mo Qingjiu's grades. Once she decided to study, no one could stop her. You have no fatherly love at all. I praised you so much in front of my classmates, but I'll never do that again, Mo Qingyao said with grievance. Why did they always focus on grades? Wasn't a healthy, beautiful daughter more appealing than good grades? Really? Mo Zhu asked in surprise. No, I lied. I only praised how handsome my brother is and how beautiful my sister-in-law is. Who would like an old man like you? Mo Zhu's body stiffened, the words struck deep. He was just old, not always unattractive, and his prime hadn't been short. He felt the need to pull out photos from his youth to protest. After lunch, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui returned to their room for a nap. An afternoon rest was essential, or they'd lack energy for the rest of the day. Meanwhile, Mo Zhu sat in the master bedroom replying to the flood of WeChat messages. Soon the phone rang. Damn, old Mo, what's going on? Did you really get fired? Zhu Kai's voice came through. Yeah, quick, wasn't it? Mo Zhu replied with a smile. Holy crap, has the company lost its mind? It doesn't want to survive at all. Who knows, Mo Zhu said, equally perplexed. But since it had happened, he had to plan his next move quickly. There were few sizable companies in Shanghai City, and almost none manufacturing or selling drones. So he considered whether to switch to a different sales field or move to a larger city. However, switching fields came with high costs. He'd have to learn a lot, and his past network of clients would likely become useless. It would mean abandoning everything he'd built over 8 years. Honestly, a lot of us have had complaints about the company for a while. If it weren't for you, would have left long ago. Have you found your next job yet? Many of us want to keep following you. After all, many have been with you since their internships. We've developed deep bonds with you. Mo Zhu chuckled. Come on, don't get so mushy. I'm still thinking about it. He considered finding a company close to home that didn't require frequent business trips. At his age, he didn't want to be away every day, sometimes not seeing his family for half a month. But that would inevitably mean earning less money. All right, think it over and let us know. Just give the word, and we'll all come running ready to be your dogs. You can be my dog, the rest can stay human. You jerk, fine. Let's stop messing around. Seriously, consider what I said. Many in the company want to stick with you. Okay, got it. Beep. Mo Zhu hung up, feeling conflicted. After a moment's thought, he opened his laptop and began optimizing his resume. The nap time passed quickly. In the afternoon, the two went to school together again, still making no effort to avoid suspicion, their expressions calm. During class, Zhou Yingying kept her eyes fixed on them. The more she watched, the worse her mood became, her gaze darkening. Because the two were too composed, even listening to the lecture with unusual seriousness, as if the rumors hadn't affected them at all. How could they be so calm? Didn't they care about the rumors? These were the two questions constantly swirling in Zhou Yingying's mind. Could anyone truly ignore the outside world and focus solely on their studies? She didn't believe it. No one could be indifferent to gossip. Pretend all you want. Let's see how long you can keep it up, she muttered through gritted teeth, brimming with resentment. According to her expectations, they should have been restless, not daring to lift their heads. That was the effect she wanted. But since it hadn't materialized, she grew anxious. On the other hand, Yu Miao Miao was constantly panicked. The more the rumors spread, the guiltier she felt. It was inevitable that this situation would reach the teachers. She only hoped the school wouldn't intervene and that the rumors would die down quickly. Otherwise, every day in the classroom was agonizing. After 2 classes, Yi Yishui needed to use the restroom. Leaving the classroom, he headed straight for the top floor. The top 3 floors of the teaching building housed no regular classrooms, mostly computer labs, music rooms, and art studios. The very top floor contained the principal's office and suggestion boxes. Thus, almost no one came here, making it convenient for Yi Yishui to enter the men's restroom. Hey, I told you to watch me. Where are you looking? Upon reaching the top floor, Yi Yishui heard a voice she detested. Who else could it be but Wang Zikai? As she emerged from the stairwell corner, she saw Wang Zikai cornering a girl against the wall. The girl was strikingly beautiful with an oval face and fair skin, but her eyes held a distant coolness. It differed slightly from Yi Yishui's usual demeanor. Yi Yishui was aloof, while this girl was serene and detached. The distinction was clear. Aloofness came from self-confidence and could make others feel a sense of superiority, while serenity carried a quiet, reserved aura, as if standing apart from the world. After a glance, Yi Yishui recognized the girl. Wasn't this Li Shishir, the second most beautiful girl in their grade? How had she gotten entangled with Wang Zikai? Tell me, how are you any different from the women outside? You are just a student, so stop putting on airs. Besides, your father asked me to take good care of you. What are you going to disobey your father's words? If you don't listen, he'll get rid of your father first once I take over the company, and then you. Seeing Li Shishir still silent, Wang Zikai sneered. The Wang family really raised an ingrate. Your father wanted you to be my personal butler or secretary someday, but look at you. Do you think you're worthy? Li Shishi's thin lips parted slightly, her voice carrying a sense of detachment. Your demands are too excessive. Excessive, eh? Wang Zikai fumed. Is tasting your lips excessive? Do you have any idea how many women out there beg me for a taste? You put on this cold act for others, but you want to play that game with me. I've been too generous with you. If you don't satisfy me today, you're not going to class. Hearing this, Yi Yishui's anger flared. Was this scumbag harassing a female student? She rolled up her sleeves and rushed over. Hearing the hurried footsteps, Wang Zikai frowned and looked over, his expression instantly changing. Before he could react, his arm was grabbed, and then the world spun. Yi Yishui executed a perfect shoulder throw. Bang! The moment he hit the ground, Wang Zikai couldn't make a sound, his body racked with pain as cold sweat poured down, writhing on the floor. Yi Yishui dusted off her hands after the throw. Despicable scum. If this weren't a law-abiding society, I'd have killed you. Then she turned to the stunned Li Shishir. Your problem solved. Go to class. With that, Yi Yishui ran into the restroom. Li Shishir watched her disappear inside, frozen for 2 seconds. That person was kind of cool. Then she quietly slipped away. After relieving himself, Yi Yishui walked out of the restroom, his expression considerably more relaxed. Though it was a bit awkward to pull down his pants at first, he had grown accustomed to it over these past few days. Mo Qingchuan. I won't let you off. Wang Zikai curled up on the ground like a shrimp, glaring venomously at Yi Yishui. Yi Yishui raised an eyebrow, slightly rolling up his sleeves ready to strike. Wang Zikai's pupils instantly constricted, his body trembling. I was just joking. Don't hit me. I was wrong bro. Big bro. Humph. Yi Yishui let out a cold snort. The cowardice was truly swift. Stay out of my sight from now on, or I'll beat you every time I see you. He harbored no goodwill toward Wang Zikai, especially knowing how chaotic his private life was. The thought of someone like that trying to get close to him was revolting. Yi Yishui left, and Wang Zikai struggled to his feet. Pa, your father is unemployed already. Just wait. Let's see how long you can stay smug. He was well aware of the company's business. In this city of Shanha, their drone manufacturer essentially held a monopoly. Mo Qingchuan's father finding another satisfactory partner was utterly impossible. With unemployment, the atmosphere at home would surely be unbearable, wouldn't it? Coupled with the recent rumors spreading through school, Mo Qingchuan. Your good days are over. Yi Yishui was unaware of Wang Zikai's thoughts. Yet recalling Wang Zikai's words, he felt a flicker of surprise. The company in Wang Zikai's family, he had heard, was built up under a remarkably capable steward. This steward, usually keeping a low profile, managed the company with impeccable order. But recently the company had encountered financial troubles. He didn't know the reason and didn't care to. Yet it turned out the steward's daughter, originally named Li Shishir, attended the same school and was even the second campus beauty. That steward is so formidable, his daughter must be no less, having been immersed in it since childhood. He'll think about it later. Let's focus on preparing for the second mock exam first. Li Shishir jogged all the way back to her seat in Class 9. She breathed a sigh of relief, hoping Wang Zikai would leave her alone for a while. In truth, Wang Zikai had coveted her for a long time, but had never managed to get his hands on her. There were two reasons for this. First, Wang Zikai couldn't overpower her. Despite her frail appearance, her father had taken her to a martial arts gym since childhood for combat training. If Wang Zikai had tried to force himself on her earlier, she would have definitely fought back. Second, she remained constantly vigilant, always avoiding being alone with him, which had kept her relatively safe so far. But today, for some unknown reason, Wang Zikai had suddenly come to her classroom, claiming her father had a message only to try and take advantage of her. Li Shishir held no hope for the future. She only wished that day would come as late as possible. The thought of becoming Wang Zikai's private steward or secretary filled her with dread, envisioning a life of utter darkness. She had long been dissatisfied with her father's teachings, but what could she do about it? She was spending her father's money, attending the school he provided, and taking numerous tutoring classes during breaks. Her stable score of over 600 was all thanks to the excellent resources he gave her. So despite her discontent, she didn't know how to confide in her father, fearing he might see it as ingratitude. Her mother had passed away early, leaving a void in her heart. It felt as though she had never been cherished, never wrapped in gentle affection. The gap left by a single-parent family was destined to leave its mark on a child. But that person was truly handsome, and his actions were so decisive. Li Shishi's mind replayed the image of Yi Yishui, the scene repeating over and over. Who was that boy? She felt she had seen him before, but didn't know his name. She wondered if she'd have another chance to meet him since senior year was almost over. Hey Shishir, have you heard about the #1 campus beauty Yi Yishui? It's explosive. Huh? Li Shishir looked at her deskmate in confusion. What about her? You really don't know? This is what happens when you hand in your phone all the time. I heard Yi Yishui stole someone else's man and succeeded, but she used seduction. Even crazier, they didn't use protection and she got pregnant. What? Li Shishir was even more bewildered. The campus beauty ranked 1 above her had actually done something like, was it worth it for a man? Doing this would ruin her reputation. How many guys in the world were worth such a sacrifice, especially getting pregnant? Then the image of Yi Yishui surfaced in her mind again. He seemed like a good guy. If it were for someone like him, she could perhaps understand. If that boy liked someone else and she had the chance to steal him away, would she do something like that? She quickly shook her head, her mind in turmoil. What was she thinking? She could never do such a thing. Where is morality? Where is ethics? Are you shocked? I was too when I first heard it. Who'd have thought the #1 campus beauty would do something like this? If I were the #1 campus beauty, I'd have my pick of men. I wouldn't stoop to stealing someone else's and become the talk of the town. Li Shishir glanced at her deskmate and thought to herself, that's why you're not the #1 campus beauty and you're not that boy, so how could you know what's between them? She wouldn't easily believe rumors. Her father had shown her many things and taught her never to trust outside information lightly. The truth was best discovered on her own or left to time to reveal. Maybe it's not as the rumors say. I may not use the internet much, but I know many things get overturned in the end. Perhaps we just need to wait a bit to see a different outcome, she said softly. She knew Yi Yishui's identity was no simple matter, so there might be many constraints. Just like her, she too longed for the right to pursue love. But everything her father had given her had ultimately become shackles. Usually she tried to appear like a machine to conceal her true feelings. She desperately wished for someone to break those chains to set her free, like a bird soaring in the sky. Oh, don't be so serious. I'm just gossiping. What's so great about the #1 campus beauty? She's nowhere near as good as our Heiress. Her deskmate giggled and even leaned in to sniff Li Shishi's scent. Even though we're both girls, distance creates beauty. I don't want people to think I'm a lesbian. Ah, you're so cold. Are you rejecting me? I used to be able to sniff you, and now you won't even let me. So sad. I saw a boy today. Li Shishi said seriously. And then, he was so handsome. How handsome? I can't describe it. Oh no, Heiress, have you fallen in love? A knock came from the office door. Enter. Yi Qingwan did not even look up, still engrossed in her paperwork. Secretary Xiao Yin pushed the door open, having spent the entire afternoon thoroughly investigating Mo Qingchuan and his family. President Yi, I've looked into that young man you mentioned. Here are all the details about his family. Yi Qingwan set down her pen. I won't read it, or just tell me about it. All right. First, Mo Qingchuan is in the same class as your daughter. He scored over 570 on the last mock exam, placing him among the top students in the class. His character seems fine. However, he had been pursuing a girl named Yu Miao Miao before, but recently he stopped and has grown closer to your daughter. His mother Fong Mei is a primary school teacher. His younger sister Mo Qingyao is in 8th grade. His father Mo Zhu was a company supervisor in drone sales, but he has been laid off and is now unemployed. Stop. Yi Qingwan interrupted Xiao Yun, her brow slightly furrowing. The names of the mother and father stirred memories from her past. Those memories were nearly 2 decades old. Fong Mei, Mo Zhu. A coincidence. It doesn't. Did they both study at Luoqing University? Xiao Yin was taken aback. President Yi, how did you guess? Yi Qingwan shook her head slightly. Guess. These two are my old classmates. She emphasized the last 3 words with force. She never expected to hear those names again under such circumstances. Surprising, and yet it felt like the capriciousness of fate. Mo Qingchuan, the son of those two. Yi Qingwan murmured, her gaze sharpening. Xiao Yin, clear my schedule for anything non-essential this week. Free up 2 days for me. I need to go back to Shana City. Understood, President Yi. Xiao Yin quickly replied, then picked up her computer to start arranging the schedule. After a moment she spoke slowly. President Yi, the schedule is set. A high-speed train on Thursday at 4 p.m., arriving at 6 p.m. Then Friday and Saturday are completely free. Is that acceptable? Yi Qingwan nodded. Yes, that will do. Very well, President Yi. By the way, have you found out how the rumors about my daughter? Yi Qingwan asked. We did, but we haven't found the mastermind yet. First, someone kept posting on the school forum. I traced the account and phone number. The IP was from an internet cafe, and the phone number wasn't registered with a real name. So finding that person won't be easy. Then there were discussions in various class groups. Those were spread internally, and finding the original source is difficult. It will take time. After hearing this, Yi Qingwan understood. Such tactics weren't particularly sophisticated, but they required time to investigate. For instance, checking the posts on the forum against the surveillance footage from the internet cafe would quickly pinpoint the culprit. She was weighing whether to intervene and wondered if her daughter could handle this on her own. Should she give her some time? With this thought, Yi Qingwan picked up her phone and dialed the number. Beep. Hello, Teacher Jean. I wanted to ask how my daughter is doing now. Actually, I was just about to call you. Although the rumors are spreading fiercely, your daughter seems remarkably calm, as if nothing is wrong. That young man is the same. They both appear unaffected. Oh. Yi Qingwan was slightly surprised, a glimmer lighting up her eyes. But rest assured, we've already shut down the forum posts and are now investigating the class groups. Since many classes have groups without teachers, progress is a bit slow. That's fine. I understand. Please keep me informed if anything comes up. Of course. Alright, I'll hang up now. Beep. Setting her phone on the desk, Yi Qingwan let out a sigh of relief. Calm was it? She hadn't expected her daughter's fortitude to be so strong already. Facing rumors with composure was commendable. Many people would crumble under such attacks. It seems your daughter is as strong as you are, President Yi. Xiao Yin smiled softly. No matter how strong, she's still just a newly adult child. Hello, I'm off work now. Fong Mei was walking home from work, phone in hand. She had been restless all afternoon after receiving a call from the school. It seemed that rumors involving her son and a girl had spread throughout the entire senior year. I'm home. They haven't come back yet. Let's discuss how to handle this. The college entrance exam is coming up. We can't let these rumors ruin our son's mindset. Mo Zhu said. Neither of them believed their son would do what the rumors claimed. Mo Zhu had seen the two at noon and could tell they hadn't even defined their relationship, let alone done anything like that. The person spreading these rumors had a truly malicious heart. Even a man of Mo Zhu's age and composure couldn't help but curse. Wasn't this trying to ruin his son and future daughter-in-law? Damn the rumor monger. Alright, I understand. He'll be home soon. Fong Mei frowned deeply. She was furious too. Didn't she know her son's character? How could he possibly do such a... When she got home, they both sat on the sofa. So how do we provide psychological support for our son? These rumors are hard to contain and will inevitably affect his mindset. Mo Zhu sighed. All we can do is comfort him and quickly contact the school to handle this. If the rumors can be quelled, good. If not, we should prepare to involve the police. Let the authorities step in. We cannot let that bastard who started the rumors get away with it. Losing his job at the company hadn't affected him much, but now he harbored a deep hatred for the rumor spreader. But even if we call the police, our son will still be affected. His grades will drop. What do we do then? We had planned for him to go to normal university. If his grades slip, he might not get into that normal university. Fong Mei worried about her son's future. In previous years, that university's admission score was around 540. With a score of over 570, Mo Qingchuan was practically guaranteed admission. But if he was affected, it's best to make our son feel secure, to let him know we are his strong support and unafraid of this. That way he won't feel so much pressure. I understand. Creak. The door opened, and Yi Yishui and Mo Qingyao returned together. How is that student who had a crush on the teacher doing now? Yi Yishui asked Mo Qingyao. Much better. Now he focuses on studying and plays with me. Mo Qingyao made a victory sign, happy to have gained a good friend. Yi Yishui smiled. That's good. Huh. Mo Zhu and Fong Mei stood up, ready to comfort their son. But why was he smiling? Dad. Mom. What's for dinner tonight? Yi Yishui patted his stomach, feeling hungry. So, son, what do you want to eat? Mo Zhu stammered. Anything is fine. If you cook it, I'll eat it. Fong Mei was stunned too. Whether from his tone or expression, her son seemed completely unaffected. Could teacher Jean have lied to her? Impossible. She and Mo Zhu exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Me. I have something I want to eat. Mo Qingyao raised her hand. Huh. You. With your grades, you dare to ask for food? Fong Mei said. Mo Qingyao instantly wilted. No love, no love. I'm not your real daughter, am I? Fong Mei rolled her eyes. All right, we'll go out for hot pot today. Drop your bags, and let's go. Whoa. Mom is the best. Bubbles gurgled in the hot pot, steam rising as some meatballs drifted to the edge. Yi Yishui had already prepared her dipping sauce and sat down, waiting for the ingredients to cook. Mo Qingyao, the little girl, had grabbed 2 plates of free fruit. For some reason, no matter which hot pot restaurant, the watermelon was never sweet. Mo Zhu and Fong Mei exchanged several glances, communicating with their eyes. Both were puzzled. Was their son's fortitude truly this formidable? Was he really not going to tell them about what happened at school? Finally, Mo Zhu couldn't help but ask. Son, has everything been alright at school lately? Yi Yishui lifted his head slightly. It's fine, nothing major. He felt that since he already had a plan to deal with the rumors, it wasn't really a big deal. There was no need to trouble his family with such matters. If he told them, they'd only worry. Why don't you ask me? Something huge happened to me at school. Mo Qingyao spoke up. What huge thing? Someone confessed to me. Cough, cough. Mo Zhu choked on his tea. The news came too suddenly. Who would have thought that his daughter, only in 8th grade, had received a confession? Slap. Which punk dared to mess with his daughter? Her grades weren't outstanding as it was. Wouldn't this send her to the bottom of the class? Who confessed to you? Did you agree? Fong Mei asked. From the class next door, I never paid much attention to him. Of course I didn't agree. He's not even as handsome as my brother. Mo Qingyao shook her head. She didn't really know that guy. He suddenly ran into her class and shoved a letter into her hand, startling her. When she opened it, it turned out to be a confession. After reading it, she found it amusing. She promptly handed it over to the teacher. Later, the student was called in for a talk, and by chance they ran into each other after school. The boy ran off in tears. Mo Qingyao thought it was for the best. A clean break was good for everyone. Mo Zhu breathed a sigh of relief inside, having nearly gone home to grab a weapon and storm over to that boy's house. Not many can be more handsome than your brother. After all, he inherited my excellent genes. Looks-wise, even if not top tier, it's enough to surpass 99. 9 of people. Dad, stop bragging. Obviously, my brother and I inherited mom's good genes, Mo Qingyao said, directly addressing the old man. Hey, you don't believe me? Ask your mom. Who chased him back then? How many people were after me? Mo Zhu refused to back down. Even if he was older now, in his youth no one dared say he wasn't handsome. Fong Mei was speechless. Enough, why argue with your daughter about this? Yao, focus on your studies. Boys these days, few are responsible. They only want to take advantage of you. I know. I never planned to date anyway, Mo Qingyao said. Seeing their daughter's response, the couple felt relieved. If it were their son, they wouldn't be so strict. He could date if he wanted or not. But not their daughter. Son, are you sure nothing's wrong at school? Fong Mei asked Yi Yishui worriedly. Teacher Jean wouldn't fabricate such things. That only left the possibility that their son was hiding it from them. Actually, there is something minor, but don't worry. I can handle it myself. It won't affect the mock exams. Yi Yishui said calmly. All right, since you say so, we won't pry. Handle it your way, and if problems arise, we'll have your back. Mo Zhu dropped the subject. Come on, let's eat. This lamb can't boil any longer, or it'll be too. Compared to Yi Yishui's family, the dinner table at Zhou Yingying's was eerily silent. Zhou Yingying came from a single-parent family. In theory, she should have received more parental love. But reality was the opposite. Her mother had once cheated and run off for 2 or 3 years. Her father, a simple man, raised her alone during that time. A few years later, he found a new partner and planned to remarry. But then her mother came back. Zhou Yingying resented her mother, but also hated her father for finding someone new. If her father married that new woman and had a child, where would that leave her? So she found her mother, and together they schemed to drive the new woman away. Thus the complete family was restored. A family should stay together. But her father grew disgusted with it all. He said nothing except to give money. He had no emotional attachment left to this household. Her mother was much the same. She had only returned to go through the motions. She didn't work, spending all day on her phone, seemingly engrossed in chatting with some online flame. Her father turned a blind eye. He gave only a limited amount of money each day, saving the rest. He glanced at his daughter. Once she finished the college entrance exam, he would escape this place and never look back. His old flame was still waiting for him. When the time came, no one could stop him from building a better family and a better life. He believed he deserved that life, not this one facing those two sour faces every day. Dad, I don't have enough money, Zhou Yingying said. Last time, she overspent on coffee and desserts for you, Meow Meow. The money I give you is more than enough. If you overspend, it means you bought other things. Don't come to me. Go ask your mother. Zhou Yingying was long used to her father's cold attitude. It hadn't always been this way. But ever since she brought her mother back, it had become like this. She didn't care. Her father was just a tool to raise her. As long as the blood tie existed, he had the obligation. I don't work. Where would I get money? Don't ask me. Go ask your grandparents. Her mother's tone was impatient. If she hadn't married the wrong man, she'd be enjoying a better life by now. Even though she was down on her luck now, if she could latch onto a wealthy man, she still had a chance at a luxurious life in her later years. Zhou Yingying paused, recalling the new woman her father had once brought home. She seemed kind enough, always gentle, bringing her tasty snacks and buying her stuffed toys. She hadn't done anything wrong. If she had accepted her, would her family have turned out differently? A wave of regret washed over her. Her father had promised they would only have one child, treating them both equally. Had she made the wrong choice? She paused for a moment, but quickly dismissed the thought. Who could guarantee the future would be better? Still, it probably wouldn't have been worse than this. But things had already gone too far past the point of no return. All she could do was secure what she deserved. She knew her father wanted to leave. But before he did, she had to make him cough up all the money for her college tuition and living expenses. If she had to rely on part-time jobs alone, it would be too exhausting. She couldn't stop her father from leaving, but a tool must fulfill its final purpose. In the 300-square-meter house, Yi Qingru paced impatiently in the living room. She had been so forward, yet why was Mo Qingchuan still so indifferent? Was she truly less charming than her own niece? Or was this young man genuinely that dependable? Strange. Not only does he reply slowly, but he's also this aloof. Is he even a man? Mo Qingchuan sat on the sofa silently, sipping his milk tea, while listening to Yi Qingru's complaints. He was no longer a man now, he had become a woman. Yi, tell your aunt honestly, did you tell Mo Qingchuan about this? Yi Qingru couldn't help but suspect her niece had tipped him off. Otherwise she felt a bit wounded. She was famous, pursued by countless suitors, yet she had stumbled before a high schooler. No, I didn't say a word to Mo Qingchuan. Mo Qingchuan replied earnestly. He truly hadn't said anything new. She had blurted it out right in front of him. That couldn't be blamed on him. Really? Is he really that virtuous? Yi Qingru wondered. No, I can't rush. Men always change over time. I don't believe it. Yi, give me more time, and he'll definitely expose his true colors. Mo Qingchuan. Still not giving up. Was it really worth being so persistent? Whatever, do as you please, just don't fall for it yourself. As for the 10th Sandiyuan phone credit, Yi Qingru didn't mention a word. Rich families were truly enviable. It was like having $100 and casually tossing a penny. Oh, I almost forgot. There's a blind date this weekend, and it's even more infuriating. Yi Qingru sat down beside Mo Qingchuan, her expression dark. She seemed deeply averse to the idea. Blind date. Mo Qingchuan was taken aback. He could sense that the Yi family was no ordinary clan, and arranged marriages were common in such grand families. For instance, two noble houses of equal standing could deepen their alliance, which the elders would welcome. However, for individuals, it was a different story. Becoming a sacrifice for family union would undoubtedly sour one's mood. Yes, I heard he just graduated from college and is taking over the family business. His character is still unknown, but I'm sure he's no good. That old man is just stirring up trouble for nothing. Can't he leave me in peace for a while? Yi Qingru pouted, which oddly made her look a bit endearing. She had been hurt before, so she believed there were no good men in the world. And there's no need to be this angry. Just go through the motions, have a meal, and come back. Mo Qingchuan said calmly. I'd like to, but this time the family's message strongly hints they want us to get together. But the more they push, the less likely I'll comply. Yi Qingru will never fall in love with a man again. And I will never marry. Men are all worthless. Mo Qingchuan was speechless. How deeply did she resent men? Even after meeting a jerk, it shouldn't go this far. Good men were being unfairly tarred. He silently mourned for himself for 2 seconds. In truth, he felt Yi Qingru was mostly venting her emotions. The world was full of all kinds of people, including scumbags and gold diggers. We just need to keep our eyes open, not get fooled, and stay strong. If a few words could sweep you off your feet, you'd likely end up losing both your heart and your money. Oh man, I still have homework to finish. They'll go do that now. Mo Qingchuan wanted to escape before he got dragged into this. Wait. Yi Qingru grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Yi, your aunt is scared. I don't want to go to the blind date alone. Will you come with me? This was the consequence of moving too slowly. There was no escape now. Yi Yi. Auntie is begging you please. Auntie loves Yi Yi the most. Doesn't Yi Yi love Auntie? Suddenly Yi Qingru's voice turned syrupy as she started to act cute. Mo Qingchuan shivered. Seriously, who could resist that voice? A woman acting cute was terrifying. He'll go. He was scared. How was Yi Qingru's personality so similar to Mo Qingjiu's? She seemed so aloof on the outside. This must be that contrast. Most people were completely different in public and private. Great. Now I'm not worried. Yi, you have to help me. Yi Qingru smiled brightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. Mo Qingchuan suddenly felt this blind date wasn't so simple. And isn't it just a meal, he asked. A meal, and then exploring a haunted house, or something. You get what that man's intentions are, right? Oh, I see. Then, and I want to bring someone along. Mo Qingchuan. Yes. Yi Qingru frowned. That guy again. How annoying. But meeting him in person might work. Online probing had been ineffective, even offline she could test him. At this thought, Yi Qingru's eyes lit up. Fine, I have no objections. She agreed, readily seizing this chance to. Mo Qingchuan hadn't expected Yi Qingru to agree. He thought she might refuse. This was fine. With Yi Yishui around, their safety would be ensured. Going to a haunted house. Any man would know what that implied. I'll go do my homework now. Okay, go ahead. Yi Qingru waved her hand cheerfully. Then she picked up her phone and searched for pepper spray and the like. She couldn't skip the blind date due to family reasons. Not going would invite criticism. But she had to protect herself. Back in his room, he picked up his phone to check messages. His family had gone out for hot pot. Yi Yishui even sent him photos. Luckily, Mo Qingchuan was full, or had be drooling. Mo Qingchuan replied, and then started his homework, writing furiously. It wasn't until after 10 that he finally relaxed and flopped onto the bed. In truth, most teachers no longer collected homework. They just went over answers in class, explaining problems and key points. In the first 2 years of high school, homework was checked to see if you kept up. Now collecting homework was pointless. Even if you wanted to keep up, you couldn't anymore. Under the deluge of practice problems, many had given up on homework. Ding, Yi Yishui sent a message. By the way, your sister said she got a confession at school today. Huh. Mo Qingchuan was startled. Someone confessed to his sister. Who was so bold? But your sister rejected him and reported him to the teacher. Good, well done. Mo Qingchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although Mo Qingyao was a little devil, she was still in middle school. What did she know about love? It was best to keep things as they were. Mo Qingchuan. Huh. I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. Okay, good night, good night. In the early morning, Mo Qingchuan tidied himself up and left the house early. He now knew how to tie his hair, so today he styled it in a high ponytail with wispy bangs. If not for his still youthful face, he might have had a hint of a mature, elegant aura. As for Yi Qingru, she could hardly get up before 10 o'clock unless there was something urgent to do. He went downstairs and walked into the neighborhood only to find a crowd gathered early in the morning. At this hour, most people were either heading to school, taking their children to school, or going to work. With time so tight, what could have made them stop in their tracks? Curious, he walked over to take a look and saw two women. Well, it wasn't exactly a fight. It was more like one-sided beating. Stop it, a man pleaded, but to no. The woman being beaten knelt on the ground, bloodstains on her face, her hair, yanked, tears in her eyes. A crowd of onlookers stood around watching the spectacle without any intention of intervening. Do you have anything to say? The woman pulling the hair demanded furiously. I like your husband. And you like him too. Logically speaking, we're on the same side, so why are you hitting me? At those words, everyone around was stunned. The man trying to mediate was also left dumbfounded. Their minds went blank for a moment before they thought, well, there is some logic to that. Bah, nonsense. A thieving cat like you dares to claim we're on the same side. Mo Qingchuan watched for a while, his interest peaked. Indeed, the love for watching drama seemed etched into human DNA. But if he kept watching, he might be late for school. Besides, Yi Yishui was probably waiting for him on the way. Averting his gaze, he resolutely left the scene. The first rays of dawn broke, casting golden light on the path that led to school. The air was filled with a sense of renewal, refreshing the spirit. Yi Yishui's shadow stretched long as she walked slowly, waiting for someone. Good morning. Mo Qingchuan walked up to her, a gentle smile blooming like spring sunlight. Yi Yishui paused, slightly, feeling quite satisfied with her new hairstyle. Your hair looks nice today. Hee, I'm getting better at it. Mo Qingchuan replied, flipping his bangs. And you're looking more and more feminine. Mo Qingchuan's body stiffened. He had to admit he still harbored a glimmer of hope about swapping back. After all, he still wanted to be a man. But when it came to swapping, a reluctant feeling had quietly taken root in his heart. Being this beautiful isn't so bad. Maybe I don't need to switch back. Do you think we'll never be able to swap back? Mo Qingchuan asked with a hint of inquiry. Who knows? Yi Yishui shrugged. In truth, these days she had been enjoying being a man quite a lot. More strength, more energy, and most importantly, no more periods. Having escaped that torment, she really didn't want to swap back now. All right, let's talk while we walk. Don't be late. They walked to the school gate. The security chief looked at them with concern. The rumors spreading through the school had become so rampant that even the security team had heard of them. The school administrators had sent notifications in the group chats instructing teachers to guide students not to believe the baseless gossip. Who keeps spreading these malicious rumors? Their intentions are truly vile. The chief sighed helplessly. There wasn't much he could do to help. He wondered how they would handle this matter. Perhaps the parents would soon come to the school to deal with it. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui could also feel many eyes on them and hear the whispers. On the surface they remained calm, but deep down a fire of anger simmered waiting for the right moment to erupt. Zhou Yingying watched their composed expressions from the crowd, gritting her teeth. They still look like that. Can't the rumors cause them any psychological damage at all? After all, people had already started spreading that the school beauty was pregnant. Yishui, are you okay? Don't mind what others say. The teachers seemed to be handling it. Tang Wenk was also worried. Yi Yishui was her close friend, and she hated to see her being slandered by such rumors. Worse still, some people had twisted the story, making the rumors even more absurd. I'm fine. Nothing to worry about. He'll focus on preparing for the second mock exam. Mo Qingchuan replied calmly. Seeing him like this, Tang Wenk didn't know how to comfort him further. She could only hope he was truly unaffected. Lately she too had been devoting all her energy to studying. She had already realized that Jing Bai didn't like her, so it was time to focus on what a student should do. As for her feelings, time would help her move on. Nothing particularly special happened that day. Everything went on as usual. However, near the end of school, the homeroom teacher called Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui to the office. His gaze was filled with concern. These two students, one ranked first in the class, the other consistently in the top 5, were both promising talents. He truly hated to see them affected by these rumors. After all, they were still students not yet weathered by the storms of society, so it was impossible for them to remain completely unaffected. Recently, many people have been spreading rumors about you too. The teachers are all aware, and I believe you couldn't have done such things. The school has started investigating this matter, so rest assured we won't ignore it. We will clear your names. But before that, I hope you can stay calm and do well in the second mock exam. It's very important for you. Let us handle the situation. Is that okay? Teacher Jean spoke earnestly. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui exchanged a glance. They had already discussed how to deal with this matter. With the rumors already so widespread, was there still hope to prove their innocence? Even with the school's intervention, it would be difficult. You can never completely silence people's tongues and make them believe what you say. Don't worry, teacher. We'll do our best in the exam, Mo Qingchuan said. If he performed normally this time, he should score above 610. It couldn't compare to Yi Yishui's previous scores, but it served as a convenient excuse. A drop in grades due to the rumors' influence was perfectly reasonable. Otherwise, he thought if his grades suddenly plummeted, many people would want to talk to her about it, which would be quite troublesome. After all, Yi Yishui often ranked in the top 3 of the grade, and she had even taken first place many times. Keep it up. The college entrance exam is also approaching. You two should stay focused. It would be best if you could get into the same school, Teacher Jean added. The conversation ended not long after. The next day, they would face the second mock exam. When Mo Qingchuan got home, he began asking Big Head how far the rumors had spread across the school. The reply was that anyone you asked would know about it. Among the first and second year students, the topic was also extremely hotly debated. Zhang Xiang and Jing Bai expressed their concern, but Mo Qingchuan told them not to worry. The wider the rumors spread, the better. The second mock exam was proceeding in an orderly manner. Over the past 2 days of testing, the fervor of gossip among the senior students had slightly subsided. Yet most discussions still revolved around the exam papers. In the midst of this, a minor incident occurred with Tang Wenk. She accidentally sprained her ankle while descending the stairs, but was promptly taken to the infirmary. Thanks to the timely assistance, her injury was treated well and didn't significantly affect her walking. Zhang Xiang, concerned, even bought an ice pack for her. However, Tang Wenk declined it, saying it wasn't necessary. On Thursday afternoon, as a piercing alarm rang out, the second mock exam officially concluded. After the papers were collected, students and teachers alike rushed into the corridors, some heading to the restrooms, others returning to their classrooms. This floor housed half of the senior year students. Mo Qingchuan's expression was cold as he walked down the center of the hallway, his gaze sweeping until it locked onto a figure. The rumors, which had persisted for so long, had severely impacted both him and Yi Yishui. Had it not been for their strong will and their prearranged countermeasures, they might have been deeply scarred by the gossip, perhaps even driven to despair or worse, to suicide. He and Yi Yishui had endured in silence, biding their time for the right moment. And now that moment had arrived. Zhou Yingying, he shouted, his voice loud enough to echo throughout the entire floor. Many eyes turned toward him, including those of the teachers collecting papers. In that instant, he seemed to be bathed in a spotlight, becoming the center of attention. Zhou Yingying instinctively looked at Mo Qingchuan, bewildered. Why would he call her name at a time like this? Was Yi Yishui's earlier calmness just an act? Had she finally reached her breaking point? At the thought, Zhou Yingying's mood lifted, and she couldn't help but smirk. What is it, campus beauty, Yi? She emphasized the term campus beauty with a biting tone. Of course there's something. The rumors spreading through the school's forum and class group chats. You started them, didn't you? Mo Qingchuan confronted her directly with no intention of beating around the bush. Sometimes overthinking and over-explaining were less effective than simply stating the truth. As he spoke, whispers broke out among the surrounding students. Everyone knew about the rumors, but no one had expected the perpetrator to be standing right before them. It wasn't me. I had no reason to do such a thing. Zhou Yingying said, her heart tightening even as she forced herself to stay calm. She couldn't admit to it as she was certain they had no proof. As long as there was no evidence, she remained invincible. Just then Teacher Jean hurried over. Both of you calm down. Don't shout in the hallway. The school will investigate this matter and will handle the rumors seriously. But his words did not deter Mo Qingchuan. He spoke again. The rumors are all false. I don't want them to spread any further, so let me make this clear. Mo Qingchuan and I are indeed planning to be together. Moreover, we've already agreed to apply to the same university. As for you, Zhou Yingying, I know you have feelings for Mo Qingchuan, but unfortunately he will never like you. At these words, everyone's gossip instinct went into overdrive. Even those desperate to relieve themselves stopped in their tracks. With such a spectacle unfolding, how could they bear to leave? That's a lie. I don't like Mo Qingchuan. Zhou Yingying shouted, her expression shifting as agitation set in. She sensed something was wrong, a foreboding feeling filled her heart. She had assumed they wouldn't dare confront her face-to-face, or at least not in a crowded place. But things had taken an unexpected turn. Mo Qingchuan was challenging her in the most public setting possible. The spotlight now seemed to fall on her as well. Denying it. Fine. Then do you recognize this? The love letter you gave Mo Qingchuan during freshman military training. Shall I open it and read it aloud? You. Zhou Yingying glared at him venomously, momentarily at a loss for words. She hadn't expected that letter to still exist after all this time. In truth, Mo Qingchuan had tossed the box away, without a second thought, never imagining it would resurface. Seeing Zhou Yingying's speechlessness, everyone understood. The love letter was real. Damn, so she really was the one spreading the rumors. What a malicious mind. Pure jealousy. She just can't stand to see them happy. Exactly. This Zhou Yingying is dark-hearted, not just dark-skinned. Hearing the murmurs around him, a faint smile tugged at Mo Qingchuan's lips. There would be no true victor in this affair. The damage caused by the rumors would be profound. But he had promised that neither he nor Yi Shui would lose. The rumors would turn into blades now aimed back at Zhou Yingying. Do you know why he despises you so much? Because you are utterly malicious. After he explicitly rejected you, you set a trap for him. You gave him a keepsake, but it turned out to be lingerie you had planted, and you tried to use the fingerprints on it to blackmail him into being your boyfriend. Fortunately, Jingbai was present at the time, so you didn't succeed. After that, you continued to pester him. In desperation, he began pursuing a fish farmer, Yu Miao Miao, and was labeled a simp. He no longer harbored dreams of a romantic high school life, though all he wanted was to study hard and get into a good university. It was only recently, when I grew closer to him, that you couldn't contain yourself and started scheming behind the scenes. But what made you think such rumors could drive a wedge between us? As Mo Qingchuan vented all this, a sense of relief washed over him. The memory of being blackmailed by Zhou Yingying had always left a shadow in his heart, but now he no longer had to hide it. Give it up. He will never like you. Compared to me, you fall short in every way. I am prettier than you, have better grades, come from a better family, and possess a kinder heart. You don't measure up to me in any aspect. Zhou Yingying's face had turned pale. She seemed utterly— No. She was supposed to win. How could this be happening? Yi Shui stepped forward. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, she was quite prominent as she slowly walked to Mo Qingchuan's side. Her expression remained calm, but inside she was brimming with joy. Winning or losing didn't matter. What mattered was that the person by her side was still him. The chatter among the students grew louder, but she knew this wasn't over yet. She spoke. All your efforts are in vain. I love him, and he loves me. And you, Zhou Yingying, are a twisted, despicable, and vile creature who can only crawl in the dark corners, using every means to steal a glance at me, yet you remain utterly detestable. A joker. Within the corridor, an unusual silence descended. Yet this stillness was more like the prelude to an impending storm. Zhou Yingying's pupils trembled violently. In Mo Qingchuan's eyes, she had been nothing but a clown from start to finish. After all her efforts and endurance over such a long time, she had still failed. She had thought this would be a golden opportunity, only to have it turn into a blade that grievously wounded her. But she did not believe she was wrong, as she had merely failed. If given another chance, she would do it all over again. She would use every means to leave the two no room to overturn the table. While that's explosive, I never imagined there was so much behind the rumors. According to what Master Yi and the others said, the accusation of stealing someone away doesn't hold up either. Such a venomous mind using rumors to slander the school beauty and her boyfriend. It seems they haven't confirmed the relationship yet. Don't speak carelessly. The silence lasted only a few seconds before the corridor erupted in noise again. The rumors had already been blazing hot, and now, unexpectedly, there was such a reversal. Under this reversal, an already fiery incident was doused with another bucket of oil. Mo Qingchuan, and Yi Yixue exchanged a glance, sharing a knowing smile. The plan had been executed perfectly, and they were finally free from the assault of the rumors. As for the instigator, she would not fare well. All right. Everyone quiet down. Class is about to start. Those who need to go to the restroom, go. Those who need to return to class, return. Teacher Jean roared. He had not anticipated that these two could accomplish such a feat. In truth, he felt a sense of relief deep inside. Sometimes the school administration only thought about quickly quelling the impact of an incident without considering too many personal feelings. In such a situation, to vent one's anger, one had to rely on the parties involved to fight for themselves. If you didn't resist, who could help you? However, thinking about the matters that lay ahead, he found himself in a state of distress. Judging by the situation, there was basically no need for an investigation. It was almost certain that Zhou Yingying was the culprit. Now the teachers and school leaders would have to discuss the punishment to be meted out. Fortunately, his shout still had some effect, and most of the students stopped lingering. The drama was over, and their gossip-hungry minds could no longer be restrained. They couldn't help but discuss it with their classmates. You two go back to class first, Teacher Jean said, walking up to them. Okay, Mo Qingchuan replied. Teacher Jean was about to turn and leave, but he paused for a moment. You two did well. Leave the rest to me, don't worry. Keep your composure and prepare for the upcoming third mock exam and the college entrance exam. Got it, teacher? Teacher Jean nodded, then holding the exam papers, he also called for Zhou Yingying to follow him. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the two felt an unprecedented lightness in their hearts. The gloom brought by the rumors had completely dissipated. Holy cow! Zhang Xiang scampered over, utterly stunned by what he had just witnessed. He had never seen nor even heard of such a grand spectacle in his entire life. I'm telling you, you two are incredible. To pull off a counterattack in such a desperate situation. In Zhang Xiang's view, this was a complete victory. The two had faced the pressure, turned the rumors around, and proven their innocence. Their closeness was due to their pact to enroll in the same university, not because of those vulgar rumors. Congratulations. You've successfully defeated the final boss. Any reward you desire. Jing Bai walked over with a smile. A photo of you in fishnet stockings. Zhang Xiang raised his hand. Jing Bai rolled his eyes at him. What was going on in Zhang Xiang's mind? Mo Qingchuan had speculated that half of it was probably filled with images of Jing Bai in women's clothing. As for why he hadn't quite figured it out. Could it be? No, that wasn't right. Wasn't he into Tang Wank? He'll pass on that reward. Yi Yixue waved her hand. She hadn't seen Jing Bai in women's clothing yet, but she imagined it would be stunning given his looks. People couldn't help but linger on beautiful things. She didn't want to end up turning her dear Chuan sideways. All right, let's head back to class first. There's still one more lesson, Mo Qingchuan said with a smile. He had already stopped looking at Jing Bai's cross-dressing photos. After all, he now possessed a strikingly beautiful body himself. And today he was not only beautiful, but also incredibly handsome. Back in the classroom, the buzz of discussion was far from quiet. But as they entered, the voices died down. The gazes of their classmates were filled with intense excitement and curiosity. They longed to rush over and interrogate the two about every detail of the incident. Meanwhile, Yu Miao Miao sitting in the back row had gone completely blank. It was over, completely over. Zhou Yingying would surely expose her, and then her father would come and get a beating when she got home. Moreover, the impact of this incident was so severe that the school leaders were fully aware. The punishment they would receive would be heavy, not light. At this thought, her heart felt as if it might leap out of her chest, as fear and dread continuously welled up inside her. Her body had already begun to tremble uncontrollably. Why had she done such a thing? Had her mind gone blank at that moment? She was resentful of Yi Yixue, but Mo Qingchuan didn't seem all that important to her. She had only been enjoying the sense of superiority that came from Mo Qingchuan fawning over her. However, Yi Yixue's words in the corridor had made it clear that she was merely a shield. No wonder she had always felt a distance between Mo Qingchuan and herself. She had thought that feeling was just an illusion, but it turned out to be true. This might be what they meant by those who make their own bed must lie in it. Yu Miao Miao sneered inwardly. She knew punishment would fall upon her, but she hadn't expected the wait for it to be so agonizing. She regretted it. But there was no cure for regret. This period since the teacher had to grade papers became a self-study session. As the bell rang, the class monitor took a seat at the podium and began to supervise the class discipline. Talking was unavoidable, but he had to keep it from getting too noisy, otherwise the dean on patrol would find out and criticize them. Yixue, you were amazing just now. I never knew you had that side to you. Tang Wank said, looking at Mo Qingchuan with stars in her eyes. That scene of Mo Qingchuan was so cool. Putting herself in that situation, she probably would have stumbled over her words, panicked, and then been manipulated by the other side. In the end, she would have been the one hurt. It's nothing. She did such disgusting things to ruin my reputation. I was just retaliating. You did brilliantly. If you were a guy, I can't imagine how reliable you'd be. Why do you want to entrust my whole life to you? Tang Wank exclaimed. Mo Qingchuan broke into a sweat. He was actually a guy? Did that mean he was indeed quite reliable? Throughout the entire self-study session, Zhou Yingying was nowhere to be seen. Yu Miao Miao was also called away midway. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui knew well that those two were in cahoots, and this time neither would escape. At the very least they'd face suspension and a record, or at worst expulsion. The class passed quickly. As soon as the bell rang, a few figures in the classroom darted out rushing toward the cafeteria. The day students, however, took their time packing up unhurriedly to stroll out. I'm off to grab food. Bye. Zhang Xiang waved and dashed out swiftly. Mo Qingchuan, Yi Yishui, and Jing Bai were all-day students. After school they could walk together for a stretch, yet the three of them walking together indeed drew attention. One reason was the dramatic confrontation in the hallway earlier today, while another was that Jing Bai, being the school heartthrob, was quite eye-catching. Which university are you two planning to attend together? Jing Bai asked curiously. Luoqing University, they replied in unison. With Yi Yishui's grades, she was 100% sure to get into Luoqing University, and for Mo Qingchuan, it wasn't a major issue either. He was confident about himself now, with a 90% certainty of scoring over 610 on this second mock exam. Nice. He'll discuss it with my fiancé and join you at the same university, Jing Bai nodded. His grades weren't a problem, and he knew his fiancé's academic standing well. They had also agreed to attend the same university, but hadn't yet decided which one. Zhang Xiang might find it tough, Mo Qingchuan said. Zhang Xiang usually scored around 470 or 480. In just 2 months raising it to over 600 would be difficult. Moreover, last year's minimum admission score for Luoqing University was 603. There are many schools in Luoqing. Zhang Xiang's grades can surely get him into a university here. If he wants, it wouldn't be hard for us to be in the same city. Yi Yishui said. Luoqing, a super first-tier city, housed many top-tier institutions down to vocational colleges. With so many universities, it was a hub for talent. Let's ask him then. From the look of it, he's still somewhat attached to Tang Wenk. Jing Bai shook his head slightly. The sheikh was merely out of regret for the two of them. Though Zhang Xiang might seem unreliable on the surface, he was a good person and wouldn't let anyone down in critical moments. We can't meddle too much. Whether they end up together is up to them. Yi Yishui said. Matters of the heart are hard to force. So let nature take its course. If souls align, they will eventually come together. Leaving the school gate. See you tomorrow. Bye. Jing Bai waved. Bye. They waved and began walking home. At dusk the sky had dimmed slightly. The sun sank toward the horizon, and the clouds at the edge reflected a faint orange glow like a misty painting. The weak sunlight stretched their shadows long. Yi Yishui took out her phone, aimed at the yellow glow. Click. This glow is indeed more beautiful than usual. Mo Qingchuan's eyes lit up slightly. That's not the point. Yi Yishui held her phone and snapped pictures. The point is the shadows. Mo Qingchuan asked. Yi Yishui rolled her eyes. The point is I want to post on moments. Oh. Mo Qingchuan took out his phone to like it. Yi Yishui fiddled around pairing 2 photos with a caption. Our shadows after school. Image. Mo Qingchuan scrolled through moments, saw the 2 pictures, and a tremor stirred at them, especially their shadows, so close together. He couldn't describe it, but this feeling was incredibly wondrous to him. Like a sprout breaking through the soil in his heart. He liked it, then opened the comments. That's right, it's me, dog emoji. Just to let you know, my aunt and my mom can both see this post. Yi Yishui said. It's fine, those 2 can't eat me. I'm not afraid. Mo Qingchuan laughed. He was currently in Yi Yishui's body, so what was there to fear? You don't know yet, but my mom is coming back today. I just found out myself. Yi Yishui added. What? Mo Qingchuan was startled. Having Yi Qingru alone was already a handful, constantly messaging him on WeChat. Now with Yi Yishui's mother returning, he felt he couldn't handle it. At that thought he broke into a cold sweat. Scared? Yi Yishui challenged. How could I be? They'll deal with whatever comes. If asked, it's pure friendship, and we're aiming for the same university. Mo Qingchuan feigned calm. In truth, meeting Yi Yishui's mother was bound to be more nerve-wracking than facing her aunt. His future mother-in-law, who seemed to be divorced. He wondered how she viewed men. Would she keep interrogating him, or, as long as you're not afraid? Confident about this second mock exam. How much do you think you'll score? I am. Around 610. He didn't dare claim more. Not bad. Then do you remember the reward I mentioned last time? Yi Yishui asked softly, a flush suddenly spreading across her face. She kept fidgeting with her hands, looking a bit nervous. I remember, but the results aren't out yet, are they? Mo Qingchuan was taken aback. He was quite looking forward to this reward. He wondered what reward the little rich girl would give him. They're not out yet, but since you're confident, giving it to you in advance isn't impossible. Really? Mo Qingchuan was delighted. Naturally. It seems you want it. Yi Yishui stared at Mo Qingchuan, looking at her own once beautiful face. Of course I want a reward. Mo Qingchuan didn't deny it. Tang Wenk and the others said ours is pure friendship. Do you think that's a good description, eh? Huh. Pure friendship. Mo Qingchuan thought for a moment and said dryly, it's okay. He couldn't really say if it was good or bad since they hadn't defined their relationship yet. So he didn't dislike those 3 words. I think it's bad. Yi Yishui said firmly. I think it needs to change. Mo Qingchuan was bewildered. Change? In what way? As he pondered, a pair of hands suddenly cupped his face. Their breaths were so close, for the first time beginning to mingle. He closed his eyes, feeling his lips sealed. Before he could savor it, it ended quickly. But the lingering scent kept flooding into his nostrils. Thump, thump, thump. Mo Qingchuan's face instantly flushed, his heart rate soaring to 150. Who would have thought Yi Yishui would kiss him at this moment? Though it was just a simple touch, for Mo Qingchuan, who had no experience, it felt like a critical hit. The sprout in his heart seemed to have absorbed nutrients, beginning to grow wildly. Well. So by change you meant turning pure friendship into lip friendship. He never imagined Yi Yishui would do this. Was this still the aloof school beauty? They locked eyes, affection flowing between them, as if sparks flew, drawing them close again. Ahem. As much as I hate to interrupt, that's enough for now. A voice suddenly rang out, startling them both so much they nearly jumped. Yi Yishui's face burned with shame and anger. Damn it. Who would bother them at a time like this? Did they want to die? She turned her gaze and instantly deflated, completely stunned. Mom. Q, what should you do if the girl's mother catches you kissing her daughter? I solemnly promise I will take responsibility for your daughter. Q, what if you encounter the girl's father? Prepare to be beaten. Mo Qingchuan was unaware of all this. Like Yi Yishui, his mind was a complete blank, utterly frozen. They knew Yi Qingwan would return today, but who would have thought they'd run into her near the school? Shouldn't she be at home? Yi Qingwan's expression was somewhat stern at this moment. She had seen the two figures from the car moments ago, so she got out and walked over. She wasn't in a hurry initially, but who could have guessed that one second they were taking photos and the next they were kissing? Despite her seriousness, she had no intention of making things difficult. The two of them were still together despite the pressure of the rumors. Regardless, this Mo Qingchuan was acceptable. At least he didn't run away, right? Besides, her purpose today was to meet an old classmate. As for that mom, she could let it slide if she was broad-minded. Encountering her daughter being kissed by her old classmate's son on the road X. Her old classmate's son would also be her son in the future. You sure got that mom out smoothly. Let me hear it again. Yi Qingwan looked at Yi Yishui. Yi Yishui dared not speak again, as she realized her mistake the moment she said it, and felt utterly doomed. After swapping bodies, seeing family still triggered an instinctive response. By the time she realized it, the words were already out. Mom. Yi Yishui didn't call out, but Mo Qingchuan on the other hand stammered the word. He felt that if he didn't, Yi Yishui would be put in a difficult position. Facing this mature, beautiful, and dignified mother, he felt immense pressure. She seemed to exude the aura of a mighty cultivator, suffocating him and filling his heart with tension. Yi Qingwan glanced at her daughter and let out a soft sigh. Get in the car first. Well, go meet Mo Qingchuan's parents. What? Mo Qingchuan broke out in a cold sweat. Meeting the parents already. Wasn't this a bit too fast? He wasn't mentally prepared at all. A meeting between both sets of parents, who knew what sparks might fly. But he felt that Mo Qingjiu's mouth needed to be sewn shut first. She was completely unafraid of strangers and would say anything on a first meeting. Alright. Yi Yishui was now somewhat dazed, her thoughts in a complete mess. The two followed behind Yi Qingwan and got into the back seat of the car. The ride was incredibly smooth, unlike any car Mo Qingchuan had ever been in, and he couldn't even name the brand. Secretary Xiao Yun drove, occasionally glancing curiously at Yi Yishui through the rearview mirror. So this was the guy who managed to win over the young miss. Apart from being handsome and tall, he didn't seem particular. Yi Qingwan sat in the passenger seat without speaking, just leaning back and staring pensively at the scenery outside. She recalled some memories from her school days. These memories had nearly faded away, never expecting they would resurface. With the car, it only took a few minutes to reach Mo Qingchuan's neighborhood. The group went upstairs and arrived at door 601. Yi Yishui's CPU barely recovered some function as she slowly pushed the door open. I shall ignite the starry sea. Mo Qingyao jumped out, then froze when she saw 4 people. Yi Yishui went in and tapped her on the head. Stop being so chinibyu. Hello, sister-in-law and 2 big sisters. Please come in. Mo Qingjiu's mind worked fast as she quickly opened the door fully. Her big eyes sparkled. Her big brother was amazing, actually bringing 3 women home. A role model for all. Yi Qingwan looked at Mo Qingyao and was slightly taken aback. This must be their younger daughter. She hadn't expected the little girl to have grown so big. Yaya, what nonsense are you mumbling? Fang Mei walked out of the kitchen thinking Mo Qingyao was up to some new trick. But she froze when she saw the 3 people. Son, who are these? She asked tentatively. Cough, this is my classmate Yi Yishui, and this is her mother, and... Yi Yishui stopped when introducing Xiao Yun. She had met her before, but had to pretend not to know her. After all, she was currently wearing Mo Qingchuan's skin. If she said anything, it might arouse suspicion. In the boss secretary, just call me Xiao Yun said with a slight Oh, please come in. Fang Mei naturally knew about the rumors at school. One protagonist was her son, and the other was Yi Yishui. Presumably the other parent had come to discuss how to resolve this. She didn't delay, and quickly welcomed them. However, when she saw Yi Qingwan, her expression turned puzzled. That face looked so familiar. She felt she had seen her somewhere before. What's wrong, don't you recognize me? Yi Qingwan smiled, looking at Fang Mei. Yi Qingwan. Fang Mei recognized her. She remembered an old acquaintance from her school days. Calling her an acquaintance was a bit off. It would be more accurate to say a love rival. Back in the day, Mo Zhu was indeed very handsome and charismatic with many girls chasing after him. She was one of them, and Yi Qingwan was another. Among all these competitors, the one who made her feel most threatened was indeed Yi Qingwan. Because Yi Qingwan was so wealthy back then, while she was just a girl from an ordinary family. At that time she wished she had tens of millions, hundreds of millions to knock Mo Zhu out and tie him up to take home. Luckily, Mo Zhu wasn't materialistic, had no romantic history, and was somewhat innocent. And then she firmly snared him. After that, most of those love rivals disappeared, fading from view and never disturbed. Her sweet time with Mo Zhu had been so long that the faces of those competitors had become blurry. Yet the threads of fate were unpredictable. Who would have thought that after so many years she would see her old love rival again? It's me. I never expected you to still be so beautiful after all these years, Yi Qingwan said. Oh, not at all, I'm old and faded, Fong Mei said modestly. She appeared amiable on the surface, but inwardly she was on high alert. A love rival had come right into her home. How could she not be vigilant? Mo Qingzhou's eyes darted between the two, sensing the tense atmosphere, and for once she remained silent. She felt that if she spoke out of turn, her mother might spank her until her bottom split. Her dad wouldn't hit her, but angering her mom would definitely get her a beating. Yi Yishui and Mo Qingchuan stood there stiffly like automatons. How could it be that their mothers really? Creak at that moment the door was pushed open again. Oh my, we have quite a few guests. Mo Zhu scanned the room, his gaze landing on Yi Qingwan in the middle. You're Yi Qingwan. Crack. The chopsticks in Fong Mei's hand developed a fracture. Mo Zhu's ears twitched slightly, and he instantly realized something was wrong. There was no escaping the washing board tonight. In truth, Mo Zhu could hardly be blamed for recognizing Yi Qingwan at a glance. It was simply that her past deeds were etched deeply into his memory. The very first time they met, they had come to blows. Let us set that aside for now. There was little point in dwelling on the fact that the Mo family's martial skills were inferior to the Yi family's. Seizing a sudden inspiration, Mo Zhu swiftly changed the subject. So Yi Yishui is your daughter. How did I never realize it before? She is such a delicate and lovely girl, even more beautiful than you were at her age. What is even more wonderful is that your daughter and my son are so close. In the future, we might become in-laws. He deftly steered the conversation toward the younger generation. After all, the pressing matter now was how to resolve the rumors circulating about Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui at school. Surely the other party had come to his home to discuss this very issue. In-laws. It is too early to speak of that. We are old classmates after all, shall we not chat for a while? Yi Qingwan smiled. It seemed that after tying the knot with Fong Mei, Mo Zhu had been thoroughly tamed. He had imagined Mo Zhu lording it over his household. Chat, of course we shall chat. Ideally we would have gone out to eat, but the meal at home is already half prepared. Fong Mei hesitated slightly. It is no matter. After all these years, would it not be better to taste the cooking of an old classmate than to dine at a restaurant? Yi Qingwan remarked. She was genuinely curious about the meal the couple would prepare. She had already tasted all the exotic delicacies she wished to try and had seen those she did not. But the flavor of an old classmate's home cooking piqued her interest. Then please take a seat. My wife and I will prepare the meal, Mo Zhu said with a light cough. What a predicament. Why did he feel as though he were strapped to an execution rack? Standing in his own home, he felt utterly ill at ease. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui, the two machines, had already seated themselves on the sofa. They watched the parents converse, sensing a wealth of untold stories among the three. They yearned to listen, but dared not ask. Mo Qingyao quietly slipped beside Mo Qingchuan and nudged his arm. Sister-in-law, so our parents already know each other. Are they here to discuss the engagement? Mo Qingchuan's face darkened. This girl? Yi Yishui's mother was right there. How dared she ask such a thing? No, it should be about what happened at school. Oh, Mom said it was about the rumors spreading and that it has quite an impact on you two. Mo Qingyao was worried. She knew full well how damaging rumors could be. Like that classmate of hers who had a crush on the teacher, she nearly became a recluse. Thankfully, they managed to pull her back. That math teacher was also very good. He stopped dressing up and repeatedly told the class that no student had a crush on him and that spreading such rumors could cost him his job. He warned them to stop or he would speak to their parents. After that, things did improve. However, that girl was still deeply wounded by the incident. Don't worry, we have already resolved this matter using our own methods, and we did not suffer any losses. Those who spread the rumors will not only be harmed by their own lies, but will also face disciplinary action from the school. Yi Yishui spoke slowly. Resolved. Yi Qingwan was slightly puzzled. Yi Yishui knew her mother was still unaware of what had happened after the second mock exam that afternoon, so she began to explain everything to Yi Qingwan in detail. Her CPU had mostly recovered, and she recounted the entire incident from start to finish. This included their forbearance, their search for the opportune moment, and the location where they launched their counterattack. The two had endured humiliation and executed their plan flawlessly, achieving the desired effect. Yi Qingwan was astonished. She had assumed this matter would require the intervention of both sets of parents, which was why she had returned. But to her surprise, the two had resolved it through their own wisdom and methods. The next step would be for the school to contact them and discuss how to handle the situation. The rumors would no longer have any real impact on them. You have done well earning my newfound respect, Yi Qingwan said softly. She was well aware that whether it was calling the police or using the school to suppress the rumors, they could never completely silence the students' mouths. Even if those who spread the rumors were punished, the rumors would still target the two of them. But now they had boldly acknowledged their closeness and their shared ambition to attend the same university, effectively turning the blade of the rumor aside. Wow, big brother and sister are both so amazing. If it were me, I would probably lock myself in my room and not dare to come out. Mo Kinjio's eyes sparkled. Mo Qingchuan glanced at her somewhat skeptical. If it were you, you would probably have confronted them and started throwing punches long ago. However, as they chatted, Mo Qingchuan realized that Yi Qingwan was not as difficult to talk to as he had imagined. She was surprisingly easygoing. Mo Zhu was suffering in the kitchen, having been pinched on the waist several times by Fong Mei. Stop pinching, dear. This is the mother of our future daughter-in-law. You wouldn't want to break them up, would you? Mo Zhu dodged. This pinch really hurt. I naturally wouldn't break them up, but I must remind you. Yi Qingwan might become our in-law if you two were to rekindle an old flame. Are you kidding me? If Mo Zhu ever did such a thing, I would rather bash my head against a wall and die. Mo Zhu exclaimed in a hushed, agitated tone. He had to keep his voice down, fearing the others in the living room might hear. Just focus on cooking. The couple worked together, and indeed the meal was prepared much faster. Soon a table full of dishes was ready. The seven of them sat down feeling a bit cramped, but they managed to fit. During the meal, Yi Shui recounted the afternoon's events once more. After hearing it, Mo Zhu and Fong Mei breathed a sigh of relief. It was a relief that they were no longer being targeted by the rumors. It was good that the two could focus on the college entrance exam without worry. As for what comes next, we will just wait for the school to contact us. It would be best if this matter could be resolved perfectly, Yi Qingwan stated. Given the severity of the incident, the school would undoubtedly contact both sets of parents to discuss compensation and apologies. Indeed, especially since this is just before the college entrance exam. If these two children hadn't handled it so well, who knows how great the impact would have been. We absolutely cannot let those two rumor-mongers off easily. Fong Mei harbored deep hatred for them. They were classmates. How could they harbor such malicious intentions? Yi Qingwan nodded, sharing Fong Mei's view. After all, Yi Shui was her only precious daughter. We just need to wait for that matter. But there is another thing I think I should mention to you first, Yi Qingwan said after a moment of thought. What is it? Fong Mei asked. She was curious. Could it be about the engagement of the two children? My company has a tech division that initially collaborated with the military industry, producing high-performance drones for the armed forces. This collaboration has allowed our drone tech division to accumulate a vast amount of expertise. So we spun off a branch to start working on civilian drones. Manufacturing civilian drones is not difficult for us, but selling them is. The market share is dominated by a few major companies, making it hard to carve out a piece of the pie. As it happens, Mo Zhu works in this very field. He was previously a manager and is now unemployed. I believe this presents a golden opportunity. Fong Mei raised an eyebrow slightly. So what you mean is? Yi Qingwan smiled gently without pretense. I want your husband to come work for me. At the dining table, you could hear a pin drop. The silence made the atmosphere even more awkward. Mo Qingchuan and the others were not yet aware that Mo Zhu had lost his job, but they dared not ask further for now. Mo Qingyao looked left and right, suddenly feeling a chill brush past her neck. She couldn't help but shrink back. How terrifying. It felt as if her mother's domain had been unleashed. Fong Mei's face was expressionless, but the bowl in her hands trembled as if it might shatter at any moment. A former love rival had uttered those words right in front of her. Intentional or not, she took it as a provocation. It was as if she were saying, your husband will be mine from now on. Crack. A fissure appeared at the bottom of the bowl. Mo Zhu stared at his bowl in silence, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was the most tormented one at the table, sitting on pins and needles. He was over 40 now, never imagining he would experience a taste of a love battlefield in his lifetime. Still, he could tell that Yi Qingwan only intended to recruit him for drone sales with no other implications. But he remembered back in school, when Yi Qingwan threw money at him. How utterly infuriating. Going to work for her? No way. His main concern was Fong Mei's feelings. After a moment's thought, he decided to politely decline and break the awkward tension. Ahem. I think I've already agreed for him. Huh. Mo Zhu was dumbfounded, staring blankly at his wife. Was he hearing things? It seemed not. Fong Mei's foot had already found its way onto his, grinding down mercilessly. The pain made his face twitch uncontrollably. But you should know my husband is quite skilled in this area, so he comes at a premium. Fong Mei chuckled. You want him? But the salary cannot be low. As a primary school teacher, her income alone couldn't support the family, so a good job for Mo Zhu would be a blessing for their household. As for the risk of sparks flying under Yi Qingwan's employ, she was confident it wouldn't happen. First, Mo Zhu was a man of integrity, and second, she had long since molded him into her own shape. Still, there was a slight pang of displeasure. Salary is no issue, the company isn't short on funds. Buying out Mo Zhu's former company outright would be trivial, but there's no need for that. A broken ship would require too many repairs, a thankless task. The most valuable part of that ship is Mo Zhu and the team he's built. Yi Qingwan had already had Xiao Yun investigate that company. It once had the potential to grow big, but internal funds had been steadily siphoned off, and now it could no longer hold on the verge of collapse. You mean you want me to bring the team along too? Mo Zhu pondered. Based on old Zhu's earlier sentiments, those people still wanted to work under him. Not all of them, but at least a portion. Yes, building a team from scratch is time-consuming and laborious. If we can poach a mature one directly, the company would be happy to do so. Yi Qingwan continued. The original drone sales department had a small team, but they couldn't land any orders. Even though their drones outperformed competitors in every metric, they couldn't carve out a piece of the market. They'll get back to you about bringing the team over. I need to ask around. What about the salary? Mo Zhu asked. Yi Qingwan didn't hesitate offering a salary Mo Zhu couldn't possibly refuse. It was far more than what the opportunity for a meteoric rise had arrived. And that's after tax, Yi Qingwan added. Smack. Mo Zhu let out a soft breath. He thought he was hallucinating again. He could hear the sound of Yi Qingwan throwing money at him from their school days. Crackling. She was offering too much. However, there will be performance targets. If you don't meet them, your salary will drop. If the drones don't sell, the department will be cut. Consider this a heads up. Old classmates are not the company has its considerations. You understand, right? Yi Qingwan added. She was no longer young without the arrogance of her youth or the reasons to be so willful. Of course I understand. Mixing feelings with money ruins things. Rest assured, I'll earn that salary through my own abilities. Mo Zhu wasn't about to pull the "we're old classmates" card. That would only damage his character, and besides, he had the confidence and skill to deliver. That was a true win-win. And Yi Qingwan being upfront was a good thing. Alright, since you're confident, add Xiao Yun on WeChat. If I'm busy and can't reply, just ask her. Yi Qingwan finished speaking and took a sip of juice. She had accomplished what she came for. Now she could relax and enjoy the meal prepared by her former love rival and that woman's husband. The taste was indeed somewhat unique. I forgot to ask, where is the company? Is it out of town? Fang Mei inquired. Yi Qingwan nodded. The company is in Luo City, but Mo Zhu doesn't need to clock in. His job will involve traveling anyway. As long as he meets his targets, he doesn't even have to come to the office. So you can rest assured it won't affect your marriage. That's acceptable. Fang Mei nodded. If he had to be away all the time, even $1 million a year would give her pause. Being able to come home often, that was fine. Mo Qingchuan finally understood the relationship between Yi Qingwan and his parents. So they were old classmates. Fate was truly strange and unpredictable. Yi Yishui ate her meal, quietly feeling at ease. The rumor incident was nearly over and Mo Qingchuan's father had found work. There seemed to be nothing left to worry about. For the remaining time, she would focus on teaching Mo Qingchuan to improve his grades so they could both get into the same major. But this afternoon the sensation of kissing his body had been strangely exhilarating. Though the touch was fleeting, she felt an urge to deepen the kiss and part Mo Qingchuan's lips. The atmosphere at the table improved afterward. Fang Mei became lively, reminiscing about old times with Yi Qingwan. Mo Qingjiu's eyes widened, her ears perked up. She loved hearing about her parents' past. Today had been a feast for the years. After the meal and some casual chat, Yi Qingwan left with Xiao Yun and Mo Qingchuan. She still had some matters to discuss with her daughter. Though she had been hurt before, she wasn't opposed to her daughter dating. She just needed to make a few things clear. Beep. Verification successful. After unlocking with his fingerprint, Mo Qingchuan pushed the door open. Yi Qingru was lying on the sofa, swinging her jade-like legs while scrolling through Douyin. Hearing the sound, she turned her head toward the door, a hint of delight flickering across her face. Sis, you're finally here. The Yi family was a large clan with many members of their generation. Among these peers, she was closest only to her own sister. Though there was nearly 16 years between them, it made no difference. In fact, her sister had raised her. Ruru, have you encountered any issues managing Yuzhen restaurant lately? Yi Qingwan asked with a smile. None at all. Under my management, the employees are happy, the useless executives have been fired, and quarterly profits have actually increased significantly. Those people used to mock me for not knowing how to manage. Am I not doing better than them? A bunch of pigs dare to point fingers at a genius girl. Yi Qingru suddenly turned haughty, though her tone carried a hint of coquettishness. Not bad, you've done well. Yi Qingwan felt relieved knowing that Yi Qingru had a clear head about these matters, so she hadn't hesitated to entrust the task to her. Many had objected at the time, even trying to compete with Yi Qingru for control. But she understood well that those people were merely trying to seize the business, carving up what belonged to the sisters. The Yuzhen restaurant's name was a legacy left by their mother before she passed away. Yi Qingwan had managed it before, but only stabilized the business without devoting much attention as her focus lay elsewhere. As for those who tried to snatch the business, she remembered them all. Mostly outsiders who had married into the Yi family. It's nothing, sis gave me the opportunity. I miss you so much. Once Yi goes to Luocheng University, can I go too? Yi Qingru linked arms with Yi Qingwan as they sat on the sofa, her head naturally resting on her sister's shoulder. Mo Qingchuan watched in surprise. So Yi Qingru had such a side. Rare. It was clear she was somewhat dependent on Yi Qingwan. Of course you can stay in my villa then. Yi Qingwan patted Yi Qingru's head, radiating a maternal glow. Mo Qingchuan's mouth fell open. If he hadn't known they were sisters, he'd have thought Yi Qingru was Yi Qingwan's daughter. He was the one who was supposed to be Yi Qingwan's daughter now. Oh sis, Yi has been getting close to a boy lately. You should talk to her. What good man is there in this world? I've lived 25 years and never found one. How could she at 18? Yi Qingru suddenly spoke up. Mo Qingchuan was speechless. Wasn't this a bit too harsh? Good men weren't extinct, she just hadn't met one. Her hostility toward all men was a bit extreme. Alright, let her handle such matters herself. Too much interference from us will only pressure her. Besides, I've already visited the boy's family once. Huh. Yi Qingru had never heard of this. Her sister had already gone to the boy's home. Compared to that, she felt so weak. She had spent 10,000 to add a contact only to be ignored. Suddenly a sense of defeat washed over her. But your concern isn't unfounded. Yi, come sit. Yi Qingwan said. Mo Qingchuan obediently. Yi, am not against you dating, but I hope your relationship is healthy. Although Mo Zhumei and Feng Mei are my old classmates and their son's upbringing is likely sound, you must still be cautious. If any issues arise, remember to protect yourself. Also, before high school graduation, I don't want you to have too much intimate contact, and before marriage, I certainly don't want you to cross any lines. Do you understand what Mom means? Yi Qingwan held Mo Qingchuan's hand and spoke earnestly. As a mother, she had endured a painful romantic blow, plunging her into a period of deep sorrow. She didn't want the same to happen to her daughter. Yi, you might think Mom is overbearing, but my past experiences leave me no choice but to worry. I was young too. A year after graduation, managing the family business, and before marriage at 23, I became pregnant with you. But when I needed him most, he betrayed me. Yi Qingwan didn't go into the details. Yet the sorrow and worry were evident on her face. With her background and abilities, she should have had a wonderful life, but a scumbag nearly ruined it. Mo Qingchuan's expression shifted subtly. So Yi Yishui's mother had such a past. No wonder she never mentioned her father, and there were no photos of him. This also explained why Yi Qingwan's love for her daughter seemed a bit heavy. Mom, don't worry, I know my limits. We haven't even confirmed our relationship, yet let alone cross any lines. We're being very cautious about confirming things. Mo Qingchuan spoke solemnly, needing to give his assurance to put Yi Yishui's mother at ease. As for that afternoon's kiss, Yi Yishui had initiated it, catching him off guard. The pure friendship had transformed too quickly. Hearing that puts my mind at ease. Yi Qingwan patted Mo Qingchuan's head. He didn't resist, but felt a slight weight in his heart. Caution is good, and your aunt is testing him. If he has ulterior motives, I'll castrate him myself. Yi Qingru declared loudly, determined to protect her niece. Mo Qingchuan's mouth twitched. Little brother, I can't protect you now. Be careful. You'd better hire someone for that. Doing it yourself would dirty your hands. Yi Qingwan chuckled. Yi Qingru nodded. True. Mo Qingchuan was at a loss for words. Was it really okay for them to plot so openly in front of him? By the way, are you ready for this weekend's blind date? Yi Qingwan asked Yi Qingru. Of course. Yi will bring that Mo Qingchuan along. Don't you have classes this weekend? He'll just ask the teacher for a day off. No problem. Yi Qingru had already prepared as she knew people at school who could easily get 2 students a day off. Moreover, she planned to use this chance to expose Mo Qingchuan's true nature, to see if this boy was a scumbag or a good man. Alright, then be on your guard. I wanted to stop the blind date, but the old man agreed directly. Since he agreed, we can't back out. Sorry to trouble you with this trip. Yi Qingwan said. If that old man ever did anything decent, we sisters wouldn't only visit him at New Year's. And he still refuses to acknowledge Yi. When he's 6 feet under, he'll dance on his grave for 2 days straight. The two had long held grievances against the old man. Hence their relationship had always been strained, and after their mother's passing it deteriorated further. This was precisely why neither sister liked returning to the Yi family. That place held little attachment for them since their Yi, it's getting late. Go wash up and get some sleep, Yi Qingwan said softly. Okay. Mo Qingchuan obediently complied. He had also realized that Yi Yishui's family was not simple, entangled in complex interests. However, as she was still of school age, Yi Qingwan did not involve her in any family business matters. After washing up and returning to the room, Yi Qingwan was still discussing matters with her sister and secretary Xiao Yun, presumably concerning work. Mo Qingchuan didn't think much of it and flopped onto the soft bed. A ding-dong sounded. His phone buzzed with a notification and he picked it up to check. Why was Zhang Xiang sending messages in their small group chat late at night instead of sleeping? He glanced at it. A screenshot of a comment titled, "Several hints that a girl likes you." Huh. The title piqued Mo Qingchuan's curiosity, and he began to read. 1. If she reads the message but doesn't reply, it's because she's caught up in a whirlwind of thoughts. A shyness makes her nervous, unsure how to respond. 2. If she's hard to invite out, it's because she worries she's not perfect enough, afraid you'll dislike her and leave for good. 3. If she badmouths you in private, it's because she fears her friends or besties might take an interest in you and snatch you away. 4. If she won't date you, it's because she wants to hear your confession more often. 5. If she blocks or deletes you, it's because she's afraid of falling too deep into her feelings, unable to escape. Mo Qingchuan read from start to finish, almost laughing. He began replying to Zhang Xiang. Just fool your buddies, don't fool yourself. Zhang Xiang, how could that be? I think it makes a lot of sense. Jingbai, did you write this to comfort yourself? Zhang Xiang, nonsense. Just sharing for some fun. Zhang Xiang, Jingbai, send a leg pic. Jingbai, what do you take me for? You're not going to use my pic to jerk off, are you? Zhang Xiang, lustful. Jingbai, you're disgusting. If I ever send you one again, it'll chop my hand off. Zhang Xiang, you kidding? I'm a gentleman. Who does that kind of thing? Mo Qingchuan, Jingbai Dadu probably wants to kiss you in his dreams. Jingbai, damn, that's perverted. Zhang Xiang, hey. Slander, pure slander. The small group chat buzzed back to life. Amid the dull, grueling pressure of senior year's intense studies, this was one of the few spices of life. Only among close buddies could they let loose like this, exposing their true selves without restraint and releasing stress. As they chatted, Mo Qingchuan sent a message to Yi Yishui. He had to relay Yi Qingwan's warning to her. That girl had sneaked a kiss, robbing him of his first kiss before he could even savor it. When Yi Yishui heard, she was a bit troubled. Who would have thought her mom would catch them? So what do? Do we have to endure 2 months and only hold hands? Hey, you weren't like this before. Where's your aloofness? You are the top school beauty, the unattainable flower on the peak. How come you seem more eager than me? I never said I was aloof. That's just what they spread. Mo Qingchuan scratched his head reading this. It might be true, but her usual demeanor was indeed cold. Was the aloof top school beauty about to have her persona shattered with him? Mom said we can't be too intimate before graduation. So that means after graduation it's okay? Yi Yishui asked. Yeah, but before marriage we can't go too far. Got it. So no getting pregnant. Huh. Was that what going too far meant? No. Wait, hold on. He seemed to be the passive one now. Thinking this, Mo Qingchuan tightened his legs. When would this soul swap be undone? The next day, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui went to school as usual. The reversal of the rumors meant they were no longer the main topic of discussion. Instead, it was the previously unnoticed Zhou Yingying who had become notorious. Her despicable behavior was scorned by many, drawing no shortage of curses. And today, neither Zhou Yingying nor Yu Miao showed up. From the Class 9 area, Li Shishi's gaze drifted over. Sure, look. That's the male lead of this rumor incident. Mo Qingchuan from Class 6. You must be seeing him for the first time, right? Her best friend remarked. Li Shishi shook her head slightly. I've probably seen him quite a few times. Yesterday after the exam, I also spotted him in the hallway. A flicker of light passed through her eyes. Oh, so you've already seen him. Good. This guy seems unexpectedly... He's handsome. Handsome. Indeed. I didn't expect you sure to compliment a guy. Li Shishi glanced twice. The light faded her cool, elegant face, tinged with a hint of melancholy, as she lowered her head slightly. So he already has a girlfriend, and she's the top school beauty. Actually, she had only intended to observe, not to get close. She hadn't thought much about it. Her entire life had been shackled by chains. Breaking free was her wish. But these chains were imposed by her father, and breaking them would not only hurt her, shedding her feathers, but also disappoint him. She had thought of death. Sometimes she felt that death meant no more thinking, no more suffering. And she would never have to face a scumbag like Wang Zikai, whom she loathed and detested. Cece, what does death feel like? Huh. Sure, what's wrong? Why are you asking that? Are you in a bad mood? No, just asking. When people die, they probably know nothing anymore. That's good too. Sure. Are you okay? How can you have such thoughts? You don't like that guy, do you? Are you heartbroken? Li Shishi shook her head. It wasn't this matter that had sparked thoughts of death. It was the lack of any hope for the future, a vision of nothing but bleakness. Either live as a walking corpse, numb and enduring, or die and find peace. The latter held far more appeal than the former. So she had entertained thoughts of death long ago. Oh, then what's wrong? Sure. Is there anything I can do to help? It's nothing. I was just talking idly, Li Shishi said. According to her father's plan, after high school graduation, she would assist Wang Zikai working for him while juggling college. But she thought, perhaps that day would never come. At 10 in the morning, Yu Miao's grandparents and Zhou Yingying's father arrived at the school, with the two rumor spreaders following behind, their faces pale. Jin Mingyao selected an empty office and led them inside. At the same time, Mo Zhufeng Mei and Yi Qingwan also arrived at the school. Both sets of parents crowded into a single conference room. The atmosphere was tense. As the parents of the victimized child, they wore grim expressions, harboring deep resentment toward the malicious students. They had never witnessed such despicable behavior inflicted upon a classmate. Both families, please take a seat. The school has already discussed the disciplinary measures overnight. You must accept this punishment. There is no room for negotiation, for the impact of this incident is too severe. You will be suspended for the last 2 months of high school and receive a major demerit which will be recorded in your files and follow you for life. You must also write a letter of apology, no less than 1,000 words. As for compensation for emotional distress, and signing a letter of understanding that is typically left for you to negotiate, but the school recommends a sum of 50,000 yuan per person. Yu Miao and Zhou Yingying's faces turned deathly pale. Yu Miao Miao in particular couldn't stop her tears from falling as she sobbed. She was filled with regret. Her father hadn't come, she could only rely on her grandparents. But at their age, scraping together 50,000 yuan was an immense burden. Her grandparents had farmed their entire lives. How much could they have saved? Teacher Miao Miao realizes her mistake. Her father neglected her and failed to teach her properly, leading to this wrong. We've scolded her severely at home. But this compensation amount, we simply can't come up with it right now. We can only manage 32,540 something. Yu Miao Miao's grandfather hunched over spoke in a frail voice. The elderly couple had weather-beaten dark-skinned faces etched with wrinkles and bodies so thin they seemed like skin and bones. Their worn clothes carried the scent of soil. They didn't sit down, but stood trembling like a candle flickering in the wind. Yu Miao Miao cried, even harder, overwhelmed with guilt. Since the 3rd grade, she had been raised by her grandparents. They had always been devoted to her, never giving up. Yet due to their lenient discipline, she had fallen in with the wrong crowd and neglected her studies. Now this scene felt like her heart was tearing apart. She couldn't bear to face her elderly grandparents who would have to use their meager farming income to pay the compensation. If she could choose again, she would never want anything to do with Zhou Yingying. Thud. She fell to her knees. Sorry this. It's all my fault. I should bear all the consequences. I beg you. Can I pay this back? I can work, do anything. Please. I'm begging you. Her sobbing made her words incoherent, tears streaming down continuously. She knew she was wrong, but there was no turning back. Yet she couldn't bear to see her grandparents' hard-earned money from farming lost like this. It wasn't about the money itself, but their labor and devotion. Miao Miao, it's okay, don't cry, don't cry. They're there. Yu Miao Miao's grandmother, eyes slightly moist, reached out her withered hand to gently stroke her head. Mo Zhu and the others remained silent, finding the scene hard to judge. It was pitiful to some extent. But one thing was separate from another. Mistakes must be paid for, that was a basic principle. Sighed. Jin Mingyao covered his eyes with his hand and shook his head slightly. Every family had its troubles, but he couldn't say much. The compensation was for the families to negotiate. Mo Zhu thought for a moment, glanced at the hunched figures of Yu Miao Miao's grandparents, and then spoke slowly. If you're willing to bear the compensation alone, I'm willing to accept that. You can pay it back slowly, but we'll need to sign an agreement. Also, you need to apologize in person to my son and Yi Shui. Can you do that? Yu Miao Miao wiped her tears and nodded eagerly. Yes, I can. Before this, she had wanted to preserve some dignity, but compared to her grandparents, what use was dignity? They were the only family who loved her. That's settled then. We won't make things difficult for you. Please get up first. Fang Mei stood up and helped Yu Miao Miao to her feet. The matter with Yu Miao Miao was surprisingly easy to resolve. Seeing that her parents hadn't come, Mo Zhu and Fang Mei could guess something. What remained was Zhou Yingying's side. Her usually dark face was tinged with paleness, her eyes dim. Yet she didn't wail like Yu Miao Miao. And for your side, will you also pay back the compensation slowly? Yi Qingwan looked at Zhou Yingying's father. He remained silent, throughout his eyes filled with endless weariness and a hint of indifference. No need for that. I can pay the compensation now. Zhou Yingying's father spoke in a hoarse voice, flat, as he could afford the money, though it stung a little. The discussions went smoothly. Both Yu Miao Miao and Zhou Yingying accepted their punishment. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Shui were called to the office and received face-to-face apologies from the two. With that, the matter was finally laid to rest. However, the 3 adults discussed and decided to leave the compensation money for Mo Qingchuan and Yi Shui. They didn't need it themselves, and giving it to the children might serve a greater purpose. Thus, without Mo Qingchuan's knowledge, an extra 25,000 yuan was deposited into his bank account. Yu Miao Miao was eventually taken away by her grandparents, tears still falling as they comforted her. They told her never to do wrong again, and that they would always love her. On the playground, Zhou Yingying silently followed her father, watching his receding figure, feeling the distance grow. She stopped and spoke slowly. Are you leaving? Zhou Yingying's father paused, halting in his tracks. You noticed, huh? Yes. The only one who hasn't might be Mom. Zhou Yingying's father turned his weary eyes to look back at her. You're too foolish. You've never done anything right, and I'm fed up. My life shouldn't be like this. It should be better, even just a little. My efforts, sacrifices, and endurance. This isn't the result they should bring. What are you thinking now? Do you want to stop me from pursuing a better future? Bloodshot veins crept into Zhou Yingying's father's eyes. He hated everything around him. No. I won't stop you. You've fulfilled your duty in raising me. But before that, I just want to ask for another 50,000 yuan. Even if this incident prevents me from attending school, I can still take the college entrance exam and go to university. I hope you can give me the tuition and living expenses for university. After that, I'll never bother you again. Zhou Yingying spoke, revealing her true intent. Without money, how could she attend university? Her lazy, good-for-nothing mother was utterly unreliable. Humph. Zhou Yingying's father took several deep breaths to steady himself. He gazed at the sky, a vast expanse of blue. Could it finally be over? They'll transfer the money to your bank account when I get back. After that, we'll have no contact. They'll change all my contact information. Let it end here. You, take care of yourself. With the rumors fading away, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui's life gradually settled down. On Friday afternoon, Yi Qingwan left. She was very busy with work, and it was already difficult for her to find time to come back. After school, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui saw her off together. Yi Yishui understood that her mother had no time, but it didn't matter now that someone was by her side. Yi, don't be sad. Once you finish the college entrance exam, we can go to Luoxing together, Yi Qingru said, patting Mo Qingchuan's head. He resisted a little. After all, Yi Qingru was only 7 years older than him. He wasn't like Yi Yishui. He only saw Yi Qingru as an older sister. And have you already asked for leave for us? Mo Qingchuan asked. Of course, I've already spoken with the teacher, and also yours. Yi Qingru squinted her eyes, looking at Yi Yishui. Yi Yishui felt a hint of hostility in that gaze, and sighed inwardly. Aunt, I am your own niece. You're targeting the wrong person. Don't you dare not show up then. Yi Yishui replied. Don't worry, he'll definitely come. Since you don't want this blind date to succeed, he'll help you too. After all, she was her aunt, and had taken care of her for so long, it was only right for Yi Yishui to help. That's best. Yi Qingru didn't refuse. Alright, let's head home for now. We'll meet on Sunday. When they got home, Yi Qingru handed him a bottle of pepper spray. Although Mo Qingchuan thought it was unnecessary, it didn't hurt to carry it, so he stuffed it into his bag. That night a message buzzed in the group chat. I saw Tang Wink walking quite closely with some guy I don't know today. Chuan, do you know what's going on? Zhang, he had seen it by chance while buying water downstairs today. At first he thought he might have been mistaken, but after a closer look, Mo Qingchuan had no idea either. Although he and Tang Wink were desk mates, she hadn't told him anything. But thinking back during one break today, he hadn't seen Tang Wink at all. He didn't know where she went. Mo Qingchuan, I don't know either. Should I ask Yi Yishui to find out? Zhang Xiang, forget it, maybe they're just friends. I'm probably overthinking. Jingbai, Dad, or are you still holding on a hope? I suggest you let it go. Zhang Xiang, no, I was just curious. She doesn't like me, so I won't pester her. Mo Qingchuan, focus on studying. Get into a school near Luoxing University, and we can still hang out. Zhang Xiang, got it. No problem. I'm already looking forward to college girls. Jingbai, are you dreaming of kissing a college girl? Zhang Xiang, damn, are you a mind reader? How did you know? Mo Qingchuan, your thoughts are too easy to get. I'm going to sleep now. Jingbai, good night. Zhang Xiang, good night. Sunday morning. Mo Qingchuan slept in again until Yi Qingru pulled the curtains, and he groggily opened. He had been sleeping restlessly lately. The blanket was kicked somewhere, and he was clutching a large stuffed toy. Slap. His butt was smacked. Yi, time to wake up. Wash up, eat something, and we need to go. Mo Qingchuan fumbled for his phone, and saw it was already past 10. He had slept wonderfully. He wished he could sleep like this every day. After getting up and washing, he picked out an off-white short-sleeved shirt and pants plus a light blue jacket. This combination gave a fresh, simple style. But Yi Qingru also handed him a pair of sunglasses. Here were these. They suit our Yi Yes temperament, she said with a smile. Mo Qingchuan put them on and looked in the mirror. It did add a certain flair. The sunglasses highlighted his flawless chin and moist pinkish lips. Even he felt like kissing himself. Yi, when we get there, well split up. You two watch from a distance, and he'll confront him. During the meal, he'll pick a spot with many empty seats. You and Mo Qingchuan can eat at the next table. We'll communicate via WeChat if anything happens. Yi Qingru laid out her plan. Mo Qingchuan nodded. All right, well, follow your lead, Aunt. Yi Qingru nodded in satisfaction, then curled her lips into a disdainful smile. Her eyes gleamed with the excitement of a hunter finding prey. I've already found out some things about him. Back home, they all say he's a good man and want to set us up. He's no different from a boar in a pigsty, dirty and despicable. Mo Qingchuan adjusted his sunglasses with both hands and nodded in agreement. We should humiliate such a filthy scumbag. Exactly, and I remember everyone back home who strongly pushed for the— Yi Qingru held a grudge, and Mo Qingchuan could see that. He nibbled on some leftover xiaomai from the table, waiting for Yi Shui to arrive. Knock, 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 the door soon sounded. Yi Qingru answered it herself. Finally here. Why does your outfit look— Yi Shui? Tacky. She thought it was fine as she had picked out a nice set from Mo Qingchuan's wardrobe. You're not worthy of my Yi like this. Yi Shui opened her mouth slightly and said dryly, these are all his clothes. Actually, she meant to say it wasn't her fault if they looked tacky. But Yi Qingru heard it as her niece choosing the clothes. So had she just insulted her niece's taste? Ahem. It's okay, I guess. It's mainly you bringing down the outfit's quality. Mo Qingchuan. Come on, even if he wasn't voted school heartthrob, his height and looks were on point. He could easily pull off being a clothes hanger. Don't be so biased. And I think I look pretty handsome. Mo Qingchuan couldn't help but speak up for himself. Really? Yi Qingru looked doubtful. If he thinks it looks good, then you do have some taste. Hey, that's double standards. Alright, enough talk. Let's get ready to go. Today I want to see what tricks this blind date can pull. Yi Qingru had no intention of making it work. She wouldn't have gone at all if she didn't need an excuse. Then Yi Qingru and Mo Qingchuan put on their sunglasses. Yi Yishui silently followed behind. She suddenly felt that walking beside her aunt made them both stand out too much. She hadn't noticed it before, but seeing it from an outsider's perspective it was indeed different. No wonder when she went shopping with her aunt before a bunch of people asked for their WeChat. Once they stepped outside this was confirmed. Many neighbors in the community turned to look at them. They'll gouge your eyes out if you keep staring. I'm sorry. That young couple started arguing again. J. Pearl Square was bustling with people. Due to the weekend the foot traffic had reached its peak. Not far from the square a long pedestrian street connected filled with clothing stores, restaurants, cafes, and everything else. It hadn't taken long to drive there, but Mo Qingchuan still felt a bit uncomfortable with the amount of attention. Standing there with her aunt they drew too many eyes. As for Yi Yishui beside them, she was somewhat overlooked. Beautiful ladies, are you going to eat? A clean-faced, but slightly shorter young man blocked their path. The young man was somewhat handsome, the kind of boy next door type. His eyes couldn't stop sparkling. He had seen many beauties before, but in terms of temperament and looks neither of these two could be matched. If he could have one of them his life would be complete. Get out of the way. Yi Qingru saw through his intentions immediately and shouted loudly. She always treated people who tried to hit on her like this. Their gazes carried a strong aggression, whether hidden or not. She found it disgusting. Do you have any manners? The young man frowned. Bang. He was shoved aside. Yi Yishui stood in front her 1.8-meter stature, giving off a slight sense of pressure before this young man. I told you to get out of the way, can't you understand? With so many people in the square you just have to block others' paths. Yi Yishui was even less tolerant. If this young man kept pestering them, she would use the Yi family's martial arts. This was something passed down through the women of the Yi family. TCH. The young man turned and walked away quickly, mainly because too many people were watching and he felt embarrassed. He had thought even if his attempt to flirt failed he wouldn't be chased off, but instead he was almost completely humiliated. This failure dealt a blow to his confidence in the past. Even if unsuccessful, he was never scolded, only politely declined. And it seems we're just too attractive, Mo Qingchuan said softly, lifting his chin slightly. Through his sunglasses a brownish image entered his vision. Many people were looking their way. Even though he was dressed simply, it didn't diminish his charm. He felt he needed to learn some self-defense techniques to avoid MMU and Mo Qingchuan. Go ahead for now, let's split up temporarily. That person should be arriving soon. Yi Qingru said, glancing at Yi Yishui with a slightly surprised look. Surprisingly, he was okay, at least daring enough to step forward, much better than the coward she had been with before. This small incident made her slightly change her view of Mo Qingchuan, but only a little. The true measure of a man was yet to be tested. Once I've tested him and confirmed he's a good man, I naturally won't stop you. After they split up, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui arrived about 10 meters away from Yi Qingru. The sun is a bit harsh today. Oh, I want to wear sunglasses too, Yi Yishui said. Here, take mine. Mo Qingchuan took them off and handed them to her. No need you wear them. Let's see if there's an optical store on the pedestrian street later. I'll buy a pair. Alright, but who is the person your aunt is meeting? Mo Qingchuan asked curiously. He still didn't know the other. He figured that someone who could be set up on a blind date with a wealthy young lady like Yi Qingru must be from a family of equal standing, at least a family with some influence. It's someone from the Zheng family, named Zheng Hui, 22 years old, just graduated from university. The information says he's an outstanding person, but the specifics are unknown, Yi Yishui said slowly. Indeed, the other party was also from a family lineage. He seemed to have a significant background. Looks like he's here, Yi Yishui reminded. Mo Qingchuan's gaze followed. He saw a man about 1.75 meters tall, with a middle-part hairstyle, fair skin, a high-nose bridge, wearing black and white clothes that looked casual and elegant. Both families had already exchanged photos, so they remembered each other's appearance and temperament and could recognize each other at a glance. Zheng Hui wore a bright sunny smile, holding a bouquet of crimson flowers, and jogged over to Yi Qingru. Many passing women couldn't help but glance twice, curious about whom this handsome man's flowers were for. Hello, you must be Yi Qingru. I'm Zheng Hui. Nice to meet you. He extended his right hand, seemingly wanting to shake. Yi Qingru glanced at it, but didn't reach out. Oh, sorry. It's a habit. Ooh, I always do this in business negotiations. It's become a habit. My apologies. These flowers were just picked there for you. Zheng Hui handed the flowers to Yi Qingru. The flowers were bright red and fragrant. Many passing girls had shining eyes. If such a handsome guy gave them flowers, they would certainly agree. There was simply no reason to refuse. Yi Qingru felt nothing special. Flowers were just flowers. If she wanted them, her home would be filled with blooming flowers every day. Wow, these flowers are so beautiful. A little girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with longing as she looked at the flowers. Yi Qingru glanced at the little girl, smiled, gently took the flowers, and handed them to her. If you want them, they're yours. Zheng Hui's expression froze. What did this mean? If it was a refusal, she had accepted the flowers. If it was agreement, she gave them away to a little girl. A subtle rejection. Can I really have them? The little girl hesitated, a bit shy. If you like them, they're yours. Thank you, big sister. You're so beautiful. I want to be as beautiful as... The little girl looked at Yi Qingru, her eyes filled with admiration. You will. You'll definitely be a great beauty when you grow up, Yi Qingru said, ruffling the little girl's hair. After receiving the flowers, the little girl ran off happily to share the scent of the petals with her friends. Carrying these flowers was indeed a bit troublesome. Giving them to a child was nice. It's almost noon, oh, and I haven't eaten yet. How about we grab a meal first? I heard there's a great hot pot place nearby. Zheng Hui quickly masked his embarrassment, his face still beaming with a bright smile. All right, Yi Qingru nodded. Then the two began walking toward the pedestrian street. Meanwhile, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui discreetly. However, at some point their hands had become intertwined. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Yi Qingru and Zheng Hui sat facing each other. They could order by scanning a QR code, which was quite convenient. Have you ever been in a relationship before? Yi Qingru asked, then took a sip of water. Zheng Hui paused, then shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. Honestly, no. Don't laugh at me, but I was really close to a girl before. I thought we could end up together, but she said she didn't want a relationship for now. Yet a few days later she confessed to another guy. That hit me hard. It took me a long time to get over it. And I even became afraid to get close to girls. So that's why at almost 23, I still have my first kiss and first hug. It was only recently that my family arranged this blind date, so I thought I'd give it a try. Yi Qingru's expression remained indifferent. She set down her glass, tapped her fingernail against it, producing a crisp sound, and a flicker of disgust appeared deep in her eyes. This was a lot, and I truly didn't expect that my first blind date would be with such a stunning beauty like you. I can't help but feel a bit nervous. Yi Qingru scrolled through her phone, selecting ingredients like lamb rolls. Never been in a relationship. So do you want to be in one now? She asked. Ahem, of course I do. Who wouldn't want a beautiful romance? But my family is pressuring me to get married soon. To be honest, the moment I saw you, I was smitten. Your looks and aura are unlike anything I've ever seen. I'm not exaggerating. Zheng Hu's voice grew slightly agitated, his eyes gleaming. The Yi Qingru in photos was far less breathtaking than the one before him. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment. Yi Qingru felt no pleasure from the praise. Compliments from a scumbag only disgusted her. Zheng Hui appeared decent on the surface, but beneath that facade lay nothing but hypocrisy. According to Yi Qingru's investigation, Zheng Hu's romantic history was far from innocent. Especially during university, he had used his wealth to maintain ambiguous relationships with multiple girls. Even after graduation, those connections persisted. It took some skill to deceive so many women for so long without being exposed. Not far away, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui sat down, also hungry, their attention momentarily focused on ordering. These lamb rolls look good. How about 2 plates? Mo Qingchuan glanced over. Can we finish 2 plates? I see there's also beef rolls. How about 1 plate of lamb and 1 of beef? Alright, what else do you want? Just say it, my treat. Yi Yishui's little rich girl nature began to emerge. She didn't even intend to let Mo Qingchuan spend a No way, this time I have to pay. Mo Qingchuan refused. Having eaten at Yuzhen restaurant so many times already, it was enough. Letting Yi Yishui pay for this hot pot too felt wrong. Besides, he had recently received an extra 25,000 yuan in his card. For someone his age, he was practically a little rich kid. In the end, they ordered, and Mo Qingchuan rushed to pay, leaving Yi Yishui a step behind. How are you so fast? I have to be quick, Mo Qingchuan said. His gaze shifted, slowly landing on Yi Qingru and Zheng Hu's table. The two seemed trapped in an awkward silence. Zheng Hui kept trying to find topics, but Yi Qingru remained. Yishui, what do you think of that guy? Mo Qingchuan asked. Yi Yishui put down her phone and glanced over. Definitely a sleaze, not the decent type. What normal guy wears cologne and dresses up so meticulously? Only those with ulterior motives do that. In truth, this was a conclusion she had drawn after swapping bodies with Mo Qingchuan and discovering that his only toiletries were shampoo, toothpaste, and lanolin soap. She had even discussed with him about buying skincare products, but Mo Qingchuan refused to let her use any. For years he had only used those basics and remained clean every day. He saw no need for extras, especially since some ingredients were too complex for him to trust. From then on, Yi Yishui realized that boys were indeed different. What surprised her was that Mo Qingchuan's skin wasn't bad, neither oily nor dry, and using lanolin soap every 2 nights was sufficient. Indeed, like a peacock, Mo Qingchuan nodded in agreement. He took off his sunglasses, placed them on the table, and began to observe covertly. On the other side, Zheng Hui was inwardly furious. He had said so much, yet the woman before him only gave perfunctory replies. If it weren't for her beauty and background, he would have flipped the table. Huff. He composed himself, deciding to stay silent for now. There were messages from several women he hadn't replied to yet, but he felt someone was watching him. Was it his imagination? He looked up and scanned the room, catching Mo Qingchuan's gaze fixed on him. Instantly his eyes lit up. In terms of looks, Mo Qingchuan was in no way inferior to Yi Qingru. Moreover, she carried a youthful innocence and naivety untouched by the world, radiating pure genuineness. Why was she staring at him? Her eyes darted away, quickly turning her head aside. That furtive movement betrayed a hint of fluster. At this thought, Zheng Hu's lips curled into a smile. He already had his answer. She must be attracted to me. Young girls always admire handsome, refined men. If she learned how wealthy he was, she'd fall even faster. Zheng Hu's earlier irritation instantly turned to delight. It seemed the blind date with Yi Qingru was a failure, but winning over a younger, equally beautiful girl was a fine consolation. However, his gaze slowly shifted to Yi Ishui, his brow furrowing slightly. What was the relationship between this guy and this girl? He observed them. No overly intimate gestures, likely not a couple. And the guy was plainly dressed, clearly not well off. With this analysis, his confidence grew. If only he could create a scenario where he met them alone, it wouldn't be hard to snatch the young girl away. Mo Qingchuan turned his head away. Wasn't this guy supposed to be chatting with Yi Qingru? Why was he staring at him instead? Creepy. Truly creepy. Mo Qingchuan pondered. Yi Qingru disliked him and wanted to expose him. Now it seemed it wouldn't be too difficult. Maybe he could try this method. Instead of whispering directly to Yi Ishui, he picked up his phone and messaged her. Your aunt's blind date keeps staring at me. I think something's off. He looks eager. I think we can test him. You and your aunt go to the restroom together, and you'll see if he comes over to me. Mo Qingchuan used himself as bait, waiting to see if the other would take the hook. But Zheng Hu's gaze was too aggressive. He was confident the man would approach him when they were alone. Okay, what a scumbag. If he dares to touch you, spray him with pepper spray. Yi Ishui replied, then message. Yi Qingru was momentarily stunned upon seeing the message, then a slight smile tugged at her lips. She looked at Zheng Hui across from her and noticed his gaze was indeed fixed elsewhere. If this succeeded, there would be no need for further probing. With that thought, she replied to her niece with a simple, okay. In truth, if the test failed and he continued to pester her, she had planned to confront him directly, but that wouldn't be good for her. He might spread unfavorable rumors about her, accusing her of slander or secretly investigating him. But if she succeeded, she would have solid evidence. Not only would it get rid of this scumbag, but she could also directly confront those matchmakers in the family group chat. She had long found those people nauseating. With that thought, Yi Qingru stood up. My stomach hurts a bit. Zheng Hui smiled and nodded. Of course, Miss Yi. Go ahead. He'll wait here. We'll start when you return. Yi Qingru let out a soft laugh. When she returned, it might be time to execute him. Yi Qingru rose and left. Seeing this, Yi Ishui also stood up and followed. The two of them hurried toward the restroom. Meanwhile, Zheng Hui could finally observe Mo Qingchuan without restraint. He rejoiced, inwardly thinking this was a perfect opportunity. He hadn't expected that the boy across from him would also head to the restroom. Such a chance was not one he would let slip by. That girl must be interested in him, otherwise she wouldn't have kept glancing his way or acted so shy. No worries. Big brother is coming right over. Mo Qingchuan scrolled through Douyin, already sensing that the fish was beginning to stir. He mused to himself, is it really this easy to take the bait? It seemed Yi Ishui's charm was greater than he had imagined. Once Yi Qingru and Yi Ishui disappeared around the corner of the Hot Pot restaurant's restroom, Zheng Hui knew the moment was ripe. He slowly stood up and walked toward Mo Qingchuan. Mo Qingchuan naturally heard the footsteps, but pretended not to, feeling a trace of contempt inside. Bro, you didn't even hesitate for a second. When Zheng Hui reached him, Mo Qingchuan finally lifted his head slowly. Hello, little sister, where are you studying now? Mo Qingchuan paused before answering, you are? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zheng Hui, 22 years old, and the future heir of the Zheng family. Zheng Hui smiled gently. I suppose you don't know much about the Zheng family. Let me put it in terms you can grasp. My properties are worth tens of millions, and I own 4 luxury cars, each valued at over $1 million. Does that make sense? Mo Qingchuan nodded, not denying that the guy was indeed wealthy. As expected of someone from a major family to have so many assets at such a young age. An ordinary person could just coast through life with that. I'm still in high school, he said flatly. Oh, high school. Zheng Hui thought it wasn't a big deal. As long as she agreed, nothing would go wrong. By the way, I saw a guy sitting with you earlier. Is he your boyfriend? Mo Qingchuan shook his head. He's not my boyfriend. He's my classmate. We're just pure friendship. Hearing this, Zheng Hui's lips curled into a smirk. Was she clearing her name? To ensure he wouldn't walk away. Pure friendship between a man and a woman. Even a ghost wouldn't believe that. Oh, is that so? How about we add each other on WeChat? That way we can keep in touch. While Zheng Hui was talking to Mo Qingchuan, Yi Qingru and Yi Ishui had already peeked out from the corner. What a scumbag! Yi Ishui exclaimed. Humph. I knew he was a scumbag all along. This is perfect. I can get the evidence directly. Yi Qingru had already pulled out her phone, furiously snapping photos. Feeling something was missing, she started recording a video. Finally, her mood lifted a little. She hadn't expected this scumbag to set his sights on her niece. He hadn't even left before he was sniffing around. What are you going to do? Yi Ishui asked. Expose him, of course. He must be utterly disgraced. Lying to my face as if I knew nothing. Yi Qingru said. She especially wanted to confront the old man about what kind of trash he had arranged for her. Wasn't setting her up with someone like that just harming her? She was already prepared to lash out at the elders in the group chat. It would surely cause a rift, but if it meant no more blind dates, then her goal was achieved. After finishing the video, Yi Qingru saw that Mo Qingchuan was still stuck in conversation. A glint of mischief flashed in her eyes as she turned to Yi Ishui. You've been spending so much time with Yi Ishui lately. Do you think she's very pretty? I have a question for you now. Between me and Yi, who do you think is more beautiful? Yi Qingru fixed her gaze on Yi Ishui, her eyes glistening with a hint of allure. She even flicked her hair back, parted her crimson lips slightly, and breathed softly like an orchid. Watching her aunt's antics, Yi Yishui genuinely wanted to pull out her phone and record it. But to that question, she really wanted to say, of course it's Auntie. But now she was inhabiting Mo Qingchuan's body and couldn't say that. It was clearly a trap. She couldn't ruin Mo Qingchuan's image, though otherwise her aunt would surely do everything to keep them apart in the future. So she said something that stung Yi Qingru. You aren't worth even a single strand of Yi Yishui's hair. Yi Qingru's alluring expression froze, then her lips twitched. Her face rapidly flushed, and her fingers clenched tightly. She was seething with anger, her mind boiling over. I'm not worth even a strand of Yi Ye's hair. We're on par with each other. Are you blind? If you're blind, go get treated. You despicable man. How infuriating. Is that your true opinion? Yi Qingru asked defiantly, her glare fierce, as if she wanted to devour Yi Yishui. Yes, I think you fall short in every aspect compared to her. A faint whistling sound filled the air, and Yi Yishui wondered if she was hallucinating. It sounded like a kettle boiling. She realized she might have gone too far. Sorry, Auntie. I love you. But I can't lose Mo Qingchuan. Yi Qingru's face turned a deep crimson. She gritted her silver teeth, producing a grinding sound. She was truly enraged, furious. She wanted nothing more than to slap him, to beat Yi Yishui to a pulp. But she held back. She couldn't do that. Yi would be heartbroken. She had to consider Yi Ye's feelings. Fine. Very well. I'll remember you. Yi Qingru stormed off, her jade-like legs carrying her with fury. Her face darkened as she strode angrily toward Mo Qingchuan. Her aura seemed to expand, drawing the attention of many. Yet some couldn't tear their eyes away from Mo Qingchuan. Don't be shy, it's just adding WeChat. When you're free, I can take you out for some fun. Imagine sitting in the passenger seat of a luxury car worth millions. Much better than the back of a beat-up electric scooter, right? Zheng Hui tempted her, confident that for an ordinary girl this would be an irresistible lure. Mo Qingchuan glanced at him, but didn't reply. Instead, he turned to look at Yi Qingru, who was approaching. Zheng Hui followed his gaze and instantly broke into a cold sweat. How had she come out so soon? Didn't she have a stomachache? Missy, I was just asking this little sister what's the best dish here, he said awkwardly. But Yi Qingru's gaze was icy, filled with boundless rage. She needed to vent, and here was the perfect punch. He wanted to add me on WeChat, Mo Qingchuan said, directly exposing the lie. Zheng Hui's pupils contracted. He knew it was over. Get lost. You disgusting scumbag. Yi Qingru kicked him, clearly trained in martial arts. The blow sent Zheng Hui flying 3 meters away, where he lay on the ground, clutching his chest, unable to get up. Mo Qingchuan's mouth fell open. The women of the Yi family were truly formidable. So fierce. Yi, let's go. Yi Qingru grabbed Mo Qingchuan's arm, unwilling to stay another second. The scumbag had been dealt with and her goal was achieved. But that wasn't what had angered her. What infuriated her was that remark about not being worth a single strand of Yi Yishui's hair. If she got the chance, she would definitely beat Yi Yishui to a pulp. Mo Qingchuan looked bewildered as he was dragged along. Hey. He hadn't even eaten yet. He had just paid. It felt so unfair. Was it all for nothing? He wanted to. The scumbag had been driven away, the meal was eaten, and they returned home. Yet Yi Qingru's face remained darkened throughout, as if she was nursing a silent anger. Mo Qingchuan was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the situation. Hadn't they successfully chased off the scumbag? Why was she still so furious? Could it be that her anger hadn't subsided? He wanted to find an opportunity to ask Yi Yishui, but no chance presented itself. Upon arriving home, Yi Qingru stormed in with rage, plopping heavily onto the sofa and inadvertently crushing a small plush toy, its expression twisted in dismay. Still unsatisfied, she yanked the toy out and hurled it to the floor. Mo Qingchuan. What was going on? Was it that time of the month? Her temper was so volatile. Yi. Suddenly Yi Qingru looked aggrieved, pitifully tugging at Mo Qingchuan's arm. Tell me, aren't we equally beautiful? Am not inferior to you in any way, am I? Mo Qingchuan opened his mouth, speechless. What was there to compare between them? There was simply no basis for comparison. After a moment's thought, he spoke. And how could you be worse than me? I feel you're even more beautiful, especially more mature, with a better figure. If I were a guy, I'd definitely prefer you. Yi Qingru's expression eased slightly. These words from Yi seemed just right. Even if she wasn't as good as Yi, she wasn't that inferior. How could she not even measure up to a single strand? Then Yi, if you were a guy, who would you choose between us? Yi Qingru asked again. Mo Qingchuan was stunned. Is this what's wrong? Why must women make things hard for each other? Seeing Mo Qingchuan's hesitation, Yi Qingru already knew the answer. Yi, I need some time alone. Then I'll head to my room. Mo Qingchuan quickly fled. These questions were too sharp. Unbeknownst to him, a world where only his aunt was hurt had been achieved. After Mo Qingchuan returned to his room, Yi Qingru took deep breaths to calm herself. She didn't deny that her niece was outstanding in every way with stunning looks, but being belittled by a guy was simply, especially the frustration of chatting for so long after adding him on WeChat without any progress, which erupted under accumulated pressure. She held no grudge against Yi Yishui, all her resentment was directed at Mo Qingchuan himself. After calming down, Yi Qingru picked up her phone, found Mo Qingchuan's WeChat, and started messaging. Good brother, I'd like to see your photo, can you send one? Mo Qingchuan received the message upon returning to his room. He glanced at his phone. This person with the nickname still drools even after being cured. Was she really trying to flirt with him? Or was she afraid he'd run off without paying back the phone bill? Always sending messages for no reason, didn't she? I'm very ugly and very poor, so forget about the photo. If you're worried I'll skip out on the phone bill, don't be. Also please stop harassing me. They'll pay the bill on time every month, even raise it to 100, but don't send such affected messages anymore. I already have someone I like. Though we haven't made it official, yet we're getting along well. Please respect yourself. In my heart, you can't compare to her, not even to a single hair of hers. So that's it. Don't send anything other than messages about the phone bill. After sending the messages, Mo Qingchuan tossed his phone aside. He needed to catch up on his studies. There were a few problems from the second mock exam that he had no clue about, and even after the teacher explained, he still didn't understand. Though he had taken the day off, he couldn't let his learning slip. Seeing the messages in the living room, Yi Qingru's mouth twitched wildly. She clenched her teeth in fury, her face flushed red, her anger maxed out. She jumped up, flung her arm, and smashed her phone onto the sofa. Damn! At Shanhano, one high school, it was dinner time. Jingbai had left, but Zhang Xiang didn't rush to the cafeteria. He looked at Tang Wenk, his expression somewhat heavy. His roommate called him to eat, but he didn't go. He was waiting to see if that person would show up. Ever since he learned that Tang Wenk liked Jingbai, he had felt a bit disheartened, but it was okay. He felt he still had a chance. After all, Jingbai had someone he liked, and was even engaged. Judging by Jingbai's attitude, Tang Wenk had no hope. However, after the second mock exam, he noticed Tang Wenk getting close to someone else. It shouldn't be, and it didn't make sense. Had Tang Wenk moved on so quickly? Since he had only caught a glimpse last time, and couldn't be sure, he decided to stake out today. Zhang Xiang pursed his lips, hoping that guy was just a friend. He wasn't as outstanding as Mo Qingchuan or Jingbai, but he genuinely yearned for true love. And the impression Tang Wenk had left on him was too deep. He couldn't forget her, nor could he easily back away. He seemed to be falling. If there's a God, please hear my prayer. I'm willing to offer Jingbei's cross-dressing photo. Please don't let some guy take Wenk away. Zhang Xiang closed his eyes, silently praying. Even if he went hungry during dinner, it didn't matter. He hoped there was still a chance, even a sliver, between him and Tang Wenk. When he opened his eyes, he happened to see a strange guy walk in through the front door, smiling, casually entering another class, as if it were his own. What are you doing here? Tang Wenk looked up and asked. Zhang Xiang's heart tightened. Could it be? Oh, I forgot to return the notes I borrowed last time. Here, take them back. Song Yuan handed the notes back to Tang Wenk. She took them with a sweet smile. Did you find them helpful? Of course, after reading a top student's notes, I gained a lot. Song Yuan smiled. Zhang Xiang breathed a slight sigh of relief. So it was just about borrowing notes. But he had never seen Tang Wenk talk to this guy before. He stood up to go eat, feeling a bit jealous watching his unrequited love chat with another guy. I'm hardly a top student, nowhere near Ishui. Tang Wenk said modestly. In fact, her grades were quite good, usually ranking just after Mo Qingchuan. She's the school celebrity. Let's not compare. I'm hungry, want to grab a bite together? Song Yuan asked. Sure. Tang Wenk agreed without hesitation. She grabbed her meal card, stood up, and walked side by side with Song Yuan. Zhang Xiang stood frozen, unable to speak. A torrent of emotions erupted within him. His body trembled slightly, as if uncontrollable, and his eyes began to moisten. He sat down, pressing his right hand over his heart. So this was what it meant when they said the heart could truly ache. Zhang Xiang had no idea how much time had passed. He lay slumped over the desk, as if all strength had drained from his body. The atmosphere around him seemed to grow somber and heavy. Suddenly a thought flashed through his blank mind like an electric shock. He couldn't go on like this. He needed to pull himself together quickly. The college entrance exam was approaching. What was he still thinking about? Struggling to his feet, he headed to the school store, bought 2 loaves of bread, and ate them on the playground while trying to soothe his mood. Big head. Want to play some badminton? A classmate called out. Zhang Xiang shook his head slightly in refusal and continued his aimless solitary walk. He watched the sky gradually darken, as if a shadow had fallen over his heart. A look of recollection began to creep into his eyes. Before high school, his personality had not been like this. Strictly speaking, it was before he met Tang Wenk that his character had been different. During elementary and middle school, he was nothing but a wallflower, completely unsociable. He seemed to live in his own world, rarely conversing with his classmates. His academic performance was merely average, and at home, he seldom went out. Watching anime, playing games, and doing homework were pretty much all he did during breaks. Yet to his utter astonishment, someone as withdrawn and introverted as him would one day encounter his own mood. During the military training in freshman year of high school, the wind blew, gently leaves rustled, and the two of them sat under the shade of a tree chatting about countless things. Tang Wenk had always been so cheerful that even Zhang Xiang was drawn out of his shell. He felt he should make a change and reach out to others. Fortunately, everything worked out, and his personality was no longer as introverted as before. With Mo Qingchuan, Jingbai, and the others, he could even share a joke or two. Gulp. Swallowing the dry bread, he pressed his lips together as a tear traced down his cheek and fell to the ground. He quickly wiped it away and took a deep breath. If she can be with the person she likes, isn't that fine too? Zhang Xiang murmured to himself, then finished the bread. It was just high school. His youth was far from over. He still had college ahead. He had to score above 500. He was going to Luoqing too. The plastic bag in his hand was crumpled as he resolved to study hard. If he could surpass his father just once, that would be something. During evening self-study, Zhang Xiang remained silent the entire time. This mood wasn't easy to shake off. He could only endure the ache in his heart and force himself to focus on the problems. Even when his deskmate tried to tease him, he didn't respond. After class, he stayed a bit longer to study before unexpectedly on the way he caught sight of two figures walking close together in the distance. Tang Wenk and that unfamiliar boy. He glanced at them but didn't pause. He planned to wash up quickly and sleep, conserving his energy for the next day's studies. That night he got an upset stomach. Perhaps the bread was to blame. He rushed to the restroom only to find all stalls occupied. He had to go upstairs where thankfully there was an empty one, and he finally relieved himself. Brother Yuan, how's it going lately? Not bad, not bad. Surprisingly easy. She's an easy girl. The voice from the next stall made Zhang Xiang frown. It sounded familiar, a lot like the boy who had been walking with Tang Wenk at dinner. Coincidence? Hey, that's our brother Yuan for you. Snares every girl with ease. We're all done. Haha, cut the crap. It's not as easy as you think. It's just that this girl is more naive than I expected, so it seems simple to you. If she had any clue, I probably wouldn't even be holding her hand by now. Hearing this, Zhang Xiang's heart turned cold. They were already holding hands. That fast. He had secretly loved Tang Wenk for 3 years without any progress. Was the gap between people really that vast? But then it had nothing to do with him anymore. Tang Wenk didn't like him. If it's that simple, brother Yuan, won't you be booking a room soon? Who knows? We'll see. I'm done him off. Then came the rustling sounds. Zhang Xiang opened his door at that moment. He had to see if this guy was really the one getting close to Tang Wenk. Creak. Song Yuan came out of his stall about to wash his hands when the door in front suddenly opened, blocking his way. He looked inside, and their eyes met. Retard, Song Yuan muttered. Then he glanced downward and grew even angrier. He couldn't compare. He walked around the door, while Zhang Xiang remained silent, fists clenched. This guy didn't seem like a decent person. If Tang Wenk had gotten together with a good guy, he wouldn't interfere. But what kind of person was this? Calling Tang Wenk an easy girl. Talking about booking a room. He wanted to warn Tang Wenk immediately to stay away, but wouldn't that make her dislike him? After all, he had no evidence, only words. He thought it over and decided it wouldn't work. He quickly finished up, rushed back to the dorm, and started seeking help in a small group chat. Qingchuan. Jingbai. I ran into that guy who's been hanging around Tang Wenk. He's not a good person. What should I do? Then he briefly summarized what had just happened. Mo Qingchuan frowned slightly upon seeing the message. If what Zhang Xiang said was true, then that guy really didn't seem like a good sort. What are you thinking? Should we all talk to her about it, or should I first ask Yi Shui to do some digging? Mo Qingchuan asked. Tang Wenk was Yi Shui's best friend. Oh, surely she wouldn't want to see her fall into the hands of a scumbag. Zhang Xiang thought for a moment and decided not to act rashly. Let School Beauty Yi do some investigating first. Sorry for the trouble. No worries. It's a small matter. After replying, Mo Qingchuan screenshotted the message and sent it to Yi Shui. A dozen seconds later, the phone rang. Hello. Qingchuan, Tang Wenk hasn't mentioned this to me either. I don't know the situation. But during the second mock exam, when Tang Wenk twisted her ankle, I asked her about it. She said a Prince Charming had taken her to the infirmary, and everything was fine. Could this guy be that Prince Charming? Huh. Mo Qingchuan's mouth fell open. That counted as a Prince Charming. According to Zhang Xiang, this guy was far from a good person. His intentions in getting close to Tang Wenk were anything but pure. It didn't seem like he was after a real relationship. Who in a genuine relationship would call a girl an easy girl and talk about booking a room? Why don't you ask Tang Wenk what's going on? To be honest, it feels like she moved on too fast. Tang Wenk isn't that kind of person, Yi Shui said. But Zhang Xiang wouldn't lie about something like this. Maybe this guy is just smooth with his words. At the very least, Tang Wenk should be careful, Mo Qingchuan said. All right, they'll talk to her right away. Brother, you're so rich now. Won't you spare a little for your little sister? A dear brother. Yi Shui was about to ask Tang Wenk about what Zhang Xiang had mentioned when Mo Qingyao burst in and clung to her. The little imp had her hair in pigtails, looking utterly adorable as she incessantly shook Yi Shui's arm. She had just heard from her father that the entire 25,000 in compensation had been given to her brother, and the girl's eyes lit up as she rushed over. 25,000. That was a staggering sum. Such a fortune. Even if her brother gave her just a fraction of it, it would be enough for her to live it up for a while. How old are you? What do you need so much money for? Yi Shui asked. She could give the money, but certainly not for Mo Qingchuan had also told her not to spoil Mo Qingyao too much, or the girl would eventually get out of hand. Just 300, it's not much, dear brother. Mo Qingyao continued to wheedle. She really wanted the money. There were so many things she longed to buy, but couldn't afford before. But now that her brother had come into a windfall as his sister, couldn't she beg for a little? Mo Qingyao believed her brother would give it to her since what she asked for wasn't excessive. I can give it to you, but you have to promise me one thing. Yi Yishui thought for a moment. She had just the task for Mo Qingyao. What is it? For my dear brother I'd go through fire and water. Mo Qingyou's eyes sparkled. It's not that serious nor is it difficult. When you clean every week, just tidy up my room as well. For 308 weeks, Yi Yishui calculated. Cleaning a room once came to 37.50, neither too much nor too little. The money meant little to her, but she feared Mo Qingyao might get used to getting something for nothing which wouldn't be good for her. Deal. Love you the most, dear brother moi. Mo Qingyao leaned forward, stuck out her bottom, closed her left eye slightly, placed her hand over her mouth, and blew Yi Yishui a flying kiss. Yi Yishui smiled helplessly, but having such a sister felt rather nice. He'll transfer it to you via WeChat. You go back to bed now. Okay, I'm off then, good night, dear brother. Mo Qingyao happily left the room, closing the door behind her. Yi Yishui then transferred 300 to Mo Qingchuan with a message, pass this on to your sister. Mo Qingchuan replied with a Yi Yishui explained, but Mo Qingchuan didn't accept the money and transferred it himself. She was resigned to his refusal. It seemed he was unwilling to owe her anything. How could there be someone who doesn't like taking advantage? In truth, Mo Qingchuan thought that if his sister needed money, he should provide it himself, not let Yi Yishui do it. She set the matter aside for a moment as she needed to ask about Tang Wenk first. After pondering, she opened her messages and began to type. Wenk, I heard you've been getting close to a boy lately. Is that true? Yi Yishui expected a delay in Tang Wenk's reply, but her message came through in less than 10 seconds. Yes, how did you know? I was going to tell you when the time was right. The text brimmed with joy, something Yi Yishui could clearly discern. She had known Tang Wenk long enough to understand her well. But this time it truly surprised her. Had Tang Wenk really fallen for this boy so quickly? She was about to probe further when Tang Wenk couldn't hold back and started sharing. Yishui, let me tell you, this boy is incredibly handsome. Remember during the second mock exam when I was lost in thought after the test and stepped on air, spraining my ankle? I thought I'd have to handle it myself, but he came over, asked about it, and helped me to the infirmary. I swear he's really super nice. So considerate. He kept asking the infirmary teacher if the exam would be affected. Is there anything to relieve the pain? Wow. At that moment, I thought he must be my Prince Charming. Not a jerk like Jing Bai. Yi Yishui stared at the messages, her fingers pausing over the keyboard. What? Did it feel like Tang Wenk was she imagining things? She had never noticed this before. Now she wondered how to advise her at least not to throw herself at him so easily. Even if she wanted to, it shouldn't be for a player. He wouldn't take responsibility for her. Wenk, how far have things progressed? Yi Yishui asked. Just holding hands and eating together, nothing too intimate yet. We almost got caught by a teacher while eating, scary. But his grades are a bit poor, so we might not end up at the same university. That's not an obstacle though. As long as we're in the same city, it'll work. Was she already planning for the future? Yi Yishui couldn't help but worry Tang Wenk was still too naive, already so deeply infatuated. She knew almost nothing about him. Wenk, I think you should be cautious. You know too little about him. What if he's not a good man? On the other end, Tang Wenk was curled up in her blanket, pouting slightly as she thought. Ever since she got to know Song Yuan, he had always been kind. He replied quickly to her messages and wasn't cold like Song Yuan. Also shared interesting things with her, and their chats over the past few days had made her very happy. Sometimes they'd joke around and tease each other. This was what romance felt like. Who wanted to face a block of ice? Comparison was the thief of joy in Tang Wenk's eyes. Jing Bai had already been outshone by Song Yuan. Yishui, there's no problem. He's a good person. How could he not be a good man? I think you're overthinking it. These words left Yi Yishui at a loss. She was just a go-between, only able to hear one side of the story. She couldn't be sure who was right. This made it hard for her to directly say that the boy was a player, because she wasn't certain. After a moment's thought, she told Tang Wenk to get some rest. Ending the chat, she directly called Mo Qingchuan. Hey Qingchuan, I think we can't rush this. Tang Wenk really trusts that boy now, and I can't bring myself to badmouth. Besides, what Zhang Xiang said lacks direct evidence. I believe you, but without proof, any accusation seems... This was Yi Yishui's concern. Such matters were thankless. If either side's information was wrong, the mediator would be the one most hurt. Mo Qingchuan understood her perspective. It's fine. We'll help where we can, if not, it's up to fate. Get some rest, we have class tomorrow. Okay, when should we kiss again? Yi Yishui, you've changed. Where's your modesty? What does it matter? I'm not a girl anymore. What use is modesty? Are you trying to take advantage of me? I refuse. Objection overruled. Kiss me in your dreams, Miss Yi. That's my body. You can't refuse. Beg me. Please, please. The next day marked the start of a new week. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui sprinted into school like a 100-meter dash, barely avoiding being late. They hastily dropped off their bags and rejoined their class lineup. Mo Qingchuan wiped his mouth, panting heavily. The sprint had drained his energy, but at least they made it in time. Yishui, you were almost late today, Tang Wenk remarked. Overslept, Mo Qingchuan forced a smile. Yishue, you seemed a bit skeptical of Song Yuan yesterday. How about we have breakfast together? That way you can get to know Song Yuan, and you'll see he's a really nice guy. Tang Wenk chuckled, her heart brimming with joy at the mere mention of Song Yuan. Mo Qingchuan glanced at Tang Wenk, convinced she was now completely love-struck. Had never noticed this side of her before. Perhaps because she'd been so infatuated with Jing Bai she'd overlooked other boys. Alright, let's have a meal together and check him out. He'll help you vet him, Mo Qingchuan said. How about inviting Zhang Xiang and Jing Bai too? Tang Wenk quickly shook her head. Mo Qingchuan can come, but not those two, especially Jing Bai. I don't want to see him. Mo Qingchuan was speechless. Was this love turning into hate? But it wasn't Jing Bai's fault. Had been betrothed long ago and was content with it. How could they break that up? So far no one knew who Jing Bai's betrothed was or what she looked like. That guy kept things too well hidden. They'd only learned about the betrothal recently. Alright, well, have breakfast together then, Mo Qingchuan agreed. He needed to see who had captured Tang Wenk's heart. Then he could figure out the right approach. Morning exercises and self-study flew by quickly. After self-study ended, Mo Qingchuan waved for Yi Yishue to come over. What's up? Yi Yishue asked, licking her lips. We're meeting the guy Tang Wenk likes to see what he's like, Mo Qingchuan said. Tang Wenk grinned. You'll see when he gets. He's not as handsome as your Mo Qingchuan, but he's a really good person. Just chat with him and you'll know. Fine, I'll see just how good he is, Mo Qingchuan replied. Yi Yishue caught the hidden meaning in his tone. He was implying, let's see how well this guy can fake it. On this first encounter, Mo Qingchuan didn't plan to expose him outright. He just wanted to see who this guy was. Had also fill Zhang Xiang in later. Jing Bai probably couldn't care less about Tang Wenk's affairs. If not for Zhang Xiang, he wouldn't even pay attention. Half a minute later, someone appeared at the classroom door. Song Yuan walked straight over to Tang Wenk with a gentle smile. You're here. Tang Wenk stood up, unable to suppress her smile. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishue both sized him up. He was about 1.7 meters tall, with unnaturally pale skin that looked unhealthy, giving him a frail appearance. Yi Yishue felt conflicted. She thought this guy was nowhere near Zhang Xiang's level. Pale. A pale prince. Not likely. But she kept those thoughts to herself. Song Yuan glanced at Tang Wenk, then swept his eyes over Mo Qingchuan, a flicker of awe in his gaze. Even though had seen the school's top beauty before, seeing her up close still left him stunned. You're Wenk's classmates, right? I'm Song Yuan from class 9. Song Yuan introduced himself briefly. Let's go, or we won't get any food, Yi Yishue remarked with a sidelong glance. She knew Mo Qingchuan would catch his attention. Tang Wenk didn't notice. She grabbed Song Yuan's arm eagerly. Let's go, grab some food. We need to be careful not to get too close, or the dean or school officials might see us and lecture us. In truth, most teachers turned a blind eye to dating. They understood that teenagers couldn't suppress such restless feelings. It was like a biological instinct. Forcing them to go against it was too hard. So most teachers maintained an ambiguous stance on romance. But getting caught by the dean or school officials was a different story. That would definitely invite trouble. The four of them left stirring whispers in the classroom. Their class monitor, on the verge of graduation, was apparently getting close to a boy. How long are you going to space out? Aren't you going to follow them and grab some food? Jing Bai walked over to Zhang Xiang and patted his shoulder. Zhang Xiang forced a bitter smile. I'm wondering why I can't just let go. It's normal. Some things are hard to erase even with time. Let's go eat. You're so thin now you can't skip meals, Jing Bai said, pulling Zhang Xiang's arm. But he found it hard to budge him. Forget it, I have no appetite. Zhang Xiang refused with a shake of his head. Jing Bai frowned. This wouldn't do. If he lost his appetite and kept this up, his studies would suffer. He thought for a moment and held up 2 fingers. 2 cross-dressing photos. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go eat. Jing Bai rolled his eyes and walked ahead, planning to follow Mo Qingchuan and observe the situation. In the cafeteria, they arrived a bit late, faced a long line, and took a while to get their food. Mo Qingchuan's group found a seat and began eating. Wenk, your ankle seems fully healed now, right? Song Yuan asked. Tang Wenk nodded with a smile. Yes, it's all better. Thanks to you for getting me to the infirmary in time. Here as a thank you, this is for you. It's my favorite version figurine. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishue looked over. The pink-haired figurine was adorable, and even they wanted one. It's pretty, but I don't recognize it. Song Yuan took it with a smile, intentionally brushing Tang Wenk's hand. He savored the softness of her skin. It's March 7th. This is one of my favorites. Keep it safe. Don't worry, you'll preserve it perfectly, not a scratch. Song Yuan set the figurine on the table, thinking how naive this girl was, already giving him gifts. Among all the girls had met, she seemed the easiest to win over. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishue stayed mostly silent, but both noticed Song Yuan's sneaking glances at Mo Qingchuan. He tried to hide it, but they caught him several times. By the end, Mo Qingchuan's face turned cold. Look again and it'll gouge your eyes out, Yi Yishue said, coldly stepping in since Mo Qingchuan wouldn't. Huh, what's wrong? Tang Wenk looked confused. Song Yuan's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly lowered his head to eat. Neither of them answered Tang Wenk directly, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Not far away, Li Shishir stared blankly. Shishir, you okay? Lost your soul. He's so handsome. Huh. On the playground, 4 people walked together. There were still over 10 minutes before class, so they were in no hurry. Are you? Zhang Xiang clenched his fists. That's the version figurine of March 7th. She said it was her favorite. How could she just give it away so easily? Jingbai patted him on the shoulder. I can buy it for you if you want, but based on what Chuan just said, that Song Yuan is not to be trusted. What do you think we should do? Zhang Xiang was stunned, unsure of what to do next. Expose him directly. But there was no solid evidence. This troubled him. Unless there was concrete proof to show Tang Wenk, she might insist. Evidence. He'll gather it. Zhang Xiang said with a grave expression. But I need you to stall Tang Wenk first, don't let her fall too deep. Stalling Tang Wenk was a daunting task. Given her current pace, who could hold her back? She was already sinking deeper and deeper. Yet perhaps there was still hope. The 3 of them gradually fixed their gazes on Jingbai. Jingbai sensed something amiss. Why are you all looking at me? Don't I have any dignity? Brother Jingbai. Zhang Xiang grabbed his hand without a moment's hesitation. Jingbai yanked his hand away, disgusted by the shout. Then he placed his hand on Zhang Xiang's head and ruffled his hair. Call me Dad and he'll do it. Zhang Xiang's eyes lit up and he opened his mouth. Dad. Before he could finish, Jingbai covered his mouth and punched him in the chest. All right, leave it to me. But I can only promise to try. Don't ask me to spout nonsense, Jingbai said. Thank you so much. Zhang Xiang hugged Jingbai excitedly. With Jingbai stalling her, he wouldn't have to worry about Tang Wenk falling too fast. After all, compared to Jingbai, he felt that this Song Yuan was nothing but a substitute. The gap between a substitute and the real thing was immense. Mo Qingchuan looked at Zhang Xiang, wanting to say something, but it wasn't appropriate in Yi Yishui's body. Zhang Xiang was still clinging to illusions. Held by that faint thread of hope, he didn't know what to say, because he felt Zhang Xiang would ultimately get no response. Perhaps Zhang Xiang himself knew he would fail, but he refused to give up, unwilling to turn back until he hit a wall. All right, time to go back to class. Chuan, sometimes I envy you for winning the favor of the school beauty Yi. Zhang Xiang couldn't help but say. His point wasn't about the school beauty, but about having someone who loved him. He longed for such a person too. Don't envy me. It's not as perfect as you think. Many people suffer while waiting for that person, unable to see the future or know when they'll find them. In the meantime, you might miss out or come together. Regardless of the outcome, if there's something you want to do, you have to go for it, right? Yi Yishui spoke slowly. Mo Qingchuan was taken aback. These words made him realize a problem. Yi Yishui didn't start liking him only after they swapped bodies. He had sensed this inwardly, but only now with her words was he awakened. So she had been waiting for him all along. That process must have been painful. Mo Qingchuan thought silently. Fortunately, fate had arranged a miracle for them, bringing them together. But now that he knew of this affection, could their souls be swapped back? Fate, please. Otherwise, he could only be passively kissed like this morning. Huh, I get it. Chuan is right. Some things just have to be done. I don't want to regret it either. Song Yuan from class 9, right? He'll keep a close eye on him until he slips up. Zhang Xiang made up his mind. No matter what, Tang Wenk couldn't be defiled by such a scumbag. He absolutely wouldn't allow it. She was his first love. With a plan in place, Zhang Xiang felt the chances of success had greatly improved. During the morning, he asked many acquaintances about Song Yuan's past. Only one person knew a little, saying Song Yuan had been close to a sophomore girl before, but nothing more. He tried to find the girl's name, but no one he knew had any info. This left Zhang Xiang frustrated. For the rest of the breaks, he kept a close watch on the door of class 9. But after a whole day, he gained nothing. He saw Song Yuan several times, but never got a chance to speak. Song Yuan even cursed at him a few times. After evening self-study, Tang Wenk excitedly ran out and walked part of the way with Song Yuan. Then she returned alone to the girls' dormitory. The school dormitories were standard 8-person rooms, a bit cramped, but still tidy. She quickly washed up and climbed into bed, fumbling for her phone to message Song Yuan. She could hardly wait for their but she saw another message that she couldn't resist opening. It was from Jing, by his first contact since their last conversation ended with 6 dots. How have you been lately? Tang Wenk bit her lip as she read the words, thinking to herself, humph. Now you're contacting me. Too late. I've already found someone else. Why ask? It's none of your business, is it? She typed back, her words laced with resentment. How dare that man be so cold to her? She said she'd hold a grudge forever. I just noticed you've been getting close to a guy named Song Yuan lately, so I'm asking. Tang Wenk's expression shifted slightly. Could it be he had changed his mind? Or had he truly felt the loss of her and regretted it? But she wouldn't look back. She didn't want to hurt Song Yuan. What's there to ask? I think I should just block you right now. Tang Wenk felt vindicated. Jingbai, you finally got your comeuppance. Humph. Blocking me is too much. We're classmates after all. I'm just asking out of concern. Come on, I think you regret it. You're already engaged, so what's the point of asking me now? I told you it's out of concern as a classmate. I think you should calm down and think carefully. Don't let temporary sweetness cloud your judgment. The more you need to be clear-headed. I'm perfectly clear, and I know what I'm doing. Jingbai, this has nothing to do with you. If you contacted me just for this, then let's end it here. Though Tang Wenk spoke harshly, she would always reply whenever Jingbai sent a message. She felt there was something wrong with her, yet she couldn't resist the urge to respond when she saw his texts. Am I some kind of cheap woman? She couldn't help but ask herself this question. Soon she arrived at an answer. Her old feelings had not yet faded. The imprint left by their first encounter was like a mountain, and even after experiencing similar scenes later, it seemed impossible to surmount. That feeling, no matter how many times it came afterward, could never compare to the first. While Jingbai was inquiring, Zhang Xiang once again ran to the upstairs restroom and hid inside a stall. He planned to wait a while and see if he could run into Song Yuan again. In truth, this was entirely a gamble. Not only were the odds extremely low, but it also consumed time. But he actually guessed right. Song Yuan and a few others came to the restroom again, this time not to defecate, but to smoke. Since the dormitory supervisors or duty teachers usually only patrolled the dormitories and rarely ever went to the restroom, it had become an excellent place to smoke. As for why they didn't do it in the dormitory, one reason was the smell of smoke, and another was that discovering cigarette butts would also result in point deductions. Phew. Lacoon cigarettes are still the best to smoke. Damn it, take smaller puffs. This is the last one, hurry up. Finish it and give me a puff. The tone of the few people was impatient, all for that one drag of smoke. After Song Yuan took a puff, he squinted his eyes in enjoyment as the smoke slowly drifted out of his nostrils, spreading in rings. Zhang Xiang covered his nose inside the stall. The second-hand smoke was harsh to him, but to gather evidence, Brother Yuan, how are things going with that Tang Wenk today? Can you get her to book a hotel this weekend? One person asked. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan smiled, wearing an expression that suggested everything was under control. I'd say there's a 90% chance, not 100. She even gave me a gift today. Though I didn't recognize it, judging by Tang Wenk's reaction, it seemed to be something she really liked, something called March 7th. At this rate, after a bit more flirtatious talk and some aggressive moves, it should be about done. Then you guys lend me some money, alright? After I book the room, I probably won't have money left for condoms. Upon hearing this, the group revealed lewd expressions. Don't worry, Brother Yuan, if you're short, we'll definitely pull some for you. Just make sure to come back and give us all the details. Alright, I'll thoroughly describe the sensations and her posture. If I get the chance, I might even take a couple of photos for you. Song Yuan chuckled slyly as a cigarette was passed to his lips again. He squinted and took another pleasurable drag. As if envisioning those scenes in his mind, his expression became exceedingly delighted. Then, Brother Yuan, you've got to keep your word. We all want to see. Exactly, not to mention, Brother Yuan, if you send the photos, it'll cover your cigarettes for a week. These words made Zhang Xiang clench his fists inside the stall. His lungs were about to burst with rage. This group of scumbags was actually scheming such despicable and vile deeds. What did they take Tang Wenk for? However, looking at his phone, he felt that this matter was already settled. He was just waiting for their world to come crashing down. As long as he had this recording, Tang Wenk would surely believe him. He would expose Song Yuan, this beast, in human form, face to face. Fine. That's what you said. Leave the photos to me, I'll make sure you all get an eyeful. Song Yuan guaranteed. Then, Brother Yuan, if you can take photos, what about a video? One person said with glee. That makes sense too, but that would cost 2 weeks worth of cigarettes. What do you think? Deal? It's settled. The group was excited, their lewdness completely undisguised. Amidst the choking smoke, their true natures were exposed, their inner desires and malice magnified without limit. Bang! Unable to hold back any longer, Zhang Xiang kicked open the stall door. He glared fiercely at the group, his fists clenched tightly. Had it not been for his remaining sanity, he would have already thrown a punch. You guys have gone far enough. This has to stop now, especially you, Song Yuan. You're nothing but a complete scumbag. Tang Wenk is not someone you should touch. Leave her alone, you don't deserve her. Zhang Xiang's voice was clearly suppressing rage, his tone extremely aggressive. This made Song Yuan and the others furrow their brows. Song Yuan in particular was deeply annoyed. He had seen Zhang Xiang several times today, and this guy was like a surveillance camera staring at him relentlessly. It made him extremely uncomfortable. What does this have to do with you? I've seen you in class 6 before. What are you secretly in love with Tang Wenk? Song Yuan asked irritably. I'm talking about your business. Why drag me into it? Every single one of you, bah? You're all scumbags. Zhang Xiang's voice was so loud it even echoed into the hallway. He didn't need to hide. Even if a teacher came to punish him, he didn't care, especially since these guys were smoking. They'd be punished even more severely. Who the hell are you? Looking for a beating? One person couldn't help but rush forward. So many of them being provoked by one man was truly unbearable, especially since this guy was trying to ruin their good thing. They had all agreed on this plan, and having it disrupted made them extremely displeased. However, Song Yuan was calmer. He directly stopped that person. His target wasn't Zhang Xiang, but Tang Wenk. He was confident he could win her over, so he didn't want anyone to interfere. Since this guy had a crush on Tang Wenk, it was simple. A bit of intimidation and bribery would do. Everyone, don't be rash. Brother, let's talk this out. A woman is nothing, to be honest. I don't care, but if you insist on causing trouble, you won't leave this restroom today. Of course. If you don't cause trouble, then we're friends. A sinister smile crept on his Song Yuan's face as he walked over and put his arm around Zhang Xiang's shoulder, tightening his grip. This made Zhang Xiang feel nauseous. And friends share good things. Let me show you something nice. Song Yuan smiled as he took out his phone, opened a photo, and zoomed in on one. In the photo, Tang Wenk was wearing a dress, standing on a patch of grass. Her neck was fair and slender, her upper body, revealing her collarbone, with a subtle hint of cleavage being the most eye-catching. Look at this neck, these delicate shoulders, those exquisite collarbones, and that subtle hint of cleavage, don't you? Want to see what it looks like after this dress is lifted? What kind of scenery lies beneath? How about this? Since I can see you like Tang Wenk too, after I'm done with her I can send you all the photos and videos you want. What do you say? No charge at all. Free for you. Song Yuan patted Zhang Xiang on the shoulder, his smile growing even wider. He thought there was no reason for the other party to refuse, right? Sharing like this was already generous enough. However, Zhang Xiang could no longer hear the sounds around him. His mind was roaring blank. His expression was terrifyingly furious, his eyes wide with rage. Slowly he turned his gaze towards Song Yuan, his fists cracking as he clenched them. Without any hesitation, he swung his arm in a full arc and threw a punch directly. His frail body erupted with strength far beyond the ordinary. What the hell do you take Tang Wenk for? He'll fucking kill you. Zhang Xiang's roar was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire hallway. His fist slammed into Song Yuan's face, knocking him to the ground, leaving a patch of bruising on his cheek. After that furious bellow, Zhang Xiang seemed to lose his ability to speak, his throat emitting only guttural growls as his fists rained down upon Song Yuan like a storm. Song Yuan was stunned senseless at first, offering no resistance. But his classmates, sensing trouble, jumped in. Some grabbed Zhang Xiang, restraining his arms and legs, while others locked his neck and pressed him to the ground. Yet Zhang Xiang paid no heed to them. His sole purpose was to summon every ounce of strength and drive his fists into Song Yuan, to make that scumbag pay, even if it cost him everything in the end. However, before long his consciousness began to blur. Oxygen deprivation plunged his vision into darkness, and a wave of weakness swept through his body. The next day on the way to school, Yi Yishui tilted her head back to watch the eastern sun rise, painting the clouds in vibrant shades of red. She waited on the road for a while before Mo Qingchuan finally arrived, his expression revealing that he was not in the best of moods. Didn't sleep well last night. Yi Yishui reached out and gently adjusted his clothes. Don't worry, Zhang Xiang has been taken to the hospital. He should be fine, just needs some time to recover. Yi Yishui, I just never expected Zhang Xiang had this side to him. Mo Qingchuan's gaze flickered, then he grasped Yi Yishui's hand, halting her adjustments. If head chickened out, he wouldn't be Zhang Xiang. He might seem like a loser most of the time, but when it counts he never lets anyone down. Let's go to school. Zhang Xiang already sent us the recording. It's time to expose that despicable scumbag. The recording had come through in the early hours, and Mo Qingchuan only heard it when he woke up. After listening to it, he knew that Tang Wenk would no longer fall into that monster's clutches. But the cost was heavy. As a close friend, he wished Zhang Xiang hadn't gone that far. Yet if their roles were reversed, he felt he would have done the same. Had to take down that Song Yuan. I wonder what Tang Wenk will think when she hears the recording. If she finds out Zhang Xiang ended up in the hospital for her, will she change her mind? Yi Yishui murmured softly. In truth, Zhang Xiang was someone worth entrusting herself to, but she felt the key lay with Tang Wenk. If Tang Wenk wasn't willing, nothing could come of it. After all, feelings only blossom when both hearts are in harmony. Like a key and a lock. If they don't match, forcing them only hurts both sides. He doesn't need her to change her mind. Zhang Xiang even told me not to say he made the recording. He doesn't want Tang Wenk to worry about him. Just wants her to know Song Yuan is a scumbag and stay away. Mo Qingchuan spoke slowly. But he told me not to say it, yet I'm going to anyway. He paid such a price. How can I keep quiet? If you don't let the other person know what you've sacrificed, how can they ever notice you more? If she knows how much you've given and still doesn't open her heart, then it's time to give up early. If even this can't move her, nothing else will. That was Mo Qingchuan's own belief, and he would act on it. If nothing changed between them after this, he would strongly urge Zhang Xiang to focus on his studies. Dreaming of Tang Wenk was no better than dreaming of a college senior. Yi Yishui didn't defend Tang Wenk or say anything in her favor. She too felt that Zhang Xiang had done more than enough in this matter. They'll go along with you, Yi Yishui said. After morning exercises, there's a little time before self-study. We can find Tang Wenk then. That's what I was thinking. Let's do it, Mo Qingchuan nodded. Let's head to school first. Wait. Mo Qingchuan felt his arm tugged. He turned back, looking at Yi Yishui in confusion. What's up? Did we skip the good morning kiss today? Mo Qingchuan hesitated. Don't you find it a bit strange kissing? Not really. I feel like I'm kissing your soul. It's a deeper connection. Yi Yishui said this to Mo Qingchuan, and it was also how she comforted herself. Besides, her own body was soft and fragrant. How could she ever tire of kissing it? She didn't feel awkward inside. Perhaps Mo Qingchuan was the one who felt more uneasy. Enough with the lovey-dovey stuff. There are only a few minutes left before the school gates close. Don't you have enough time after school to chat? A voice interrupted them. Both of them were startled. They looked over and saw their homeroom teacher Jean Mingyao standing just 3 meters away. Ahem. Got it, teacher. Yi Yishui said awkwardly. Being caught by her mother was one thing, but now the teacher too. At least they hadn't. Teacher, what will happen to Zhang Xiang? Mo Qingchuan asked urgently. Jin Mingyao kept walking, and the two quickly followed. What will happen? He'll face serious consequences. Mo Qingchuan's heart sank. Would it be a demerit or suspension for over a month? That would seriously affect his grades unless he had incredible self-discipline at home. Otherwise his scores would drop rather than rise. The impact would be huge. Zhang Xiang was beaten into the hospital, and those guys got off scot-free except for Song Yuan with a bruised face. I've already reported this to the dean. If he doesn't punish them harshly, he'll take it to the school administration. Jin Mingyao said very seriously. Oh, so the serious consequences were for Song Yuan and his gang. Mo Qingchuan scratched his head, his mood lifting again. That made sense. Zhang Xiang was frail and weak. He'd definitely lose in a fight. It was only natural that he couldn't withstand the blows from several people. So can Zhang Xiang come back to class as soon as he's healed? Of course. Does he think he can stay in bed forever? Doesn't he know this is the final sprint for senior year? If he wants to slack off, they'll personally drag him out of the hospital. That's more like it. When they arrived at school and returned to their formation, they noticed Tang Wenk didn't look too lively either. Last night, she had messaged Song Yuan, but he never replied. She tossed and turned with wild thoughts, unable to sleep. Wenk, come with me after morning exercises. I have something to tell you. Mo Qingchuan said. Okay. Is it about Song Yuan? Yes. All right. Tang Wenk agreed, and then scanned her own class formation. Not seeing Zhang Xiang, she realized this matter probably involved not just Song Yuan, but Zhang Xiang as well. After morning drills, Tang Wenk stood waiting for a moment, noticing that Jing Baiyi, Yishui, and Mo Qingchuan had gathered together. She couldn't help but wonder, if Jing Bai weren't betrothed, if he were with her, perhaps all four of them would be standing together. Suddenly she felt as though, without realizing it, she had drifted apart from them. Come with us, Jing Bai said as he approached. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. In truth, he bore no great resentment toward Tang Wenk. This was Zhang Xiang's choice, and he respected it. They retreated to a secluded corner where each wore a different expression. Tang Wenk, you may not know this yet, but last night something major happened. Zhang Xiang and Song Yuan got into a fight, Jing Bai stated. Mo Qingchuan hadn't expected Jing Bai to directly name Zhang Xiang. It seemed he wasn't following Zhang Xiang's wish to keep it hidden. What? Tang Wenk was startled. The two didn't even know each other. How could they have fought? No. Zhang Xiang liked her. Could it be because she had grown close to Song Yuan? If that were the case, it might explain why Song Yuan hadn't replied to her messages last night, and why Zhang Xiang hadn't shown up. As for the reason, it wasn't jealousy or spite. Zhang Xiang discovered that Song Yuan is actually a scumbag, so he fought him for your sake. And the result? Zhang Xiang ended up in the hospital, Jing Bai continued. Tang Wenk was stunned. Song Yuan was a scumbag. Zhang Xiang fought Song Yuan for her. Such information left her mind in a whirl, unsure how to respond. Jing Bai didn't wait for her reply. He took out his phone and played the audio file Zhang Xiang had sent him. And this is the evidence he gathered. The recording played, capturing Song Yuan's conversation with a friend from the previous night as they smoked. Every word was crystal clear, free of static. Tang Wenk's face grew paler with each passing moment, her delicate frame trembled slightly, and her heart could no longer contain the sorrow seeping through. Tears spilled forth, but she quickly wiped them away, forcing herself not to cry. Song Yuan was after all nothing but a false Prince Charming, a despicable scumbag. Intense emotions that flare up in a short time are like rapidly expanding bubbles, fragile and terrifying, bursting at the slightest touch. Yet before she could be hurt, Zhang Xiang had stepped in and popped that bubble in advance. Which hospital is he in? Tang Wenk wiped her tears again, unable to stop them. That things had come to this was indeed due to her momentary blindness, but this outcome was one she never wished to see. The affiliated hospital of Shanghai University. I don't know when he'll be discharged, but you should at least go see him, Jing Bai said, pocketing his phone. They had told Tang Wenk everything. What she did next was up to her. I understand. Tang Wenk hung her head, her thoughts in chaos, and her heart heavy. Zhang Xiang had done so much for her, feeling he could have simply ignored it all. Even if she fell into the abyss, it would have been her own affair. But he intervened. Without further words, the group returned to the classroom. Classes began for the day, but Tang Wenk was distracted the entire time, as Mo Qingchuan could sense. He didn't offer comfort, knowing it would be futile. This was something she had to face on her own. At noon, Tang Wenk lay on her bed and checked her phone, finding several messages from Song Yuan. They included explanations for not replying, what had happened, and slander against Zhang Xiang. He had no idea about the recording on Zhang Xiang's phone, so he assumed Tang Wenk knew nothing and would believe his words, taking his side. Tang Wenk glanced at them, fury rising within her. It was all his fault. None of this would have happened otherwise. She tapped on the voice message. Get lost. You scumbag. You make me sick. You. A string of curses followed, and after venting she deleted and blocked him. She felt no nostalgia for a scumbag. Internally she berated herself. Why had she been so love-blind and impulsive? Was she stupid? In truth, she knew it was a stubborn sense of resentment lurking beneath the surface. Her roommates exchanged puzzled glances at her outburst, unaware of what had happened. After much hesitation, Tang Wenk dared to message Zhang Xiang. You there? At that moment, Zhang Xiang lay in the hospital bed, his head wrapped in thick bandages, his entire body aching. Now here, now there. He felt as if he were falling apart, though fortunately there were no internal injuries or broken bones, just many superficial wounds. Ding dong, the phone notification chimed. Wincing, he reached for it, and miraculously the pain seemed to subside as he saw the message. Tang Wink had actually messaged him first. Wait. The next moment, unease crept in. She shouldn't be contacted. She should be venting to her best friend, or cursing Song Yuan for being a scumbag. Could it be? His face darkened. It must be that daughter Jingbai and son Mo Qingchuan who had ratted him out. Damn it. Your bro Zhang finally pulled off something big, made a dashing exit, played it cool, and kept a low profile, and you two just gave him away. With that thought, he replied. Not here. Tang Wink in her dorm was baffled. How could he reply if he wasn't there? But she didn't call him out, instead asking cautiously. When will you be here? Back at school. When will you be back? Don't know. Tang Wink pouted slightly. What did don't know mean? Was he already brushing her off? I know you're at the affiliated hospital of Shanghai University. I want to see you. Zhang Xiang froze. In the hospital meet? What for? Was she going to confess to him? But after this incident, he had become more open-minded. He accepted that Tang Wink didn't like him, he just hoped she wouldn't end up with another jerk. As for them being together, he hadn't considered it. The next moment, Zhang Xiang inwardly cursed Jing Bai and Mo Qingchuan again. How did they even mention the hospital? How about Friday afternoon? You pick a place, Tang Wink pressed. Regardless, she had to thank Zhang Xiang in person. Without Zhang Xiang, her fate might have been dire. He had pulled her back. In other words, Tang Wink could have kowtowed to him, and it wouldn't have been too much. All right, Zhang Xiang replied, then thought for a moment. How about by Wenwei River? That spot we used to go to after school on Fridays. Okay, get some rest and recover well these days, Tang Wink said. By the way, I can recommend some anime if you want to watch something. Zhang Xiang paused at this message, then declined. No need. He'll be in the hospital for a few days, but I plan to study some exercises. He could watch anime anytime after the college entrance exam however he liked. Now he felt he couldn't waste time. He had to focus entirely on studying. Studying was the priority. During these past few days in class, Tang Wink had been utterly distracted, her mind wandering aimlessly, lost in a tangle of chaotic thoughts. Mo Qingchuan could also tell that this incident had dealt her a considerable blow. The impact was clearly far greater than when she had learned of Jing Bei's engagement. However, after going through this ordeal, she would surely no longer be so blindly infatuated and would be much more cautious in such matters in the future. As many people say, blind infatuation strikes only once. Once you've been hurt, you'll never be that naive again. Around this time, the results of the second mock exam were also posted on the class bulletin board with each subject's score and ranking clearly marked. Simply put, the top few spots were still occupied by the same people. However, due to the body swap between Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui, their scores had dropped considerably. Mo Qingchuan couldn't possibly achieve the scores Yi Yishui had before, so the rankings had shifted slightly. Moreover, his score was about 50 to 60 points lower than Yi Yishui's previous results. But Mo Qingchuan himself was quite satisfied with a score of 618. During this period, it was as if his meridians had been unblocked, and with Yi Yishui's guidance, he had managed to raise his score by over 30 points. There was quite a bit of chatter in the class about this score, with many saying that the earlier rumors had affected his mindset, causing such a significant drop. With the rumors as a cover, his current score was plausible enough. When the bell for the last class on Friday morning rang, everyone in the class began to stir. After being cooped up in school for another 2 weeks, the boarding students could hardly wait to rush out and see the outside world. Tang Wink simply packed her things, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and planned to head to Wenwei River. She knew that Mo Qingchuan, Zhang Xiang, and Jing Bai often went there after school on Fridays. Should we come along? Mo Qingchuan asked Tang Wink. They had already learned about the meeting through Zhang Xiang. No. No need. Tang Wink wanted to refuse. But Jing Bai walked over at that moment. Let's all go together. We won't disturb your conversation. After you're done, let's have a meal together to celebrate Zhang Xiang's discharge from the hospital. I agree, said Yi Shui. Then, all right, Tang Wink replied softly. After packing up, they all headed to Wenwei River together. It was worth noting that Tang Wink was much quieter than usual along the way. Normally, she would have been constantly finding topics to chat about. No one knew when she would be able to move on. Wenwei River wasn't far from the school. A concrete path had been built along the riverbank lined with greenery, where some people would go for a run in their spare time. Zhang Xiang was sitting on a wooden bench watching a video on his phone. As the group drew closer, they noticed he was watching a Mo Qingchuan found it astonishing. After getting hit on the head, had some switch been flipped, making him suddenly so diligent. He even wondered if he was seeing things. Oh, I told you I'm fine, why did you all come? Zhang Xiang stood up, his face still bearing some bruises, looking rather We're just worried about you. Afraid we'd interrupt your romantic date. Mo Qingchuan said. Ahem. Missy, you jest. Zhang Xiang scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. In truth, he was actually happier that everyone had come. At least it meant someone still cared about him, right? Zhang Xiang. I need to talk to you. Let's go down to the path below the slope. Tang Wink stammered. In truth, she was very nervous right now. After this incident, she had thought it over many times, but still didn't know how to face Zhang Xiang or how to respond to his feelings. Because of this, she had been suffering from insomnia for the past few nights. All right, Zhang Xiang nodded in agreement. The two walked side by side down the slope with the other three quietly following behind. Halfway down, Tang Wink couldn't help but stop and turn back to look at the three. Why are you still following? We're going down to have a stone-skipping contest, right, Chuan Chuan? Jingbai looked at Yi Yishui. Yi Yishui nodded. That's right, this time I'm going to crush Jingbai. Tang Wink clearly didn't believe that, but she didn't drive them away either. After going down with Zhang Xiang, the two continued walking to the other side. Meanwhile, Yi Yishui and Jingbai picked out a few stones by the side. Mo Qingchuan wanted to try as well, but couldn't find a single flat one. He'll go first. Jingbai got ready and threw with all his might. The stone flew out, skipping across the water 5 times before sinking. Solid. Jingbai grinned. Yi Yishui glanced over, assumed his stance, and with a sudden burst of power sent the stone flying at an incredible speed. It created a spray of water on the surface, even curving before sinking, having skipped at least a dozen times. Jingbei's mouth fell open, his eyes filled with shock. He slowly raised his thumb. Awesome. Let's stop here. They won't be able to hear us. Zhang Xiang came to a halt. Tang Wink kept her head down, her fingers clenched tightly. She was quite nervous inside. After a moment, she finally mustered the courage to speak. Zhang Xiang this time. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I can't even imagine what darkness I would have faced. Thank you truly. As she spoke, Tang Wink even bowed to Zhang Xiang. This startled Zhang Xiang, who quickly helped her up. No, there's no need for such a grand gesture. We're classmates after all. Helping out is nothing. Zhang Xiang said hurriedly, afraid that this incident would make Tang Wink feel burdened whenever she faced him in the future. That was not what he wanted to see. After being helped up, Tang Wink's eyes were slightly red with tears glistening, making her look rather pitiful. Does your injury still hurt? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiang laughed heartily. It stopped hurting long ago. It's just that the bruises haven't faded yet. They're just superficial wounds, no big deal. Don't worry. Tang Wink knew that Zhang Xiang was just trying to comfort her. How could it not hurt? Being beaten and hospitalized was no small matter. A swirl of emotions surged within her, but above all it was guilt. If she hadn't been so foolish, none of this would have happened. Zhang Xiang. If we end up in the same city for college, then let's be together. Tang Wink forced the words out. She didn't say the same university, knowing that a 100-point gap in scores wasn't so easily closed. But as long as they were in the same city, there would still be a chance to see each other once or twice a week. Zhang Xiang was stunned when he heard this. In the past, he would have agreed immediately, but now he had seen through many things. Wink. You're so silly. Tang Wink was taken aback, not knowing what Zhang Xiang meant. Seeing the look on Tang Wink's face, Zhang Xiang smiled and gazed at Wenwei River. He took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. Tang Wink. You're so hopelessly silly. From now on, keep your eyes open. Don't let some scumbag fool you again. His roar was so loud that many people turned to look at them with curiosity. The sudden shout startled Tang Wink. Then her face flushed red, and she punched Zhang Xiang, though, with very little. You're the silly one. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiang laughed heartily, a laugh of pure relief. He should also start looking forward. At the Yuzhen restaurant, 5 people gathered around a table for a meal. Zhang Xiang had a hearty appetite, devouring 3 bowls of rice before patting his stomach with satisfaction. Eating so much might upset your stomach. Jingbai had only eaten 1.5 bowls and was already full. Burp, oh no worries. By the way, Jingbai, how long are you going to keep your fiancée hidden from us? We haven't even seen her once, not even heard her voice. Zhang Xiang asked. Among his close friends, he was the only one without a partner. But he didn't mind, he believed he'd find one eventually. What's the matter? My fiancée doesn't study here, as she's in Luocheng. Jingbai said, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let us see a photo. No. Jingbai refused, his expression showing how precious it was to him. Mo Qingchuan blinked. If you want to show a photo, can you at least describe her? Jingbai pondered for a moment and quickly found an answer. A smile on his face, he spoke slowly. She is simply an angel. An angel? The other 4 at the table were full of question marks. That description was far too vague. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Jingbai cleared his throat. When you see her in Luocheng, you'll understand. You might be quite surprised, but she truly is an angel. Oh, the group sighed in unison. It seemed Jingbai genuinely adored his fiancée. After finishing their meal, in this incident, Zhang Xiang had been injured and hospitalized. Since those involved dared not reveal their true motives, they had to swallow their pride, so he faced no punishment. As long as it didn't affect their classes, the group had no further worries. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui walked along the road, the wind refreshing them both. I'm going to my place. Mo Qingchuan said. Why the sudden urge? I want to see my sister and parents. They'll come back after dinner tonight. I've missed my parents' cooking. Yi Yishui nodded. All right. Then she recalled she hadn't seen her aunt in a while and wondered how she was doing. Maybe she should visit home tomorrow. She just wasn't sure if her aunt would chase her away. By the way, my aunt hasn't messaged me lately. What's she up to? Yi Yishui asked. Probably hormonal imbalance. She's been throwing plush toys around the living room every day. If she could still hold a normal conversation, I'd think she'd lost her mind. Mo Qingchuan felt helpless about it. She'd been like this ever since that day. He had no idea what had gotten in. Yi Yishui found it strange. Hadn't they already dealt with that jerk last time? And she'd even lashed out in the family group chat silencing those elders. Hadn't her anger subsided? Forget it, she'd go check on her tomorrow. Little did she know seeing her face might drive Yi Qingru up the wall. The two arrived at the building and found a man blocking the entrance while on the phone with headphones. They couldn't get in to take the elevator. What can I do? I'm heartbroken, can't tell my parents, can't tell my wife, just listening to music alone with this ache in my heart. When will I ever move on? He sighed mournfully, his face etched with sorrow. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui were stunned. Can't tell who. Are you serious? What? You're taking me for a foot massage. You're paying. Awesome, I'm on my way. We'll drive a bit farther yet. They'll pick you up in my Cadillac. The man hung up, scurried to his car, and within 10 seconds the vehicle roared off into the distance. Yi Yishui's gaze wavered as she asked Mo Qingchuan. Who did he just say he can't tell? Mo Qingchuan's mouth twitched. His parents. And his wife. TCH. Another jerk. Dude, that's hard to defend. Now he's off for a foot massage, but whether it's truly that remains unknown. And driving a Cadillac. Clearly he's a regular. Have you ever had a foot massage? Yi Yishui suddenly asked out of the blue. Mo Qingchuan quickly shook his head. I wash my own feet. I kinda want one. Mo Qingchuan was baffled. Wait. Yi the school beauty, are you serious? You want to go to a place like that? What are you thinking? Since you know how you can wash mine. I'm a bit tired. Yi Yishui said. Hey, wait. I'm the girl here, shouldn't you be washing mine? Mo Qingchuan protested. Dream on. Bickering back and forth, they headed upstairs. Opening the door, they found Mo Zhu sitting on the sofa fiddling with a laptop, not even noticing them. Son's back. Rest a bit and have some fruit. Okay. Yi Yishui replied, then grabbed a banana from the table for Mo Qingchuan. As Mo Qingchuan stepped in, Mo Zhu noticed the extra footsteps. He looked up at his son. Oh, daughter-in-law. Yishui, you're here. Sit down, sit down. Mo Zhu did a complete face change. His previously stern expression now bloomed like a chrysanthemum in full smile. Witnessing this rapid transformation, Mo Qingchuan marveled. Truly the old man. He sat on the sofa, a glint flashing in his eyes. My feet are so sore. His voice was just loud enough for Mo Zhu to hear clearly. What's wrong, Yishui? Uncomfortable feet. Mo Qingchuan nodded. Walked a bit too much. Feet ache, I want to wash them. Hearing this, Mo Zhu waved his hand. Go. Son, get a basin of hot water. Give Yishui a good wash. Yi Yishui. She stared in shock. You sly Mo Qingchuan. So this is your game. She glanced over and saw him snickering. What are you waiting for? Go on. Mo Zhu urged. Yi Yishui put down her bag. Go to your room first. He'll get the hot water. Mo Qingchuan nodded with satisfaction and strode into his room. The familiar scent and layout welcomed him. His little nest felt like home, and he flopped right onto the bed. A little trick, and I've got her. Mo Qingchuan smirked. Perfect. Getting the school beauty to wash his feet. Outside, Yi Yishui quickly filled a basin with hot water and brought it in. Once inside, she closed the door. Mo Qingchuan extended his feet toward her. Here, wash them well. Without a word, Yi Yishui reached out and pressed his feet into the basin. The water temperature was just right, and Mo Qingchuan was very pleased. Who would have thought the top school beauty of Shanano? One high would be washing his feet. But his joy didn't last long. He felt something strange. A scratch across his sole made him flinch. What's... He quickly looked down. Yi Yishui's fingernail traced his sole, while her other hand firmly gripped his ankle. Don't dodge, let me wash you properly. Stop tickling, it's too much. I give up. Mo Zhu, sitting in the living room, naturally heard the commotion in the bedroom. Though it was somewhat indistinct, he could roughly guess what was happening. Little did he know that the roles had now reversed, with Mo Qingchuan washing Yi Yishui's feet. He even considered buying a specialized foot bath bucket for the two of them to make future foot washing more convenient. Recently, he had successfully joined the drone company under Yi Qingwan's leadership. Currently, there were 2 sales departments, and he was the head of one, but he had no subordinates. In essence, he was now a commander without an army. The original sales department still existed with the intention of fostering competition between the 2 teams. It seemed Yi Qingwan wanted to test his abilities. During this time, Mo Zhu had been preparing, extensively reviewing the drone data functions, models, and costs of Yi Qingru's company. He also organized previous client information and contacted former colleagues. His new job was now common knowledge at his old company, with many offering congratulations and some envying his escape from that failing firm. The news Mo Zhu subsequently released stirred considerable interest. He could bring over his entire department, bypassing interviews entirely, ensuring no one would face unemployment upon resigning. He also outlined the benefits of the new company. Of the roughly 50 people in his previous department, over 30 expressed strong interest in following him. The remainder were tied down by family, spouses working, or children attending school, unable to relocate to another city. Yi Qingwan's privileges were granted solely to Mo Zhu, so it was natural for some to stay. He did not insist, bringing over 30 people already exceeded his expectations. A knock came from his phone. He glanced at it. An unfamiliar number. Without much thought he answered. Hello? Who is this? Mo Zhu. Do you still recognize my voice? The voice on the other end sounded aged, laden with an infinite weariness. The moment the man spoke, Mo Zhu knew who it was. Li Xingzhou from the old company's headquarters had called him. What do you want? He cut straight to the chase. Mo Zhu, if I said you could come back, would you? Mo Zhu's lips twisted in amusement. Was he joking? He had no regard for his former company now, and he had never intended to return. If that's what you're calling about, let's not waste each other's time. I'm not coming back. Mo Zhu's tone was resolute. These days he wasn't exactly busy, nor was he idle. There was still work to be done. Sigh, Mo Zhu, do you have to be so ruthless? Li Xingzhou sighed. He had already prepared to shift the headquarters operations closer to the branch to stabilize this, but lately he had heard very troubling news. Many of Mo Zhu's former subordinates had submitted resignation letters. They had held numerous talks, even offering salary increases, but to no avail. Even if they tried to delay, it was futile. After a month they could leave, and the company couldn't stop them. Ruthless. I know better than you how many contracts I've negotiated and how much money I've made for the company over the years. Far more than my salary. And what did I get in return? The company fired me without a word, even tried to cheat me on severance and contracts. If I weren't so hard to push around, I'd have been taken for a fool. I have nothing more to say to you. If you think you can stop me from poaching the rest, don't bother dreaming. They've been dissatisfied with the company for a long time. With your lousy system that squeezes us dry, I'm not going to tell them to stay out of pity for the company's hardships. No way. It's hard for everyone who works. You can't stop them from seeking a better life. After speaking, Mo Zhu took a sip of water. On his computer was the list of everyone who would follow him to Luoqing, including Zhu Kai and Fang Yang. Zhu Kai was his old partner. They worked well together on contract negotiations. Fang Yang was a newcomer. He planned to mentor, capable and sharp. You're right. I can't do much about this. But leave some leeway for future encounters. You. Stop. What future encounters? Don't you know the strength of my current company? Look it up if you don't. Who wants to see you anyway? You're not even fit to shine my shoes now. Click. Mo Zhu hung up directly. The old fox was still spouting that outdated nonsense. Their positions had changed. Did he know that a powerful group CEO had traveled a long way to his home in front of his wife and demanded him by name? Ahem. Though saying so carried a hint of boasting, it was the truth. For now, everything was proceeding according to plan. If all went well, he would go with a group to the Luoqing headquarters, complete their onboarding, and then start contacting potential clients for negotiations. This was a new beginning and a new opportunity for him. At Fortitwo, I still have a chance to transform like a caterpillar into a dragon. Life is truly wondrous. You never know what comes next. Mo Zhu marveled. He had thought this life was set, yet now he was working under an old classmate. It seemed he was on the path to success. It's common to rise through one's children, but I never thought I'd rise through mine. Without the earlier rumors, Yi Qingwan probably wouldn't have returned, investigated, and come to his home. Creak. Mo Qingchuan's door opened. Yi Yishui walked out in slippers, her feet still wet, making a squelching sound with each step. Mo Zhu's expression turned knowing. Had they washed their feet together? Oh, just like when he was young with Fang Mei. He had a secret his children didn't know. In his youth, he had a foot fetish. Hee. Dad, this afternoon I'm going to Yi Yishui's place. They'll be back for dinner, and I might bring her aunt along. Yi Yishui added that bringing her aunt was so she could taste Mo Zhu and his wife's cooking. It was quite delicious. Mo Zhu was startled. Yi Yishui's aunt was Yi Qingwan's sister. All right, maybe we'll have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Mo Zhu remarked, unaware that Yi Qingru was the owner of the renowned Yuzhen restaurant and not involved in Yi Qingwan. In the 300-square-meter house, a quiet stillness hung in the air. Yi Qingru sat on the sofa gazing at her laptop, which displayed the revenue figures of Yuzhen restaurant from various regions. She had cut off several locations earlier, as those places had been warned multiple times without any change in management, so she simply shut them down. Naturally, those people lost their jobs, and some even tried to sue her. She promptly filed a complaint to Yi Qingwan, who waved her hand and dispatched the company's professional legal team. With surveillance footage and all kinds of evidence on their side, they stood invincible. Seeing this formidable front, the other party gave up outright. Already plagued by guilt, they realized there was no way they could win the lawsuit. Having cleansed these parasites, Yi Qingru naturally aspired to expand and strengthen the business. Thus, some time ago, she went out and scouted several prime locations. Some deals had already been settled, pending only the handover, after which she would contact the renovation team. This young lady is a genius. Those spots boast heavy foot traffic, not to mention the clusters of companies and wealthy individuals nearby. And someone actually passed on such vacancies because they thought the price was too high. What poor judgment. Yi Qingru was somewhat exhilarated. The members of her family had wanted to see her fail, claiming she would tarnish the reputation of Yuzhen restaurant. Ridiculous. Everything was under control. When she returned one day, she would thoroughly humiliate those people. Another beautiful day. Strange, why hasn't Ye come back yet? She stretched her back and her loose pajamas were pulled taut, bulging slightly. The collar revealed a large expanse of fair skin, and her slender waist was faintly visible with hints of a toned midsection. Beep. Verification successful. No sooner had she spoken than the door swung open. Mo Qingchuan stepped in first. His aunt was still in her pajamas. He was used to it by now. Yi Qingru exclaimed joyfully. Seeing Ye lifted her spirits even more. After all, such an adorable niece deserved to be thoroughly doted on. Yi Yishui followed closely behind, entering with a smile on her face. She was finally reunited with her aunt again. Judging by her aunt's cheerful demeanor, she must have been doing well lately. But the moment she laid eyes on Yi Yishui, Yi Qingru's expression instantly darkened. Her face twitched, and she glared at Yi Yishui with wide eyes as if she wanted to devour her. Mo Qingchuan. The gnashing of teeth made both of them freeze in their tracks. They looked utterly bewildered. What was this all about? What was wrong? Last time they met she hadn't been like this. Yi Yishui had no idea what was happening. Mo Qingchuan had said her aunt was suffering from hormonal imbalance lately. Could it be true? What's wrong? Yi Yishui asked tentatively. Oh, how dare you come to my house? Yi Qingru slipped on her shoes and rolled up her sleeves. Since you're here, let me beat you up? To vent my anger. Yi Yishui blinked in confusion, then seemed to grasp. It might be because she had said that line. You're not even worth a fraction of Yi Yishui, and her aunt had harbored resentment ever since, growing angrier the more she thought about it, leading to this. Seeing the situation turn dire, Mo Qingchuan quickly stepped in front of Yi Yishui. Aunt, what's wrong with you? She hasn't done anything to wrong me. Yishui, don't interfere. Let me hit him, or I won't feel better. Yi Qingru gritted her pearly teeth, making a grinding sound. Every time she recalled being utterly outclassed by this young man, twice her fury flared. What did he mean by not worth a fraction? They were clearly on par. He was deliberately belittling her. She admitted that so far this young man seemed flawless, but who knew if it was all? Go ahead and hit him, or you'll hurt yourself if you keep fuming, Yi Yishui said with some concern. After all, it was her words that might have truly provoked her aunt. I'm sorry, aunt. Let you hit him. Mo Qingchuan turned around utterly baffled. What the hell? Let her hit him. This crazy woman had torn apart several stuffed toys in the past 2 days. Some had even been ripped apart by brute force. The methods were brutal. And besides, that was his body. Ye, move aside. Let me punch him. Yi Qingru's pajamas were adorable, but her demeanor was fierce. Mo Qingchuan quickly blocked her. Aunt, calm down. If you break him, what will I do? Yi Qingru froze, realizing there was logic in that. Her sister hadn't directly intervened in their affairs, clearly leaving them to sort it out themselves. If she broke the young man, it wouldn't look good. Besides, she was just an ordinary woman in terms of combat skills. Hitting him wouldn't cause serious injury anyway. But as a woman of the Yi family, she was well aware of her own strength. If she really hit him, she could actually do damage. Ahem. How about this, come to my place for dinner tonight as an apology? Is that okay? Yi Yishui cleared her throat. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingru crossed her arms and pouted in thought. Last time her sister had gone to the other party's home, and she heard they were old classmates. But she had never met them. If she went this time, it would be a chance to learn about the young man's parents. Alright, I agree, Yi Qingru declared. Mo Qingchuan let out a long sigh of relief, glad that Yi Qingru hadn't struck in the end. He just wondered what kind of strange chemistry would unfold between her and Mo Qingyao when she visited his home. Mo Qingyao was a standard little troublemaker, and Yi Qingru seemed similar, though she had clearly mellowed with age. Well, go to the room to do homework now, Mo Qingchuan said. Go on, Yi Qingru waved dismissively. Keep the door open. If he dares to get handsy, you'll cripple him with one knee. Mo Qingchuan. Little brother. Fend for yourself. The two went to Yi Yishui's room, put down their backpacks, and took out their homework. Gee, I didn't expect my aunt to have such a fierce side, Yi Yishui whispered. Like a female tyrannosaurus, Mo Qingchuan muttered under his breath. Yi Yishui looked at Mo Qingchuan, suddenly wanting to ask a question. Were you ever beaten as a child? Mo Qingchuan nodded emphatically. He had been beaten plenty as a kid. That's strange. I thought your parents were really nice, Yi Yishui said, puzzled. From what she had observed over the past few days, Mo Qingchuan's parents were reasonable people, not quick-tempered, and quite amusing. People like that shouldn't frequently hit their children. As long as no major principles were violated, a verbal warning should suffice. Mo Qingchuan's face turned pensive as he spoke softly. I was beaten so many times as a kid, I can't even remember them all. The reasons were all kinds of bizarre. They said I stole money from home, went to internet cafes, got into fights, didn't do homework. Actually, only I know that they never wronged me once. Yi Yishui couldn't help but laugh, looking at Mo Qingchuan. So you were that naughty as a kid? You bet. My dad's little whip used to sting like hell, but looking back, I deserved every beating back then, Mo Qingchuan said with a grin. Come on, was that a beating? That was heavy paternal love. Discipline did work sometimes, and Mo Qingchuan felt he had been straightened out pretty well. Then, should I prepare a little whip for you? Yi Yishui said, barely suppressing her laughter. Mo Qing, wait a minute. Yi school beauty. What's gotten into you? In a modestly sized office, Li Xingzhou massaged his temples, looking aged and weary. His eyes were bloodshot and dull from lack of rest. The company's problems were severe. The main office was constantly laying off staff and shifting focus to the branch. Yet at this critical juncture, the branch was about to lose a large number of employees. These employees were the branch's cash cows, making the situation incredibly difficult. He was caught in a dilemma. Even if new hires were brought in, they couldn't immediately grasp the business and clients. It would take time for them to adapt. But time was the company's scarcest resource. The longer the delay, the greater the losses. Can this company even? He muttered to himself, his voice hoarse and weak. Lately he had exhausted his mind and body, feeling as though his very spirit had been drained. However, Wang Zikai's father Wang Zheng remained indifferent to the company's plight, squandering money on stock trading. It was Wang Zheng who had drained the main office's funds before. Now he didn't even bother coming to the company, only calling to demand millions more. The once thriving enterprise had become a crumbling edifice on the verge of collapse. Just then the phone rang. Seeing it was Wang Zheng, Li Xingzhou felt a wave of reluctance. He knew that answering would mean losing millions. But Wang Zheng was the boss. He had no choice. Hello, President Wang, he answered reluctantly, his heart sinking. Find a way to transfer 3 million to my account by tonight. Li Xingzhou sighed inwardly. Wang Zheng was hopelessly addicted to the stock market, deaf to all his advice. This endless squandering was something he could no longer sustain. In earlier years, Wang Zheng had been different. He had once saved Li Xingzhou's life, which was why he had remained loyal and diligent. But over the years, people changed. Wang Zheng had grown accustomed to a life of luxury and indulgence. Through acquaintances, he had gradually been drawn into stock trading. Trading stocks came with both risks and rewards. Seeing others make fortunes, he couldn't resist and slowly sank deeper. President Wang, the company can barely scrape together these funds anymore. If this continues, operations will grind to a halt, Li Xingzhou said gravely. Give up stock trading, President Wang. If you focus entirely on the company, there's still hope of restoring its former scale. Stock trading is a path of no return. What do you know? Wang Zheng's roar cut him off. Do you understand the stock market? Do you get the stuff? I've already invested so much it's about to double. I've got insider info through connections. Stocks are about to skyrocket. If I don't buy now, should I wait until they've already risen? I don't need you to teach me how to do my job. I don't care about the company. That's your problem now. Just send me the money. I want that money by tonight. The line went dead. Li Xingzhou furrowed his brow, closed his eyes, and let out a long. Even after exhaling, the gloom in his heart didn't ease, it only intensified. He was so tired. He could just wash his hands of it all. He had some savings, didn't he? But building up the company would be a legacy for his daughter, giving her a high starting point. He believed in her abilities and wanted a better future for her. Yet now what was this situation? There was hardly any room to maneuver. Wang Zheng had drained the main office's funds, and Wang Zikai insisted on laying off the branch's cash cow. Unexpectedly, that cash cow was far more capable than anticipated. She had landed a job at a major corporation and was even taking the company's team with her, effectively crippling the branch. This created an awkward predicament. Relying on the branch's business could have stabilized things. But now the sales department's veterans were gone. The remaining staff couldn't hold the fort, leaving him with no way forward. It felt like a dead end. That father and son. Sigh. He shook his head, then stood up, planning to take the high-speed rail to the branch and visit his daughter. Father and daughter hadn't seen each other in a long time. Still, she gave him peace of mind. She had always excelled at whatever he asked of her. Her skills in calligraphy, piano, and martial arts far surpassed her peers. Seeing her so accomplished was his only comfort now. She was about to graduate high school and would soon assist Wang Zikai in learning the ropes of business. It was a bit early, but given the company's state, there were few options. Balancing studies and company matters would be exhausting, but it would hone her abilities. He saw no harm in it. He would give her the best resources he could, all for her sake. Li Shur went straight home after school. Her home was far from school, a only and a half hour drive, not counting the walk. If not for her father insisting she attend the same school as Wang Zikai, she wouldn't have to go through this trouble. There was a high school nearby that her grades could easily get her into. Once home, she charged her phone and prepared to shower. The school's bathhouse always made her uncomfortable, and she wanted to escape quickly. Water streamed down her neck and hair. She brushed her hair back and gave it a flick. The mirror began to fog, blurring her reflection. Yet one could still discern her cool, delicate features and pale lips tinged with red, carrying a hint of melancholy. Li Shur gazed at herself in the mirror, her eyes dimming. She saw a numb soul moving like a machine, following pre-programmed commands. Without a self. It reminded her of the day on the school rooftop, when Yi Shui had thrown Wang Zikai over her shoulder. She closed her eyes, her hands forming a grip as if holding an arm tightly. Then she twisted her waist and flung it down. Water droplets scattered. Thud. Ow. Li Shur clutched her head, tears welling in her reddened eyes. The sharp pain in her forehead brought unstoppable tears. She grimaced, looking at the sink. Thankfully, the edges were rounded. If they'd been sharp, she'd have been bleeding. Now it was just slightly red and swollen. That hurts. She wiped her tears with her arm and took a moment to recover before showering. After the shower, she sat on the sofa drying her hair, with a hairdryer the scent of shampoo lingering. She picked up her phone and saw only a few messages. One was from her father asking how she was. She replied okay. Another was from Wang Zikai, you're done for. She didn't reply long, pressing to delete the chat. The last was from her deskmate who had bought a cute themed milk tea, and she replied want some. That was it. No one else to talk to. The only game on her phone was a match 3 puzzle. Her father forbade others, saying they distract her from studying. He thought playing games was less useful than doing part-time work to learn about different industries. After drying her hair, she lay on the sofa board and opened Douyin to scroll through videos. It was the only thing that helped her unwind. Ding, a new message popped up from her deskmate. Want some? They'll treat you next time. But I've got good news. Want to hear it? What news? Li Shishir replied. It's Mo Kingchuan's WeChat. I asked around and finally got it from someone. You always say he's handsome. You must have feelings for him, right? Even though he's close with the school's top beauty, now I think you're just as amazing, Shishir. You've got a good chance to win him. Li Shishir was taken aback. What did this mean? Add Mo Qingchuan on WeChat and steal him away. Cici, you've misunderstood. I don't like Mo Qingchuan, she quickly replied. Huh? No way. You keep saying he's handsome. Isn't that liking him? No. So it's admiration then. Even less so. Li Shishir paused to think. She placed a hand over her heart. It wasn't the feeling of liking. It was more like admiration. The scene from that day lingered in her mind because it had touched something deep within her. She wished she could be like him. Shishir, are we still besties? Even after all that, you're keeping secrets. Li Shishir began typing. I'm not hiding anything. I don't have those feelings for him. Besides, he has someone he plans to go to the same college with. Oh, okay. Cici was puzzled. If she acted that way, wasn't it liking? It seemed she still didn't understand Shishir. Actually, when they first became deskmates, she thought Li Shishir was cold and hard to get along with. But later she found that whenever she asked questions or started a chat, Li Shishir would reply earnestly, even if her voice. Of course, sometimes they had little in common because Li Shishir never used her phone at school. She handed it in upon arrival. This sometimes made it hard for Li Shishir to relate to what others talked about. Still, it didn't hinder their friendship. Over time, Cici realized Li Shishir was warm on the inside. Well, since that's the case, I went through all that trouble for nothing. Oh well, doesn't matter. Li Shishir stared at her phone for over 10 seconds. She hesitated, then began typing. It's not for nothing. Send it to me. Huh. Shishir, you've changed. How can you be like this? You're saying one thing and meaning another. No, I need it for something. Got it. He'll send it, no more questions. Cici sent a string of numbers. Mo Kingchuan's WeChat ID was his phone number, so it was searchable. But Li Shishir hesitated, not adding him right away. Her gaze drifted to the window, lost in thought. That evening, Mo Qingchuan, Yi Yishui, and Yi Qingru set off for the Mo family home. By this time, Mo Qingyao would be back from school. The little troublemaker was probably already wreaking havoc at home. Is the food at your place good? Let me tell you, I'm picky. Yi Qingru lifted her chin haughtily. Mo Qingchuan felt a bit helpless. She couldn't compare home cooking to the dishes at her Yuzhen restaurant. Though his family's cooking wasn't bad, it couldn't match professional chefs. Don't worry, you'll definitely experience a different flavor, Yi Yishui assured her. Lately, she had been enjoying Mo Zhu and Fong Mai's cooking immensely. It might be due to her new body, but she honestly didn't find it lacking. Could taste buds differ that much? Besides, like Mo Qingchuan, she disliked cilantro. If I don't like it, will you leave Yi? Yi Qingru asked. Yi Yishui sighed. If I left, what would she do? Stay single forever and die alone. Yi Qingru paused. True, the two were clearly close in that way. Even if she blocked it this time, could she do so? The misfortune that befell her might not repeat for Yi Yishui. So what was the point of stopping it? It seemed she would only hold Yi Yishui back. This made her reflect that her personal grudge with this boy should be handled separately without affecting Yi Yishui. Besides, you're not young anymore. Why haven't you found a boyfriend? Isn't there at least one good man in the world? Yi Qingru's lips twitched as she glared at Yi Yishui. Mind your own business. Yi Yishui sighed inwardly. Her aunt's temper had been terrible lately, and she genuinely wanted her to find a boyfriend. After all, dying alone would mean missing out on so many experiences. She wasn't short on money, so why not enjoy life? I don't need a man in my life. Men will ruin it and make it a mess. Mo Qingchuan was taken aback. Was she that extreme? Such thinking wouldn't do. Since Yi Qingru was Yi Yishui's aunt, he felt it necessary to change her perspective. And don't always think that a man will ruin your life. Maybe the next page is filled with happiness. Mo Qingchuan's. Yi Qingru paused briefly, then shook her head slightly. You said it yourself, maybe. But you have to try. If you never try, you'll never find happiness. The cost is too high. And are you afraid? Who's afraid? Me, afraid of men. Mo Qingchuan now understood why she was so hostile toward men. Past pain etched deep in her memory had triggered a subconscious defense mechanism, making her resist dating, marriage, and even men as a group. It wouldn't be easy for her to move past this, especially with her sister's traumatic experience still vivid. He sighed inwardly. This was tricky. Aunt, you could observe Mo Qingchuan's parents more. Huh? Why? Yi Qingru was curious. She had planned to do that anyway, but didn't know why he brought it up. Just observe them. Your judgment is good, isn't it? Since Yi says so, we'll do it. Arriving at the door of 601, he gently pushed it open. Today, Mo Qingchuan had already informed his parents in advance that Yi Yishui's aunt would be joining them for dinner. Mo Zhu and Fong Mei naturally expressed their welcome. After all, this was their future in-laws, and they needed to receive them warmly. With the creak of the door, the sound of stir-frying wafted from the kitchen. The aroma of the food filled their nostrils, stirring their stomachs slightly. Yi Qingru's nose twitched from the fragrance permeating the air. The dishes seemed promising. She entered last, glancing at the kitchen, where two bustling figures were hard at work. Mo Zhu was stir-frying, while Fong Mei chopped vegetables and organized ingredients for later use. As the saying goes, men and women working together lightens the load. This was evident here. If one person had to handle everything alone, they would likely be utterly exhausted by the end. After all, this was a meal for 6 people. Hey, you're here? Have a seat on the sofa first, Fong Mei said, smiling as she saw her son bringing in Yi Shui and Yi Qingru. Her eyes also observed Yi Qingru, and she couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional genes of the Yi family. From Yi Qingwan to her daughter Yi Yishui, and then to her sister Yi Qingru, each was a stunning beauty. Moreover, Yi Qingru exuded an aura of wealth and refinement. Sorry for the intrusion, Yi Qingru said softly, mindful of her manners. Not at all. Yao Yao, get the juice. Coming. Mo Qingyao sprang up from the sofa, dashed to the fridge, and grabbed her favorite peach juice. Her big eyes studied Yi Qingru, sparkling with curiosity. Sister, you're so beautiful too, she exclaimed, speaking from the heart. Mo Qingyao had watched many variety shows and knew plenty of celebrities, but Yi Qingru was even more beautiful than most of them. Besides, she knew many stars had undergone plastic surgery. If Yi Qingru was all natural, she was truly enviable. Little sister, you're very pretty too. Yi Qingru smiled as she looked at Mo Qingyao, her first impression surprisingly one of fondness. Nothing compared to you, sister. Do you have any secrets to becoming beautiful? Mo Qingyou's eyes were full of hope. Secrets? Yi Qingru pondered, then shook her head. Looks are determined by genes, there's no secret. If you care, just take good care of your skin. But skincare products are so expensive. Mo Qingyao murmured. Is that so? I'll give you some later. Yi Qingru didn't care much about skincare, as she had more than she could use, and her close friends often gifted her. Thank you, sister. Mo Qingyou's voice rose with joy. Just then Fong Mei charged out of the kitchen. You're just a kid who hasn't even grown up yet. Why would you use skincare products? Your skin is neither oily nor dry right now. Oh, it's at its best. Just maintain it. Fong Mei exuded authority, holding a kitchen knife. Mo Qingyao felt the intense pressure, shrinking her neck in submission. Got it, Mom. Fong Mei understood that little girls loved beauty, but those skincare products couldn't be used carelessly. They were products of technology, and their true effects were unknown. Moreover, this industry was highly profitable, with many hidden pitfalls. Except for a few reliable old brands, Fong Mei herself dared not use others. She looked at Yi Qingru, smiled, and softened her demeanor. She's a child, I won't let her use them recklessly. She should focus on her studies. Yi Qingru nodded. Okay. She observed Fong Mei and thought she truly deserved the title of matriarch, effortlessly switching between authority and gentleness, wielding absolute control over Mo Qingyao. Yi Yishui walked over to Mo Qingyao and examined the girl's face closely. Your skin is pretty good too. There's no need to mess with those things. Use the tallow soap with me. She smiled. I don't want to use Stinky Brother's stuff. Yi Yishui was puzzled. She found this little sister fascinating. Earlier, when asking for money, it was all good brother with sweet talk. Now it had turned into Stinky Brother. Mo Qingchuan couldn't help but laugh. Mo Qingyao hadn't changed. This was how they interacted as siblings. Fortunately, Mo Qingyao had no ill intentions. Sometimes they were close, sometimes they annoyed each other, but there was no real dislike. After Fong Mei returned to the kitchen, Mo Qingyao, unafraid of strangers, took Yi Qingru's arm and led her to the sofa. Sister, I feel you're both beautiful and elegant. You must be very rich, right? At the mention of money, Mo Qingyou's eyes sparkled. Not bad. Yi Qingru replied, surprised that Mo Qingchuan's sister was such a money lover. Can you give me a hint? Mo Qingyao asked eagerly. Yi Qingru hesitated for a moment, then said, 8 figures. She didn't specify the exact amount, but Mo Qingyao couldn't help covering her gaping mouth, thinking 8 figures was enormous. Her weekly allowance was only 50. In truth, Yi Qingru had only mentioned her personal savings, not including the value of Yuzhen restaurant. Otherwise, it would have been at least 2 more digits. Oh my god, oh my heavens, my cotton pants and my padded jacket, my brain turned into a jujube, my big brother turned into a sister-in-law. The shocked Mo Qingyao recited a tongue twister. The next second her head was tapped. Stop being a money grubber. This isn't something a little kid like you should be involved in, said Yi Yishui. Mo Qingchuan's mouth twitched. What was that last line? Why don't tap me anymore, or he'll get dumber, and can't even keep my grades average. Mo Qingyao whined pitifully. Why isn't my family this rich? Mom and Dad were both college graduates, studied hard for over a decade, but we still live frugally. We're too poor. Mo Zhu came out of the kitchen carrying 2 dishes and nearly choked upon hearing this. Was his little cotton coat leaking this badly? He thought their current life wasn't that bad. He said irritably, their family has been in business for generations. How can you reach that height with just one generation of hard study? Also, if you think home isn't good enough, you should study hard and make it better instead of complaining all the time. Dad, I was just saying. I didn't mean anything bad. I just can't compare to them. Mo Qingyao stuck out her tongue, realizing she had almost pricked her father's heart. In truth, her family situation was decent. Not the best, but better than many. Especially now that her dad had a job with an annual salary of $1 million plus commissions. She wasn't entirely sure, but she dared to say her dad had the highest salary in her class. All right, the food's ready. Go wash your hands and eat. They took their seats at the table one by one. Yi Qingru deliberately observed the couple. Though time had left its marks on their faces, it was clear that both had been attractive when young. Now they had built a family with a son and a daughter. Their life wasn't as luxurious as hers, but their expressions revealed a sense of ease at home. Marriage hadn't become their grave. Instead, it was an extension of life and love. She thought perhaps this was what it meant to meet the right person. What's wrong? Is the food not good? Fang Mei asked with concern. Yi Qingru snapped back to reality and shook her head slightly. No, I was just thinking. It must be because yours isn't as good as mine, Mo Zhu said, pointing at a dish. Oh, listen to you. How could your cooking be better than mine? Fang Mei retorted. Talking won't settle it. Let our daughter decide. Who cooks better? Mo Zhu looked at Mo Qingyao. Mom, of course. Mo Qingyao answered without hesitation. Huh, think carefully. I'm making $1 million a year now. Cough. But Dad's cooking is better. Mo Qingyao quickly changed her answer. Then she felt a chill and shrank her neck. Mom's cooking is the best in the world. A smile tugged at Yi Qingru's lips. So this was the daily banter between a married couple. With the right person, perhaps the next page of life would indeed be filled with happiness. During this meal, Yi Qingru was much quieter, though she would respond when asked questions. However, she spent more time observing the interaction between the couple. Suddenly, she felt that men might not be so terrifying after all. Perhaps her previous thoughts had been too extreme, or perhaps a certain fear was influencing her. Even on the way home, Mo Qingchuan sensed that Yi Qingru seemed different. She became very quiet, as if lost. Perhaps this experience had also changed her state of mind. Mo Qingchuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Change was good. This trip to his home had not been in vain. Yay, Yi Qingru suddenly said softly. Huh. Mo Qingchuan looked up. I won't stop you and Mo Qingchuan anymore, but you must be careful not to be the one who gets hurt. Mo Qingchuan smiled upon hearing this. Don't worry, Aunt. What we have might be stronger than you think. Is that so? I hope so. On the weekend, Li Shishir received news that her father was coming, and she became restless. In truth, she didn't want to face her father. Every time she did, she felt an immense pressure that suffocated her. Everything he said seemed to be for her own good, yet those words pressed down on her like mountains, making it hard to breathe. She scrolled through her phone, stopping at a number she had hesitated to add. Her heart was tense, uncertain of the answer. That answer could have a profound impact on her. A knock at the door pulled her back to reality. She walked over and saw her father's face through the peephole. Hesitating for a moment, she opened the door. With a heavy creak, the door swung open, and Li Xingzhou saw his daughter before glancing around the room. The place is quite tidy. It seems you haven't been slacking off. Well done. He walked in and sat down on the sofa. Seeing his daughter, he relaxed a bit. Dad, are you hungry? Li Shishir asked. Li Xingzhou shook his head. I've eaten and no need for you to cook. I've seen your second mock exam results. I think there's room for improvement. That's not your true level. I made mistakes on 2 major problems, Li Shishir said softly. In truth, her mind had been unsettled during that period. She held no hope for the future, and had even been cornered by Wang Zikai, though Yi Tishe had rescued her, only adding to her inner turmoil. She had even entertained thoughts of death. After all, being a soulless machine was more painful than dying. Mistakes required deep reflection. Why did they happen, and should they have happened? Oi. You're just taking exams now, but if you make a mistake in a company later, it could cause significant losses. Li Xingzhou frowned. His expression was stern, his tone heavy. He wanted his daughter to be perfect, for someone as excellent as her mistakes should not occur. I understand. Li Shishi's voice turned numb and stiff. It was this very tone that always made her feel immense pressure. She didn't know how to argue, so she could only respond with numbness. Beyond that, she had no idea what to do. Defy him. She had never done it, nor dared to. Sure, I have high hopes for you. Don't let me down. All this is for your own good. I worked so hard so that you can walk a path above others in the future. Countless people struggle to even get a foothold. I'm paving the way for you. Do you understand? Li Shishir stood by the door, head bowed. The scene before her seemed to lose all color, reduced to black and white. The world turned gray, filled with despair. Like a machine, she spoke numbly. I understand. Li Xingzhou let out a light sigh. Good. Once you're older and have experienced society, you'll understand my intentions. I won't harm you. Wang Zikai may not be the most capable, but he's not entirely useless. At least he has. You can assist him as his secretary, steer him in the right direction. It won't be too bad. What? Why must I assist him? A low murmur echoed in Li Shishi's heart. She didn't understand, couldn't comprehend, but the voice was hers alone. Li Xingzhou knew nothing of it. After your college entrance exams, they'll have you start at the company to familiarize yourself with the business and gradually take on tasks. Of course you'll be paid, though it won't be much at first. Some matters you can discuss with Wang Zikai. Li Shishir listened silently, knowing her father was planning her life after high school. This might be the darkest moment. At school she went to great lengths to avoid being alone with Wang Zikai. But serving as his secretary, could she even do that? He would surely harass her endlessly, wouldn't he? By the way, there's something else I want to discuss with you. You're a girl, and you'll marry one day. Though it's still a few years off, reliable men are scarce, especially those who can marry. I think Wang Zikai, after some years of work experience, will become more dependable. You could marry him then. That way, as a couple running the company together, you'll ensure its growth and a better life. Your children. Li Shishir felt her ears ringing. She couldn't bear to listen anymore. She felt suffocated, unable to breathe, her whole body trembling. Even numbness couldn't shield her from this dark future. She saw not a single glimmer of dawn. So in agony she closed her eyes. On the weekend, Yi Shui had arranged to visit Imo Qingchuan at home. Since her aunt had gone out for the day, they could finally enjoy some time alone together. Ever since returning from dinner at Missouri Qingchuan's place that day, her temper had suddenly improved. She was no longer irritable, nor did she casually lash out at men as a group. Your aunt has really been through a lot. It's good that her mindset and thoughts have changed now. I just hope she doesn't run into another scumbag, or she might start doubting herself. Imo Qingchuan spoke slowly while peeling fruit. The shift in his aunt's attitude over the past couple of days had brought him considerable relief. Otherwise, whenever he and Yi Shui got close, his aunt would likely intervene. A troublesome prospect. I've got it. If my aunt meets another scumbag, I'll chase him away. Yi Shui declared, patting her chest. After all, her aunt genuinely loved her and treated her well. She didn't want her aunt to suffer such harm again. Imo Qingchuan nodded. Then he placed the peeled fruit into a bowl and pushed it toward Yi Shui. Have some fruit. You've just finished studying. Replenish your energy. Yi Shui cheerfully picked up a small fork and popped a piece of pear into her mouth. By the way, do you have any plans for summer vacation? After the college entrance exam, the summer break would be long, so some arrangements were necessary. Imo Qingchuan thought for a moment. First, I'll go back to my hometown to visit my grandparents. Then I'll learn to drive and get a driver's license. Getting a driver's license was something his sister Imo Zhu had strongly advised. It would be useful forever and highly valuable once obtained. Getting a driver's license, huh? Yi Shui tilted her head. Sure, then we'll do it together. Oh, is there anything fun in the countryside? Fun? Imo Qingchuan thought about it. There didn't seem to be much. There's nothing particularly exciting in my hometown. It's quite peaceful, suitable for retirement. There was one amusing thing, though. I helped an elderly villager cancel a phone plan, and then he went around saying I had connections in the telecom bureau. Ha ha ha. Yi Shui couldn't help but laugh. Really, don't laugh. I'm not exaggerating. The elderly in my hometown aren't good with smartphones and don't understand them. Many still watch the weather forecast on TV. Once I told my grandmother the weather for the next 15 days, and she asked if I knew someone high up in the meteorological bureau. Ha, so. You've got quite a network. Yi Shui laughed again. Not at all, not at all. I can't compare to you, Miss Yi. Imo Qingchuan couldn't help but chuckle too. Now their interactions had lost the initial nervousness and restraint. They were slowly getting to know each other. This process felt natural. Although many things had happened during this time, it had only deepened their bond. However, they weren't ready to define their relationship yet. They were waiting for the day their souls might swap back. If not, they would wait for that day to arrive. But one more question, why didn't Zhang Xiang and Tang Wenk end up together? I thought after that incident those two would get together, Yi Shui asked. That day they had gone hoping to see them embrace. But instead of hugging, Zhang Xiang had shouted that Tang Wenk was stupid. This puzzled her. Imo Qingchuan bit into a piece of dragon fruit and spoke slowly. Actually, whether they end up together or not, the outcome no longer matters to Zhang Xiang. He's moved on. He later told me that for someone as introverted and insecure as he was, back then chatting with the cheerful and lively Tang Wenk felt like bright sunlight piercing his inner darkness, as if his life had been redeemed. Tang Wenk held a very important place in his heart, which is why he willingly did so much. But after all that, he reflected and understood Tang Wenk's feelings. If she doesn't love him, she doesn't. They're still young. Looking forward is better than forcing something together. After hearing this, Yi Shui agreed. If there's no love, there's no love. Forcing it doesn't guarantee happiness. Even if they got together, they might break up later. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something on the table. Qingchuan, it looks like someone's messaging you. Your screen keep... Huh. Imo Qingchuan wondered who would keep messaging him at this hour. He picked up his phone and saw it was his younger sister, Imo Qingyao. 1:09 a.m. I admit you're handsome. But can you open the door for me first? I just went out to buy lunch and you locked me out. Do you really have the heart to leave your cute little sister outside? 11:33 a.m. Not opening, huh? I'm going to put my pants in the fridge and become a cold-hearted person. Yesterday, I read a book. What book? Meeting you, I accept defeat willingly. Today I listened to a song. What song? Without you my heart is torn. Just now I ate a peach. What peach? Falling for you I can't escape. Now I took a dump. What dump? Thinking of you, it's a cycle without end. Mo Qingchuan was stunned. He looked at Yi Shui. Is no one home right now? Huh. When I left, my mom and sister were both home, Yi Shui replied. But my sister might have been asleep and didn't know I'd left. Now my sister's locked out. Strange, where did mom go? Mo Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. Maybe she could come here, Yi Shui suggested. Sure, Mo Qingchuan nodded. Neither of them felt like going out anyway. The sun was blazing and it was hot. So they decided to let his sister walk over. After all, she was eager to see the 300-square-meter mansion and had no reason to refuse. Mo Qingchuan quickly convinced her and sent the address. His sister was surprisingly delighted, not even upset about being locked out. Mainly she was drawn by the food at Yi Shui. As for Mo Zhu, she had gone out early that day for some business. By the way, my mom's secretary Xiao Yun will come today. I heard from your father that tomorrow there's a meeting with the new hires for dinner to hear everyone's opinions, Yi Shui said. Oh, speaking of which, we have your mother to thank. Otherwise my dad would probably still be unemployed. The old man had finally latched onto a powerful ally and made it big. He had prayed to the heavens, and his answer came through Yi Shui's mother. Praise be to fate. On Monday morning, Mo Zhu stayed at home for a while, chatting with old Zhu and the others in the group. He also added Xiao Yun, Yi Qingwan's secretary, to the group. The main purpose of this visit was to meet in advance, facilitating a smoother onboarding and work process later. Yi Qingwan placed great importance on this matter, so she sent Xiao Yun alone. Since she had more than one secretary by her side, dispatching Xiao Yun would not affect her own schedule or work. Today a group of people would gather for lunch at Yuzhen restaurant. These were individuals who had already completed their resignation procedures and were ready to depart for Luoqing at any time. There were also some whom Li Xingzhou had not released, holding them back for at most a month. Arriving at Yuzhen restaurant, Mo Zhu stated his purpose and was quickly led by the waiter to a large private room. Over a dozen people had already gathered there, including Old Zhu and Fang Yang. Old Zhu was still being held back and had taken the day off to attend, while Fang Yang was already free. Hey, old Mo is here. Haven't seen you in a few days. You look much younger, Old Zhu said with a laugh, standing up and patting Mo Zhu on the arm. Maybe it's because there's no work pressure. After resting for a while, my complexion has improved. Old Mo had also noticed this. When shaving these past few days, he felt he looked somewhat younger. It turned out that shedding the burden of work truly improved one's state. Everyone here looks great too, Old Mo said with a smile. These were all familiar faces. Many of them were people he had mentored. Scanning the room, he noticed that the main figure of the day, Xiao Yun, had not yet arrived. Yesterday, he had driven to pick her up and briefly discussed the subsequent arrangements and details in the car. The reason we're all so happy now is because of you, Old Mo. Everyone was willing to follow you anyway, and now not only has our wish come true, but we've also joined a major company. Just thinking about it feels wonderful, Zhu Kai said. Zhu Kai had thought this was how life would end, never expecting to ride on Mo Zhu's coattails and smoothly enter the sales department of a major corporation. The benefits and perks of a major company were far beyond what their previous shabby firm could offer. The gap was immense. Don't celebrate too soon. Mo Zhu gave Zhu Kai a light punch on the chest. The sales targets they demand are much higher than what the old company required. Pay higher is higher, but as mentioned in the group, the salary and commissions are higher too. This gives everyone much more motivation than before. Exactly, that old company was a joke. All scolding and squeezing with no decent pay. Who would give their life for that? Everyone spoke with excitement, venting their dissatisfaction with their previous employer. These words had been buried in their hearts for a long time, and finally, they could voice them today. At that moment, a figure appeared at the door. Xiao Yun was still dressed in formal attire. Except for holidays, she always dressed this way during work and outings, exuding efficiency. Everyone quiet down. The main guest of today has arrived. Let me introduce you. This is Secretary Yun, who works beside the group's CEO. She is someone the CEO highly values. Mo Zhu said with a smile. Anyone who worked alongside Yi Qingwan was undoubtedly capable. While Yi Qingwan could call her Xiao Yun, he could not. Her status within the company was quite high. So he directly addressed her as Secretary Yun, neither elevating her too much nor lowering himself. Clap, clap, clap. Welcome, welcome. Zhu Kai stood up, immediately beaming as he began to applaud. The others quickly followed suit. This was the person they would be liaising with, so naturally they had to be enthusiastic. Seeing this, Xiao Yun smiled and said, "Everyone please sit. My purpose here today is to discuss the onboarding process benefits and answer any questions you may have. Don't be too formal. Feel free to ask any questions directly." Her smile was professional yet effective, putting many at ease. Mo Zhu remained silent on the sidelines. His benefits and terms had been personally communicated and granted by Yi Qingwan. He was receiving special treatment, and what Xiao Yun was covering was already included in what Yi Qingwan had told him. When the food was served, the group quieted down, eating as they listened to Xiao Yun. They asked questions one by one, and she answered each in detail. In truth, Xiao Yun's explanations were straightforward with no fluff, leaving everyone feeling positive. However, a sharp question was eventually raised. Secretary Yun, what happens if we don't meet the quarterly sales target? After all, the high sales figures were daunting, and they would need to regroup after moving, potentially falling short. It's simple, your salary will be reduced. The quarterly sales target determines your pay. The more you exceed the target, the higher your salary. The more you fall short, the lower it gets. If you fall far short and incur losses, the department will be dissolved. But rest assured, the targets are set reasonably. We want deliberately set impossible goals. Also, since it's the second quarter, and you'll need time to adapt, well, overlook the second quarter target and start counting from the third quarter. Xiao Yun was blunt. She saw no need for pretense. A major company had the strength and confidence to dissolve a department if losses occurred. As for the laid-off employees, they would be told to take their severance and leave quietly. Xiao Yun and her team wouldn't appeal to sentiment or drag out compensation negotiations. Action spoke louder than words. Paying enough to let people go without fuss was the best approach. Moreover, waiving the second quarter target gave Mo Zhu and the others considerable leeway. All right, we understand now. Secretary Yun, rest assured, everyone is eager to show what they've got. Well, crush the second quarter target too. Zhu Kai spoke decisively, mainly because he found Xiao Yun's directness refreshing and comfortable. He was tired of all the convoluted games from before. Then I'll wait for your good news, Xiao Yun said with a faint smile. This visit was solely to clarify these matters. Judging by their expressions, they didn't seem stressed. Instead, excitement gleamed in their eyes. This gave her a sense of reassurance. Just then, an uninvited guest appeared at the door. Am I interrupting your negotiations? But is it really necessary to go this far? Li's anxious voice carried anger. This major company's poaching was ruthless. How could he not be furious? Yet he felt helpless, as there was little he could do to stop it. You weren't invited here. Why have you come? Mo Zhu's face darkened as he stood up. Someone must have leaked the information, allowing Li Xingzhou to find this place. I just wanted to see who could poach more than half of our branch's sales department. Xiao Yun also stood up, as she naturally knew who Li Xingzhou was. When investigating Mo Zhu's company, she had already learned his identity and appearance. My apologies, but we offered them an offer they couldn't refuse, drawing them into our company. If you have the ability, you can poach them back. I won't stop you. It's all up to them. Of course, that's assuming you can actually poach them. Xiao Yun spoke with a light smile, unhurried and unflustered. After all, the gap in salary and benefits between the two sides was too vast. As long as there was no compelling reason to stay in this city, anyone with a sound mind wouldn't go back. This was the confidence born from her own and the group's formidable strength. At Shanhano, one high school, as the bell rang, a group of students had already rushed out of the classroom, their feet swift as the wind, racing to grab lunch. Even so, they sometimes couldn't compete with the sophomores and juniors whose classrooms were on lower floors closer to the campus. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui had already shouldered their small backpacks, ready to leave campus. Jingbai also followed along, having been studying diligently lately. According to him, his betrothed was academically superior, so he needed to work harder to catch up. As the three stepped out of the classroom, Mo Qingchuan was bumped into both parties, stumbling back a step. Sorry. Li Shishir came to her senses and apologized. It's fine, Mo Qingchuan replied. Yi Yishui glanced over, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She knew Li Shishir, the second campus belle, quite renowned. Last time, when Wang Zikai had cornered her, she had even stepped in to help. Back then, though aloof, her demeanor had seemed normal. Now her eyes were dim and lifeless, as if she had lost her soul, resembling a walking corpse. She wondered what had befallen her. Li Shishir looked at Yi Yishui, a flicker of light passing through her gaze, only to vanish swiftly. She was, after all, not her. What's wrong? Yi Yishui asked. She wondered if that Wang Zikai had bullied her again. She had felt back then that he might continue to trouble Li Shishir. Now it seemed likely. Nothing, Li Shishir murmured. Earlier she had questions to ask, but now she felt it pointless to inquire. She seemed to have lost all sense of direction. You don't look fine. Did that Wang Zikai bully you again? He'll go beat him up. Yi Yishui rolled up her sleeves, looking ready for a fight. Li Shishir was stunned, bewildered. How could she say such a thing in front of the first campus belle? Wasn't she afraid of making her jealous? Yet glancing over, she saw Mo Qingchuan's calm, indifferent expression. Qingchuan, you. Even Jingbai was taken aback, but seeing Mo Qingchuan silent, he held back his words. Internally, he was utterly confused. How was his buddy so incredible? How could he do that without making the campus belle jealous? Had he undergone some kind of training? Mo Qingchuan himself didn't mind. He still saw Yi Yishui as a girl. No need, Li Shishir quickly said. The help last time had been more than enough, but she didn't want to trouble them again. Really? If that Wang Zikai still harasses you, just beat him up. He's a coward who bullies the weak. Just be firm, and he won't dare to do anything to you. Yi Yishui said. After the shoulder throw last time, Wang Zikai had cowered so pathetically, she knew his true nature. There was nothing to fear. But the more you fear and don't resist, the more hell pushes luck. Li Shishir paused. Be firm. That stirred a ripple in her heart. She had never shown a firm attitude toward her father or anyone else. Due to her upbringing, she had always restrained herself, reluctant to communicate much. How do I be firm? A shoulder throw yell at him hit him. Anything works. You have to learn to resist, though not resisting won't do. Resistance is also for better self-protection. Yi Yishui said earnestly. Resist? Li Shishir was stunned. The word made her heart tremble. Could she also resist? Beneath the cage her father had woven. I understand. Thank you. With that, Li Shishir walked away alone. Mo Qingchuan scratched his head. You two are close. Sort of, we've met quite a few times, but we don't talk much. Let's go get the food, I'm starving. Yi Yishui said, holding her stomach. Let's go then. They had pre-ordered meals at Yuzhen restaurant, and just needed to pick. Li Shishir went downstairs and walked across the playground. She felt dazed, her mind in chaos. Resist? Could she really do it? Her father had done so much for her. From his perspective, he might think it was for the, but for her it felt suffocating, making her want to escape constantly, even to reject everything her father had given. She didn't know if it was rebelliousness, she just wanted to live a little more freely. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up, stop dawdling. A voice she loathed rang out. She slowly looked up at the person before her. Wang Zikai's face showed impatience as he looked at Li Shishir, feeling both itchy and furious. He should have secured her long ago, but she kept avoiding him, making it hard to even find her. And you haven't replied to my messages. Quite capable lately, he said irritably. Where's my father now? Li Shishir didn't answer his question. Today they were supposed to have a simple lunch together to talk. It was originally set for the weekend, but Wang Zikai said he had no time, so it was moved to now. She had even asked the teacher for a pass to leave campus. TCH. Just follow me. Wang Zikai's eyes flickered. There were too many people around now, he couldn't act. But once outside the school gate, he could take her wherever he wanted. He wouldn't make impossible demands. Just a kiss that wasn't too much, was it? Wang Zikai had deeper motives, knowing that haste makes waste. So he would take it slow, like a game, gradually conquering those characters. Once he had the first step, it would count as success. Then as long as he paid attention and slowly made more excessive requests, she would naturally fall into the trap. They left the school, and Wang Zikai headed toward Yuzhen restaurant, but on the way, he turned into an alley. It was nearly deserted with a gloomy atmosphere. Li Shishir sensed something was wrong, and stopped, not venturing further. Wang Zikai's covetous intentions toward her were no secret. She had been on guard. Keep walking, your father is inside, Wang Zikai said, turning back. Li Shishir shook her head, and stepped back, intending to leave the alley. Seeing this, Wang Zikai's eyes hardened, his expression turning ferocious. He hadn't expected Li Shishir to be so vigilant, but he didn't want to miss this golden opportunity. He strode forward and grabbed her arm. Where do you think you're going? Let me go. Li Shishir tried to shake him off, but couldn't break free. Wang Zikai smirked disdainfully. Don't struggle. This time my request won't be as excessive as last time. You just need to let me kiss your cheek, and I'll let you go. How about that? Li Shishir kept retreating, but with her arm held, she couldn't leave the alley. Faced with his unreasonable demand, she clenched her teeth. How could she ever agree to such humiliation? Hurry up, don't waste time, or your father will have to wait, and might scold you. Wang Zikai's eyes burned with desire, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. This time there was no escape. He leaned in, catching the faint fragrance from Li Shishir, unable to contain his inner agitation, eager to feel the soft touch. Li Shishir's breath quickened. She felt Wang Zikai's presence, her whole body trembling with resistance. Her mind went blank. If this continued, the purity she had guarded would be destroyed. But in the instructions her father had instilled in her, there was no lesson on how to resist. Wang Zikai could barely contain his joy. He was almost succeeding. The feeling was exhilarating. Sensing the trembling in Li Shishir's arm, he knew she was afraid. But then the trembling suddenly stopped. As Wang Zikai was puzzled, a voice reached his ears. He's handsome. What? Wang Zikai didn't understand what Li Shishir meant. Who was he? I want to be as handsome as him. The next moment he felt his arm seized with a strength beyond his imagination, causing sharp pain. Before he could react, the world spun around him, his mind seemingly ceasing to function. Thud. He felt as if his soul had left him, lying on the ground, struggling only by instinct. Li Shishir's figure had already run far away, disappearing from sight. This sausage is really good, and so cheap. 2 for 5 yuan. Not exactly cheap. Have it occasionally, don't overdo it, it's not healthy. Okay, once a week then. Huh. Whatever makes you happy. Yi Yishui and Mo Qingchuan bought 2 sausages from a stall near the school gate. They knew they should eat less, but cravings won out. As Mo Qingchuan ate, he was bumped into again. He looked over, surprised. How? Was it Li Shishir again? Sorry. Li Shishir ran out of the alley, slightly out of breath, looking at the two. She still found it hard to believe. She had just shoulder-thrown Wang Zikai. It was her first time fighting back against Wang Zikai, and she was extremely nervous, fearing how her father would punish her, yet she also felt a sense of relief, having done what she had long wanted to do. Oh, what a coincidence. Why did you come out of the alley? Yi Yishui asked, puzzled. Li Shishir hesitated briefly before speaking. Wang Zikai tried to coerce me in there, so I threw him, and ran out. Well done. People like that deserve a good beating. Yi Yishui shook her fist. Li Shishir forced a smile. They'll head back to school first. She didn't want to bring trouble to these two. Unable to see her father now, she decided to return to school, where she would be relatively safer. Wang Zikai couldn't coerce her in front of everyone. Wait. As Li Shishir turned to leave, Wang Zikai emerged from the alley, leaning against the wall. His face was pained, clearly badly hurt, limping as he walked. Did you forget we still have things to discuss? I won't hide it from you. Your father is at Yuzhen restaurant. If you don't come, you know the consequences. Wang Zikai said viciously. He glanced at Mo Qingchuan and the others, his eyes darkening. He had never expected that Li Shishir, who had never dared to fight back, would actually do so. He also realized that the shoulder throw was likely learned from watching Yi Yishui throw him in the hallway that day. It was this guy who kept ruining his plans. He would definitely get revenge. Li Shishir froze. Compared to Wang Zikai, her father was the true presence she dreaded facing. Every meeting brought immense pressure. Yuzhen restaurant. That's exactly where we're heading. Let's go together, Yi Yishui said. Li Shishir glanced at Yi Yishui, then silently nodded. There was no avoiding the meeting. The consequences of fleeing would be severe. Thus the three walked ahead, while Wang Zikai limped behind. Arriving at Yuzhen restaurant, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui followed them upstairs to the private rooms. Wang Zikai couldn't help but turn back. Why are you following us? My dad is also at Yuzhen restaurant today. Can I check? What's it to you? Yi Yishui retorted arrogantly. Wang Zikai's mouth twitched, but he was helpless. He truly feared being beaten again, so he backed down. So the group went upstairs only to find the place a bit noisy. Li Xingzhou stood at the door of a private room, frowning. He was somewhat surprised to have coincidentally run into those people from the branch office, including Mo Zhu. Overhearing their conversation, he couldn't contain himself and stepped forward. But Xiao Yun's words left him feeling stifled, momentarily speechless. He couldn't poach these people. Uncle Li, look at what your daughter has done. See how she threw me. Wang Zikai immediately complained upon seeing Li Xingzhou. He was furious, unable to swallow his anger. He couldn't easily deal with Li Shishir now, but getting Li Xingzhou to discipline her was simple. Wang Zikai knew that Li Shishir had never disobeyed her father's orders, so he was sure she would be severely punished this time. Hearing Wang Zikai's accusation, Li Shishi's delicate face turned pale. Li Xingzhou turned around, learning that Li Shishir had thrown Wang Zikai, his brows knitted tightly, his eyes darkening. He had long told his daughter that the Wang family had a debt of gratitude toward them, yet she had laid hands on Wang Zikai. Had she taken his teachings to heart at all? What's the meaning of this? Li Xingzhou walked over slowly, his voice. Yi Yishui sensed something amiss and stepped forward. Hey, don't cause trouble here, or I'll have you thrown out. I'm just disciplining my daughter. Li Xingzhou waved his hand, trying to push Yi Yishui aside. Hey, what are you doing? Trying to touch my son. Mo Zhu emerged from the private room, and seeing Li Xingzhou's move, rushed over. Li Xingzhou turned and quickly withdrew his hand, startled by Mo Zhu's aggressive demeanor. Was it really necessary? He wasn't about to hit her son, but with these people blocking him, he couldn't act now. Uncle Li, look at what your daughter did. My back is covered in dirt from that shoulder throw, and I couldn't even move. And she insulted me, cursing the Wang family. Wang Zikai exaggerated. I didn't curse you. Li Shishir gritted her teeth. At that moment, many people came out of the private room, including Xiao Yun. She looked at Li Shishir, a thoughtful glint in her eyes. From the information she had gathered, she knew Li Xingzhou placed great importance on his daughter's upbringing. She excelled academically and in many other aspects. Seeing the crowd growing, Li Xingzhou felt his face was at stake. Such a scene was embarrassing enough, and Wang Zikai showed no restraint, but he couldn't do anything to him. So his gaze settled once again on his daughter. Li Shishir kneeled down. Li Xingzhou's shout left most of the people in the corridor stunned. Was he really being so harsh with his own daughter? With so many people watching, he wanted her to kneel. And his daughter was so beautiful. Could he truly bear it? Li Shishir, still in her school uniform, could easily be identified as a high school student. At this age, she had her pride. Even if she needed discipline, it should be done at home. Saying such things in front of so many people. Did he not consider her feelings at all? Moreover, there were countless cases of parents hitting their children at school only for the children to jump off buildings later. No matter what the child had done wrong, at least in public, they should save face and discipline them at home. Li Shishir felt a blur before her eyes. She remained silent, unsure how to respond. She didn't think she had done anything wrong, and she couldn't understand why she was being treated this way. Isn't this going too far? Yi Yishui arched an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on Li Xingzhou. From the first moment she saw him, she felt a strong dislike. He exuded an air of stubbornness and bigotry. I'm disciplining my own daughter. It has nothing to do with you, does it? Li Xingzhou's face darkened. I think my son's words make sense. Mo Zhu agreed with Yi Yishui. He walked step by step toward them, ready to intervene if Li Xingzhou made a move. Originally the topic was about poaching people, but after these people arrived, Li Xingzhou's focus had shifted. Mo Zhu wasn't fully aware of the situation between Li Xingzhou and his daughter, but since his son and future daughter-in-law were here, he had to protect them. If anything happens to these two, Feng Mei and Yi Qingwan will probably beat me to death. Mo Zhu, this has nothing to do with you. Do you want to meddle as well? Li Xingzhou's forehead bulged with veins. He felt both anger and resentment toward Mo Zhu. He acknowledged Mo Zhu's strength, but the man always stood on the opposing side. Why so much anger? Living like this won't get you far. Mo Zhu glanced at him. Mo Zhu, you're Mo Qingchuan's father. How do you feel after being laid off? You probably don't know. I was the one who told Uncle Li to fire you. Wang Zikai suddenly laughed. He hadn't expected to run into Mo Qingchuan's father here, and he had to mock him thoroughly. Mo Zhu glanced at Wang Zikai and let out a light laugh. Is that so? Then thank your Uncle Li for the 300,000 in severance. It's not much to me now, but it's still considerable. And coincidentally, I found a better job recently, so I don't have to stay at your crumbling, failing company anymore. Wang Zikai's smile froze. Severance. 300,000. Their company was crumbling and failing. His expression shifted instantly, and he gritted his teeth, glaring at Li Xingzhou. Uncle Li, what's this about 300,000 in severance? Weren't they supposed to give no compensation? Couldn't he even manage that much? Did his words mean nothing to Uncle Li? Li Xingzhou wearily closed his eyes, then said, the severance didn't come from the company, you can rest assured. So this is why I was fired, because of a spoiled high school brat. This company is truly something, it's an eye-opener for me. Mo Zhu couldn't help but mock. If word of this got out, it would be a laughingstock. Even the boss wouldn't treat a long-serving employee with such disdain, because those who stayed long were the company's cash cows. But a spoiled brat could easily get a veteran employee fired. How ridiculous. It was a miracle this company hadn't. Li Xingzhou took a deep breath. He didn't want to linger here, especially with Mo Zhu around. The longer he stayed, the more he would be made a fool, and his pride couldn't take it. Li Shishir, come here. Let's go to the private room I booked. Li's anxious tone was harsh, making Li Shishir feel she really didn't want to go, especially to be alone with her father and Wang Zikai. It would only make her feel worse. She didn't even want to hear a single word from either of them. No, Wang Zikai is trash, and you old men are no better. Yi Yishui shouted, completely unafraid. After all, this was Yuzhen restaurant. If Mo Qingchuan yelled, every waiter and manager would come running and block. Of course they weren't there to fight, but to protect Li Shishir. Li's anxious face twitched. He looked at his daughter and spoke slowly. Li Shishir, they'll give you 3 seconds to come here. Otherwise I won't acknowledge you as my daughter anymore. He was truly furious. He was already annoyed by running into Mo Zhu and the others, and now his daughter was being disobedient. It made him feel he had lost face. Li Shishir bit her lip. 2 streams of tears silently slid down her cheeks. Her eyes reddened as she looked around. Her father had given her so much, she knew that, and she knew he wanted her to excel. She had worked hard to meet his expectations. But some things she didn't want. They were forced upon her. Now this scene made her emotions crumble. Her father's stern reproach contrasted sharply with the protection from Yi Yishui and the others. She glanced at Yi Yishui's back, then closed her eyes tightly, but tears still streamed down. She didn't want to live forever in the cage her father had woven. She wanted to live her own life. I am not going. Her voice was soft, but she said it. Li Xingzhou heard it clearly, his eyes widening in disbelief. This was the first time since childhood that his daughter had defied his orders. What did you say? His hand trembled with rage as he pointed at Li Shishir. I said, I'm not going. Li Shishir shouted this time, and years of pent-up words erupted in that moment. Her adrenaline seemed to surge, her body trembling. Why? Why do you treat me like this? I did throw him over, but he tried to assault me, so I fought back. What did I do wrong? He said I insulted the Wang family, but I didn't. I didn't say a word. Why don't you believe me, but believe his slander? The Wang family has helped you, but not me. Why should I repay your... Become his secretary, and marry him later? Don't you know how many women he's involved with? He's a scumbag. Do you think marrying a scumbag is for my own good? You always say everything is for my benefit, but I feel it's all forced on me and nothing is good. I even think dying would be better than this. If you think I've failed your expectations, then I have. I don't want a future with no light. I don't want to live numbly like a machine. I want to have my own life. If you don't acknowledge me as your daughter, then I don't want you as my father. Li Shishi's voice echoed throughout the entire corridor. Even many people in the private rooms opened their doors to watch the drama upon hearing it. Mo Qingchuan watched as Li Shishi's tears continued to flow, but he silently raised his thumb. One must learn to resist and refuse, otherwise your life might turn out to be quite miserable. Only you truly know what you want in your heart. You can voice your thoughts or silently pursue them, but those things imposed upon you need to be cast off. Otherwise you'll be unable to move forward. Li Xingzhou was so enraged that he couldn't speak. His mouth twitched incessantly as he clenched his teeth tightly. He never imagined it would come to this. After painstakingly raising his daughter, she defied him at such a moment. But another pang of pain struck his heart as a silhouette resembling Li Shishir flashed through his mind. That was Li Shishi's mother, who had passed away early, leaving him perpetually guilty and remorseful. Later he wanted to make amends and raise Li Shishir to be even more outstanding, so he did so much. But it seemed he had been heading in the wrong direction from the start. He lowered his arms, his mind in turmoil. Watching his daughter weep so bitterly now, he couldn't help but ask himself, what was all this for? Had he twisted what was originally simple love? After spending so long in the workplace and society, had his eyes only seen benefit and relationships? Uncle Li, Wang Zikai called softly. Li Xingzhou slightly raised his head and looked at Wang Zikai. Was he a scumbag? If what that woman said was true, this guy had been involved with many women while also trying to assault his own daughter. At this thought, his gaze turned venomous like that of a serial killer. Just one look from him sent a chill down Wang Zikai's spine, breaking out in cold sweat as his heart pounded wildly. Li Xingzhou took a breath, then closed his eyes to ponder before speaking. Fine, since you say you want to be my daughter, then let's sever ties right now. From now on you're not my daughter, and am not your father. He finished speaking, turned around, and left without stopping. The crowd was stunned. Was that clearly just an angry remark about severing ties, and he actually agreed? That was way too decisive. What kind of father was that? Was familial bond so easily broken? Upon hearing this, Li Shishir seemed to lose all her strength. Her body slowly went limp. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui quickly supported her arms to keep her from collapsing. Quick, help her into the private room first. Mo Zhu gestured. The two carefully supported her, but judging by Li Shishi's state, it seemed her earlier emotional outburst had taken its toll. Once inside, Li Shishir was seated in a chair. Her face was pale and her gaze was vacant, as if she still hadn't fully processed everything. After a while, Yi Yishui walked over and waved her hand in front of her. Are you okay? Mo Qingchuan pulled her aside. Don't disturb her for now, I'll let her calm down on her own. Yi Yishui nodded. Actually, I wanted to tell her that we need to pick up our food and head home since our little sister is still hungry at home. Then you two go ahead. We'll keep an eye on things here, it's fine. Mo Zhu said, not wanting his daughter to go hungry. I'm fine. Sorry for troubling you all. Li Shishir struggled to stand up. Her tears hadn't dried yet, but she didn't want to bother them any longer. She also didn't want to pass her sorrow on to others. But haven't you eaten yet? Why don't you come to my place for a meal? Our takeout is already packed downstairs, Yi Yishui said. No need. Well, come on, let's go. Yi Yishui didn't take no for an answer and pushed her along. Since they had already helped so much, what was one meal? Just an extra bowl of rice, and there was plenty of food anyway. Li Shishir hesitated. She didn't want to freeload as she saw it as taking advantage. But to Yi Yishui, it was nothing. She was used to eating and drinking for free at her own family's restaurant. As for her little sister, Mo Qingyao, she lay weakly on the sofa at home, starving, waiting for footsteps outside the door. That was the sound of her craving salvation. After Mo Qingchuan and the others left, Mo Zhu took a sip of water. The earlier scene made him think his son was doing well, having just made another beautiful friend. He glanced at Zhu Kai beside him and threw an arm around him. Old Zhu, did you see my son just now? He's got two beauties by his side now. Zhu Kai looked disgusted. Stop showing off, I'm not blind. Old Zhu, your daughter will have to take a back seat. Get lost. Xiao Yun rested her chin on her hand and picked up her phone to check information. Aren't you afraid he'll tattle? She asked Mo Zhu. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. You all saw that scene. It was just classmates helping each other out, Mo Zhu said, waving his hand. Yeah, being that Li Xingxia's daughter is truly miserable. The old man has no humanity at all, a colleague complained. If I had a daughter that lovely, I'd cherish her to bits. But Li Xingzhou severed ties. I just can't understand. The colleague's complaint was understandable. That scene was somewhat outrageous. Mo Zhu noticed Xiao Yun staring at her phone and curiously leaned in. Secretary Yun, are you busy? I'm looking up detailed info on Li Xingzhou and his daughter. Li Xingzhou doesn't seem very smart or humane. How did he manage to raise such an outstanding daughter? Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Maybe it's her own excellence with nothing to do with her father, Mo Zhu said slowly. She's a genius, learns everything fast, excels at everything she does. Even am tempted, yet to have her as my daughter. Mo Zhu's train of thought paused. He looked at Xiao Yun in surprise. You're not that much older than her. 10 years older. Still young. Mo Zhu sighed, feeling a bit old himself. Just then his phone rang again. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. But since it might be a client referred by another client, he always answered unknown calls. Hello? Who is this? It's me. Mo Zhu froze. Li Xingzhou. Why was he calling now? I'll make it brief. Though I don't particularly like you, I have to admit you're very capable. I have a request. Nothing too excessive, and I hope you'll agree. Hold on. Let me find another phone. Mo Zhu signaled to Old Zhu. Old Zhu understood and unlocked his phone, handing it over. Don't you have your phone with you? Why look for another? Li Xingzhou asked, confused. To record this. Li Xingzhou didn't know what to say, but knowing it was Mo Zhu on the other end, he found this Mo Zhu was truly cunning. Among everyone had ever met, he ranked near the top. All right, go ahead. My request is to give you a large sum of money to take care of my daughter for a while. Ma Zhu was dumbfounded. Help him raise his daughter for a while. What kind of new trick was this? He couldn't fathom Li Xingxia's train of thought. It was rather peculiar. The two of them were at odds, yet he still entrusted his daughter to him. Wait, not that. Do I look like someone with that much? He wanted to refuse because he truly had no time ahead. He was about to set off for Luoqing to report for duty. There would be business trips, client meetings, securing orders, a busy schedule. I know this request is sudden, but my daughter seems to know your son. He and another girl have treated her quite well. You may be a troublesome opponent, but as an ally you're reliable. Don't rush to refuse. I'm not just offering a large sum of money, it'll also stop holding back those who want to follow you from the company. He'll release them all soon. What do you think? Moses' expression twisted in bewilderment. He felt Li Xingxia's actions were utterly abstract. Was he really sending his daughter over? And even helping him? Had his perspective shifted after hearing what his daughter said about Prince Kai? That seemed plausible. He wanted what was best for her. Though you make a good point, I decline. Li Xingzhou fell silent. Even this wasn't enough. It was only for a while, not permanent. But his daughter's words made him realize that his actions might actually be harming her. The company had no future. Pave the way. What path? He managed countless matters daily, but couldn't save the company. It only exhausted him. So now he considered cutting ties with the company. As for the Wang family, he had done enough. The company's state had little. Without him, the company would have gone bankrupt long ago. His only lingering concern was his daughter. Xiaoyan, listening nearby, hadn't expected Ma Zhu to refuse, as she thought he would agree. Ma Zhu didn't explain his reason for refusal, and was about to say, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. But Xiaoyan suddenly spoke. Li Xingzhou, I have a suggestion. What do you think? Who are you? I'm the secretary to the chairman of the Yi Group. You've heard of our group, haven't you? On the other end, Li's anxious body stiffened. Such a colossal group. He had long heard of it. Compared to this behemoth, their company was like an ant, unworthy even to shine its shoes. Realizing this person was with Ma Zhu, he understood that Ma Zhu now worked for the Yi Group. The Yi Group headquartered in Luocheng, he probed. Yes, Xiaoyan replied. And your suggestion? Our CEO Yi has always wanted to recruit young secretaries to groom by her side, preparing for her daughter. Your daughter is excellent, so she can be a candidate. I know her grades, and entering Luocheng University is no issue. Spending more time together in college will build rapport and shall be better than a directly assigned secretary after work. What do you think? Let us handle your daughter's future. Li Xingzhou paused. Was this about his daughter becoming a candidate for the Yi Group CEO's daughter's secretary? It sounded good, better than his original plan. But he couldn't decide. This matter? You'd better ask my daughter. If she agrees, I have no objections. Li Xingzhou said slowly. He no longer wanted to impose what he thought was best on his daughter. What he deemed good might not be good for her. So he thought it better to let her decide everything from now on. If she hadn't spoken out this time, he would have continued as before, which would have harmed her. All right, we'll contact your daughter later and update you on the outcome. Xiaoyan chuckled softly. In truth, the decision rested with Yi Qingwan. But Yi Qingwan would hardly refuse, as finding a secretary for Yi Shui was her task. Good. After agreeing, Li Xingzhou hung up. He had things to do. If the Wang father and son were ruthless, so would he. Wow, you're finally back. I'm starving to death on the sofa. Hoo-hoo. As Mo Qingchuan and the others arrived home, his sister, Mo Qingyao, leaped up from the sofa. She was genuinely hungry. If not for some snacks, her stomach would be growling. Mo Qingyao stopped mid-run, opening her mouth to look at Li Shishir. Had her brother brought home another beauty? But she looked like she'd been crying. What happened? Did her brother make her cry? We're back now. If you're hungry, eat quickly. Yi Shui placed the takeout shed brought on the table and planned to wash her hands first. Your face looks a bit rounder lately. Gain some weight. Mo Qingchuan looked at his sister. Her cheeks were fuller than before. He reached out and pinched them, softer. This little girl ate just one bowl of home-cooked food, but 2 bowls from Yuzhen restaurant. Was outside food really tastier than homemade? 3 pounds gained, all thanks to sister-in-law. Without her meals, I'd be skin and bones. Now sister-in-law is the best. Mo Qingyao coquettishly addressed Mo Qingchuan. Mo Qingchuan wasn't swayed and tapped her head. That's an exaggeration. Eat in moderation. Don't stuff yourself. It's bad for your stomach. Got it, sister-in-law. Mo Qingyao called her sister-in-law more and more fluently, mainly because she knew that with her sister-in-law came good food. Sister-in-law, who's this sister? Mo Qingyao tilted her head, looking at Li Shishir. A classmate. Oh, hello, sister. Want some juice? I'll get it for you. No. No need. Li Shishir quickly declined. Yi Shui came out after washing her hands and said, get some juice. I want some. Brother can get his own. Mo Qingyao refused outright. Yi Shui lightly kicked Mo Qingyou's bottom. Go on, sister-in-law. Look, he's bullying me. You have to stand up for me. Mo Qingchuan glanced at her and tapped her head again. Go on, Mo Qingyao. She suddenly felt her sister-in-law wasn't so great. Why was she siding with her brother? Shouldn't she side with her? Shouldn't sister and sister-in-law be on the same side? But she dared not offend her sister-in-law or shed so. The clown. Mo Qingyao muttered as she ran to get juice. Mo Qingchuan barely stifled a laugh. His sister was clever beyond her years, and no one but their mother could manage her. Now he found that using his sister-in-law status could also rein her in, and it worked quite effectively. Li Shishir remained silent throughout the meal. After this ordeal, her mind was surely in turmoil, distracted in everything she did. He wondered when she would emerge from this. After the meal, Mo Qingchuan cleared the table. Li Shishir, my parents' room is empty now. If you don't mind, you can rest there for a while. Yi Shui said. She felt pity for Li Shishir and wished to care for her. A father like that was truly a Thank you, but no need. They'll just rest my head on the table, Li Shishir replied, feeling ill at ease. Although this wasn't their first meeting with Yi Shui, the school's top beauty, and Mo Qingchuan, they hadn't spoken much. In fact, they weren't even friends yet. Seeing Li Shishi's reluctance, Yi Shui didn't insist. After all, they weren't particularly close, so Li Shishi's reservedness was natural. We'll head back to the room to rest now. Okay. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui returned to the room, closed the door, and drew the curtains, casting the space into dimness. He looked around his familiar room with a touch of nostalgia, then noticed his laptop had ended up on the bed. How did my laptop get on the bed? Did you move it? Mo Qingchuan couldn't help asking. Found it in the way, so I put it on the bed. What's your computer password anyway? Yi Yishui picked up the laptop. That's a secret. Oomph. Yi Yishui was genuinely curious about She had tried several guesses, but none were correct, not even Mo Qingchuan's birthday. Her eagerness to open the computer stemmed from a suspicion that its secrets went beyond what Mo Qingchuan had mentioned last time. There had to be more. Fine, keep it. I'm not that curious anyway. Yi Yishui tossed her head, set the laptop on the desk, and flopped sideways onto the bed. Mo Qingchuan could tell she meant the opposite. But if the secrets of this computer were exposed, he would die of embarrassment. So he had to delete those teachers' videos. Forgive me, esteemed teachers, deleting them is painful, but not deleting them would be mortifying. Thus, Mo Qingchuan walked to the study desk, intending to open the laptop. Slap. Yi Yishui rose and grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Clearing out study materials, of course. That way you can use the computer if you want, Mo Qingchuan replied. No need. If I need a computer, I'll buy a new one. Don't delete those study materials on yours. What a waste to delete. Yi Yishui refused. She didn't want those study materials deleted. Mo Qingchuan looked at her surprised. Why wouldn't she let him delete them? Could it be? You want to watch them? Mo Qingchuan asked. Who wants to see that stuff? It would dirty my eyes. Yi Yishui quickly denied it. She wouldn't admit to being curious about such things. Then why not delete them? Mo Qingchuan asked with a teasing smile. The more she denied it, the more it proved she wanted to see them. He could easily see through that little scheme. He never imagined girls could be curious about such things too. Because Yi Yishui searched for an excuse, but drew a blank. Her mind raced, then she hit upon an idea. Because if you delete the study materials, there's no way to learn from the videos. How else would our grades improve? I suggest you share those study materials with Tang Wenk too, so she can boost her grades. Mo Qingchuan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Those study materials were hardly the same. And share them with Tang Wenk. Distribution is illegal, Mo Qingchuan refused. Oh, then let's take a nap, Yi Yishui said, scratching her cheek with a finger. In truth, she knew such materials circulated among girls. But no one had ever shared them with her. Tang Wenk only recommended proper anime. Anything improper, previously she had never been curious about those things. But now she was curious about what was on Mo Qingchuan's computer. I think they must be deleted. Mo Qingchuan was resolute. Today he would bid a formal farewell to his teachers. Though reluctant, it was time. I think you should focus on your own body right now. Yi Yishui quickly interjected, changing the subject. During this time of swapped bodies, both had grown accustomed to the differences. Even using the bathroom no longer felt. But there was one thing Mo Qingchuan hadn't experienced yet. You mean? Mo Qingchuan stiffened. Lately had a nagging feeling that something was coming. My bonus period is almost here, Yi Yishui said seriously. Mo Qingchuan opened his mouth. Disaster. Disaster. He suddenly realized that since the swap there had been no period. Now nearing the 20th of the month, it was finally coming. Honestly, he didn't want to experience it. Why hadn't they swapped back after all this time? He cried out inside, unable. What? What should I do? Mo Qingchuan asked Yi Yishui. He truly had no idea and could only turn to her for help. She must know. Give up deleting those study materials, and he'll tell you. And take care of you, Yi Yishui proposed. Why are you so insistent? You can't even see them. None of your business. Deal or not? Fine. Mo Qingchuan gritted his teeth and agreed. He could search online, but it wouldn't compare to advice from someone experienced. With Yi Yishui's help, he might get through these days. Is it true that emotions get unstable during this time? He asked. A bit, but it's manageable. Mostly it's the pain and discomfort that affect you. Yi Yishui felt a hint of joy. She no longer had to endure Aunt Floss agony from now on. Mo Qingchuan would bear it for her. How wonderful. Long live the body swap. Oh, don't worry too much, it's nothing. If you ever get pregnant, it won't come for Yi Yishui stood up and patted Mo Qingchuan's shoulder. Pregnant? Mo Qingchuan pondered, then felt. Why did he feel so resistant? Yishui. What? You're smart enough to figure out how we swapped bodies, right? Sorry, not a clue. Time for a nap. Why dwell on it? You'll get used to it eventually. Yi Yishui couldn't. Indeed, being a man was so much better. Q, what should you do if your boyfriend gets his period? This was the question Yi Yishui searched on her phone while lying in bed at night. She had no idea why she suddenly thought to look this up. Yet there were answers. The response: men don't have periods. If there's an issue, one could resort to manual relief or a cold shower. Yi Yishui's hand trembled. Her face flushed as she turned off the phone. What nonsense was this? She vowed never to search for such questions again. Her gaze drifted downward. Creak. The door swung open and her younger sister, Mo Qingyao, burst in. Bro, you brought another stunning woman home today. What's going on? Isn't sister-in-law mad? Mo Qingyao asked as she tumbled onto the bed. Yi Yishui scooted aside, pondering Mo Qingyao's question. Jealousy. Would Mo Qingchuan be jealous over this? Clearly not. Despite their soul swap, Mo Qingchuan still saw her as a girl. Not mad. Why would he be? He was fine during dinner, wasn't he? Yi Yishui replied. True. Sister-in-law seems so confident, like she doesn't care at all. Bro, you should keep your distance from other girls. Otherwise, when she really gets mad, I'll lose my good food. Mo Qingyao warned earnestly. So your real concern is losing your treats? Of course not. I can't let her be upset over this. Imagine if she breaks up with you and fires the old man. Would be eating dirt. Yi Yishui couldn't help but laugh. The girl had thought that far ahead. Yet despite her cleverness, Mo Qingyao wasn't top of her class, still too fond of fun. Don't worry. Your sister-in-law won't get jealous over things like this. Wow. Is this the confidence of a Mo Qingyao marveled. Queen. Yi Yishui's lips curved into a smile. Mo Qingchuan was her queen. Huh. Her Majesty was still burning the midnight oil. Ahem, exactly. That's the queen's poise. Anyone else will have to step aside. Yi Yishui declared. What if a girl fawns over you? Mo Qingyao tilted her head. Tell her to scram. I see. A husky can't become a wolf and a simp can't share the bed. Yi Yishui glanced at Mo Qingyao. Quite the sharp tongue for her age. She had already grasped the fate of impressive. A bright future ahead. Bro, since you're so wise, I have a question. Mo Qingyou's eyes. What is it? Bro, if someone of the opposite sex shares everything with you, does it mean they like you? Share everything. Yi Yishui pondered. If someone shares everything, there's certainly some fondness. But love? That's uncertain. Not necessarily. Maybe they just need a listener for their daily life, and you happen to fit the role. Yi Yishui. Mo Qingyao scratched her head. Can I tell a classmate this? I feel like he'd be crushed. Boy or girl? A boy. Better not. Ask the girl how she feels about him instead. Those words would indeed be. If that girl was his first love, it would strike his heart directly. Oh, the guy won't let us ask. He doesn't want to know. Probably afraid to face the truth. Mo Qingyao stuck out her tongue. She knew all the gossip in class, as everyone was close to her and shared everything. This sometimes left her drowning in. Just respect his choice. No need to interfere, Yi Yishui said. Best to stay out of such matters. And then she fixed her gaze on Mo Qingyao. The girl was quite pretty, a budding beauty. Surely she had many suitors. Little sis, is there a boy you like at school? Yi Yishui asked. Nope. My favorite boys are my dear brother and dear dad. Mo Qingyao giggled. Besides us? No one, she declared firmly. Really? Yi Yishui. Hey, why are you asking me this? Mo Qingyao grew wary. Afraid you'll be lured away by some delinquent. Mo Qingyao tilted her head. But delinquents have cool motorcycles. You like motorcycles? I like delinquents. Shock. Yi Yishui was aghast. She never expected Mo Qingyao to fancy delinquents. Disaster. She had to tell Mo Zhu and Mo Qingchuan immediately, before it was too late. But first she had to intervene. If you go with a delinquent, you'll eat once every 3 days. What a... Mo Qingyao was stunned. Once every 3 days. Shed starve. Still like them. Yi Yishui countered. No, I was just joking. Why so serious, bro? Mo Qingyao chuckled. She was indeed kidding. A delinquent's bike couldn't compare to the comfort of her dad's car. Besides, her dad had lectured her many times. Bro, does sister-in-law's family have a Maybach? Mo Qingyao asked. What? Want a ride? No, not really. The 3-pointed star may not light your path, but a 3-color canopy can shield you from wind and rain, so you won't get soaked. Oof. Where'd you hear that? Yi Yishui couldn't hold back her laughter. She knew about the recent buzz online. Hee online. You follow quite a mix of things. Saw it on Douyin. Anyway, what happened to that boy who was chasing you last time? Just friends. I don't like him. He's a crybaby, Mo Qingyao yawned. Anyway, bro, I'm off to bed. So sleepy, alright. Yi Yishui nodded. Lately, Mo Qingyao often came to chat, always bringing little gossip. She enjoyed it, finding gossip quite amusing. But lately she wondered if she should call Mo Qingchuan to listen in when Mo Qingyao came by. The aunt arrived as scheduled, shattering Mo Qingchuan's illusions. In the end, he had to bear this pain. It came on Wednesday noon, around the time Yi Yishui had estimated. This time the two didn't return to Mo Qingchuan's home, but went to Yi Yishui's place. As for Mo Qingyao, she stayed to have dinner with Mo Zhu, who was leaving for Luocheng on the weekend. Who knew how long they would be apart again? At that moment, Mo Qingchuan lay on the bed, utterly defeated, his mind numb. He had never imagined he would one day experience what it felt like to have a period. The pain in his lower abdomen tormented him, but fortunately, it wasn't severe enough to immobilize him. He had even asked Yi Yishui how to use a sanitary pad, which filled him with shame. How infuriating. Couldn't they switch back during this special time? He refused to accept it, but there was nothing he could. The warmth spreading in his lower abdomen eased his expression slightly. The warm compress was effective, significantly alleviating the pain. The door creaked open. Here comes the brown sugar water. Yi Yishui had personally brewed it. Since Mo Qingchuan was enduring this suffering for her, she had to take care of him. After all, Mo Qingchuan was her main squeeze. If she didn't cherish him, who would? Darling, time for your medicine. Yi Yishui sat by the bed, picked up a spoon, scooped some, and brought it to Mo Qingchuan's lips. Mo Qingchuan looked at the dark red water, then at Yi Yishui. Hand me a silver needle, I'll test for poison. Test what? Could I harm my own body? Yi Ishue said indignantly. Hearing that, darling, makes me feel my life is short. Mo Qingchuan couldn't help but say. Darling, 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 stop. He'll drink it all right. Mo Qingchuan gave in. Those repeated darlings were unbearable. Oh, want a drink? Beg me. Yi Ishue smirked, pulling her hand back. Humph. I personally made this brown sugar water for you, and you won't even drink it. If you don't beg now, you won't get any. Mo Qingchuan's face darkened. That infuriating Yi Ishue was still teasing him at a time like this. Aren't we just lip friends? Do I need to beg? Speaking of lip friends, I think I should feed you mouth to mouth. No, gross. Ouched. Yi Ishue couldn't hold back her laughter. She wasn't disgusted, but was he disgusted with her? That was like being disgusted with his own body, wasn't it? You're being picky. Fine, I won't tease you. Drink up. Yi Ishue brought the spoon to his lips again. This time, Mo Qingchuan drank it smoothly. As the brown sugar water went down, a warm current flowed into his stomach and then spread throughout his body. Wow, this brown sugar water works wonders. Mo Qingchuan's eyes lit up. Yeah, hot water works too, but brown sugar water is good for beauty, blood replenishment, and energy, so I always drank it before. He'll pass on all my experience this time. You should learn well, so you can take care of yourself. Yi Ishue fed him spoon by spoon. Mo Qingchuan drank slowly. Though it was a bit hot, the pain was greatly relieved after drinking. With brown sugar water inside and a warm compress outside, getting through this period shouldn't be a problem. Oh, and remember not to catch a cold during this time, and avoid cold things, or it'll hurt more. Yi Ishue kept reminding him. Okay, I get it. How long does this usually last? Mo Qingchuan couldn't. For my body, about 5 days. 5 days, that was manageable. The pain would gradually lessen, but thinking about experiencing this every month in the future dampened his spirits. By now he had slowly given up on the idea of swapping souls back. If Earth OL had such a bug, it would have been fixed. Since there had been no change for so long, it was likely they couldn't switch back. The rest of his life would be lived in Yi Ishue. After finishing the bowl of brown sugar water, he felt much better. He slowly lay down and closed his eyes. I'm going to take a nap. You may leave, Chef Yi. Yi Ishue placed the bowl on the nightstand and chuckled. Leave? After enjoying my service, don't I deserve a reward? I won't agree to that. A reward? Mo Qingchuan opened his eyes and looked at Yi Ishue in confusion. Fine, since Yi Ishue had taken such good care of him at noon, as long as the reward was reasonable, he would agree. What reward do you want? Let me touch your legs. Mo Qingchuan lifted his head in surprise. Touch her legs? This is your own body. How can you do this? What do you want, Chef Yi? Yes. Yi Ishue blurted out without hesitation. Mo Qingchuan's face darkened. Was that what he meant? What nonsense. I'm asking why you want to touch my legs. Didn't you touch them enough before we swapped? Yi Ishue shrugged. Back then, who would randomly touch their own legs? I wasn't curious, but now I am. I won't agree. Mo Qingchuan refused. Oh, the one with a computer full of study materials is being modest now. You didn't hold back when watching them alone, did you? Yi Ishue taunted him. Mo Qingchuan fell silent. What she said wasn't entirely wrong. He wasn't really trying to be modest, it just felt awkward. I think we can change the reward, he said slowly. What reward, Oi? They'll give you my computer password. Oh. Yi Ishue's eyes lit up. This reward was indeed good. For so long she had wanted to open that computer and uncover its secrets. The names Mo Qingchuan had mentioned back then had piqued her curiosity. Alright, deal. What's the password? Mo Qingchuan glanced at Yi Ishue and chuckled softly. He lifted the blanket and stretched out his leg, then rolled up his pants to reveal a fair, shapely calf. Just teasing you. Did you really think you'd get the password? Go ahead and touch, it's your body anyway. Yi Ishue gritted her teeth, rolled up her sleeves, and vigorously rubbed her former calf. The touch was silky smooth, but with a bit more pressure it revealed a certain suppleness. Same as before. Alright, I'm going to sleep. In 2 seconds, Mo Qingchuan withdrew his leg. Perhaps because it was a female body, he felt it was indeed more sensitive than his own. That's it. Yes, that's it. Tisk. Yi Ishue felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Still, she had touched it, and Mo Qingchuan wasn't as resistant as she had imagined. Once the first step was taken, the rest would be easier. She had feared his initial resistance. Even with a body swap, breaking certain barriers wasn't easy, though it was sure him satisfied. Really? No. Yi Ishue rested her chin on her hand. Satisfaction is a lie I made up. Ooh, I can never be satisfied. Insatiable. Yi Ishue got up and lay on the other side of the bed, staring at the ceiling. Actually, I've always been missing a necessity in life. What necessity? You? A necessity of life. A strange feeling stirred within Mo Qingchuan. It turned out that Master Yi had always regarded him so highly. Fortunately, fate was kind enough. It allowed them to intertwine during this final stretch of high school. Otherwise, they might have truly missed each other. One couldn't exactly count on meeting after college graduation. Two people in a city square under a gray, rainy sky holding umbrellas, fate intertwining once more. That hope was so faint it was virtually non-existent, no different from the odds of winning 5 million in the lottery. He turned his head. Yi Ishue had already closed her eyes to rest. In the quiet environment, even her breathing was clearly audible. Mo Qingchuan closed his eyes too. For now, this was fine. The days of school that followed were relatively peaceful. Yu Miao Miao and Zhou Yingying had long since disappeared from the class, and the whispers of that rumor gradually faded away. Zhang Xiang had also begun his final sprint, pouring all his energy into studying. Games, pretty girls, study materials. None of those held his interest anymore. A goal he felt he must achieve had taken root in his heart, and he was striving toward it. After that incident, Tang Wenk had matured a little. She and Zhang Xiang still maintained their friendship. However, as May approached, something happened that left Mo Qingchuan bewildered. After Xiao Yin got in touch with Li Shishir, she proposed her idea. Li Shishir thought it over for a few days, and from then on Li Shishir would serve as his friend and assistant. Moreover, when this was discussed, Yi Yishui was right there, equally puzzled. She even had Mo Qingchuan call Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingwan told them that Li Shishir was being groomed as a secretary and that he should get along well with her. They might even spend their college years together. As her assistant, Mo Qingchuan could naturally ask her to do things for him. After hearing this, Yi Yishui thought it was a good thing. Mo Qingchuan would earn money to support her. She could just slack off and enjoy life. What's so good about it? Do I really need an assistant at this stage? Mo Qingchuan scratched his head. Don't be ungrateful. Get along well with your good sister Li Shishir, all right? Yi Yishui patted Mo Qingchuan on the shoulder with a smile. Sister? Mo Qingchuan shrugged helplessly. I'm afraid that if I get too close to her, she'll discover our secret. What's there to fear? If she really finds out, it might even be a good thing, Yi Yishui said dismissively. It would just mean that a secret between two people became a secret among three. After this, their contact with Li Shishir increased. Early May. The weather began to warm up, with highs reaching 30 degrees. Hot winds rustled the leaves, and the senior students faced their third mock exam. In this mock exam, Mo Qingchuan still couldn't match Master Yes' previous scores, but he was confident he could achieve nearly 650 points. That score would easily place him in the top 5 of his grade, a breakthrough for Mo Qingchuan under Master Yes' guidance. He had never imagined scoring this high before. Notably, this time the essay section produced the only perfect score composition. Prompt: in life, everyone learns how to get along with others. Sometimes we conceal our thoughts out of consideration for others. In truth, expressing your own ideas is the only way to earn mutual respect and understanding. What associations and reflections does this inspire in you? Write an essay. The perfect score essay was written by Li Shishir. Her title was How Should I Describe You, My Beloved Self? The essay was posted on the public bulletin board between floors. Many who read it felt their own essays were garbage. No wonder they only scored in the 40s. Reading the essay, both Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui knew that Li Shishir had transformed. Perhaps not perfectly, but she had learned to resist and to express her inner thoughts. In the past, she kept everything bottled up inside, which was never good. Some things, if you don't say them, others will never understand your feelings and thoughts. After the third mock exam, the school began to reduce pressure on the senior students. Lunch and dinner times were released 5 minutes early, so they no longer had to worry about rushing for food. Teachers drastically cut down on homework, and some subjects stopped assigning it altogether. With the third mock results out, the baseline scores were essentially set. There was little point in pushing further. Students were given this month to slowly adjust their state, self-studying to fill in gaps. The focus was on mentality. Homeroom teachers began psychological guidance. Previously, it was always the college entrance exam is imminent. Do you even understand why you're in school? Can't hold on through this final stretch of senior year. The college entrance exam will decide your future, and so on. Many seniors were sick of hearing it, but now it was completely different. Now it became, don't stress about the college entrance exam. Treat it like just a small test. Life is a line, and the college entrance exam is a single point. No one wins everything because of one test, and no one loses their whole life because of one test. There's no such thing as a test that decides your entire fate. Maybe the questions you get wrong, the points you lose, are all meant to help you meet the right person. These words were quite effective. Many relaxed a bit, no longer so tightly wound. They began to savor these final days of high school. This time was exhausting, no doubt. Exhausting as a dog. No, even dogs weren't this tired. Yet many didn't want this time to pass that carried so many people's efforts and sweat as well as their youth. Perhaps many feel their youth isn't perfect, but that's precisely what makes it uniquely theirs. Some met their first love, some made close friends, and some found romance. The days of May flew by in an instant, giving way to June. On June 7th, the examination subjects for the day were Chinese and mathematics. It was a tough battle, 2.5 hours for Chinese and 2 hours for mathematics, during which one had to keep their mind operating at its peak. Fortunately, their school, Shanhano, one high school, served as the examination venue, which was conveniently close. Today, students from other schools would also come to take their exams here. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui had both brought themselves to their optimal state to face the college entrance examination. Heeding their teacher's advice, they did not wear their school uniform, but instead donned their own clothes, simple black and white t-shirts and shorts. Since students coming to their school for the exam would not wear uniforms, and the invigilators would not be from their own school, avoiding the uniform could save some trouble. Otherwise, they might face petty grievances that could affect their mindset. Yi, good luck. Auntie believes in you. Yi Qingru cheered as she watched Mo Qingchuan about to enter the examination hall. Don't worry, Andy. Luoqing University is a sure thing. Mo Qingchuan replied. Yi Yishui also came to Mo Qingchuan's side, showing no trace of nervousness. Since it was the college entrance exam, there was no need to hold back her abilities any longer. It was time to give it her all. It was a pity that Mo Zhu was away on a business trip meeting a client for a substantial order and couldn't get away. Otherwise, he would surely have come to see his son off for the exam. You two do your best. Don't end up failing to get into Luoqing University. Yi Qingru turned to Yi Yishui beside her. How could that be? I'm definitely getting in. Yi Yishui gestured an okay sign. All right, then take your admission ticket and ID card and head in. Yi Qingru said, no more, not wanting to delay them. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui exchanged a glance and walked in side by side. This scene was witnessed by many parents waiting outside, but no one commented. Shanhano. One high school was familiar to them, and they already knew which classrooms they would be in. However, the two were not taking the exam in the same room. High school really flew by, Yi Yishui remarked, gazing at the teaching building. Yet passed in the blink of an eye. Mo Qingchuan sighed softly. Fortunately, he had set clear goals from the start and focused all his energy on studying. Now he had the chance to get into the same university as Yi Yishui. Otherwise, even after swapping bodies, the two would likely have endured a grueling 4 years of college apart. They had never experienced a long-distance relationship, but everyone said it was painful. Yi Yishui. Let's ace this exam together. Mo Qingchuan extended his fist. Yi Yishui chuckled. Together. She raised her fist and tapped it against his. Thus the two slowly walked into the examination hall together. The exam was excruciatingly monotonous, with only the sounds of writing and turning pages filling the room. The air conditioning remained off, leaving only the ceiling fans to circulate the air. Fortunately, the weather had cooled down artificially over the past 2 days, so the heat wouldn't hinder their performance. During the exam, Mo Qingchuan was intensely focused, almost entirely absorbed in the test with no distractions. After finishing his essay, he realized there were still 30 minutes left. He used the remaining time to carefully review his answers, making a few minor adjustments, though nothing substantial. After the exam, he felt confident about his Chinese score. His performance was far better than during the third mock exam. The afternoon mathematics test went similarly well, and he couldn't help but marvel at how effective Yi Yishui's brain was. Next came the exams on the 8th and 9th. The 8th featured physics and foreign language, while the 9th covered chemistry and biology. As he wrote the final stroke of the last character on the biology answer sheet, he paused. Drawing that stroke meant he had completed the exam paper, and it also signified the end of high school. He was lost in thought for a moment before finally adding that final stroke. His high school days came to a perfect close. After finishing, he relaxed with a sense of relief, glanced at the time, and saw there were still over 10 minutes left. Unfortunately, biology didn't allow early submission, otherwise he could have left. But 10 minutes passed quickly. He did a rough check of his answers, packed up, and waited for the exam to end. When the bell rang, everyone set down their pens. The teachers began collecting the papers one by one, and once they were done, the students could leave. As he stepped out of the exam hall, he immediately spotted Yi Yishui emerging from another one. They converged and slowly made their way downstairs. How did you find the biology questions? Yi Yishui asked. So easy. Mo Qingchuan replied with a grin. Oh really? Can you score 670? No, Mo Qingchuan answered decisively. In truth, his estimate was close, but he didn't dare guarantee it. He was sure he'd score above 650 though. The way you said that, I thought you were aiming for 700. Yi Yishui teased. Hey, what about you? Confident in scoring 700? No, Yi Yishui replied just as decisively. As the students descended the stairs, some began dashing out of the exam hall. They never wanted to experience high school again. Yet more were filled with nostalgia. On their way to the school gate, they ran into Jing by Zhang Xiang and Li Shishir. They walked together. Oh man, I bombed it, Zhang Xiang said with a grim face. I feel like I can only score around 530. I'm so dumb. That's not bad. That score clears the first tier line. Jing Bai patted Zhang Xiang on the shoulder. His own grades had also improved, and Luoqing University was practically a sure thing. In thinking about which university near Luoqing University to go to, Luoqing University of Technology or Luoqing Polytechnic University, Zhang Xiang pondered. Wait for the scores to come out, and then decide based on the major, Mo Qingchuan suggested. No. Zhang Xiang shook his head vigorously. He'll go by the senior girls. Whichever has prettier ones, that's where he'll go. As if going there means she'll become your girlfriend, Jing Bai said, surprised that Zhang Xiang was actually serious about. Hey, don't knock it. The night before the exam, I dreamed I kissed a pretty senior girl in college. I think that senior must have sent me that dream. Mo Qingchuan and the others couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Xiang's dream skills were as strong as ever. Sure, how did you do? Mo Qingchuan asked Li Shishir, who stood nearby with a cool expression. As the former second school beauty, she was also an outstanding student with excellent grades. Her excellence was beyond doubt. Probably around 650, Li Shishir said, making a precise prediction of her score. Still, it was just a guess, so everything would depend on the actual results. That's so high. Zhang Xiang exclaimed in awe. How did these people's brains work? They were all human, so why was the gap so vast? Mo Qingchuan nodded. As long as it was solid, that was fine. After all, Li Shishir was now his assistant. Yi Yoi. Yi Yishui called softly, taking Mo Qingchuan's hand. Huh, what's up? Mo Qingchuan looked at Yi Yishui, who now wore the face he was once familiar with. Over this time, he had grown accustomed to it. In front of others, they would swap back their names. Our lit friendship has gone on long enough. I think we should take it a step Whoa! Zhang Xiang's mouth formed an O as he watched with eager anticipation. Yi Yishui pulled Mo Qingchuan along, raising their clasped hands against the sunlight and breeze. Yi Yishui, will you be my girlfriend? Mo Qingchuan was stunned for a moment, then looked up at their intertwined hands raised toward the azure sky. Within them lay their vibrant youth. Before he could answer, Yi Yishui tugged him and ran toward the school gate. There Yi Qingwan and Feng Mei were waiting. At that moment, the scene seemed to freeze into a painting slowly rolling up. The high school chapter came to an end. The high school chapter concludes here with all events written. Some loose ends will be addressed in the university chapter. There will be no transition, it will jump directly into the university chapter, and summer events will be covered through flashbacks. Phew, so heavy. A soft murmur echoed through the corridor. September 2nd was the first day of freshman registration at Luo University, and today the campus was exceptionally lively with vehicles streaming in and out of the main gate, nearly causing a traffic jam. Even at university, many parents still drove their children there. Mo Qingchuan had arrived at Building 211 of Taoyuan Dormitory, dragging his luggage until his feet went numb, never expecting Luo University to be this vast. If not for a senior student guiding them, they would likely still be wandering outside searching for the dormitory. But from now on, they had truly stepped into university life. They'll leave you two here, junior sisters. Feel free to message me on WeChat anytime. Okay, thank you for leading the way, senior. Mo Qingchuan replied with a smile. The senior who guided them was named Xia Ji, a petite beauty and a sophomore majoring in software engineering, the same as theirs. Throughout the journey, the senior helped carry their luggage, answered their questions, and even took them to buy military training uniforms, saving them a lot of time. Mo Qingchuan was deeply grateful. As for why she was called a petite beauty, it was because senior Xia Ji seemed to be only about 1.55 meters tall with a slender and delicate figure. Though her face was pretty, she was even flatter than Mo Qingchuan. This was the first time Mo Qingchuan had met someone a year older than him, yet still flatter. You're welcome. We'll meet again later. Xia Ji giggled, then turned and walked away. Her steps were light, as if she were quite cheerful. Meet again later. Mo Qingchuan was about to ask, but senior Xia Ji had already gone far. Despite her legs being shorter than his, she walked quite fast. In truth, the senior male student had initially greeted them, but before they could exchange a few words, Xia Ji came and snatched them away. That senior seemed somewhat disheartened, silently leading Yi Yishui and Jingbai away. The dormitory here feels mediocre. How about I rent a place off campus for you? Yi Qingro, wearing sunglasses and tilting her delicate chin, scanned the corridor. She found it a bit shabby, preferring the comfort of an outside apartment. Moreover, with so many people in the dormitory, if someone made a loud noise in the hallway, it would be easy to wake up at night. It's fine, Aunt. Everyone stays in the dorms, so there's no need for me to be special. Besides, the path from the dorm to the teaching buildings is definitely closer than from an outside apartment. No need for the trouble. Mo Qingchuan spoke calmly, then took out the key he had just received from the dormitory manager, inserted it into the lock, and turned it twice to the right. Click. Click. With 2 sounds, the lock opened. Mo Qingchuan grasped the doorknob and pushed the door open, but a gust of dusty air rushed toward them. This smell, let's open the window first. Yi Qingru covered her nose and walked in somewhat disgusted. She went straight to the balcony, opened the window, and after airing it out, felt a bit fresher. Mo Qingchuan and Li Shishir set down their luggage and observed the dormitory they would be living in. It was a standard 4-person room with beds above and desks below each desk, having a small cabinet beside it. However, there were clear signs of use, and they could still see stickers left by previous senior students on the cabinets. An air conditioner was installed with the remote control on the desk, but dust was everywhere and needed cleaning. Further ahead was the balcony, equipped with a wash basin, space to hang clothes, and room for luggage. Next to it was a private bathroom, which was relatively clean. This space feels so cramped. Yi, are you sure you're okay with this? Yi Qingru crossed her arms, still concerned for Yi. It's fine. Mo Qingchuan didn't think it was a big deal. After all, it was a standard 4-person room. One couldn't ask for too much. The annual dormitory fee was only 900 yuan, quite affordable. Although Luo University also had single apartment buildings, Mo Qingchuan felt living alone would be too lonely. Wasn't university about making friends? Moreover, it cost 800 a year. For someone from an ordinary family like his, that 7100 could be put to better use. Besides, he came to university to study. He wasn't there for enjoyment, so he ultimately chose the standard 4-person room. As for the other 2 roommates, they hadn't arrived, yet giving them priority in choosing beds. Mo Qingchuan walked to the bed on the left side against the wall and hauled his luggage over. They'll take this bed. The advantage of the bed against the wall was not having to turn off the lights. That task usually fell to the roommate by the door. After all, it was first come first served for beds. He took out wet wipes from his backpack to clean the desk. Then I'll take this one. Li Shishir chose the bed opposite Mo Qingchuan's, the one on the left side near the door. She thought choosing this bed would make it easier to communicate with Mo Qingchuan since the beds were adjacent. Once up, as long as they didn't put up bed curtains, she could even crawl over. Mo Qingchuan also didn't plan to use bed curtains provided there were no mosquitoes in the dormitory. After choosing their beds, the two began tidying up with Yi Qingru lending a hand. After some time, Mo Qingchuan finally finished making his bed. He had laid 2 layers of padding, making it quite soft, and once done he collapsed onto it. Comfort, though it was a bit hot. The early September weather was still scorching, and sweat appeared on his forehead. On the other side, after making her bed, Li Shishir sat on it with her legs in an M shape, tossed her hair, and picked up her phone to check the time. It was already past 11, and this was the hottest part of the day outside. I saw the cafeteria earlier. He'll go buy some food and bring it back for you. She prepared to get up and go. For now, she still served as Mo Qingchuan's assistant. Yi Qingwan paid her tuition, accommodation, and other fees out of her own pocket. She declined the meal allowance, but Yi Qingwan still deposited it into her bank account. Mainly her father Li Xingzhou had also transferred a large sum to her bank card, telling her to study well and do what she wanted without too much interference. Now Li Shishir had a large sum of money sitting idle in her bank card, unsure how to use it, and she had no idea what her father was currently doing. No need, let's go together and see what good food the university cafeteria has. Mo Qingchuan also got up, intending to go along. The sophomore and junior students hadn't officially started classes yet. Their return date for registration was the 8th, so only a few senior students were on campus. The Taoyuan cafeteria was also large, with 2 floors, enough to accommodate the new students and their parents. The dormitory cafeterias of other faculties didn't conflict with theirs. They didn't bother getting cafeteria meal cards, as they could pay with WeChat scan codes, making it unnecessary, and the cards were easy to lose. Then he'll come check out your school's cafeteria too. If the food doesn't suit your taste, you'll open a Asian restaurant near the school, so you can eat conveniently. Yi Qingru sat on the chair, crossing her legs without any trace of ladylike demeanor. But that was just Yi Qingru. Outside, she was quite aloof. That's unnecessary. Should we call Mo Qingchuan and Jing Bai's? Li Shishir asked after putting on her shoes. Mo Qingchuan paused, sighed softly, and said, "Let me do it." With that, he picked up his phone to message Yi Shui. In truth, there had been a small disagreement between him and Yi Shui all along, with their opinions never aligning. Although the minor conflict hadn't affected their time together, it had prevented them from defining their relationship, unless one of them could compromise. Ink stains the green stream. Hey, are you there? Want to grab a bite together? Leaves drift on water, using baby talk. Gross. Leaves drift on water. You go ahead with Annie and the others. My dorm mates have all arrived. Jing Bai and I plan to eat with them first. Maybe we'll run into each other at the Peach Garden cafeteria later. Ink stains the green stream. All right, we'll head off then. Remember to share any juicy gossip with me. Leaves drift on water. Got it. Just don't eat too much, or you'll get fat. Ink stains the green stream. Even if I get fat, there are places that refuse to gain an ounce. Leaves drift on water, so it's my fault. Rolls eyes, pouts. Ink stains the green stream, but I finally found someone to compare with. Senior Xiaji is flatter than me. Leaves drift on water. Great. I'm no longer at the bottom of the barrel. Ink stains the green stream. I'm off to grab a bite. Leaves drift on water. Okay, go ahead. Mo Qingchuan put away his phone, then looked at Yi Qingru and Li Shishir. Let's go first. She's going to eat with her dorm mates. What? Are dorm mates more important than Yi? Yi Qingru didn't understand. At a time like this, you should definitely be with your significant other. Li Shishir showed no particular reaction. She was as aloof as ever, though her eyes were bright, and she occasionally, "It's fine, Andy. After all, these are the dorm mates she'll be living with for the next 4 years. It's their first gathering as roommates. It wouldn't be right to turn it down." Mo Qingchuan had already thought of an excuse for Yi Shui. All right, I forgive her. Let's go. Yi Qingru didn't dwell on it. She was just expressing her doubts. After knowing Mo Qingchuan for a while, she found him decent enough, so she had now accepted him. The 3 of them left the dorm, locking the door behind them. Downstairs, a long path paved with blue stone bricks stretched out. The greenery on either side was lush, with massive branches extending to block out some of the sunlight. The reason this place was called Peach Garden was due to the vast peach grove nearby. Every March and April, it would be covered in pink or pale white peach blossoms, a splendid sight that attracted many students and tourists to admire and take photos. As they walked along this path, freshmen and their parents milled about in an endless stream. Yet the trio of Mo Qingchuan, Yi Qingru, and Li Shishir became a striking sight, drawing many sidelong glances. Even in college, it's the same old story. Mo Qingchuan couldn't help but sigh. TSK, with a wife and kids, and your eyes still wandering. Aren't you afraid of getting a sty? Yi Qingru, of course, didn't hold back, raising her voice a little. Wearing her sunglasses, she had noticed several people staring intently, which irritated her. It was fine to take a curious glance at unfamiliar faces, but staring so blatantly was just rude. Besides, they were dressed normally. Just ordinary short sleeves and pants, no outlandish costumes cosplay. With her aunt's shout, those who had been staring intently naturally dared not be so bold, though it attracted even more curious looks from strangers. Mo Qingchuan and Li Shishir lowered their heads and walked quickly. They couldn't match Yi Qingru's social boldness, silently cheering for their aunt. At the entrance of the cafeteria, the three caught a whiff of delicious aromas. "This cafeteria doesn't look half bad," Yi Qingru remarked. The interior decor was nothing special, but the tables were wooden and the chairs resembled sofas, certainly more comfortable than ordinary plastic ones. All the food stalls were bustling, each with a considerable crowd. They offered rice noodles, braised pork rice, steamed buns, milk tea, and more. Mo Qingchuan glanced around, picked up a tray from nearby, and selected some small dishes, rice, and a bowl of black chicken soup. At checkout, it only cost 12 yuan. He was a bit surprised, thinking it would cost at least over 20. It was indeed much cheaper than outside. Truly, college cafeteria food was far more affordable. Auntie and Li Shishir came over with rice noodles and a Chinese hamburger. The three found a spot and sat down. Delicious. Yi Qingru took a bite of the Chinese hamburger, the savory juice of the braised meat spread in her mouth, melting instantly. It paired perfectly with the rice noodles, though she regretted that they didn't sell snail noodles here, perhaps due to the strong smell. Mo Qingchuan brushed aside the strands of hair on either side of his face. Sometimes eating was really annoying, the hair kept falling forward. He wanted to cut it, but Yi Yishui wouldn't allow it, so he had to keep it. Shishir, Yi and Mo Qingchuan are getting along like a house on fire. When are you going to get together with someone? Yi Qingru asked Li Shishir. She really liked Li Shishir too. Her cool, aloof temperament was rare. She was usually quiet, reading peacefully, and though she didn't say much, she always answered questions without being dismissive. Me. Li Shishi's eyes widened and her hand trembled as if in disbelief. "I'm not getting together with Mo Qingchuan." Mo Qingchuan nearly spat out his drink, but managed to hold it in. "What my aunt means is, when are you going to find yourself a partner?" he explained. For some reason, Li Shishir sometimes had an unconventional understanding of language, something they'd only discovered after knowing her for a while. Oh. Li Shishi's face flushed crimson. She wished she could bury her face in her chest to hide it. She stammered, "I haven't planned on dating. For now, I just want to do my job as Miss Yes assistant and focus on my studies. I haven't thought about anything else." Mo Qingchuan couldn't help but laugh at her rosy cheeks. Being an assistant, studying, and dating don't have to conflict with each other. This is a major life decision, you should think it over. Li Shishir murmured, "He'll think about it carefully." Yi Qingru slurped some rice noodles and mused, there really aren't many people who could match Shishir. Talent, character, integrity, all are indispensable, and such men are few and far between. Yi managed to snag one, which is no small feat. Too bad Mo Qingchuan can't be split in half to give you one. Yi Qingru used to constantly badmouth Mo Qingchuan, but now she had completely flipped, singing his praise. His compliments made Mo Qingchuan feel a bit embarrassed. "Honestly, do you think this year's freshmen aren't as good-looking or well-built as our year? Keep your voice down. Aren't you afraid of being photographed and posted on the confession wall? What's there to fear? And the vice president of the modeling club just scouting for new members. Hey, look at that table of girls. They're even prettier than Lu Yoming." The three of them turned their gaze, landing on Mo Qingchuan's table. The university chapter officially begins. "Holy cow, she's not just better looking than Lu Yoming. She's 10 streets ahead," the vice president exclaimed in shock. "Good, I've noted that. He'll be sure to tell Lu Yoming later." "Hey, that's not cool, is it?" "Fine. If that's how it is, watch your back tonight. What are you planning? What do you think?" The vice president flashed a creepy grin at his roommate. The roommate felt a chill run down his spine, imagining a big red danger sign over his head. He was already considering staying out for the night. "Let's go get to know the new freshmen. By October's club recruitment, we've got to snatch them away." Fat chance. With our half-dead club, would they even join? "It's not about whether they join." The president gave a direct, "I knew it." With that, they set off. The modeling club was on its last legs without new members. Their niche club only ever attracted a handful of students each year. Mo Qingchuan was still eating slowly, occasionally glancing around. He was checking if Yi Yishui and the others had arrived. Then he noticed the two approaching them. "Hello there, freshman, right? I'm your senior. Is the food okay?" The vice president of the modeling club smiled warmly. He had a decent build and face, a classic clothes horse. Unfortunately, his eyes were too direct. Scram. Yi Qingru shot him a glance, labeled him a player, and replied coldly. The vice president's face stiffened. He sniffled, looking wronged. "Sorry to bother you." Without another word, he turned and walked away, then pulled out his phone to make a call. "Boo-hoo, President. I still can't do anything. When are you coming back? Without you, every step is a struggle." Mo Qingchuan stared blankly for a moment. What a pitiful senior. He hadn't seemed malicious, just a bit too eager, staring at them intently. But that had crossed his aunt's line. You need to watch out for players in school, especially those slick types who've probably dated. His aunt started building their defenses again, though her real concern seemed to be Li Shishir. Li Shishir was completely naive in these matters, only able to spot low-level players like Wang Zikai. The tricks of a master player were far more dangerous. Yi Shui, upon seeing the words Peach Garden Cafeteria, reached for her phone to ask Mo Qingchuan where he was. But she was interrupted. Mo Qingchuan, you and Jingbai go to the same school and you're buddies. He's already engaged, but you haven't dated anyone. Li Jieqi asked curiously. He was the first to arrive at the dorm, wondering what his roommates would be like. The second to show up was He Wenlong, a quiet, introverted guy who bored him after a couple of exchanges. Then Yi Shui and Jingbai arrived together. The moment Li Jieqi saw Jingbai, he thought, oh no. This guy would probably charm countless girls at school. With his pretty-boy looks, Li Jieqi figured he'd swap girlfriends monthly. But as they chatted, Jingbai mentioned he was already engaged. That made Li Jieqi even more frustrated. Probably some rich woman had already claimed him. He wished he could be claimed by a rich woman too. Knowing it would be rude to press Jingbai further, he turned to Yi Shui. Yi Shui wasn't bad either. Taller than Jingbai, handsome, just not as fair-skinned. Yi Shui glanced at him, thought for a moment, and replied, I don't have a girlfriend, never had one, and I don't know if... But the first part eased Li Jieqi's mind. At least there was another single guy in the dorm, so he wasn't the odd one out. The word, but, made his heart tighten again. Yi Shui wasn't bad-looking, maybe he already had a target or someone interested in him. Like some campus beauty queen, a cold and aloof teacher, or a childhood friend from the same year. Boo-hoo. Those were all things Li Jieqi dreamed of. Someone wants to be my boyfriend, and I'm considering it. Huh. That one sentence stunned Li Jieqi. Boyfriend. And considering it. So one of his roommates was gay. Holy crap. Li Jieqi dared not speak, fearing he might get targeted at night. But with Jingbai around, if anyone was getting targeted, it'd be him. Jingbai shook his head slightly, not understanding what Mo Qingchuan and Yi Shui were up to. Those two were beyond him. Society is pretty accepting now. Go for it, don't mind what others think. Even the usually silent He Wenlong spoke up. Yi Shui sighed inwardly. She knew they'd misunderstand, but she couldn't be bothered to explain. Once things were settled with Mo Qingchuan, they'd find out. She picked up her phone and messaged Mo Qingchuan. Yi Luo, Yi Shui Chuan, I'm here. Where are you guys? Mo Ranqing, Chuan, you're late. We've already eaten and are strolling around Peach Garden Image. Yi Luo, Yi Shui, alright, I kinda miss you, poor. Mo Ranqing, Chuan, I'll come find you then. Yi Luo, Yi Shui, no need. Let's have dinner together, the four of us can meet up. Mo Ranqing, Chuan, sure, see you then. Yi Luo, Yi Shui, okay. Putting away her phone, Yi Shui followed Jingbai and the others to the cafeteria. She glanced at the stalls and settled on rice noodles and meat buns. The four sat down. Li Jieqi stared at his phone with a strange expression, sometimes smiling, sometimes frowning, and thought. No one knew what he was dealing with. Yi Shui didn't pry. She opened a novel and started reading. Recently she had been hooked on a story about a guy who delivered food to support his sister's education, but got tangled in romantic affairs with multiple women. It was clean, fast-paced, and enjoyable, though it had multiple female leads. Sigh. Li Jieqi's heavy sigh interrupted her reading. The three of them stared at him in silence. Feeling the weight of three pairs of eyes, Li Jieqi twitched his mouth and asked, what are you looking at? If something's on your mind, spill it. We're all brothers now, or maybe we can help. Jingbai said. Li Jieqi pursed his lips, then spoke. Actually, I had a crush in high school, but it never worked out. Now she's at another university, and I thought I'd lost my chance. But she unfollowed me on Douyin, and then secretly checked my profile. Is that a hint? Maybe there's still hope. His voice grew excited, fists clenched as if he was determined to win something. Yi Shui tilted her head, stunned, staring at Li Jieqi in disbelief. What hope? How could she unfollow you without checking your profile? A single sentence nearly shattered Li Jieqi's heart. He lowered his head, choking back tears. Wah! What kind of joke is this? The others opened their mouths, a look of bewilderment on their faces. It was only the first day of registration, and one of their roommates had already broken down completely. Jingbai couldn't help but pat Li Jieqi on the shoulder. Chin up, brother. Look ahead. Look ahead. Li Jieqi raised his head and looked forward, his gaze sweeping across the area until he spotted a petite figure approaching. Although she was a bit short and had a flat chest, her delicate face was exquisite, like a legal loli. His heart stirred. A legal loli wasn't a bad deal after all, her looks were certainly there. Then he noticed the girl walking closer and closer until she stood right before them. Could it be? Hi, we meet again, junior schoolmates. Xiaji raised a hand and waved, a joyful smile blooming on her face. That smile alone nearly stole Li Jieqi's soul away. Hello, senior. Would you like a taste of this meat bun? Yi Shui held up the meat bun he hadn't eaten yet. No, you enjoy it, junior. My stomach is too small, it's already full. Just happened to see you, wanted to say hi. See you around. Xiaji waved again, turned on her heel, and walked away. After Xiaji left, Li Jieqi felt a hollow emptiness in his heart. He looked at Jingbai. Senior, Xiaji is indeed beautiful, but can I win her over? Jingbai fell silent. He meant to look ahead in life, not at Senior Xiaji. With her stunning looks, slender and youthful figure, how could Senior Xiaji not have countless suitors? And you're thinking you can actually win her over? A man must at least know his own limits. He Wenlong suddenly blurted out while eating. Li Jieqi was instantly dejected. Did He Wenlong have some kind of vendetta against him? Those words were just too hurtful. I have to go now, Yi. I have dinner plans with my girlfriends tonight. If you're short on cash, just let me know. I have enough money, Andy. Drive safe on the road. Yi Qingru nodded and smiled. I knew my Yi still cares about me. Come find me when you're free. I shouldn't be traveling to other cities before the new year. It'll be in Luoqing. Okay, bye-bye, Andy. Mo Qingchuan waved. Bye-bye, Sister Ro. Li Shishir waved too. Yi Qingru left, and Mo Qingchuan felt the world suddenly grow quiet. They had successfully completed their registration today. In the evening, they would go to the classroom for a class meeting. As students of the 2024 Software Engineering Class 1, their counselor apparently wouldn't be there today. Instead, a teaching assistant would lead the meeting and go over important notices. These teaching assistants would be sophomore or junior students, the people they would frequently interact with from now on. Let's head back to the dorm first, and see if our other two roommates have arrived, Mo Qingchuan said to Li Shishir. I hope our other two roommates are friendly. Li Shishi's only worry at the moment was whether the four of them in the dorm would get on. Mo Qingchuan had also heard many stories about the petty infighting among girls in dorms. 4 people with 5 group chats gossiping behind each other's backs, forming cliques to ostracize others. He thought it was a bit ridiculous. Such things happened, but they were probably in the minority. Besides, he had Li Shishir by his side, so he wasn't worried. By around 2 in the afternoon, people were still coming and going from dormitory Taiyuan number 1. The two of them arrived at the door of room 211 and found it unlocked. Mo Qingchuan pushed it open and saw 2 people already sitting inside chatting. It seemed these were their future roommates. One of them wore black-rimmed glasses, was barely 1.6 meters tall, dressed very plainly, and looked a bit timid. Her luggage consisted of 1 suitcase and 2 fertilizer bags filled with clothes and other items. The other had light makeup on, her hair was neatly styled, and she wore a blouse with a JK skirt revealing her fair legs. Her overall outfit was quite eye-catching. The only thing Mo Qingchuan felt like complaining about were those picadilly-shaped Mary Jane shoes. He thought they were really ugly even with the JK skirt. They would have looked much better with a simple pair of casual white shoes. Hello everyone. My name is Heiress. The girl with glasses was the first to speak, her voice also sounding a bit timid. It seemed she hadn't yet adapted to the unfamiliar city and university, her heart filled with unease. Hello, Yi Shui. Li Shishir. The two introduced themselves respectively. Then the 3 of them turned their gazes to their roommate in the JK skirt. Seeing the 3 pairs of eyes focused on her, she stood up and couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. You finally arrived, you two. This lady has been waiting for you for ages. Since you're all looking at me with such curiosity, I shall gratify the inquisitiveness of you ordinary humans. Standing before you now is the most powerful mage who has crossed over from another world, crowned with the name of the End. She is. Before she could finish her self-introduction, Heiress pushed up her glasses and spoke softly. Her name is Su Yuluo, she's a local from Luoqing. Interrupted. Su Yuluo was a bit flustered and annoyed. Hey, Heiress, I haven't finished introducing myself yet. Sorry, it's just that your self-introduction is way too long. It takes over 100 words just to learn your name, Heiress murmured softly. Mo Qingchuan found it all a bit baffling. Was Su Yuluo crazy? No, she seemed to be afflicted with chinibyu. But did people really act like this in real life? Was she just being this open on their first meeting because she was socially fearless, or was her chinibyu just that severe? In any case, it seemed the dorm wouldn't have any petty squabbles. With one quiet and introverted girl like Heiress and one chinibyu like Su Yuluo, he couldn't imagine how any conflict could arise. The real question was, how did Su Yuluo get into Luo University? A chinibyu genius beauty. Ahem, so you're Su Yuluo. I have a question I'd like to ask. Mo Qingchuan cleared his throat. Ask away. I am omniscient and omnipotent. Su Yuluo didn't seem to mind Heiress revealing her name. Instead, she put her hands on her hips with a hint of tsundere pride. Watching her, Mo Qingchuan felt as if a large bead of sweat must be sliding down the back of his head. Hadn't tsundere already fallen out of fashion? These days it was all about yandere chasing after their love. Who's your favorite anime character? Rika Takanashi, of course. And there it was. So it was an anime character that influenced her. Then Su Yuluo's expression suddenly fell. You guys don't like anime, do you? But anime is really, really good. Would acting like this in real life seem too weird? No, I actually prefer the way you were just now. But just don't act like that in front of strangers. Heiress, since it's not familiar, it would seem very strange. Oh, okay. As long as you guys don't hate it. Speaking of which, Su Yuluo's expression changed quickly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the 3 of them. Do you guys want to try on my cosplay costumes? My name is Su Yuluo Chinibyu. I heard that cosplaying would make people like you a lot if my roommates weren't all on their phones in bed. I'd almost believe it. These were the thoughts echoing in Su Yuluo's mind as she lay in her own bed. However, these 2 roommates were truly stunning. She felt that if they cosplayed and posted on Douyin, they'd definitely go viral. But they didn't seem very interested. She had even gone through the trouble of bringing some cosplay outfits. Gazing at her own fair legs, she fell into a brief contemplation. For our software engineering major, we'll need our own computers later. When are you all planning to buy one? Heiress asked from her bed, addressing the other roommates. Her family circumstances weren't particularly good. Both parents were from rural areas and were older, having had her later in life. They only occasionally did odd jobs in the county town, earning very little. The matter of buying a computer had been weighing on her mind. She didn't know much about them and wasn't sure if writing programs required high performance. Sure, and I already have ours, no need to buy. Besides, there aren't many major courses in the first half of the semester, and the classrooms have computers, so we rarely use our own. Mo Qingchuan replied. He had actually planned to use his old computer, but Yi Qingru had gotten 3 Asus TUF Gaming A15s with top-tier specs from a friend of hers. This saved both him and Yi Yishui from worrying about computers. Since Yi Qingru had stopped rejecting her own body, he found her to be truly wonderful. It was a pity she hadn't met a good man. Then, how much did your computers cost? Shirainen asked, wanting to gauge the price range. I didn't really check. Sure, do you know? Mo Qingchuan asked Li Sure. Over 10,000 each, but online people say anyone who buys this computer is a sucker. Li Sure had searched it up when she first got it and saw some complaints. But so far everything was working fine for her. Over 10,000. Shirainen's mouth fell open. That price was unthinkable for her. Far too expensive, and her family would never support such a purchase. She had chosen this major because many said graduates could earn high salaries. The first semester's major courses weren't heavy, but she wanted to self-study and get ahead. The classroom computers couldn't be used all the time. She sighed inwardly, looking at her 3 roommates. From their demeanor, she could tell they came from families that never worried. You don't need to buy such an expensive one. Our aunt just set it up for us in advance, Mo Qingchuan said slowly. In fact, from the moment he saw Shirainen's fertilizer bag and her clothes, he could guess she was from the countryside. He genuinely admired Shirainen. Despite being at a disadvantage, she had worked hard and got into Luoqing University. That was no small feat. A true child of humble origins. But Shirainen felt a pang of sadness. Ever since arriving in Luoqing and entering Luoqing University, she had felt a profound sense of dislocation. The gap between rural and urban life was immense. She had only ever seen so many tall buildings and subways online. In the past, she had dreamed of the big city, but now that she was actually here, it only bred a sense of estrangement, unsettling her heart. Shirainen, where are you from? Mo Qingchuan asked. I'm from a village in Linqing. A very remote place, Shirainen said softly. Really? The countryside is nice. Compared to the fast pace and noise of big cities, I prefer the slow rhythm and tranquility of the countryside. He meant it. During summer break, he had gone back with Yi Yishui to visit her grandparents' place. That pace of life was perfect for retirement, very relaxing. Really? Shirainen felt a slight relief. She had feared her roommates would look down on her, but they actually liked the country. I want to go to the countryside too. Linqing isn't far from Luoqing. Maybe I can visit your place sometime. Su Yulyuo's eyes lit up. She had grown up in Luoqing and never been to the countryside. Tired of skyscrapers and brick streets, she yearned for the green fields of the countryside. Sure. Shirainen felt a little excited, though she couldn't quite name the feeling. Was it a kind of thrill from being accepted? Soon everyone opened up, chatting about their interests and funny things happening on. Time quickly passed to dinner. Let's go eat together. I'm starving. Su Yulua got up, abandoning her pig kidney shoes. They weren't suitable for walking. Seeing her enthusiasm, Mo Qingchuan couldn't help but speak. You two go ahead. Sure, and I have to meet some high school friends, so we can't eat together tonight. Why, you still have high school friends here? That's great. I'm the only one from my high school at Luoqing University, Su Yulua sighed. Actually, she had several close friends in high school. Too bad their scores weren't high enough for Luoqing University. So the dorm split into 2 groups, one headed into the cafeteria, while the other waited at the entrance for Yi Yishui and Jingbai. The cafeteria was bustling with people. Mo Qingchuan and Li Sure made quite a striking pair. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long before Yi Yishui and the others arrived. How's the girls' dorm? Yi Yishui asked with a smile. Today marked her official start at university, and she was in high spirits. Just a regular dorm, nothing special, Mo Qingchuan replied. He knew Yi Yishui was hinting at something mainly directed at him. Speaking of which, Jingbai, where's your fiancé? Mo Qingchuan couldn't help asking. Even now, Jingbai was still keeping it a secret. Had been hiding it all summer. She left in a hurry after registration today. She had to go to the hospital, Jingbai said with a wink. Hospital? Is your fiancé? Yi Yishui frowned. Cough, don't overthink it. My fiancé is fine. She just went to the hospital for an adjustment. Jingbai cleared his throat. No. I was asking if your fiancé is pregnant. Yi Yishui said. Don't be ridiculous. Jingbai blushed deeply and gave Yi Yishui a punch. We're complete. Ow. Fine then, Yi Yishui and I are completely innocent too. Yi Yishui laughed, taking Mo Qingchuan's hand and heading toward the cafeteria. Completely innocent. Mo Qingchuan looked at Yi Yishui a bit speechless. She had bitten him plenty over the summer. She seemed to enjoy it. After dinner, they headed to the classroom for a meeting, as the class assistant had already notified everyone in the group chat. Today marked the first gathering of the 30-plus students in Software Engineering Class 1. Not long ago, many had been chatting in the class group. I'm going to the restroom. You all go to the classroom first. Yi Shui said, having drunk too much soup during the meal. He'll join you, this soup is too diuretic. Jing Bai couldn't resist either. Mo Qingchuan watched the two walk away, noticing that Yi Shui's demeanor seemed increasingly masculine. Her former gentle gait had given way to a carefree stride no different from a man's. He suspected Yi Shui had already grown adept at the motions of relieving herself standing up. Disaster. Yi Shui couldn't escape the influence of male hormones. What if she never changed back? Could it be that he was destined to be beneath Yi Shui? No. He couldn't dwell on that. His mind was in turmoil. He shook his head and headed resignedly to the classroom. Many had already taken their seats, half scrolling through their phones, half chatting and laughing. Software engineering had few female students, and Class 1 with over 30 students boasted only 8 girls, a relatively high number. Only Jing Bai's fiancée was absent. As the two entered the classroom, the chatter abruptly ceased. Numerous gazes converged on them. Though their attire was unremarkable, their striking beauty drew attention, and many eyes lit up as if they had found a target. Over here. Su Yuluo waved from the back row. Mo Qingchuan and Li Shishir walked over, with many turning to appraise them. University seats weren't fixed, it was first come first served. Initially, unfamiliar male and female students rarely sat together, as most weren't socially bold. If they were, they'd have already come over to chat. Hey, I've noticed there aren't any really handsome guys in the class yet. Have you noticed? Su Yuluo leaned in and whispered, scanning the room. There were the chubby, the thin, the short, and the tall, but none particularly handsome. Mo Qingchuan shook his head slightly. He hadn't even looked, so he wouldn't know. Are you looking for a partner? Li Shishir whispered to Su Yuluo. Su Yuluo quickly shook her head. No rush, but I definitely want one in college. As an archmage of the end, my partner must be on the same level. This same level left Mo Qingchuan and the others puzzled. Was this archmage of the end identity something she made up, or was it real? Though they watched anime too, their otaku level seemed several tiers below Su Yuluo's. Wow, he's so handsome. Su Yuluo suddenly gasped softly, her gaze fixed on the doorway. Mo Qingchuan followed her gaze and saw Yi Shui and Jing Bai enter. He didn't know who Su Yuluo was looking at, but assumed it was Jing Bai with his classic pretty boy looks. He is handsome. Interested? Mo Qingchuan asked. I am, but I need to test his identity. If he's on my level, I'll sign a lover's contract with him. Identity? Forget it. A standard pretty boy like him won't lack partners. Mo Qingchuan advised, knowing Jing Bai was already engaged, so he thought to warn Su Yuluo. He didn't want things to become awkward, and Jing Bai's fiancée was in the next dorm, having only left after registration. I'm not talking about that pretty boy. He looks like the type who toys with women's feelings. I mean the taller one. Mo Qingchuan froze. Wait, you mean Yi Shui? So you're trying to steal my love? But Jing Bai was misunderstood. He's a pure romantic. Ahem, better not. Someone wants to be her boyfriend, and she's still considering it, Li Shishir whispered. Mo Qingchuan had wanted to speak up himself, not wanting to hide their relationship. But since Li Shishir said it for him, he chose to stay silent. What? She's still considering. Is he gay? Su Yuluo exclaimed, her voice a bit loud. Many turned to look at her as she quickly covered her mouth and lowered her head, blushing furiously, her toes curling in embarrassment. So embarrassing. Even the archmage of the end could be shocked. That person looked so upright and straight. How could he be gay? She couldn't understand. If Jing Bai were gay, that would make sense. Mo Qingchuan felt a bit awkward. Was such a big reaction necessary? Even if it was a misunderstanding, society had plenty of gay people. Hadn't she heard of them, even if she hadn't seen them? Here, where are you two going? Li Jieqi saw Yi Shui and the others still heading to the back and couldn't help waving. Yi Shui glanced between Mo Qingchuan and her roommates, ultimately choosing to sit with the latter. Mo Qingchuan pouted. Fine, miss, you seem to get along well with her roommates. They were all buddies now. Jing Bai followed too. Did he even know who his true brother was? How do you know a guy is pursuing her? Did you know each other before? Su Yuluo's eyes darted. Mo Qingchuan nodded. It's the one I mentioned we'd have dinner with tonight. Oh, I see. Su Yuluo suddenly understood. Well then, forget it. Abnormal sexual orientation won't. Actually, their orientations were normal. But now that they had swapped souls, what could be done? After a while, the class assistant entered, a petite figure with delicate features, drawing many eyes. Mo Qingchuan blinked. Wasn't that Senior Xiaji? No wonder Shed said they'd meet again during the day. So Senior Xiaji was the class assistant for their 2024 software engineering class 1. He wondered if she was single, if so many would likely ask for her contact info. After all, the pale, slender, and petite aesthetic remained a mainstream preference, rivaled only by slightly plump girls. Hello everyone, I'm Xiaji, a sophomore in your major and your future class assistant. I'll mainly help the class advisor manage the class. Senior Xiaji covered many points. Class rules: the location for the upcoming military training, tidying up dorms in the next 2 days, the temporary class monitor, with official class positions to be voted on after training, and evening self-study for freshmen. Yes, a unique tradition for first years. She also encouraged everyone to join clubs and student union recruitment. Then came the self-introduction segment. Senior Xiaji called names one by one for them to introduce themselves on stage, the main event of the meeting. Self-introductions helped everyone get to know each other faster. Mo Qingchuan rested his head on the desk. For some reason once in the classroom the air felt laced with a sleeping gas, making him drowsy. Yi Yishui. After a dozen people, it was finally Mo Qingchuan's turn. He stood up and walked to the podium, where Senior Xiaji wore a broad smile. Standing behind the podium, she glanced at Yi Yishui and noticed he was smiling too. He wrote his name on the blackboard and faced the class. Hello everyone, I'm Yi Yishui from Shauna City. I enjoy browsing TikTok and reading novels. I'm glad to be in the same class and hope to become friends with all of you. Thank you. Mo Qingchuan kept it brief. He didn't want to draw attention though his appearance made that impossible. Wait a moment, Yi Yishui, you're so beautiful and radiant. I'm sure everyone here has a question about your relationship status. Would you like to answer? It's okay if you'd rather not. Senior Xiaji called him back, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Mo Qingchuan blinked. There wasn't a QA segment mentioned, was there? But answering wasn't a bad idea to avoid unnecessary trouble. He smiled slightly and said in a playful tone, not dating. Ha ha ha. This joking tone made quite a few people laugh. No one took it too seriously, finding it rather amusing. After Mo Qingchuan stepped down, the others continued their self-introductions. There were those with social anxiety and naturally social butterflies as well. Some were very familiar, and once on stage they rambled on endlessly. Mo Qingchuan didn't listen carefully, lost in thought, somewhat distracted. He and Yi Yishui were already essentially in a romantic relationship, as their intimacy had far surpassed that of ordinary friends. But the two were at a stalemate over who should be the boyfriend and who should be the girlfriend. Mo Qingchuan felt that although his body was female, his soul was still male, so he should be the boyfriend. Yi Yishui, however, believed that since their bodies had swapped, the decision should be based on their physical genders. He was also thinking, after all this time, was it still necessary to dwell on this issue? This made him ponder for a long time. The class meeting didn't last long. Senior Xiaji finally gave a few brief remarks, and then concluded it. The classmates began to file out of the classroom and head back to the dormitories. You guys go back to the dorm first, Mo Qingchuan said to Li Shishir and the others. Yi Yishui had just invited her out for a walk, and of course he agreed. It was evening now, and the sky had gradually darkened. Fortunately, the path in the peach garden was lined with landscape lights that illuminated the way. The two held hands, strolling slowly along. I haven't had a chance to ask, how are your other two roommates? Yi Yishui inquired. Pretty good. One has a Chinibu complex, and the other is introverted and quiet. It should be easy to get along with them in the future. What about your dorm? Yi Yishui thought for a moment, and said, not bad either. There's a guy named Li Jechi, a bit dull, probably easily manipulated by a femme fatale. Another is he one lone, usually quiet, a bit of a closet pervert. Overall, it's pretty easygoing. For now, it seemed the people in both dorms were decent, normal individuals. As long as they weren't the type to stir up trouble, it would be fine. Otherwise, the next 3 or 4 years would be very troublesome. Yi Yishui looked left and right, and seeing no one around, she poked Mo Qingchuan in the waist. Since no one's here, let's have a kiss. Mo Qingchuan rolled his eyes. You look left and right, but you don't check behind us, do you? Huh. Yi Yishui glanced back and saw 4 guys strolling towards them. TSK. What are they doing out for a walk at this hour, instead of holing up in the dorm? So annoying. She looked around, then fixed her gaze on a dark grove of trees. So she tugged Mo Qingchuan's arm. Come on, let's find a place with no people. Wait, why are we going somewhere so dark? Mo Qingchuan whispered in protest, but he was still being dragged along. In the dark, no one can see us. Come on, it's not like we're having a secret affair. We don't have to hide from everyone, do we? You don't get it. It's that sneaky feeling that makes it exciting. Yi Yishui's voice was also very low. The two of them, as if guiltily sneaking around, walked into the grove. Mo Qingchuan was a bit speechless. So Miss Yi actually enjoyed this kind of feeling. Oh well, it wasn't the first time they'd kissed anyway. But then their bodies both froze at the same time, leaning against each other, as if time had stopped. Junior, did you hear something? Huh. No, Senior, don't be nervous. At this hour there are very few people around, and no one would come this deep into the grove. Wait, Junior. I really did hear something. Don't be so impatient. Don't worry, Senior. You are just nervous, having auditory hallucinations. You should go check. All right. Then came the sound of rustling. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui exchanged glances, both of their eyes wide open. So there really were people doing that kind of thing in the grove. Shameless. But if they got caught, it would be way too awkward. Though it would be awkward for both parties. Meow. Meow. Yi Yishui quick-witted mimicked 2 cat call. Oh, it's just a cat, Senior. I told you there's no way anyone would be here. It's freshman orientation. Everyone's either eating together, gaming, or doing their own thing. What freshman would be out for a walk? That would be dumb. We still have to be careful. It's exciting, but also don't be scared, Senior. I'm coming. The sounds that followed were a bit chaotic. In short, they were sounds of kissing and fumbling, though clearly suppressed. The 2 frozen figures dared not move, but they craned their necks to peer inside. Unfortunately, it was too dark to see anything. The light from the landscape lamps couldn't reach there. Yi Yishui half covered her mouth and leaned close to Mo Qingchuan's ear. It's so dark in here, can they even see? Want to light them up with our phones? Light them up. Mo Qingchuan stared at Yi Yishui in shock, replying in a low voice. That's too cruel. And what if it scares the guy limp? Let's go find another place. Fine. Yi Yishui finished speaking, and the two began to slowly back away. They had only wanted to experience that sneaky feeling, but someone else had come here for the thrill. She felt they were still too conservative. This was a lesson learned: never casually wander into a grove, or you might stumble upon something you shouldn't. The two stealthily retreated from the grove, and continued walking arm in arm along the path. I suddenly have regrets, Yi Yishui said abruptly as they walked. What? You want to go back and take a look? Yeah. It seems like spying on others could be quite thrilling too. Yi Yishui nodded seriously. Mo Qingchuan held his forehead and sighed. Yi Yishui was no longer the Yi Yishui of old. She had completely shed her former image of the aloof school beauty. He gave Yi Yishui a chop to the head. What's going on in that head of yours? Time to take it out and wash it. My mind is perfectly normal. It's only filled with red and yellow. Yi Yishui retorted. She looked around, and finally seeing no one, she pulled Missouri Qingchuan close. No one's here now. Let's have a kiss. No kiss. I'm going back to the dorm to organize my laptop and desk. No kiss, and you think you're leaving? Must kiss. Yi Yishui was adamant, her hand already on Mo Qingchuan's head. Wait. Wait for what? Yi Yishui asked, puzzled. Wait until tomorrow. Oh. Yi Yishui suddenly flashed a mischievous grin, leaned in close, and blew a soft breath into Mo Qingchuan's ear. His ear was sensitive, and Mo Qingchuan felt a ticklish sensation, his body trembling involuntarily. Then we'll kiss tomorrow. Today he'll nibble on your ear. With a creak, the door to dormitory 211 in Taoyuan First Dormitory building swung open. The gazes of three people inside the room simultaneously turned toward the entrance. Mo Qingchuan's face was slightly flushed. Although his heartbeat had calmed down considerably, it was still faster than normal. Moreover, compared to his right earlobe, his left earlobe was even redder. Have you been on a date with your boyfriend? Su Yulua poked her head out from her bed, her eyes sparkling with intense curiosity. Who would have thought that the most beautiful person in the dormitory was already taken? But thinking about it, it made sense. How could someone like that lack suitors? Even she herself had been asked for her WeChat by a senior when she arrived today. She asked him who the loyal servant of the Archmage of the End was, and since the senior couldn't answer, she didn't give it to him. In truth, she simply didn't want to give it. No, he's not my boyfriend, Mo Qingchuan replied. He wasn't lying. Yi Yishui was indeed not his boyfriend. If he's not your boyfriend, why are you back so late? Su Yulua tilted her head. Well, I spotted a couple in the small grove, so it took a bit of extra time. Mo Qingchuan walked over to his desk and found that everything had already been neatly arranged. The computer stand, keyboard, mouse, and so on were all set up. He knew without thinking that it was Li Shishi's doing. Having Li Shishir as his assistant made life so much more convenient. Many things got done without him even asking. She took the initiative. The small grove? Why would you go there? Su Yuluo's eyes darted around. Mo Qingchuan was taken aback. Watson, you've spotted the blind spot. I was led there by a cat that likes to bite. Oh, I see. Su Yulua didn't press further, but she felt Mo Qingchuan was definitely hiding something. Sure Anan remained silent throughout, engrossed in a novel, a gleam of light in her eyes. No one knew what she was reading. Mo Qingchuan went to the bathroom, fetched a basin of water, and sat at his computer desk to wash his feet. Li Shishir was about to get down from her bed. Mo Qingchuan glanced at her and said, wait until I'm back in bed. Okay. Hearing this, Li Shishir lay back down. Su Yulua and Sure Anan both looked at the two of them, their expressions somewhat odd. What were they going to do? Come to think of it, as soon as they returned to the dormitory, Li Shishir started tidying up Mo Qingchuan's things like a dutiful little maid. Was it normal for friends to help each other to this extent? Even close girlfriends wouldn't go this far. Could there be a special relationship between these two? This was the doubt in both girls' minds. Su Yulua had lost all interest in her phone, and she was determined to see what was going on between them. After washing his feet and drying them, Mo Qingchuan climbed into bed. At that moment, Li Shishir also crawled over. They both sat cross-legged, one in front of the other. Li Shishir reached out and untied Mo Qingchuan's hair tie. His previously restrained hair cascaded down the strands, smooth and lustrous like a black waterfall. Su Yuluo's eyes widened. This scene, wasn't it just a little maid serving a young lady? She had thought such scenes only existed in anime, never expecting to witness one in real life. Do you want to go out tomorrow and get your hair thinned? Otherwise it might get too hot during military training, Li Shishir asked. No need. Mo Qingchuan shook his head. All right, your pajamas are ready. They'll block for you. Li Shishir pulled her own blanket over and spread it out to cover Mo Qingchuan. Mo Qingchuan was stunned. They were all girls in the dormitory. Was this really necessary? Well, it was fine. It saved any embarrassment. He took off his shirt and pants, unfastened his bra, and tossed it aside, then changed into his pajamas. The pajamas were loose and comfortable to wear. After he changed, Li Shishir tidied everything up again. Mo Qingchuan found it surreal, but this was how many days of summer break had gone, so he was used to it. Sure, I have a maid outfit in my suitcase. I think you should try it on, Su Yulua couldn't help but say. Although Li Shishir had a cool temperament, her current behavior perfectly matched that kind of attire. A cool exterior, but a thoughtful maid. Who wouldn't love that? Li Shishir blinked, looking at Mo Qingchuan. Mo Qingchuan felt as if Li Shishir was asking for his opinion. If you want to try it, go ahead. I'm a bit curious to see what you'd look like in it. Li Shishir thought it over seriously, then said, forget it. If I wear it, you'll definitely take pictures. Mo Qingchuan felt a bit disappointed. In fact, during summer break, he had asked Li Shishir to try on a dress. But then Yi Shui wanted to see it, so he took a picture and sent it to him. After that, Li Shishir refused to wear those kinds of clothes anymore, as she found them embarrassing, especially having to pose in various ways. What exactly is your relationship? Shirainen asked. Just a normal relationship, though. Shishir is also my life assistant, Mo Qingchuan said with a smile. I want a life assistant too. Shishir, can you be my assistant? Su Yuluo was envious. No. Li Shishir refused. In the past, she might have hesitated and felt awkward, unable to say no. But now her mindset had changed. No one could command her except Mo Qingchuan. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Shui had profoundly impacted her life's destiny, and with her role as an assistant, she felt all this was her duty. As for others, she had no intention of being free labor. I'm so jealous. Too bad my loyal servant of the Archmage of the End isn't here. Su Yuluo lay face down on her pillow on the verge of tears. That evening they chatted casually for a while before deciding to turn off the lights and sleep. However, one advantage of Luoqing University's dormitories over many others was that the power wasn't cut off at night. This was something students from other universities envied. In the male dormitory, Yi Shui lay on his bed chatting with Mo Qingchuan. Jingbai was chatting with his fiancée. He Wenlong was quiet, reading a book in bed. Only Li Jieqi was tossing and turning restlessly. Are you thinking about sex? If you are, I'll turn off the light for you. He Wenlong couldn't take it anymore. He and Li Jieqi were at odds. Li Jieqi's bed was creaking, disturbing his reading. Bullshit. I was just turning over. Li Jieqi was exasperated. This He Wenlong was really getting on his nerves. Why did it feel like he was being targeted? You've turned over more than 10 times. Is that normal? And with your butt sticking up according to animal behavior, that's a sign of being in heat, requesting mating. He Wenlong closed his book and stared at Li Jieqi. What a? Who stuck there but out? That's slander. Li Jieqi shouted. Yi Shui and Jingbai couldn't help but look over. I was just thinking about the pretty girls in our class, and the senior girls are also very beautiful. I can't decide who to pursue. So it's not being in heat, it's spring fever. He Wenlong analyzed. Come on, don't you think Yi Shui and Li Shishir, who are on stage today, are stunning? They're top tier in any department. You're not wrong, but what does that have to do with you? Do you really think they'd be interested in you? He Wenlong's words nearly made Li Jieqi spit blood. He didn't know what he had done to offend He Wenlong, but it was infuriating. You? He felt the urge to lunge at him. I know you're a bit angry, but lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharp blade. I'm just reminding you as a roommate not to chase after things that aren't meant for you. Some people are too dazzling, you might not even get close to them. He Wenlong said this very seriously. Li Jieqi paused, his anger dissipating, and asked, but don't you want to have love? Some things, how do you know you can't achieve them if you don't try? Of course I do, and I already have a goal, He Wenlong said, taking a sip of water. I'm just telling you that true love comes from the heart, not from appearances or lust. If your heart and mind are only serving your lower half, then ignore what I said and do as you please. Li Jieqi stared wide-eyed at He Wenlong's words. Though there was nothing wrong with what He Wenlong said, he refused to accept it. Clearly there was a far better option. The most perfect choice of all. Can't we have someone who captivates the heart, the eyes, and the body, eh? He Wenlong fell silent upon hearing this. This was not impossible, but wasn't it a bit too demanding? How many could truly achieve all three? Far too difficult. You're being a bit greedy, but if you think it's best, I won't dissuade you. He Wenlong said no more. He too had his own goal, now needing to focus more on his own path. Yi Shui turned to Li Jieqi, curiosity in her voice. Didn't you have that long-time crush in high school? You mentioned her during the meal. Has your heart moved on so quickly? The one you mentioned. Deep down I knew it was hopeless. It was hard to let go, but after the long summer break, I've definitely moved on a lot. Besides, we're not even in the same university, let alone the same city. A long-distance relationship like that would be far too difficult, Li Jieqi said. Long-distance relationships are hard to bear, not just for most women, but for many men as well. The agony of not seeing each other is overwhelming. Talking about a future together often makes the chances of falling apart midway even greater. But mentioning it always stings a bit. I'm going to the balcony for a smoke to clear my head. Li Jieqi grabbed his lighter and cigarettes, headed to the balcony, and closed the door behind him. He had even brought his own ashtray to keep on the balcony. Knowing his roommates didn't smoke, he always made a point to smoke on the balcony. Yi Shui glanced over a couple of times before continuing her chat with Mo Qingchuan. Captivate the heart, the eyes, and the body. She could manage that. September 3rd was the second day of on-campus registration for new students. Those who had already registered had little to do today, free to wander the campus, get to know it better, and interact with the rest. Many were still asking Senior Xiaoji questions in the class group chat, and she patiently answered them all. Meanwhile, Dormitory 211 had set up their own small group chat the night before. Naming it, however, stumped a few of them. Something as cliché as, "we are family," was far too lowbrow, it was better left unnamed. After deep discussion where each expressed their opinion, and a final vote, they unanimously selected a dorm name. For years cohabiting, yet she married another. That would be the name of their dorm group from now on. In the morning, Mo Qingchuan was still in a daze, not yet awake, as the drawn curtains kept the dormitory in darkness. He was roused by the sound of the door opening, seeing Li Shishir and Ainen entering from outside. "Why are you two up so early?" Mo Qingchuan's voice was languid as he turned on his side to look. "If you're tired, go back to sleep. We brought breakfast for you, and you luo." Oh, Mo Qingchuan closed his eyes again, feeling he could still manage another round of sleep. As for Su Yuluo, her sleeping posture was quite ungraceful. She had kicked half the blanket off her pajamas, riding up to reveal a flat stomach that rose and fell with her breathing. There was also a not so soft snore, and she occasionally mumbled in her sleep, muttering something unintelligible. Li Shishir half wondered if she was casting a spell in her dreams. After placing the breakfast on Mo Qingchuan's desk, she returned to her own and began reading an English book. She wanted to prepare early to pass the CET-4 and CET-6 during her university years. However, Mo Qingchuan had been persistently advising her to enjoy her college life, instead of repeating the high school grind of waking up studying and sleeping studying until she lost her hair. At 7:30, Mo Qingchuan finally struggled to sit up, his pajama top slipping off one side to reveal a delicate creamy shoulder. He struggled, then flopped back down. What could be more comfortable than staying in bed? There seemed to be a pitter-patter sound outside. Sure, is it raining outside?" Mo Qingchuan asked. If it was raining, that was even more reason not to get up. Rainy days under the covers were pure bliss. It was overcast when we came back. "Let me check." Li Shishir got up, pulled back the curtain, and went to the balcony to look. "It is raining, but not heavily. Just a light misty drizzle." "Great. Another day to stay in the dorm." Su Yuluo also sat up, her hair a bit messy, testament to her restless sleep. The collar of her pajamas hung wide open, revealing an expanse of fair skin and a deep, alluring cleavage. She was quite well endowed. "Anyone want snacks?" "Huh, I think I smell steamed buns." Su Yuluo's nose twitched, immediately catching the scent. Leaning over the edge of her bed to look down, she found 2 large steamed buns, a cup of porridge, and a tea egg on her desk. "Wow, which benevolent soul bought these? I love you guys." Su Yuluo was ecstatic, her eyes sparkling. She looked at Ainen and Li Shishir, the only 2 up in the dorm. "Shishir bought them for you." "All right, Shishir, how much was it?" "He'll transfer the money to you." Su Yuluo picked up her phone. "No need, it's my treat." Li Shishir refused. The cost of one breakfast meant nothing to her, as long as the 4 of them could get along harmoniously. "That won't do. Even close sisters should settle accounts. Besides, as the great archmage of the final end, I never owe favors lightly. If you want, take the money, I'll have to repay you in another way." Both Mo Qingchuan and Li Shishir were stunned. What a noble and righteous great archmage from another world. "What way to repay?" Li Shishir asked, curious. It couldn't be asking her to try on cosplay outfits, could it? "I actually have a snack stash. Let me get it." Su Yuluo hopped out of bed and pulled a box of small snacks from her cabinet. She had a sweet tooth herself, so she'd prepared a box before coming to university. "Here, take your pick." Su Yuluo happily shared her snacks, all her personal favorites, with absolutely delicious food. "All right." Li Shishir didn't refuse and casually took 2. Su Yuluo didn't just share with her, she also gave some to Ainen and Mo Qingchuan. Everyone's relationship grew closer. Living in a dorm without scheming rivalries was wonderfully comfortable. Mo Qingchuan was still lying in bed, unwilling to get up. But Li Shishir wouldn't have it. She climbed up the ladder. "Time to get up. Wash up, eat something. Skipping breakfast is bad for your stomach." "No, you can lie down again after you eat." "Don't want to." So Li Shishir forcefully tugged at Mo Qingchuan, trying to get him up for breakfast. As his little assistant, she had to look after his health too, making sure he didn't skip any meals. But Mo Qingchuan didn't want to move. He resisted as he spoke. "Io, what are you doing?" At noon, the light rain ceased, leaving a faintly cool and refreshing atmosphere outside. Mo Qingchuan also got up. Today, Li Shishir had tied her hair into a high ponytail, which swayed gently with every movement of her head. Though her chest was flat, she could still pull off a slightly androgynous charm. Her aura was still something to behold. Then she headed out. At lunchtime today, she wouldn't dine with her roommates or others, as she was going to have a secret rendezvous with Yi Shui. As for what a secret rendezvous meant, it was naturally a private date between a boyfriend and girlfriend, hoping to avoid being seen by acquaintances. The 2 stepped on the damp bluestone bricks and walked northward. To the north lay the territory of the medical school, but their destination was the cafeteria there. "Wow, the young ladies over here in the medical school are all so stunningly beautiful." Yi Shui's eyes darted back and forth, sparkling with delight. "Oh yes, Mo Qingchuan responded with a hint of sarcasm. There were indeed many pretty girls, but were any more handsome than me? What's the difference between that and dreaming of that ugly Zhang Xiang with his stinky mouth, when there are better sights to see? Hey, don't be jealous, I'm just admiring." A faint smile curled at the corner of Yi Shui's lips. "I'm not jealous. You look where you want, and I'll look where I want," Mo Qingchuan replied. "No, you can't look. You can only look at me. Why, oi? Because my soul is female while your soul is male. But my body is still female. Bickering all the way, the two reached the cafeteria. There were an overwhelming number of freshmen in the medical school, and the cafeteria was nearly packed. They each grabbed a tray and joined the queue. Mo Qingchuan took braised lion's head meatballs sautéed, 3 kinds of vegetables, Orlan-style chicken leg, and a bowl of rice, paying 11 yuan. Admittedly, the food at the university was both cheap and delicious. The two found a spot to sit down and couldn't resist. I've decided. This year I'm going to eat at every single cafeteria. Yi Yishui declared, gnawing on a large chicken leg with grease smeared around her mouth. The medical school isn't too far from us, but walking to the other cafeterias without a bike is too tiring. I think we should buy a bicycle or an electric scooter, Mo Qingchuan suggested. Can we drive a car? Yi Yishui asked. They had both obtained their driver's licenses during the summer break. Is that necessary? Mo Qingchuan broke into a sweat. It wasn't like it was dozens of kilometers away. Besides, he really didn't know if students were allowed to drive cars on the campus of Luoqing University. Generally, it was prohibited. After all, the student population on campus was dense, and if a car went out of control and crashed, it would be a major disaster. So it would be banned. Then let's buy a bicycle. You pedal and I'll ride. Yi Yishui chuckled. All right, it's energy-saving and eco-friendly. Give me a steamed bun and I could pedal 10 miles, Mo Qingchuan said nonchalantly. At that moment, the cafeteria was especially crowded, and the noise level rose. Even chatting with Yi Yishui required raising their voices to be heard. While chewing his food and glancing around, before he knew it, a pair of chopsticks stabbed into his braised lion's head meatball. There was only one large meatball in the small bowl, and if it were snatched away, he wouldn't get to taste it. Mo Qingchuan was quick-witted and swift. He directly used his own chopsticks to clamp down on Yi Yishui's. Without a word, they silently engaged in a fierce tug-of-war over the braised lion's head. The collision between the chopsticks produced crisp, clear sounds. The braised lion's head was sometimes flipped over, sometimes pierced through by the chopsticks. Before long, it was covered in battle scars riddled with countless holes. Still unable to determine a winner, the two continued their struggle. In the end, the braised lion's head turned into a mushy mess, completely shattered by their efforts. It's all your fault. My perfectly good braised lion's head. How am I supposed to eat this now? Mo Qingchuan complained first. As if you didn't stab it too. You're half responsible for it ending up like this. Yi Yishui picked up the small bowl, then used her chopsticks to pour half of the mess into her rice, and the other half into Mo Qingchuan's rice. Can't waste food. Just eat it like this, she said. Mo Qingchuan didn't mind, it was meant to be eaten with rice anyway. Taking a bite, he found the flavor had changed slightly, becoming noticeably more delicious. As for the saliva on the chopsticks, they had already kissed, so why worry about that? However, just as they were enjoying their meal, a quarrel seemed to break out not far away. I've told you many times, if you can't finish your food, don't take so much. Every time you can't finish, you make me eat it. My stomach feels terrible, you know. The guy seemed to be venting his dissatisfaction as he spoke. He was a bit thin, and it was clear that the food on his tray was far too much. Why are you yelling at me? I just wanted you to eat more. The girls sounded a bit aggrieved. Eating more is fine, but look at this. Is this just a bit? And I've said it so many times before. And about the milk tea. If you drink half and can't finish, you can give it to me. There's no need to buy another one for me. If I drink 1.5 cups, I don't know how I'll manage to eat my meal afterward. But you're so skinny, I just want you to gain some weight. The girl said, her head lowered. Gaining weight can be done gradually. What I mean is, don't overload me like this. It makes me really uncomfortable. I've told you so many times, but you just won't listen. Why are you being so harsh? If I tell you to eat, you eat. What are you complaining about? Say one more word and I'll twist your head off. The battlefield situation shifted in an instant like a Sichuan girl's mood swing. The girl's attitude transformed from gentle to fierce in just 0.1 seconds. Damn your ancestors. They'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't eat, they'll beat you to death. 1. When she counted to 1, the guy had already fallen silent, silently wolfing down his food. Mo Qingchuan was stunned. What on earth was happening? Had some other soul possessed this girl? The difference in attitude between before and after was just too huge, and the guy caved in instantly. She had thought he was tougher than that. What does damn your ancestors mean? Yi Yishui asked, puzzled. That's a curse word. Don't learn it, Mo Qingchuan quickly said. He absolutely couldn't let Yi Yishui pick up that phrase. Oh, why do couples use curse words with each other? Yi Yishui inquired. Mo Qingchuan thought for a moment and replied, actually, in that girl's mouth, it's more of an emotional release. Venting emotions like that between couples is quite normal. Like that time during summer break when we agreed to go shopping and I accidentally overslept during my nap. My phone was on silent, so when you messaged me, I didn't reply, or when you called, I didn't answer. I ended up arriving an hour late. What were you feeling at that time? Yi Yishui fixed her gaze on Mo Qingchuan, a smile in her eyes, her gaze filled with tenderness. She remembered that incident clearly. It was the only time Mo Qingchuan had ever been late. But her feelings hadn't been like that. She wasn't angry at him for being late, nor did she feel like swearing. Instead, another emotion had filled most of her heart. As their eyes met, Yi Yishui slowly spoke. Of course I was thinking of you. Mo Kingchuan's chopsticks were still in his mouth as he stared at Yi Ishui, his heart filled with astonishment. He was struck dumb by her words. He had thought she would be angry about that incident, and though she hadn't said anything at the time, she must have harbored resentment. But he never expected she felt that way. Oh my, why aren't you talking? Feeling guilty about what happened. Yi Ishui's face beamed with a smile. In truth, her words were a bit cunning. Don't feel bad though, I was a little upset, most of all I missed you. If you really can't let it go, then give me a kiss. Mo Qingchuan steadied himself and suddenly smiled. Kiss. We're eating. What if you taste meat shreds from my teeth? Would that make you happy? You gross me out. As punishment, your chicken leg is mine. Yi Ishui pretended to be repulsed. The clinking of chopsticks resumed as they began another duel. However, Mo Kingchuan's mindset had shifted. He now felt that being boyfriend and girlfriend didn't need to be taken so. What did it matter if she was his girlfriend? They were together anyway. And the fact that his body was now female was even if his soul was male, it didn't seem to change that he was the submissive one. Unless one day their souls swapped, but Mo Qingchuan no longer held much hope for that. It had been so long, it seemed this bug in Earth wasn't still confirming their relationship, now didn't feel quite right. Otherwise had lose his big chicken leg. Time with each other always felt slow, as if they wanted to remember every detail. Yet sometimes it flew by, and when they looked back the details were blurry. So they decided to record their chopstick battle. Today Yi Ishui emerged victorious. In a secluded corner of the peach orchard they walked hand in hand. The man had a fair face, almost universally handsome, while the woman was gentle and generous, occasionally skipping to splash in puddles. How's your cochlear implant adjustment going? It's done. The tuning went smoothly. As long as there are no issues, it'll need another adjustment in 6 months. Now I can hear your voice clearly. The girl smiled softly, revealing teeth as white as jade. Her gentle smile bathed in sunlight was enchanting. Jingbai breathed a sigh of relief. She had been afraid the adjustment wouldn't work, leaving her unable to hear him. The person before him was the one who had lifted the Jing group out of its slump, their benefactor. She was also his fiancée named Shin Ming, who suffered from hearing impairment. I'm glad it's sorted. I could have gone with you yesterday, but you wouldn't let me, Jingbai said with a hint of reproach. Though he had acted relaxed when talking to Mo Qingchuan and the others, he had been deeply worried inside. Don't worry, it's just an adjustment. It's not my first time. Besides, on the first day of orientation, you should spend time with your roommates. I can't be your whole world. Shin Ming leaned her head gently against Jing Bei's shoulder. She felt content just being here close to him. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to dream of this. If I could, I'd want you to be my whole world, Jing Bei said, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. His heart was filled with guilt towards Shin Ming, a guilt that had tormented him for a long time. He had once opposed this engagement, causing a huge uproar that even the Shin family knew about. They even sent word that they could call it off if he wished. But Jing Bei's parents had given him a severe beating and then politely reassured the Shin family. So the engagement rumors had reached Jing Bei that Shin Ming had cried for a long time after learning he wanted to break it off. Thinking of this, he wanted to slap himself again. He felt he deserved a good thrashing. 3 days and nights of being hung up and beaten. Fortunately, he had changed his mind while there was still time to make amends. Every time he thought about it, he shuddered at the possibility of losing Shin Ming. He'd rather go back and strangle his past. That won't do. It's enough for me to have a little more than others. I'm not greedy, Shin Ming said softly. She knew that even in love one shouldn't monopolize another's life. Everyone has a scale in their heart. When it tips, thoughts shift. You can have more. I don't mind. Everything I have is yours. Oh, you've become quite the talker. Back then you couldn't care less about me, and now you want to give yourself to me, eh? Shin Ming couldn't help but laugh, feeling it was a good thing she had persevered. The story didn't start the day she saved the Jing group, but much earlier. There were bumps along the way, but in the end they came together. For such a beautiful outcome, what were a few hardships? I was an idiot back then, probably just teenage rebellion. Honestly, I needed more beatings. My dad should have knocked some sense into me in the hospital. Indeed, Jing Bei never let his past self off the hook. He thought of himself as a fool. Hey, don't say that. Your dad would feel bad hitting you. And if he hurt you, I'd feel bad too. Let the past be the past. We need to look forward. Shin Ming linked her arm with Jing Bei's. Whatever you say. Jing Bei smiled, gently, feeling that life was. He believed university life would be even better with the person he loved and his good friends by his side, and a simple plan for the future. Neither family was short on money, and they would each inherit part of the family business. So he decided they would get married as soon as they were of age. Xiao Bai, what is it? Jing Bei looked at his fiancée. I want to tell you something. Go ahead. Well, I have an apartment very close to the school. How about we go check it out sometime? Huh. When did you get that? I didn't know. I just bought it. It wasn't expensive. It can be our little hideaway for now. Shin Ming grinned in the sunlight. Today Shin Ming emerged victorious. The kitchen soy sauce is delicious and fresh, sun-dried for a full 180 days. See right here, it's being sun-dried. This is the kitchen soy sauce's grand sun-drying yard. There's proof with pictures. Sun-dried right here for a full 180 days. On September 4th, military training had officially commenced. But in the morning, a loudspeaker from somewhere blared a discordant sound. Many freshmen broke into a cold sweat upon hearing it. It was the senior students causing trouble again. If not for the instructors making them stand at attention, they would have pounced and tied those seniors to a utility pole to be sun-dried. Even many instructors couldn't help but glance over, struggling to suppress their grins. The boys will be tanned as dark as Judge Bao, and the girls as dark as the Dark Fairy. The senior student with the loudspeaker was not satisfied and shouted himself. Mo Ching Chuan could hardly bear to listen anymore. This senior was just asking for a beating. The instructor glanced at the senior, then at the class formation. Dismissed. In an instant, several students charged out, heading straight for the senior. But the senior fled with remarkable speed, impossible to catch. Does anyone know where this senior lives? Someone asked. But of course no one knew. If they did, they wouldn't be chasing him and would just go block his door directly. The freshmen were both angry and helpless. Mo Ching Chuan and Li Shishir walked together, both having applied sunscreen. But after yesterday's rain, today's sun was particularly harsh with strong ultraviolet rays. Even with sunscreen, it could only slow down the tanning. They began to walk toward a shaded area to rest briefly. Do you know that girls WeChat? Yi Shui was about to catch up with the two when a male student from some class ran over. Which one? The one with the high ponytail. If you don't have hers, the WeChat of the girl next to her works too. Yi Shui was speechless. The person was pointing at none other than Mo Ching Chuan and Li Shishir. In just this one morning, she had already seen 3 people come asking for Mo Ching Chuan's WeChat. Why did so many people want to poach her person? And this was just one morning. There were still 20 days of military training ahead. How infuriating. You're already the 3rd one today asking for his WeChat. Yi Shui couldn't help but say, huh, so I'm still too late. The male student was somewhat surprised, thinking he had seized the first opportunity, but someone else was faster. That's right, and besides, she already has someone she likes. Are you still sure? Huh, do both of them have someone they like? Not exactly. Then give me the WeChat of the one who doesn't. He'll treat you to a meal, and from now on we'll be good brothers. The male student tried to put his arm around Yi Shui's shoulder. She directly refused, brushing his hand away. Don't even think about it. She won't add you either. Bro, are you kidding me? Why would I lie to you? Go ask her yourself. Yi Shui rolled her eyes and walked away. She sensed a crisis. Right now, people in the class and from other classes didn't know the two were close. The key was that they could only announce it after confirming their relationship. The two were currently stuck on the issue of who would be the boyfriend and who would be the girlfriend. Now Yi Shui felt there was no need to be so rigid. Oh, as long as they were together, that was what mattered. Phew. Mo Ching Chuan wiped his sweat and took a big gulp of the bottled water beside him. Damn this weather. Raining yesterday and a clear blue sky today. He looked at Su Yulua, who was already limp and powerless. The girl seemed about to collapse. Great Archmage of the End, can you cast a spell to bring heavy rain so we won't have to do military training today? Su Yulua barely opened her eyes. Whoa, my stamina and mana have been exhausted during training. I can't cast any magic anymore. Is this instructor a demon lord? Too formidable. Su Yulua wilted. She didn't want to do military training. She wanted to escape, but there was no way out. Actually, Su Yulua wasn't that weak. It was just that today's sun was unbearably intense. And the rest period was quite short. Before long, the instructor called for assembly again. Just now I went to your cafeteria and bought a cup of iced watermelon juice. Anyone want it? The instructor swirled the watermelon juice in his hand, which looked exceptionally vibrant red under the sun. Yes. Several male students shouted out. Come on, step forward if you want it. A sly grin spread across the instructor's face. It was time for the instructor's classic trick routine. Then 3 male students stepped out, one chubby, one skinny, and one short, each with distinct characteristics. But they all stood at attention, perfectly straight. All right, all 3 of you want it, but there's only 1 cup of watermelon juice. This is hard to divide, so Heiress the deal. You 3 compete to see who can do the most push-ups. The one who does the most gets this cup of watermelon juice. Come on, get down, ready. The 3 had no objections and immediately got down. The instructor remained unhurried. Listen to my command. When I say 1, go down. When I say 2, come up. Anyone who disobeys is out. All right, 1, 2, 1. 1 inch. Indeed, this was the classic military training routine, the instructor's discipline. The outcome among the 3 was quickly decided. The first to be eliminated was the chubby one. No help for it given his weight. Followed by the skinny one whose strength didn't last. In the end, the short one won. Excellent. Now this cup of iced watermelon juice is yours. How you want to distribute it is up to you. Will you drink it yourself or give it to someone else? The instructor asked with a smile. I want to give it to someone else. Whoa. As Wang Quan finished speaking, the class erupted in cheer. Everyone's eyes were bright with curiosity, wondering to whom this male student would ultimately give the iced watermelon juice. Instructor Liu rubbed his nose, unable to suppress a grin. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Not only the students in the class wanted to see the drama, but he also enjoyed watching it. Who do you want to give it to? Instructor Liu asked. Wang Quan's gaze shifted to the formation, his neck stiffened, and suddenly turned red. It was as if his heartbeat had accelerated, causing his blood to rush. I want to give it to Li Shishir. Whoa. The class cheered again. Li Shishir was widely recognized as the class beauty. Many had their eye on her, but since they had just met, most people were too shy to even start a conversation. Li Shishir blinked, surprised that this person wanted to give the iced watermelon juice to her. However, she had no interest in him. To put it bluntly, she wasn't looking for a relationship right now, as she wanted to get her own life in order first. But Instructor Lu could no longer hold back his smile. Li Shishir stepped forward. Draw. Not a single drop. Amidst the eager gazes of most of the class, Li Shishir stepped forward and walked up. Naturally, while some hoped, their hands were clasped in silent prayer, fervently wishing that Li Shishir would refuse. It was merely a cup of iced watermelon juice. I could buy you a whole crate if you want. Li Shishir remained calm. She walked to her spot, exchanged a glance with Wang Quan, then looked elsewhere. She didn't really understand romance, but she knew what she wanted. Instructor Lu sensed trouble. It seemed Wang Quan had little chance. Moreover, Wang Quan's neck was stiff, his face flushed crimson. Clearly an inexperienced young man, his heart racing with nervousness. This was one of his rare moments of bravery. Life offers few chances to strive, if not now, when. Wang Quan clung to this thought. If he succeeded, he would become the envy of others. Instructor Lu, being experienced, naturally couldn't force Li Shishir to accept the iced watermelon juice. He was a bit curious about the freshman's budding romances, but not to the point of meddling blindly. Li Shishir, do you want this cup of watermelon juice? Li Shishir shook her head slightly. No, she replied, her voice resolute without a hint of hesitation. Wang Quan held the watermelon juice, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. The answer was clear, and to most this was a rejection. Mo Qingchuan wasn't surprised by the answer. He had spent so much time with Li Shishir, yet he still didn't know who she. Perhaps she didn't have a crush on anyone at all. If she had agreed, it would have been explosive. Instructor Lu felt a bit uneasy seeing Wang Quan's crestfallen look, his head bowed and trembling nervously. Disaster. Would this one act of courage lead to a lifetime of introversion? This was just a minor incident. In the end, the boy's watermelon juice remained undelivered. During the break, he had to enjoy it alone. The instructor even went over to chat with Wang Quan and the boys nearby, offering some comfort. Mo Qingchuan went to the restroom and returned to find Yi Yishui chatting animatedly with the instructor. At that moment, Senior Xiaji also arrived to check on the class military training progress and report to the advisor. He didn't interrupt. Yi Yishui seemed to be getting along well with the boys. He no longer worried about her not fitting in. Returning to Li Shishi's side, the group was chatting. Writing novels can indeed make money. A little like a few cents or a few bucks, but if you're successful, the ceiling is sky high. Su Yulua said, having a slight understanding of the field. She personally enjoyed light novels and kept a collection of them in a cabinet at home. Her family knew of her hobby, but seeing her excellent grades, they didn't interfere, essentially giving their approval. How much can one actually earn? Say at an average level? Shirainen asked. She too read many novels and had a faint interest in the idea. If she gave it a try and achieved some results, she could earn a bit of pocket money in college and ease the burden on her family. Let me tell you about a friend of mine. He wrote for half a year and earned 132,000 in hand. I asked him for the secret. He said to write the beginning, well then make it frustrating later and target the most popular character. Then he got tracked down by fans who broke his left arm and 3 ribs, costing him 130,000. Mo Qingchuan was stunned. So this was how web novel authors made money. Not a bad deal, actually. I don't want to get beaten. Sure, Ainen whispered. She just wanted to write a web novel and earn a little. Getting injured and hospitalized would also affect her studies. Actually, we have no experience in this. If only an expert could guide you, Su Yulua said slowly. Her friend wrote out of passion initially, but later just scribbled nonsense. Who would have thought the readers were so dedicated they could track him down offline? How furious must a reader be to physically confront the author? It's fine, I'll figure it out myself. There are plenty of people sharing tips and selling courses. Selling courses? Mo Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. 95% of those are scams, right? Who would make money writing novels and then sell courses? Mo Qingchuan believed that writing novels mainly relied on talent. Like a certain writer who, with the line, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, made a book that exploded across the internet for over a decade. Enduring and unimaginable in its earnings. Talent. Shirainen adjusted her glasses and gazed at the sky, lost in thought. Mo Qingchuan still thought she should focus more on her studies. Writing novels was something to try on the side. But what if she had a gift? So he didn't dissuade her. You two look fine. I brought you some popsicles. Senior Xiaji had appeared, pulling 2 popsicles from a plastic bag and handing them to Mo Qingchuan and Li Shishir. Thanks, Senior. Mo Qingchuan didn't refuse. This was special treatment from the senior. Others envied them, but they couldn't have. Yet perhaps it was an illusion, but the senior seemed especially fond of them, treating them with more kindness than others. Senior, you're so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? Mo Qingchuan asked, sucking on his popsicle. No. Where am I beautiful? No one even notices me, Xiaji replied. Mo Qingchuan didn't believe her. When Senior Xiaji arrived, many boys in the class were staring intently. How could her charm be low? He figured she meant there was no one she fancied. On the other side, Yi Yishui and her 3 dorm mates watched Mo Qingchuan's group. They had noticed the popsicles early on, wondering who the senior gave them, only to find it was the two best looking in the class. Every time I see senior I can't help but want to hug her, Li Jiechi said, his eyes gleaming. He would be 100% willing if senior Xiaoji were his girlfriend. But he knew she would never look at him. He wished he had the predaboy looks of Jingbai. So you like lolas, He Wenlong said. This is pity for the weak, which is benevolence. One of the 5 virtues of a gentleman. Li Jiechi said animatedly. But I possess all 5 virtues, so pitying the weak is just one of them. Just say you like pretty ones, Yi Yishui said, resting her chin on her hand, having caught on. Hey, don't put it so crudely, Li Jiechi quickly retorted. Forget it, I'm not going to argue with you all, Yi Yishui said, standing up. Where are you going? Li Jiechi asked. To snatch a popsicle. Seize the ice pop. Li Jiechi and He Wenlong were both perplexed. Where to snatch it? From the girls. Was he that bold? Not to mention that the boys and girls weren't acquainted yet, but even if they were, the ice pop had already been tasted. Would he really take a bite of it? Wouldn't that be utterly cringeworthy? Yi Yishui walked away, but Jingbai remained composed, unfazed. Damn Jingbai, what's up with him? Is he really going for it? Li Jiechi was stunned. Could Yi Yishui actually be a social butterfly? But what if something went wrong? Wouldn't he be mortified? Go ahead, Jingbai replied. Shinmeng, due to health issues, wasn't participating in military training. The instructor had called her over to assist. He sighed, wishing he could spend more time with Shinmeng. Ignoring the stares, Yi Yishui strode straight up to Emma. Senior Xiaoji, thank you for the ice pop, Yi Yishui said with a smile. Xiaoji was taken aback. She remembered him. He was one of the better-looking boys in the class, and she'd seen him during freshman orientation. Of course, she hadn't paid much attention, but she'd noticed him during the class meeting. What was he doing here? Asking. Sorry, Junior, I'm afraid the ice pops are all gone, Xiaoji said, holding up an empty bag. No worries, I came to get one from Yi Yishui. Quick, let me have a bite, bit sweltering. She looked at Mo Qingchuan. That single sentence left half the class, both boys and girls, dumbfounded. They stood up, their eyes fixed on Yi Yishui, a single word echoing in their minds. Cringeworthy. In broad daylight, he dared to ask for the ice pop from the girl who was practically the class beauty, and she had already eaten from it. Mo Qingchuan didn't mind. Revealing their relationship early would save a lot of trouble. Huh? Su Yulua was shocked. Yi Yishui's body stiffened. Damn it, he had to lock down the relationship now. His reputation was ruined. How could he survive in this class like this? I'm not gay. What gave you that idea? Yi Yishui asked. No mistake. As the Archmage of Eternity, I've seen it all. The one you like is a boy. Su Yulua pointed at Yi Yishui. Mo Qingchuan's body trembled. While the Archmage of Eternity was indeed formidable, he had to admit she was sharper than most. She could see through souls. Yi Yishui felt it was pure luck. I won't deny what you said, he replied to Su Yulua, then turned to Mo Qingchuan. Quick, let me taste it, I'm dying of heat. It's all yours. Mo Qingchuan handed it over. Senior Xiaoji's eyes widened. Mo Qingchuan hadn't refused. That was unbelievable. Remembering how they'd come to school together, could there be a special bond between them? Was it hidden, not yet revealed to the world? No, you feed me, Yi Yishui said, not taking it. Li Jiechi was practically in tears, watching from afar. How could there be such a gap between people? They'd all gotten into the same university, registered on the same day. How could one roommate be so close to the class beauty? Not just him, but many boys in the class watched silently, knowing they had no chance. Jingbai, tell me this isn't real, okay? Mo Qingchuan should like boys, right? Li Jiechi's voice trembled with tears. Jingbai patted his shoulder. You've seen it. Don't ask. Mo Qingchuan glanced around. There were so many. Most were probably just curious. He held up the ice pop, and Yi Yishui bit off a fifth of it. The sweet cold taste filled Yi Yishui with energy, washing away the exhaustion from the scorching sun. Delicious. After tasting it, she looked at the ice pop in Li Shishi's hand. What flavor is yours? Li Shishir hadn't tried it yet. She blinked and held it up. Taste it and you'll know. Not. Bro. The class couldn't sit still anymore. Instructor Liu was stunned. The two most beautiful girls in the class. If you flirted with one, everyone might just envy you, and if you two were together, they'd even bless it. But you're going after the second one too. That's just wrong. That'll make everyone jealous. And being the target of jealousy comes with a price. I'm so jealous. Li Jiechi was green with envy. He was about to break into a rhyme. Lemon tree, lemon fruit, under the lemon tree you, and me, one lemon fruit, each sour enough to kill you and me. Now Yi Yishui was one step away from being the class public enemy number one. Never mind, you have this. He'll just eat his. Yi Yishui waved off, not taking a bite from Li Shishir. Instead, she bit into Mo Qingchuan's ice pop again. An indirect kiss. Definitely. She wasn't interested if Mo Qingchuan hadn't tasted it, but since he had, she had to try it too. After all, it was once her own body, she didn't mind at all. You. Su Yuluo's mind was short-circuiting. How was this possible? Both stunning girls in their dorm were willing to share their ice pops with this guy? It didn't make sense. She could understand one being clothes, but both. What was this, him starting a harem at Luoqing University? What's wrong? Why so surprised? Want a taste too? Yi Yishui looked at Su Yulua. Knowing she was Mo Qingchuan's roommate, she teased her on purpose. Su Yulua shook her head frantically. She wanted no part in this. As the Archmage of Eternity, how could she share a man with others? Senior Xia Ji watched her brow furrowed in disbelief. Seeing Imo Qingchuan take back the ice pop, and about to eat it, she finally spoke up. Are you a couple? Imo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui exchanged glances. They'd been stuck on the issue of being boyfriend and girlfriend for ages, but now they both felt it didn't matter anymore. It wouldn't hinder their relationship from growing deeper. From the confession after the college entrance exam to 2 months of inseparable summer together to starting a new life at Luoqing University, they felt college life couldn't stay the same. Yes, he's my boy. Yi Yishui began, but Imo Qingchuan cut her off. Yes, I'm her girlfriend. Yi Yishui interrupted was momentarily stunned. She had already come to terms with it. Being a girlfriend was fine. After tossing and turning over this question countless sleepless nights, she had finally made peace with it. As for what others might think of her being a girlfriend, she no longer cared. After all, in such a situation, most people would simply assume it was a couple's playful banter. Yet to her surprise, Imo Qingchuan seemed to have also come around recently. A girlfriend? How peculiar. Before they swapped bodies, all she could think about was how Imo Qingchuan would become her boyfriend. Back then, the idea of Imo Qingchuan being her boyfriend was nothing but a fantasy. She felt he was this was unrequited love. The greatest distance in the world is not between life and death, but that I stand right before you, yet you don't know I love you. She never imagined that one day Imo Qingchuan would become her girlfriend. Their roles had completely reversed. Strange, yet not unpleasant. Li Shishir eating a popsicle watched them, and finally stopped pondering who was whose boyfriend or girlfriend. She had always found it odd. Why would a woman insist on being the other's boyfriend? Were they playing some kind of role-playing game she didn't know about, but found amusing? She never asked, so it remained a secret. So they had officially confirmed their relationship. That was good, and what she had hoped for. Well, I bring you popsicles, and you feed me dog food. Senior Xia Ji hands on her slender waist had been all smiles. Now her smile faded. A year into university, and she still hadn't found a partner. It wasn't that no one pursued her, but she didn't like any of them. Many had obvious ulterior motives. This is called reciprocity, Imo Qingchuan said with a laugh. What? It's more like repaying kindness with enmity. Senior Xia Ji pouted, turned, and walked away with a wave. I won't disturb you, lovebirds. She had intended to look after the cute junior, but instead ended up being fed dog food. How infuriating. Senior Xia Ji decided she wouldn't look after the junior during military training anymore. The rest of the class watching the drama also got their fill of dog food. Instructor Liu, I suggest those in relationships do extra drills. Li Jiechi couldn't help but roar. He felt deceived. Hadn't she been hesitant about accepting that guy's confession? How did she end up with the prettiest class beauty? I agree. Instructor Liu, you're single too, right? We the noble singles should ostracize those in relationships. How do you know I'm single? Can't I have a partner? The aura of a noble single never lies. After lunch, Yishui arrived late at the dorm. It was nap time. Li Jiechi, drinking iced cola, couldn't hold it in when he saw her enter. Those in relationships should be banished. Agreed. He Wenlong nodded. Yi Yishui raised an eyebrow. If you say that, then Jingbai is also engaged. Both of you should be banished. Li Jiechi took a big gulp of cola. His heart, like the cola, felt ice cold. The prettiest girl in the class had been won over by his damn roommate on the first day of military training. And the second prettiest seemed close to him, even willing to share an untouched popsicle. Don't be like that. After training, how about our dorm and hers have a mixer? Yi Yishui suggested. A mixer is a gathering to meet new people. Such dorm mixers are common in universities, and some have found partners, but it all depends on whether the parties click. Really? Li Jiechi's eyes lit up as he sat up. During breaks in the morning training, Imo Qingchuan mostly stayed with Li Shishir, Su Yilao, and Shirainen. He deduced they were roommates. Li Shishir was undeniably the second most beautiful in the class after Imo Qingchuan. Su Yilao was also attractive, but paled in comparison to the other two. As for Shirainen, Li Jiechi saw her as a plain girl and paid little attention. Yeah, I can ask. It should be fine, Yi Yishui said, climbing onto the bed and lying down comfortably. Great. But Imo Qingchuan, I have a question. Since Yi Yishui is your girlfriend, what's the deal with Li Shishir? You two seem a bit intimate. Li Jiechi couldn't help but ask. If Imo Qingchuan fed Yi Yishui a popsicle, he could understand. They were a couple. But what about Li Shishir? Was she also a girlfriend? Feeding Yi Yishui seemed a bit ambiguous. And with Imo Qingchuan right there, wasn't he? Is it a? Yi Yishui thought it over. It felt normal because her soul was female. But on second thought, it didn't seem quite right. If Li Shishir took a bite herself and described the flavor, that was fine. But feeding him felt different. Could it be? Yes. Don't you think so? You've reminded me. It is a bit much, but actually Li Shishir is Yi Yishui's life assistant, Yi Yishui explained. Life assistant? Is she her maid? Or will she be a dowry maid? Li Jiechi stroked his chin. Don't talk nonsense, Yi Yishui rolled her eyes. Maybe she just subconsciously repeated my action. No, unless a girl likes the guy, she wouldn't feed him, Li Jiechi said. You have a point. They'll talk to my partner about it, Yi Yishui said. She felt this issue needed to be clarified lest it cause trouble later. Even though they had swapped bodies, she believed she should remain loyal to Mo Qingchuan. Not just marriage, but a relationship was also a contract. Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm, Mo Qingchuan had just lain down. Her roommates seemed to be discussing web novels. Personally, I think writing style is secondary in web novels. We're not writing traditional literature, so why aim for highbrow prose? As long as the sentences are smooth, the reading is fluid, and the plot is interesting, people will read it, Suyula said from her reader's perspective. So what do you think readers love most? Shirainen asked, notebook in hand, earnestly taking notes. Plot. Characters. Setting. Suyula wasn't sure. Every book had its core, and each attracted readers. Trying to generalize seemed too simplistic. No, none of those, Mo Qingchuan said from the bed. Ishue, do you know? Shirainen's eyes lit up, hoping. Mo Qingchuan nodded and said, what readers love most can be summed up in 2 words, and that is lust. As sex. Shirainen blushed, her pen pausing on the notebook. She wanted to jot it down, but felt terrible. Yeah, but this kind of stuff can't be written right now. Online novels are strictly censored, so you can only write it in a very, very subtle way. However, I suggest you avoid it altogether, or you might end up getting arrested. Many authors have already been taken in for writing explicit content. Mo Qingchuan said. Oh. Shirainen buried her face, responding to Mo Qingchuan before pondering how to proceed. Since explicit content was off limits, she would have to focus on tasks, plot, and world building. Mo Qingchuan picked up his phone, checking messages and chatting with Yi Shui. Yi Li Yishui Chuan Shir fed me an ice pop today. Aren't you jealous? Huh. Mo Qingchuan blinked after reading that. Mo Ran Qingchuan, not jealous. Why would I be jealous? Yi Li Yishui, what? You're not jealous. Now that we're together, you don't care anymore. Angry Mo Ran Qingchuan, who else would I like if not you? Puzzled Yi Li Yishui, so you're not jealous. Or is it that your body is yours, and you don't mind how many women throw themselves at you? Mo Ran Qingchuan, stop it. Isn't Li Shir good to you, because of your own actions? Mo Ran Qingchuan, you saved her from Wang Zikai, which was a huge favor to her. Besides, you've helped her a lot since then. To her, you're a benefactor in her life, and she sees you more like an idol. Yi Ishue saw the message in the dorm, and suddenly understood. So that's how Li Shir saw her. But she also felt a bit anxious. Yi Li Yishui, so do you think she might turn that into romantic love? If that day comes, what should I do? Mo Ran Qingchuan, don't overthink things. Yi Li Yishui, just saying, just in case. We need a plan. Should I accept her or not? Mo Ran Qingchuan, what do you mean? Not jealous now. Don't tell me you want to use my body to start a harem. Yi Li Yishui, why not? It's all for the sake of expanding the Mo family line. Mo Ran Qingchuan, how dare you? Furious Yi Li Yishui, hee, just kidding, don't be mad, let's go out tonight for a bit. Mo Ran Qingchuan, for what? How about we play some games tonight instead? Yi Li Yishui, to check on your bonus develop. Lute, fine. Mo Qingchuan had no idea where Yi Yishui learned this, but she was getting more and more risque. The once aloof campus belle was gone forever. He felt that if he gave Yi Yishui more time, she'd be driving, and the speed would only increase. While they chatted, Li Shir also received a message. It was from Xiao Yun, Yi Qingwan's secretary. Xiao Yun was essentially her mentor. They hadn't had much work-related communication yet, but she would gradually teach Li Shir more, shaping her into a competent secretary for Mo Qingchuan. Li Shir sat up and began reading Xiao Yun's message word by word. Shir, I originally planned to tell you this later, but since you've already come into contact with Xia Ji, to avoid any accidents, I'll explain in detail. Remember this and protect Yi Ishue. This matter goes back quite a while and was once a burden on President Ye's heart. Back then, President Yi had just gotten married and was pregnant with Yi Ishue. But her husband at the time betrayed her and got involved with another woman. That man was cunning and hid it very well. However, every secret eventually comes to light. Not long after the wedding, the man was exposed because the other woman was about to give birth in the hospital. That man was named Xia Hui, and the other woman gave birth to a daughter for him, named Xia Ji. Reading this, Li Shishi's mouth fell open. She unconsciously glanced at Mo Qingchuan, her heart trembling. No wonder she had never heard of President Ye's husband, and Mo Qingchuan had never mentioned his father. So behind it all, there was such an untold story. Xia Hui, a scumbag. But Senior Xia Ji seemed like a nice person and had been very kind to them. She also knew that Xia Hu's actions shouldn't be blamed on Xia Ji, but their identities and positions meant they could never truly be close. You want to encounter Xia Hui for now, oh, he's not in Luoqing. As for Xia Ji's mother, she passed away long ago. But Xia Ji might suffer from a psychological disorder, possibly having a second personality, or even multiple ones. The other personalities aren't as cute or normal as the one we see. Xia Hui abandoned Xia Ji as well. President Yi thought the child was innocent and that the mother had been deceived, dying in agony. She wanted to help the child. But when she went to Xia Ji's room, she found walls carved with the word die, torn dolls, destroyed furniture. Everything was in chaos. Yet when she found her, Xia Ji was crying pitifully. Later we sent her to the hospital for a period of recuperation, and she improved a lot. Then she went to live with her grandparents. Fortunately, they loved her dearly, so those violent personalities went into hiding. But that doesn't mean those personalities won't resurface. During later inquiries, her grandparents mentioned occasional screams from her room, sudden personality shifts, and even her hitting them, or saying harsh, piercing words. This improved significantly after she entered middle school, and those dangerous personalities rarely appear. But they haven't disappeared. So she isn't safe. Only the personality that usually appears is safe. And that personality is very safe. If you can't avoid interacting with her, try not to mention anything about parents' abandonment or similar topics. Xiaji currently doesn't know that Yi Yishui is her half-sister, and she must never find out. But President Yi worries that someone from the Yi family might investigate and use that information against you. So you must be careful. Li Shishir frowned slightly. She hadn't expected Senior Xiaji to have such a side. In other words, the current personality was the one that appeared most of the time. The other personalities, though hidden, could emerge if triggered by intense stimuli. Xiaohui, that man was truly destructive. After reading, she began typing a reply. I understand. They'll keep an eye on Xiaji's every move, including the people she usually interacts with. If anything happens, contact me immediately.